season. That cannot happen.
Beezy, Tylophyrus has taken the map into his own hands.
More kills for Purge.
Can't stop this man. They can't stop this man. Give me the Hellstar. Give me number 8. Snoopy is doing it all. Unbelievable.
Godlike.
There's one. Kenny. Oh!
His headshots all over the place. Sip. Black Ops 6, we are in for a year.
We are in Madrid, Spain. Welcome everybody to Major number 1 of the 2025 Call of Duty League season, day 1. Historic matches already in the books, which makes up day 2 quite interesting here in the elimination bracket. The fans are ready. We've got folks from around the globe, from the States, a whole bunch of Optic fans from the UK, and of course, the French fans are here to watch LAG today. Chance, join us on the desk. I want to start with you. Highlights of day 1.
It's got to be the Game 5 between Optic and Miami Heretics. The day was mostly standard, and then we finished out with a banger. And the Heretics, I would say, doing it in front of their home crowd, but there was a lot of like sort of dueling battles in the crowd as well, but they pulled off the upset.
I love the battle that we saw going across, and I think that will continue throughout the weekend. Allie, let's catch everyone up, though, with the bracket and where we stand, because all 12 teams were invited to Madrid.
Yep, and it was an absolute slammage yesterday for the first 2 matches of the day. Atlanta FaZe taking care of Boston Breach, looking like a favorite, and Toronto Ultra, the home team, taking care of Vancouver Surge and setting them down. And now we're going to be sending some people home today, Chris.
Who's scarier? Atlanta FaZe, who 3-0'd Boston Breach, or LA Thieves, who gave Royal Ravens 200-point clubs?
Yeah, I mean, I want to say Atlanta FaZe, but they already dismantled Breach like a week ago in the online qualifier. So I'll say the turnaround from Thieves and expanding their map pool to dominate 100-point club back-to-back hardpoints, super impressive.
Thieves looking like the cleanest team in hardpoint, but when it comes to Atlanta, this team is clean across the board. They're now on a, 8-9 match win streak. This team is on fire. What's going on with FaZe? After we saw them drop 3 matches to start the season, this team has been perfect.
It was the fact that their ARs had a huge turnaround. Celium, you know, we call it the Celium Index. He's back in those top KD leaderboards, as well as Draza. He was rocking a 0.7 in Search and Destroy at one point. And so there was a lot of pressure on the ARs for this team. They had the break, they come back, Simp gets a 1v4, and it has been the Atlanta FaZe we all know and love ever since.
I just want to, are the fans happy about this? They've been telling Selling to play faster for years. Is this really what the community wanted?
I don't think so.
He's on lockdown. He's in demon mode. They should have just kept their mouths shut because he has been in form.
And it's the work that they've put in as well. Like in all 3 game modes, they will play you on any map. You have no idea what to do going into the vetoes. And we're seeing it like Red Card, there's some unpredictable spawns. And it was Sip picking it up every single time, 38 kills at the end of that one. Their hardpoint just looks vastly different from majority of the teams in the league. And this was a team that looked lost in the first 2 weeks before the break. A massive turnaround for Atlanta FaZe, who now definite favorite.
Taking a look at some of the numbers, they are first across the board. What's most important here, look at this map count. You guys are dominating. 22 map wins, just 5 losses. Doesn't matter what mode you go up against them, you're probably gonna lose.
Yeah, they're like mediocre on Vault Hardpoint, and outside of that, they're completely godlike across the board. So when the pick and bans, they have the advantage on every single team. They're gonna have an advantage at some point in the series. They're the scariest team.
Let's take a look at our schedule. When is Atlanta playing? Well, that'll be tomorrow because they're up in the winners bracket. Today is all about the elimination bracket, and we have a 5-match day. We'll be sending a lot of teams home as we'll be kicking things off. It's a battle of the birds. Carolina versus Vegas. We got Minnesota versus Vancouver, a rematch from just 2 weeks ago. And then the big one, 5:30, has all of the fans pumped up. But let's jump right into it. We got our maps and modes for match number 1, Falcons versus Royal Ravens. Protocol, triple dose of Vault and Red Card. Vault has to be a good thing to see if you're a Falcons fan, right?
You're right, but
You've seen some big individual performances on it, but they don't have a map win on a single map in this series, right? So you're open for some land prowess. These guys come out with a ton of energy. But yes, in terms of individual performances, we've seen excellent Fry on that map.
Yesterday, we went 3 for 1. Unless your name is Chance, you were a perfect 4-0. So, Chance, please start the day. The only man who had faith in Miami, where are you going to kick this one off?
Easy reads, Carolina, no doubt.
Carolina, I thought you were going to pick the upset again. I am going... Is Vivid playing?
Yes, he is.
I'm going Carolina Royal Ravens.
Pretty sure.
Slasher is terrifying when he gets sent down to the lower bracket, so I'm going to go with Carolina Royal Ravens as well.
Carolina looked like trash yesterday, like honestly.
And who are you picking at?
I think we get an interesting series here early on. I'm going to go Carolina still, but I think it's a little back and forth.
Saudis trying to pull off their first upset and their first match win on land. Can they get it done? It's time to find out as we send it to the stage with Yuli.
Thank you, Paquette, and welcome to the second day of this 2025 Toronto Ultra Major. We're ready here one more time to give everything we have for this incredible match for today. Today is going to be a bittersweet day. The winners are going to move forward, and the losers are going to get set home. So today, let's try to give them a warm welcome for every single team that's going to be here, because probably could be the last one. And now, it's time to move on to our first match of the day. Let's give a warm welcome to Vegas Falcons! Axnet! Domax! King! And Roxas!
It has been a never-ending proving ground for the Vegas Falcons, and a couple of shifts on the roster, a couple of close maps, and even a couple of map wins. And now the big question is what they can do here on land in the main stage. I know I'm excited, and they got to get through the Carolina Royal Ravens first.
And in front of them, a team looking for a chance to leave the nest. Let's fly together with Carolina Royal Ravens! Wing! The Slasher! DJ Holly! And Baby!
Yesterday was simply not the standard that these guys hold themselves to. They got cooked in both the hard points, and they need to make a statement right now against the Falcons. It would be abysmal if they were to lose this series, so you know their back's against the wall. Let's get this started.
Get ready with Chef Study to enjoy this match.
A little bird battle to start off our second day here in Madrid. Shift with Study. This is going to be, I think, an interesting battle because flat out, both these two teams need to catch some momentum. We got protocol to start things off. Should be a lot of tempo.
Oh yeah, Vegas for sure need to catch some momentum. They are looking for their very first series win of the entire season. And also probably their very first hardpoint win of the entire season. And you are probably a little bit confident today if you're Vegas because you saw what Carolina did in hardpoint yesterday. Combined between the two matches, 113 points. Yeah, that's not going to cut it. They need to come out better today.
Yeah, what they do yesterday, they did nothing. Yesterday. And the funny thing about that is the search and destroy still looked pretty good for Carolina. They almost took the control. So, you know, for Carolina, not doing well on the hard point, you still almost extended it to a fifth map, but still have to fight your way to the lower bracket, where for Vegas, now we get to try to find out, is there going to be a new energy with this team on land? Because when we see them win maps online, they pop off, they get crazy. Can you win over a crowd with that type of energy?
Well, you have to try to at least, man, because you need to come out, at least answer early into the series. And if you take an opening hard point, your confidence is still that you could potentially take the entire series. Just the only thing that scares me about this Vegas roster is the same thing that scared me since they joined the league, was the fundamental play. They lack in rotations, they lack in hold percentage, they also lack in teamwork, talking about those breaking opportunities. They haven't really figured that out yet. So hopefully with a couple more weeks of practice, you know, with Clay obviously leading the troops, they have been able to iron out those little things to make their hardpoint game a lot better.
I think the way that we have rationalized this Vegas team to this point is that they're doing the first two things pretty good. It's what comes afterwards. You know, when we're not just playing 4v4 breakoffs, when we're not just sitting here looking at a four-person setup, how do we actually go through the transition of we're 2 last players alive, there's 15 seconds on this hard point. What do we do then in those mixy moments?
And those are the things that come back to bite them every single time because they can, like you said, play the beginning of these hard points, but the first 35 seconds, basically flawless. You're pinching out, you're blocking the proper response, but then in that final 25, it starts to get a little bit nervous in those situations, but to look at the bingo up there, Clayster siding. Hey, we obviously know Mr. Clay, 3-time world champion, he's in the building.
Dude, I can't wait to see Jimbo put the headset on.
Right? I can't wait. I cannot wait.
So we're getting close. We just did a Shotzzy 100 kill series and a reverse sweep. I think both of those are likely if you're looking for the bingo across that bottom level. Or you get a card triple kill, which we've got 3 vaults in this series, Jay, so it definitely could happen there as well. Talk to me about the vaults, because I think the thing about this for the Falcons is they've gotten a control win there. They've also looked, better in Surge compared to the 2 respawn modes. How do you feel about the 2, 3, 4 here for Vegas?
I like the 2 because obviously you have a Red versus Optic Texas recently where you were able to find a lot of your success, especially on the defensive side, where you're talking about retaking on a very difficult map to do. And then for ball control, you were able to beat Atlanta FaZe. Even though Atlanta FaZe aren't really good at that map, the fact that you got it up there gives you confidence. Okay, I'm going to throw this one in that series.
It's little things here and there where you look at this Vegas roster, you look at their schedule and say, hey, these guys are kind of hanging. But the problem is the hardpoint has yet to find a win on the other side of the floor. You've got Gwyn, who has not fallen victim to sophomore syndrome in any regard. He has looked unbelievable. And I love the fact that we're pointing to him on this map in particular because the SMGs can get lost and get wild. Let's get wild here in Madrid. We got Carolina. We got Vegas Falcons. Protocol hardpoint. Let's get it on.
Last time these 2 teams played was all the way in the beginning of the season. It was a barn burner, 250 to 236. The only thing that Vegas really couldn't find success in is breaking those hard points. So you are Carolina set up early and make it more difficult for them. But early into the P1, 10 seconds already for Vegas. And they have a lot of map control to go with it.
I will say, watching this Vegas team the last couple of weeks, they have been very efficient on their breakoffs. We saw them do this versus Optic, where they got up 80 points on the vault hardpoint. Eventually lost the map, but still, their breakoffs have looked really solid, and that's the case here on Protocol. Looking to kind of flip the spawns around. Gwyn, up close and personal, able to find one, but exited with a quick response, and Vegas are still hanging over through sidewalk. Slasher trying to pick up the action, and he will find it, allowing Carolina to spawn on the right side of the map.
20 seconds to start off, though, if you're Vegas Falcons.
Not bad.
Perfect, and you're finding every single kill as well in the feed, so your rotation is going to be a lot easier over towards New. You have a couple players from the Ravens spawning out behind.
They don't know.
Gwyn is going to get pinched out, and I don't think Vegas have a read that they're behind you.
They have absolutely no idea, and as soon as they clear off the player on the hard point, Gwyn actually does spawn favorably. So Vegas holding things down for the moment, but going to be caught by surprise on this pinch attempt around the back. Through tower. Whoa, nice shots coming through from Vivid and Gwyn combined, and that will allow Carolina to get into P2 with the spawns moving once again.
Yeah, there's a lot of time still to fight for here at P2. So Vegas, we have a little bit of a lead. We can potentially start to develop on some of these routes. Roxas finds that first kill on the Slasher. The pinch good enough for the second. Give me a double, at least the team shots for that second kill. But Vegas right now, they're looking great in the teamwork aspect.
I'll say, I mean, it's been very coordinated. We've got a couple of players hitting from one side, someone hitting a bit of a pinch timing. It's looked really, really solid, and they're enjoying about a 30-point lead as we head over to P3. High ground control for Nahum. You also got players already ready for the next hardpoint. This is great for Falcons on a setup.
Yeah, but this is where it gets scary because a couple players are already falling. You're now going to be forced to spawn on out. So the last 2 players in Roxas and Mr. King have to hold down this side. Carolina were able to flip the spawns. Carolina have the numbers. X-Ninja's trying to at least find one. Can't get any, and Carolina find the early break.
Good patience here, though, from King, holding onto the staircase, knowing that this zip line is an issue. And now with an SMG in hand, he may try to hit a bit of a pinch timing here. Player from Carolina slips underneath him, though, and then with that, Royal Ravens looking good for the first 20 seconds. A little bit blessed at the spawns, but they will take the lead right on back.
And off your X-Nid, can you be a playmaker, potentially spawn them out? He drops Doom. Last player towards the backside, and that's now a clean 4 dead. Carolina have been able to take the lead, so 25 seconds to fight for here at P3. Vegas can give it one more crack at it, but we got to go to that P4 and set up early.
Yeah, tried to hit through old to get there, just not quite working out. A little bit too staggered, and Carolina have been perfect so far on P3. TJ on 4 in a row, working on rotation, and the timing here might be incredible, or he may just miss it. Hard to say. We'll see what the route he wants to take. Elevator shaft, the next muse of entryway. TJ jumping on down. He's got 2 Falcons players in front, but the Vegas Falcons will take down 3, and they're going to open up this hard point to their name.
Yeah, I thought TJ found the timing to potentially open up with a double off that roto. But this is where Vegas were able to keep it scrappy last time around. This P4 was their Money Hill. At least starting off for the first 15 flawlessly. The initial kill goes to Vivid. All out pressure through big door. Exit needs to fly on in and help.
Well done.
Unfortunate team kill though.
Yeah, but that's okay. Roxas is still in position to finesse, dancing around, waiting for the regen. This comes down to which direction do you pick. King, next one in. Stuns out, trying to follow up on his own action, but it's going to just be traded out. Carolina, there's too many numbers here, and they will, well, teammate actually come through, turn this into a 1v1. The Boom just waiting, biding his time. Roxas trying to help over through front door, but this is all contest time, and TJ still hanging on in the back.
And now TJ stalls out enough time for his teammates to eventually get into the play, but Xnit flies on in. Finds that double, secures the final 10 seconds. He's been their highlight SMG player.
Yep.
And has a moment there to still keep this game basically tied.
Yep, absolutely the case. I mean, it was a really solid P2. Not the greatest of P3s, but mixy through P1, P4. So again, even exchange, back over to the first hard point we go. Pinstripe kill feed leads us to a 2v2 over the top of the hard point. Dahoom watching over towards the Carolina spawns, but trying to keep his head in the swivel, and he gets caught by surprise. Moment for Carolina to get into the hill.
Yeah, he was just trying to help his teammate. He knew that TJ was behind him, but his teammate was under pressure. Tried to keep him alive, and unfortunately the timing does not go his way. So Carolina now starting to pull away a little bit at this P1. 30 seconds still to fight for here. Great route right there out of King to just get one, get on out,
nice.
Find a free double towards top trips, and then now still locating one player. Don't know where he is, but we're soaking up that time.
Yeah, love this from King. Just kind of stay on the front line, be a nuisance, play your life. Force Carolina to come look for you. 14 and 7.
Okay.
Now from the high ground, help from Roxas. That's going to be enough for 3 in a row for the Falcons. Vivid, the last one staying alive, but he's been figured out over towards P2. Exton on the way to chase him down. He will find the elimination. Over 100 points go the Falcons, and they've got the rotation anew.
81 so far has been their bread and butter hard point. Now they have an opportunity to chain it again towards P2. King still roaming around top mid.
Love it.
He is on 4 in a row. Does get traded out by Gwyn, but just relieves some of that pressure from that angle. Allows his teammates to soak up this time for free.
High ground control, though, goes the way of Carolina. No one able to battle back against that ledge dropped in from Royal Ravens. Exted off the regen, trying to hold his life, wait for reinforcements. They are coming quickly, and oh, this is good timing from Exted. Cleans out tower. Now he can keep his focus towards the front. He's got Roxas to work with, but 2 Ravens just kind of sitting prone in opposite corners, not able to be tracked down. Spawn will start to move, and TJ beams King from across the map.
And right there, though, in Vegas, they were like, okay, we are prime pressure through the front. King is blessed with a spawn towards the backside. Maybe he's going to open up with the kill, but TJ with the snap. Had a 0.7 yesterday versus the Thieves. That's not the T's that we've been able to get familiar with as of recent, but the turn and burn right there on the King, good enough for a lot of that P2 time. Now off the rotation, it's going to turn into a one-on-one. King is able to win it. Now he just has to finesse.
And I think for Vegas, what they missed on last time was awareness of how these spawns are going to work out timing-wise, and King is trying to go sniff it out, and he runs right into 2 waiting Carolina members. Not the greatest on rotation right now for Vegas. Trying to recover, though. Dahoom playing with Exit over through sidewalk. One more player over the heady. Tough gunfight as Gwyn finds the opener. Exit trying to work a pinch timing on the interior, but he's shut down, and Carolina will hold.
And this is where Vegas have to just take their time here. We're going one by one, not allowing these pinches to develop. And Roxas finds himself in a good position, but he finds 1 kill, and at least his teammates spawn behind them. So they have the opportunity now to contest for the final 30. And you can see Carolina, all of their arrows turn around. They know where the spawns are.
Yeah, awareness has been high for Carolina, but an opportunity here for Vegas. See how the Ravens deal with it as we jump to a Royal Ravens. Listen in.
3-0, they just killed forward before. One hit Ivy.
I'm looking at my Spiral. I'm looking at my Spiral.
Ivy.
Yeah, they can be in Spiral. They can be in Spiral.
I spawned. I knew. I'm hitting no Spiral. No Spiral.
Top mid Roxas.
Spiral should die.
Roxas my flank late.
Hold King. In the corner dead.
Roxas my flank.
King's middle.
Bring a big dart. I think we're big dart. I'm dropping.
Should I save? No, dead. No, bigger. Sword across.
Slid, 1 shot back to time.
He's what corner so I think I did it.
Trying to go big door right now.
There's 2 in hill right now. I'm gonna help you out big door.
Didn't need time.
Yeah, Spiral.
Big door, 1 shot.
Spiral.
Zip box.
Zip box side once. Use our TV2. I'm one shooter.
Spiral, 1 shot.
I gotta get it. Spiral hill. I'm gonna try Spiral.
32.
Spiral. Nice shit.
Nice, good flank. I'm only P2.
Pick a flank.
There's 2 big doors.
2 big door.
Absolute boat. Absolute behind the boat.
I have mass bench. I'm just shoulder my Spiral. When they're here, I'm gonna go, bro.
Fucking 1
Zip
shot.
box. I have your big dart. Could be top mid.
I have bench. I'm just shoulder my Spiral.
Zip box.
2 Spiral.
I have your.
I'm making side. Still 1 corner. 1 corner.
Nothing big door, nothing big door.
Spiral King dead.
Nice.
Missing 1.
I'm pushing a Spiral.
I'm going out zip, bro.
I pushed out like this side.
Good spawn grenades.
Nothing grandma. Nothing grandma. Bottom ammo. There's 2 of you. There's 1 back over there. There's 1 back with 2. Back with 2 area.
You have time?
Let me hold last guy. Exit is on hold. Last
I
guy.
have your left mid, okay?
Yeah. What do I need to get off down?
I'm top zip right now.
He can go Spiral.
2P2 weak.
I can try to play this guy's Spiral. I'm just soaking. Get some
P2, bro. He went stairs, I think.
Yeah,
No,
yeah,
I
Locker,
I'll help you hill.
Zip.
What's my ground?
You're
Ivy, bottom cameras in hill. Yeah,
Ivy dead, top ammo.
Full map.
Top ammo.
I flipped. Just run back ammo. Again, Nathan's on those.
Top ammo.
Might low
My
time.
And on time, too.
Ravens are vibing, man. Those are some clean comps, really clean, really polished, not anything really kind of slipping by them. But at the same rate, we kind of talked about this earlier, Vegas continue on those P4s and go in one by one. It's just getting caught.
Yeah, that was unfortunate there at that P4, but so far they have made up for it, put a little bit of pressure here at P1. This has been their money hill so far on this map, number 1, but Carolina reached that 200-point mark, getting closer and closer to 250. You're influencing the spawns. You have Gwyn already playing for the cutoffs. 10 seconds still to fight for here, and you can already see Vegas have given that one up. They're playing for P2.
Have to have some flawless action through P2 to P3. If you're Vegas at the moment and they're not winning the opening gunfights as the hard point starts to open, Vivid from top ledge could jump on in. Instead, gets the read over towards King, not able to find the response towards Exnid, but still, the numbers decent for Carolina to move the spawns around.
TJ opens up with a double, though. So now you have the numbers to hop yourself instantly into the hard point. You know where the spawns are coming in. Big kill out of Exnid to still give themselves an opportunity on a potential break, but Carolina just need one set of kills and this map one is theirs.
Yep, Vivid finding 2 makes this really just Exnid's battle here from the front. Pistol out, Vivid on 4 in a row, 29 and 22. Big bounce back map number 1 from him after yesterday's series. And with only a couple more seconds remaining with kills going the way of Carolina, that's going to be a convincing map 1 win for the Ravens.
Carolina, every single player, even the coaching staff is saying, that's more like it.
Yeah.
We win a hard point. We are able to get over 100 points, but they just kept the game in their control majority of the time. Like the P1s, the P2s were dominated early on by Vegas. But then when you get to the P3, P4s, those are the hills that you really want to control a majority of that time. And it was Carolina on the first attempt, being with the opportunistic position to where Vegas was too aggressive through the middle of the map. You spawn behind them and get easily set up for that pinch. And then the second go around, same situation. It turns into a one-on-one, and then eventually a player from Vegas tries to make a solo play, but he's the only one there. Too many players from Carolina, you trade it out, you hold it down. And it was just better rotations, better holds out of Carolina in that map 1.
30 and 22 from Vivid, 24 non-traded. TJ, a little bit of a slower start, but still finishes 28 and 18 with a minute 45 in the hard point and 15 objective kills, really doing it all. On the other side, it just, again, no one could really get anything going. A couple of good moments from Exton, a couple of decent moments from King, flexing between the AR and the SMG, but largely speaking, it was just another one of those, we've seen it before type situations where Vegas is getting outslayed. They're not able to get through the 3rd and 4th level of what they need to be doing. I think in particular, you saw that on rotation. From 2 to 3, I think you're gonna see it in some of these replays where they're starting to get to mid-map. Yeah. We're not getting all the way around the back. The hard point's not open yet. Spawns haven't opened on that backside. We need to value our lives, and we keep dropping the middle of the map. We keep spawning out in Narnia.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense because it's like you play hard point every time. You're playing against the top competition now, so you should start to adapt to these little things. It's just when you're aggressive on one side of the map, and it's only 2 players on your team, the other guy who's setting up on the pinch is still completely away from the play. You have to wait for that play to develop. When you're going 1 by 1, you're just getting picked off. You're not having full reinforcements to try to lead to these breaks. Just simply not having the numbers in those situations is costing them in every single hard one. That's now 13 straight losses in HP.
It's super tough too, and I know that, you know, Clint and Joe were talking about this last week of qualifiers. It's like they keep changing out one player.
Yes.
And that's so difficult to build the chemistry in terms of learning those things and knowing the kind of the subconsciousness of your other teammates of, if my guy's doing this, I gotta do that, what those timings look like. And it's tough to build that synergy when you keep swapping out one guy for one guy. It's a byproduct of the nature of having a 7-man roster essentially between the challengers team and the main roster, and keep just trying to find the right formula.
It's because every single time you're changing it up, man, it makes it so difficult. It's sort of like a challenger situation where you have new players coming in left and right. You're just trying to find the perfect formula, and at least so far for this team, they ended off the last couple of weeks at qualifiers. They jump into this major with this team, but they still sort of have those same issues that it's not really on like the players on the team. It's just like they have to figure out how to work together more. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, and I will say, I think just looking at this map layout, map number 1, I wasn't really looking at as Vegas' best chance to win a map. I'm looking more towards if they can get to map 4, that Vault Hardpoint is one of their most played, combined with Skyline, so maybe there's more opportunities there. I think in particular, though, let's change the focus into the Search and Destroy, because out of the 4 map wins that they have, 3 of them have been on Search and Destroy, and I think they've kept it simple.
Yeah.
That's the biggest thing about it, and I love that, because then you can work with each other a little bit more better when you're talking about 4-man hits. 3 players on one side, 1 on the other. Easy communication going between 2 sides of the map.
Yeah, on offenses, they like to get the balance down immediately. Play to their strengths over towards that A site. But then on defense, believe it or not, versus Optic Texas, they found a lot of success at finding first bloods on defense, which led to easy retakes for them. So if they can find that same exact success, especially on a map like Volt, where it's very difficult to retake some of these sites, they could have a field day here. But the same thing could be said for Carolina, because they love Vol S&D.
Yeah, they absolutely do. And, you know, just to kind of point to the picture, you talk about it with Vegas getting the bomb down a lot. They're actually one of the most successful teams at converting rounds where they're able to get the bomb planted. So there is a level of what you look for success from the Falcons. It is around the objective, whether that be on the defensive side with the retaking percentage that they have, or more in particular on offense, on a map like Vault, get the bomb down, hold the post plan. So that's how we kind of have to build the hero story here for Vegas. And I will say, I think, you know, looking back to the first iteration of this roster, now to what we have here, the Search and Destroy has been pretty consistent.
Yeah.
You know, it's hard to put that with a lot of, like, positive flavor because this team still hasn't won a series yet, but the Search has still been competitive across the board.
That's been their bread and butter map and mode. Like, regardless, Search and Destroy is where they can slow down the game. We even saw it early on versus this Carolina team on Skyline, where we saw Carolina basically be the best Skyline team that we had in the game early into the season, but then just Vegas slowing down that aggression, allowing the game to come to them. They were able to pick apart the playmakers on the side of Carolina. So if you're TJ, you need to make sure you're playing your timing, because I know you can start to have those moments where you feel like you're doing it all in Search and Destroy, but if one gunfight doesn't go your way, let's start to adapt to play with the team, because that's what they are playing for.
Absolutely. TJ has been great when it comes to those opening first duels as well. He's been early and often in the mix, and for the most part, he's coming out pretty favorably with it. So really good bounce back season here for TJ. I don't even want to call it a bounce back season. He's had a couple of good years in a row, but this year feels different with him and Gwyn.
Oh yeah, TJ's a different beast this year. Like, without question. He's definitely one of the top SMGs. They didn't show that yesterday. Obviously, the entire team didn't show what they were fully capable of yesterday. But just Carolina so far, they get second at the minor, square up versus Atlanta. They've been having a lot of successful starts in the beginning of the season, but recently they've been falling off.
So here's a look over towards what we've dealt with if you missed the action yesterday. The big story was what was at the top of the bracket. Little hometown heroics for the Miami Heretics. Map 5 winner versus the #1 seed coming into the playoff bracket, as Optic Texas will drop. And they have to play against like another hometown favorite, LAG. Yeah, I see a couple of the mates over there getting ready to go.
Loud,
there's the boys. You guys get loud or what? You can get up, you can stand. I know it's early. Get a couple of beverages in your system. You guys will be good to go.
They got to get the blood flowing. They need energy at an all-time high for that series.
Love those guys. So that'll happen later today. I imagine it's going to get loud in here for that. And then you are guaranteed map 5 between Vancouver and Minnesota. So you know what we're going to get there. There's the green suits. Getting active. It was funny, when we first came into the venue, there was like only a couple of people in, and then all of a sudden an army of green suits came through like this main concourse. And these guys are ready to go. Energy for all the teams this weekend. I love it.
That's going to be a battle. I can't believe it, because if you're LAG, you're probably thinking, okay, all week long, like Optic Texas going against Miami, #1 versus the 8 seed. We're probably going to prepare for Miami a little bit better than we do for Optic, but now LAG have an opportunity now to basically change their season around with this win today if they get it.
100% they could. Here's a look not just over towards the points that could be earned, but also, of course, the financial benefit of placing at a high rate. 150 grand for our top prize. The 100 points, though, I would say maybe at a certain level, or more important. I think the minors have really kind of bumped up the essential energy towards getting points as early as you possibly can, because as we get deeper into the season, things should get crazy. And there's the mates. They're all jumping, ready to go. Just needed a little bit of hammer time. That's all you need. That's how you get these guys stirred up.
Oh, man, I cannot wait for that series later. I'm actually curious to see where the crowd is going to go, because you're playing against the Green Wall. Green Wall, they travel worldwide, so can't wait for that matchup later on.
I think the more impressive part is, like, I would say 95% of the green suits are all wearing Gorillas Mates jerseys. The merchandise sales have to look good for that. Still waiting on map #2 here for you guys. And again, a lot of hero building built into this. I think the other part of the story here is, like, yes, we're looking to see what Vegas can do to get a series win.
Yeah.
The other side of it, remember that this Ravens team was at the top of the leaderboard through the break, coming into the minor, finished second. We're like, wait a second. How good are these guys going to be? A little bit of a drop-off in the last handful of series, though, has shown that this team also continues to need to grow.
Yeah, they had a couple tough losses all the way in map #5s, and then obviously the loss yesterday put a bad taste in everyone's mouth. But at least so far today, they have completely turned it around. It was what? A 0.6 out of Vivid, a 0.7 out of TJ, and they both went crazy in that map #1. So you're feeling fantastic if you're Carolina. Try to turn this series around.
Oh, there you go. Fist bumps are out on both sides. Looks like we're just about ready to load on in. We've got possibility of 3 straight vaults, so get used to seeing this on your screen. Search and Destroy will grace us first and foremost. And I will say, kind of another little small tidbit. We watched the Vegas Academy team play this map a bunch of challengers, and King looked good on this map. Couple of set nades that were a little bit cheeky. See if Falcons can kind of bring that to life here against the Ravens, get this series back to even.
Yeah, the Academy team had one strategy that really stood out to me on Vault was only sending one player in towards the site, instantly getting that bomb down, and all the 3 teammates, everybody watching a pitch angle. Just playing so far spread out, because if you're the team in the opposing end, you're thinking, all right, they have to have a double stack in towards site. You're not going to be putting players in a position to watch every single flank, but we will have to see how that goes, as Carolina are going to be the team early on the attack. TJ just flies on in, and TJ said, yeah, this is my round. I'm also going to plant the bomb too.
Al-Jahum, though, on the outside of Palms, may be able to influence the post-plant exit. Gwyn trying to get back over to him, and yeah, the shots are just good enough to find the elimination. So now it's just down to Roxas. Slasher has found him. Clean shots out of Roxas, able to catch TJ almost on the mantle, but the regen not there. And one bullet does the trick for the Ravens to find the opener.
Yeah, I'm feeling like Teej. He filled himself in that map number 1, and now instantly does it in round 1 of the map 2. Finds the initial double, gets the objective down, and Roxas still being weak allows TJ to walk away with that 3-piece on the first. Carolina, 1-0.
Clean stuff. Love the opening route from Gwyn, too, just to kind of challenge that top balcony position. We often see the defense litter that opening pool with nades, followed up with presence. Denied this time around as Vegas tried to overwhelm the site itself. So what are they going to get in the offense? 1-2-1 split. This is the indication that we're going to get some sort of an outside post plant once again here for Vegas as they go for the quick plant.
Oh, but Exnet is a little nervous to probably get this down. Now he's definitely going to commit to it with Dahum finding that first blood. King effective on a trade, numbers in favor of Vegas, but TJ trying to isolate, can't find that kill.
Yep.
And a perfect response right there from Falcons.
That's what we go to see, though. You hit it right in the head. Quick plant, try to watch the pinches, play the post plant on the outside of the site. And it works out absolutely beautifully. To be fair, Carolina are also trying to over-influence the middle of the map, and that was just shut down immediately. Yeah. Good help with the ARs in place.
So it starts with Dahum over towards Palms, finds that first blood, doesn't give him an easy angle to jump out of those balconies towards pool to contest that bomb site. But then effective on the trades, and King finding a double. That one-on versus TJ was such a big gunfight, because once you turn it into a 2v2, anything is possible. But just securing that round allows you to tie the game up. Back to the defensive side you go. Might want to make an adjustment here to not allow TJ to take over again.
This is what I was talking about. There's all those opening nades from Vegas, and they know they get those connections, so they're looking to contest this bomb maybe early. 4-man stack up above the bomb site. TJ, knowing he's in a little bit of trouble, but pulls up the bomb maybe at the exact wrong moment, slides back over to the bomb site, and finds himself an exit. David doesn't have the same fortune, though. He will drop, and Carolina are trying to rotate out, but they're being pursued.
They're playing the bomb over towards B. Right now, Gwyn is just playing like a decoy situation. So Vegas are completely bamboozled here. Now Gwyn's gonna set up the repinch.
He sees the exit come through. He's got his eyes on King. Clean shots. Slasher still keeps his position top gold. And Vegas are strewn about the map in individual form. Gwyn, thought for a moment he was gonna get a chance at that exit, finds the gunfight. Dahum also over towards top art, wins one. Now it's just down to what can Slasher find. And he's already guarding over the bomb site. Exit hits the dirt. He can get onto the fuse. Plus, you've got Roxas to come up from behind. Vegas 2 rounds in a row.
Fantastic retake right there. Everyone turns into a one-on-one gunfight, and they were all able to find success. Once they realize, okay, Gwyn just set us up with the repinch. He's most likely going to work his way back through mid-map. Exnet plays it super patient, finds that kill. And then TJ roaming in towards Art, gets into a one-on-one versus Roxas. He gets taken down, and then slashing a 1v3, bomb all the way across the map. 20 seconds still to play for. Someone stick the defuse. We'll set up the pinch. Easy round there for Vegas.
Yep. Got a little mixy, but come out on top. Now a couple rounds in a row. Similar setup here for Vegas off the break off. Nades down into the pit just to make sure that Exit again can just hop on for a quick plant. King watching over the top. This is the exact same play. It's going to find the exact same success rate, at least on the initial. Carolina trying to force action over towards Palms, but look at the exit from Exit. He's already behind the play.
Yeah, but Gwyn already has a read on it. He knows there was only one player in towards the site, but the timing not good enough. It's going to be a lot better for Exit. 2v2, 30 seconds.
And he's going to re-clear the bomb here. Good help from Roxas behind P2. This has been the exact same setup, and it works out perfectly for Vegas. Slasher, last one left, 1v2. Sees the first. This is me a freebie. Where's the second, though? That's the big question. And Slasher He's going to try to repitch. He may actually find this, but just behind. The timing just barely off, and Vegas win 3 in a row.
That's 2 rounds right there. 2 different situations where the timing was better in favor of Vegas. Oh, it starts with the first kill out of Exit onto Gwyn. And I thought Slasher played that to perfection. Maybe if you get there a split second earlier,
Yep.
you're able to watch him on that cross, but Exit able to clutch up on the round. We said it before the series started, S&D has been the mode they've been having a lot more success in. So far, 3 rounds in a row, starting to pull away here.
And again, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. We'll see if they keep running that same offensive play call. Defensively, similar idea here for Vegas. Heavy stack over towards top halls. Again, the nades hit in the exact same way. Are they going to dive in and try to challenge us again? They're trying to, but Gwyn, he gets top balcony, he shuts down the play, and there's a chance here for TJ to plant.
Oh, but instantly find that trade onto Gwyn. So TJ's still not yet going to commit on the plant, but finally it is going to go down. So with 3v3, Vegas trying to gain the info. They know that one player's out towards poolside, one player planted the bomb. They're just trying to locate where the last guy is before they make this play.
Yeah, they should know they pushed Divot off the angle, so this should just be about trying to isolate onto TJ. 1-for-1's not bad, really, for either side's perspective. Divot gets smoked, though. What shots those are from Dahum. 1v2 again for Slasher. Needs to get an eye over towards the bomb. And as he does, he sees there's no defuse, but has he seen Roxas? Doesn't look to have. Roxas comes up from behind again. Dahum will have the free defuse, and Vegas will go up 4-1 early.
Man, these retakes are beautiful, man. He turned into a 3v3. I love the double chow, not a solo chow onto Tej. Because once you take control of that bomb site, you make everybody else outside of the bomb site panic a little bit. Because they have to make sure they have an angle to watch that defuse. But then when they peek, Dahum rips somebody off the backside up pull. And then Slasher thought he made a call at the timing there, but Vegas just playing patient, trying to find where he went, and execute that final kill. Secure the defuse for 4 rounds in a row.
Love it. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Nope.
Flat out. Do they run the same offensive play? You got trophies now. You could definitely flex a little bit if you wanted, but like you mentioned, they're all about getting the bomb down as fast as possible. Same break off. Nades down low. Immediately followed by Exit going for a plant. It is the exact same play. Legitimately, this time though, RC is going to be part of the picture here for TJ as he just tries to scout things out, but it's not going to stop the bomb from being planted.
I think TJ's at least giving comms onto one player.
Yeah, the one, yeah.
He sees him deep towards bomb, so they're able to isolate for that first blood.
Trade's fine.
Being effective on the trade. 40 seconds in the 3v3 retake.
Yeah, they know that King's playing backside, but the problem is you don't know that Exit has left the bomb site here. So there's still a lot to figure out for Carolina. They would have to set this retake up almost purely through pool, and King is going to slip right by the Ravens again. Oh, mercy. Does anyone have an eye on this? Rox is watching over on the cut. He's going to find one for free. Back down into the bomb.
Gotta go.
15 seconds, you sure do. King's still on an angle. Knows he's got one player in front of him trying to challenge to make sure the bomb's not being defused. He's able to pistol whip Slasher. 1v1. Roxas has the benefit of the clock. And he's going to check it just knowing there's no chance for a defuse. Plus find the kill. Vegas up big in the search.
Oh, man, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They have been doing the same plays on defense, the same plays on offense.
Why not?
And Carolina have yet to make an adjustment. They get that bomb down. They are great with those initial nades over the top, but just planting the bomb, turning it into a 3v3, and I think the biggest kill right there of that round was King with that pistol. If he doesn't find that kill, it doesn't allow Roxas to play the game clock the way that he did, but energy starting to flow. Vegas are now 1 round away from taking a map here on land.
I've heard a couple Let's Go Vegas chants in the venue. Yeah, the green suits, it doesn't matter. If it's a green team, they're going to root for it. Here we go. Same break off again for Carolina. Nades are still connecting. Gwyn's down to 50. Here comes the slide out. Rox is able to find one. Trades back and forth. Gwyn still trying to force the action. Gonna get the regen! Big win versus Exnid. And there's a numbers advantage now for Ravens.
And now Dahum in a 1v2. To potentially ice up for his team. He clutches this up. We're going to see Vegas roar all over that stage.
Yes,
The bomb is getting planted. 45 seconds for Dahum to work with.
Trying to find out if this is a double stack for Carolina or not. Lots of ground that he has to clear. Has one stun to work with. Bomb is planted outside, closer towards pool than the interior of the vault itself. 25 on the clock.
Yeah, we got to get some info.
Yep.
Waste a lot of time trying to locate where they potentially have pushed all out, but finally you jump in towards the site, and they were prepared for both angles. As Carolina able to stop the bleeding, All-out mix fest in towards the bottom side of vault. They're able to come out on top in those trades. You saw that exit. He got the comment. Is here.
Oh, yeah.
Gwyn's weak. Gwyn's weak. You can fly out into Chow, but by the time he commits to that Chow, Gwyn is already on the recovery process. Secures around there for Carolina.
I'm feeling a Ravens stack towards A, but I have a feeling Falcons are going to hard commit B Street here.
Okay.
I'm just going to call that out. Same offensive play towards balcony? No, same play. 1-2-1. Nades down into vault. Right back up and over. Same play.
Yeah, and this is where Carolina have made the adjustments now. They're sick and tired of playing from top cat. This time we played through mid. Are instantly able to contest this as they take over that A site. But I love how Exodus gets a read on that and just backs on out.
It's just there's so many protocols based on what they see off these nades for Vegas. If you don't get those connections, back off. We don't have to commit to this plan. And now they are going to make a move over towards B Street. Roxas trying to scout things out with the RCXD, but he actually just kind of runs right past the Carolina defense, and in that breath, Exton will drop.
Yeah, that's going to be the bomb down. 7 RC card rolling to the backside of Roxas, and there he is for the bingo, and RC card is already done.
Bomb still down though. Slasher seen top art. Question marks on where Gwyn has gone off to as King tries to recover the bomb, and he will successfully be able to do that, plus also find himself a Jackal to work with. Time ticking, under 30 seconds to play. And still a decision needs to be made on where we're going here.
Yeah, we got to take it back to A. It's going to be a lot more difficult to even think about a bomb plan over towards B, but at the same time, you have Dahum, who puts himself on the top of that building. He knows that Slasher is potentially going to be isolated, but it's a 2v2 in towards the site.
Yeah, TJ still holding in the corner. How many can he grab? First one's good. Oh, he's still a couple attacks onto the second. TJ, huge play, a little mantle. Oh! It's not once, but twice. That ladder's so deadly. TJ finds 3 in the site.
That's a demonic ladder right there, because as soon as you jump up in that position, you're instantly hopping on it. So TJ, tucked in the corner, absolutely one shot.
Pain.
Was able to find 3 to secure the round. 10 seconds left. They knew we get this trade, we potentially win the round, but right there, King, unfortunately, gets a taste of the ladder, and the final player does as well. But I love that adjustment right there from Carolina. They said, all right, I'm sick and tired of you planting the bomb at A.
Yep.
You're not going to find a lot of success playing towards B, so if we take A away from you, we should stand a pretty good chance.
Yep, just 3-man stack mid. Don't bother with the pool setup. Uh-oh, this time Falcons looking to challenge up top. TJ tagged up, still able to find an entryway in towards the A site. Gwyn also holding close, but Dahum guns him off the angle. No longer can you plant here at A, but look at the quick action over towards B. You've got Slasher already putting some shots over towards Roxas' direction, but he will drop, and Vegas run a 4v2.
Yeah, they isolate onto Slasher. Now it's TJ and Vivid. Left to clutch on up. TJ, he has moments like this. The timing might be good enough. Leads to a freebie for the first kill. What else can he get done?
Oh, Vivid, 1v1 on the other side. Oh, huge shots from Vivid. The slow start from him, but that's a massive double to keep Carolina, not just in this round, but potentially in the map. They're going to get the plant, and Roxas will have to navigate a 1v2.
45 seconds to work with. So the last time one of your teammates went on a 1v2, they were double stacking in towards the site. So already 10 seconds wiped off the game clock. Not able to gain the info. Is able to spot TJ, though.
Yep, there's the slide to confirm. Does he get a read onto Vivid? Just double stacked on him. Yep, now he knows both are in, but just tries to dive into the backside of the site. Not going to be allowed to. Carolina starting to put it together.
That's a 2v4.
It's 2v4, sir.
You cannot allow that to happen if you are Vegas. You find the initial 2 kills. At that point, all you have to do is play trades. But then everyone's so spread around the map that when they're trying to go for that trade, they are prepared for that second gunfight to come in. A big double right there from Vivid. Basically secures the round there. Carolina backs against the wall. Sometimes when you are able to make some of your best plays, Vegas need to make sure that they keep their foot on the gas here. Make sure we're playing together to close this one out.
I think it's one of those things, too. We've only seen one play call from Vegas on offense.
No.
Are they going to keep running the same thing again? Yeah, sure are. RC in the mix again. This time from TJ. A little bit of trouble driving it up through square. Bob's going to go down in this moment. Dahum, once again, kind of playing over towards Palms. He will be seen, but this is now pressure because the bomb has been planted.
So now you got to go. Thankfully, Vivid flies on in, finds that first blood. And you can potentially stick this defuse.
You've got number 3 and Slasher watching the outside. TJ's going to watch his back. Vegas aren't even bothering with the check. They can't get back over to it. Defuse is going to come through in the blink of an eye, and all of a sudden it was 5-1, and we're going round 11.
Oh, my God. Carolina have made their adjustments. It all starts with the RC. Obviously, that gets nothing done, but you get the read that the play is again going over towards that A site. Vivid whips out the SMG, even though he's stunned. Finds that first kill onto exit, and you realize, okay, nobody else in towards the site. They don't have palms control. Nope. Slasher, just stay alive and watch over me. I'm gonna stick this defuse. Now we're in round 11.
Unreal. So the adjustments have come through this time. Mad Dash once again up and over. Stuns and nades are landing, but Carolina stay alive through it. No one here to contest onto A immediately, so Vivid's gonna hop for the plant. Here comes maybe the quick contest though. Vegas all over the pool. King looking for some sort of an exit, but can't find the connection, and nade has kept him safe.
And I thought Slasher was gonna come up behind him, potentially catch a couple freebies, but he's gonna play the deep pinch. He's relying on a double stack setup in towards the site. Vegas trying to approach the pool.
Trophy though, denying the opening Semtex. Shots back and forth, not going to lead to any entryway. Here comes Gwyn on the long pincher on the backside. He can try to watch this. Vivid from the front is good. He's on 4 in a row. There's Gwyn's pinch. Uh-oh, not like this. From 5-1 to a round 11 winner. Carolina bounce back big in the second map and take a 2-0 edge.
Yeah, that's just way too icy right there out of Carolina. Down 5-1. You got players like Slasher who are phenomenal search and destroy players alongside TJ. Basically, this entire roster are good at search and destroy. Yep. We were just waiting for those adjustments to come on in. Vegas needs to switch it up. Just never switch it up. You go back to the same exact play. Eventually, Carolina will be able to adapt. It all starts with that initial round on defense where they retake through mid-map. Then the second time they find that opening first blood or isolate the Whom with the RC car. Then even in that final round, Vivid flies on in, finds that first one, and they stick the defuse. They just realize, okay, this is what you're doing. You're not changing it up. We're gonna counter it, and it worked out to perfection for 5 rounds in a row.
It's just one of those things like, after running the same offensive play 3 times, you know that if it's worked every single time, there's gonna be an adjustment.
Yes.
Why not try something different? Why not throw those same nades mid, but try to get some working angles over towards B Street? Just see if you can pull the defense into a different direction. Never fully happens. So once again, it's like we talked about at the beginning of the series. Vegas, the first 2 steps of the ladder, not bad in terms of setting up and finding 4v4 breakoffs. It's just what happens afterwards as the map starts to go on. How do we make those adjustments? It just doesn't feel like they have the ability to, on the fly, make the moves that other veteran teams are able to do.
Yeah, this is the thing that they have to learn playing more Call of Duty. It's as simple as that, man.
Well, we got one of our potential 3 vaults done. We got control coming up, but first we head to the desk for our mid-map breakdown.
For a moment, Carolina was the #1 seed. They started to fall off towards the end of qualifier #1, but now we see them struggling with the Falcons. And I have to say, the Falcons folded in the second half of both of these games. Let's take a look at map #1, Chance, because you had Exnid starting off hot. The rest of the crew was shooting early.
Hey, they're a team that they can get kills in the respawns, they can get kills in the hard point, but they are still unable to get a win. So like the S&D might have been close, but there was never a moment where I think Carolina had to sweat. And I love the bounce back from Vivid, right? Obviously, he's having an issue with his eye. I don't know how difficult it is for him to play, but struggled yesterday. Popped off in map #1. TJ also fried, and I would say any hard point against the Falcons is going to be comfortable. Carolina just took care of business.
Yeah, we'll say it looked like Falcons were in this game, right? In this situation, they have the spawns on P3, right? Decent chunk of time left here. They let Carolina break in from the front, and instead of options like rotate and set up on the money hill, down low computers, they kind of bang this out. They lose that rotation, and then we chow 1 by 1 by 1. It's just not good enough at the pro level, right? So these guys, like, they find themselves in good situations early on these maps, as you mentioned, Chris, but once these teams realize, like, okay, we got to lock in, they just run away with it. The comeback in the surge, the taking over here. You see Falcons were very close to 161 at that point in time, and then Royal Ravens just run away with the game. So it's just the mid-map adjustments aren't there right now.
You know, we had a shorter pre-show today, so I do want to take a moment and remind everybody, you have a world champion on the side of Carolina Royal Ravens in Slasher. On the other side, you got a guy playing his 3rd match ever in Call of Duty League in King. So this should be a lopsided affair. And the fact that you had that map 2 with the Falcons going up 5-1, that was quite the story for me.
It was unreal. It's unfortunate because in the hard point, it was so close for the first half of the game, and then the same thing for S&D. I mean, Falcons were in the driver's seat the entirety of this map #2, and it's so unfortunate just because Carolina Royal Ravens, like, they have been struggling in S&D recently. This was an opportunity for Vegas Falcons, but they just weren't able to make the adjustments once Carolina Royal Ravens started to play more aggressive, especially on the attack chance.
And I would also say that the rest of the league needs to pay attention to Falcons S&D and learn from it as well. The default strat, if you're running through the hallways on offense, it's to dodge the pre-nades from the defensive end, but the Falcons actually had the timing down to hit the nades on TJ as he's jumping out consistently. The Falcons never made the adjustment, never had an extra nade landing in that spot, but they figured out a way to get for those first bloods. And if other teams start to steal this timing, you can actually prevent those 8 bomb plants that quickly and find some free
you
picks.
just pissed off Clayster so much right now. You know Coach Clay is out there like, yo, kids, why you giving away strats, bro?
Listen,
you gotta learn
he just
from the
pissed me
Falcons.
off. I don't want ring kids to start dating me on that push. I always use the window for a finesse. But yeah, I mean, I would say they should have closed it out, Falcons, on this map here. On their offensive round, round 10, they get down low, they get bombed down. And I actually said it live. I said, I love their setup. You got a guy at P2, one hold, the back push through. Just a nice situation post-plant. And then they overchow from the bomb. The most important player there just has to play tight. They just got to learn from these mistakes, man.
Clayster sighting. We get another bingo check mark. I'm excited for the bingo update. That is coming, and so is a game number 3. Alleycat, as we go to control, final thoughts here. Is this a 3-0 for Carolina?
It's looking like it might be a 3-0 for Carolina, but I'd love at least a round 5 in map 3.
It's time to find out. Can Vegas bounce back, or will they be the first team bounced out of the tournament? Take it away.
Yeah, it's one of those things, again, I think the desk is right. Competitive till it's not.
Yeah.
It's really tough to see that because, again, that mid-map adjustments is where you start to see the long-standing pros have an edge over some of the new guys that come in, whether they're brand new or whether it's on a challengers, whatever it happens to be.
It's all about the experience, man, because if you have more experience underneath your belt, you're taking those risks. Just for a couple people who now, especially King, 3rd match in a row, he was a player playing over towards B Street. He's not going for deep pinches. No, he's camping the back of the spawn, playing it super safe. But those are the risks that you only develop as a player with time.
Absolutely, and experience sometimes better than the overall formula. I think the crash out from Zuma on Challengers is enough to be evidence towards what that feeling looks like, a long-standing experience versus we got 4th, so let's just make a change. Sometimes it works, more often than not, I feel like it doesn't. So we'll see what happens here because the control is another one of those modes that we have seen Vegas at least take a map, but more importantly, they have extended these maps to have chances at winning. Just comes down to getting it over the finish line.
Yeah, it's been through their defensive side, especially on Vault. Like, that was the way that they were able to find success for the only control victory that they have versus Atlanta, even though it was Atlanta at the beginning of the season, and still to this day, they probably are atrocious at Vault control. But standing strong on defense is what you're used to doing. You just need to find some success on their attacking rounds, because I'm pretty sure it's like 1-9 overall on their attacking side. They get outslayed by 3 to 4 kills, don't really have a lot of success when they're coming off spawn, going 1 by 1. That's the biggest thing that Vegas needs to make sure that they're fixing here, is that when we're dying, we're coming off the respawn, we're not solo challenging or solo pushing out to try to make these plays. We need to retake it together.
Absolutely, and I think there is a level of also knowing when the appropriate time is to stack with 2+ members if you're on the offensive side, instead of trying to get greedy, trying to look for kills. We know that players in the past have had moments where they've been a little bit red dot honey. I think in particular we saw that in Challengers from King a little bit over the course of his first stint. Maybe he's picked it up just a touch. I think there's a level of pacing that has worked out for Vegas and the ability to kind of push the tempo while also not getting too aggressive. It just comes down to let's just not black out and let's just keep the focus on the OBJ.
Yeah, just the little things about the game. Basically the same thing that you need to do in hardpoint. Those little things are costing you. The same thing can be said for control. Not going 3 to 4 dead in sync, maintaining the map control, finessing with your life. All sound like such small things, but there's such big things when you get to this part of your career.
Yep. Last fist bumps from Big Jim up on the stage. Shout out to Big Ludi too. Saw him on there. 30 years that's with the program. Love to see it. But this is where it comes down to. Can Vegas find a way to extend their first ever LAN match? Looking at the overall control again, has not been particularly great, really for either team, but obviously for Vegas, hasn't been hard. Really, well, it's been hard everywhere. Yeah, that way. TJ also, again, this month, he's been lights out for Carolina, seeing if he can kind of keep that up here and keep Carolina in the lower bracket. Here we go.
It's going to be the Ravens. Start us off on the defensive side. Falcons trying to attack early on through top cat. X, the only player there, though, just tries his son. Just throw his own stuns, commit on that gunfight, he gets caught. That's already 3, make it all 4 dead, everyone off the reset.
And TJ is already bouncing from high to low and to high again. 3 in a row for him. Gwyn's already taken over gold. They're forcing the Vegas spawns towards P2, and this is not what you want early, as Carolina have completely dominated the map, and I actually love this line of scrimmage. They're just fighting it north to south instead of east to west.
Yeah, it's because Gwyn is just simply blocking those spawns over towards gold. He's influencing them to spawn consistently over towards pool. TJ's going to line up potentially another couple of freebies, but that's already 3 dead for Vegas. Put someone on towards the point. First segment should be guaranteed. Because they're now going to stack.
Yeah, they've pushed Gwyn off a little bit from this pinch timing as well. So first take is done. Stack is in, like you mentioned. Sec is quickly coming into play as now Carolina trying to hit this contest. TJ, another double. Wow, he has been lighting it up here early on the control. Right back in to stop the progress and get a little bit of clearance on the second take.
Now they're trying to look at where did Dahum go. He finds a kill and gets out. 30 seconds still to play with. Dahum's going to put the game clock at a pause at B, but he's instantly going to fall. TJ with the finesse. Good enough with the pistol shots. Mr. Halley is on point today.
Wow, the panic swap works out for the kill, and now it's 23 plays 15. Clock comes to a momentary pause on B once again. Vivid cleans it up, and now for Vegas, it has to be over towards the A point. 2 players on, second tick's gonna get locked immediately. Now a third joins the action, and Carolina will need to make a decision if they want to try to contest this or not. They get here on the slide out just a little bit too late, and in that moment, Vegas will reduce the life gap just a touch, and of course, get the extra minute.
And Vegas find 3 kills there to potentially keep the map control in their favor. You have Exnid roaming around towards bottom vault door. All the nades getting bombarded over the top. Doesn't lead to a kill, but these fights in the middle of the map are everything. Gwyn starts it off with the first.
Nice win from Exnid over to the middle of the map. Finds maybe a second. Gwyn not going to get traded out immediately, but look at Dahum's position. A chance to really break down this Ravens defense. First kill is good. Trophy system to keep himself safe. This is a really good spot to be because you've got 2 members on the B zone already. Carolina, they need to decide are we going to flush out this player at Art or play over the top of the zone. They're actually going to find a couple of kills on the cross. Now it's just down to can they actually clear the zone at the same time. Kills not coming through as of yet, but Exit has no exit, and it's just Dahum last one left, and he gets found out just as soon as he peeks over the top of the zone.
That's so beautiful right there to Carolina to completely disregard Dahum towards top bar. They said, no, you're not even going to peek through the front window. We're going to kill everybody else around that point and then focus you. Fantastic on the retake there. Now only leads to 35 seconds. No more respawns remaining for the Falcons. Last push.
Yep, 12v4 as well. First opener decent. Vivid from the low ground, though, able to find one on the exchange over towards top square. Roxas will cross over towards line, but he's been seen. And there really won't be much, well, probability of this actually turning into much of anything here for Vegas. Maybe one more chance to touch, but Vivid's on the pinch, and they know that Exit's playing somewhere in the middle of the map. So it'll be, what, 4 ticks of progress? Not bad overall, considering the break-off and the fact that Carolina had been a real disastrous spawn trap for a while.
Yeah, you would take 4 segments there. But now, next time you spawn in on the offense, you got to make those adjustments. You can't just send Exnid by himself over towards top cat. And he also has to invest his own stun grenade. Like, if you can get an AR player behind him, throw that stun, he instantly is going to sprint on up and find this freebie for the first. But TJ, with the counter, is able to have him weak out of a nade, and then they find the initial 4 dead. Just wastes a lot of that game clock early on, and then
this one.
Just this kill right here from TJ out of that pistol.
Yeah.
Shuts it all down.
Yeah. Okay. See if Vegas can respond here on their defensive attempt. Again, 4 ticks of progress is what was earned. Vivid carries a 4 streak into this round. And Carolina, you would assume, would likely be picking all their focus right on in towards A, especially with trophy systems at the ready. Nice little slide out, first punch from TJ. King with the trade, but the progress starts to be made as Vivid holds onto the zone. AR in hand, he's actually going to push up, find himself a Jackal, and maybe even force the issue here. You know you've only got 1 player in front of you, but the problem is you don't have to take this challenge because Gwyn's already playing through square, and that'll be the first tick, likely 2 already done.
Yeah, it's already 3 dead, and TJ's now taking away space over towards R. How many more can he find? Only 1, but that relieves the pressure for his teammates to finally secure this segment. Here at A, extend the game clock early on. Now you have 2 minutes and 20 seconds to work with, up by 4 lives, and a lot of map control to go with it.
And you cannot drop off these exit kills if you're Vegas. You need to be able to try to suffocate this through the middle of the map, and they do. Gwyn, last one standing on this potential play. Able to come up from behind. King clean shots to Dahum as well. And now all of a sudden, you've got B streak control if you're Carolina. They do lose Gwyn through vault. TJ picks it up, and he's already got the clock paused at 2 minutes as he hops on the B zone.
That's a big trade right there. Find that player, pushed it towards vault. Now, hopefully ARs can get a couple trophies down so you can potentially secure this third segment. But they are looking for 1 more wave of kills before they even hop this point.
Yeah, they don't expect Kane to be playing outside towards Palm side. Window on the pinch. Perfect timing. He's got Roxas now in front of him. Little 1v1 action, which Slasher's able to assist with. First tick, likely to be done here at B. Nades over the top. Going to find their way into the zone as there's no trophy system. Second tick coming down. Cars pulling up all around Gwyn. Stack is largely in, but the contest is through. Vegas clearing the point. Slasher last one left, and he gets taken down.
Now the pinch stuff from TJ might be good enough to make up for it. Lees finds 1. Works his way out of dodge, but Exit was ready for that gunfight in bottom vault. He's now on 4 in a row. Yeah, Vivid working his deep pinch. But Vegas have been able to stabilize that for now.
And they still have a player through mid-map as well, so they should know that Vivid is playing somewhere around this P4 position, and yeah, they find him. And now maybe an opportunity for Exit to get free. Gwyn on the hunt, doesn't expect him in the corner. That'll be enough for another elimination to go the way of Vegas as they continue to play up the middle of the map.
Yeah, Vegas have brought this all the way back. Not only down by 1 life, flanked by TJ though. I don't know if they're gonna be prepared for it. Vivid is able to find a double. Easy trade onto Exit. No, he makes it pay for it. DeHoom with 2, Exit with 2. It's a clean 4 dead. All of Carolina off the respawn.
And that's 7 in a row for Exit. He has been just loose for the majority of this defense, especially after that A zone had been captured, but he will not get freedom to get into top gold. King, good win middle of the map, slowing down Carolina a touch. The life deficit has now moved to the Carolina side as they're down 2. DeHoom is still very comfortable topside art, and there just does not look to be any sort of entryway here for Carolina to beat.
Yeah, if you're Carolina, you have to work this overextension. Locate this player in King, hopefully without dropping, but he finds that kill onto TJ. Effective on the trade is going to be Vivid. But with only 25 seconds, no more respawns for Carolina.
There's a chance here, though. You've got Vivid kind of putting pressure over the cross. You've got a couple of Ravens members mid-map. Exit is trapped. That'll open up the vault play. King trying to pick up where Exit had left off at. Clock coming at a pause at 14 seconds. King on a bit of a heater. Pistol out, trying to win the final, and he will. That will eliminate all of Carolina, and our tick progression will be tied.
Oh, and Vegas just stepped up in the tempo right there. Exit with multiple clutch kill after clutch kill, especially around bottom vault. And then King in those final moments was able to secure the round there, but they just looked like they had control of the entire map, even when they didn't. They were accounting for everyone. No one slips behind enemy lines. The one opportunity that Vivid found himself in instantly gets pinched out by King. So to take a look at the replay again from Exnid, he's been their most successful player so far on the season, especially with this SMG in hand. He's able to find that insane triple, shutting down that push from Carolina, tying up the game.
I love it. I love it from Vegas in particular because there is that heroic clearance of the B zone in the first place. But once they get that, yeah, everyone just gets free. And Exit ends up going on that 7 spree. So now they have an opportunity. Trophy system does not get down to time to keep King safe, and that actually pushes Vegas off of this initial effort towards A.
But this is another situation where your break-off needs to be a big part of your success of control. Exit makes up for it again with another double. King already finds that 3rd kill. Last player alive was Gwyn. He's accounted for. And you can see Vegas, they're committing a lot of reinforcements over towards B.
Yeah, I think that they were assuming that Ravens had still pushed up over towards A, so it wasn't an option. So now you get a little bit caught trying to retransition back in towards the interior of the map. Successful on their ability to get back over towards A, plus a follow-up from King. That clears off the U-Haul. That's going to lead to a first tick of progress, if not maybe more than that. TJ playing over to the bottom side of vault. He's looking to set up a pinch timing. Stuns and nades starting to come through. TJ finds one. That might be enough for Carolina to try to retake.
Yeah, now they have the numbers. You just fly on in, 3 for 1, make it 4 for 1 trade. You will absolutely take that all map control back in favor of the Ravens. Second segment does not get complete. And now look, Gwyn has switched it up. He goes from gold one time, now he's all the way at pool to influence them on the opposing side over towards B.
And the last thing you want here if you're Vegas is to have to hit through B Street with no map control. So they have to try to clear out Gwyn. He eventually shows himself over the top of the hot tub. That's the big win right there. TJ maybe the next one up, playing right in the balcony stairs, but time is becoming an issue here, and the pressure is on for the Falcons to get something going here on offense.
And TJ's just roaming. He found himself on 5 in a row. Exit. Again, I just don't know how he pulls out some of these gunfights. But only 20 seconds to go. Last push. Try to secure this last couple of segments here at A. 1 for 1 is the trade. Vivid responds. Exit again. Pinstripe kill feed. Second segment should be guaranteed.
Big win. Shuts down the pinch from Slasher. The only effort now for Carolina would have to be from the front. And Exit, it's unfortunate to whom had thrown his Semtex that same direction, so a chance to contest here for Carolina. Roxas and King working together. Little 2v3 moment at the top of the A zone. Shots from King. One more to grab. Slasher dives on in for the contest, but to whom will shut him down. And now you can quickly transition to B. Here's an opportunity for Vegas to fly.
Yeah, the cars are already blown up, so you don't have to worry about anyone getting taken care of on that aspect. Yeah, pinches being set up. King again flies on in for the double. First segment already in. Carolina, you gotta stop him.
He's behind the play. Carolina will flush him out. 8v8. Keep that in mind as well as now Exton pushes forward. Right back over to the zone. Second tick done. 3rd on the way. Carolina will have a chance to contest. On the cross. Roxas staying alive. A chance to secure the point, and they will. Vegas taking after the massive round 3 offensive win by way of capture.
Man, they have not found a lot of success on offense this entire season. But the aggression, the pressure from not only Exit, but King in that round was getting it done with the SMG. Just keeping the kills in sync, transitioning beautifully through bottom vault. And then King just said, I'm feeling myself way too much.
Yeah.
They fly out and get another double and continue to be the aggressors. But you can already see the teamwork right there from Vegas.
Yes.
Exit pushes out. He says, no, that's not the play. Let me hop back on this point.
Yep.
I got to stack it, and they secure the attack.
I love it. Major advantage now for Vegas. Defense in front of them to possibly take the map and extend this to our 3rd iteration of Vault on the hard point. Nade right into the lap of TJ Halley, just doesn't care, kicks it away. Vivid, though, dropping initially over to the middle of the map, actually puts a little bit of pressure here as Carolina are trying to approach A by way of the flank. Dahum is right in position, though, top line to shut it down.
And Dahum is not slowing down. Give me another double. So he gives his team now the numbers to retake in towards A. Slasher, last player alive, has a Jacko in hand, and a little bit of assistance from TJ, but again, Exton gets the better of him in one of those close-range gunfights.
Back and forth go the kills, though. Allows Carolina to come out, spawn freely, right back in towards A. Gwyn, good timing, finds Dahum. Now the angle, possibly over to King's direction. Semtex comes out, TJ and Gwyn trying to work this together. And so far, so good. The SMGs keep the play alive. First stick gonna get locked.
Now you have Roxas going on this pinch, easily gonna be picked up from Vivid. Take your time, though, if you are Vegas. Same thing you just did. Carolina can do it if you give them these kills off the exit. As Vivid gets to read it, there's 2 players over towards Cat. Final segment, I don't know if it's gonna be done. Yes, it does. Time extended, all tied up in lives.
And here comes the repitch coming out of Vegas, trying to find these exit eliminations. TJ finessing, keeping his life. Help from Slasher gets them the advantage as they try to get out and move towards B. Up top, Roxas already putting some damage into Slasher. Vivid nearby. Nades being cooked as Vegas are trying to step forward to deny any entryway to the zone, but they're falling immediately. Roxas up top maybe can save the day, but he's the last one standing.
Yeah, they're in a really tight setup, and now Gwyn is already in towards your heart. He's influencing the spawn all the way across the map. Roxas guys a read on it. But that first segment is already in. Thankfully, Roxas is finding kills through top heart and giving his team another chance. Another 4 dead, all tied up in lives.
And quick transition into mid-map. Extend through Vault will find himself over the previously captured A zone, but Vivid from the high ground drops on in, finds the kill. Small life lead, 1 life to the advantage of Carolina. But King is back on his rogue freeing routes. 3 in a row for him, up to 30 kills.
Only a minute left to work with. You have routes being developed from Carolina. Gwyn effective on the pinch. King trying to play the trade. Hopefully he chooses the right angle, and he does. But Vivid gets the better of him there. Thankfully, his teammates on the opposing side of the map are finding all the kills.
That's a big final little bullet from Vivid across the map. He can stay alive.
Whoa.
Vivid, huge double from him. He shuts down the potential spawn move, and he also clears off 1 from the zone. King has to hold his ground here at Lion. Does well so far. Carolina working on a long play, though. They've got Slasher behind enemy lines, and he's going to find Exit.
Oh, yeah, Slasher finds that first kill. If he finds a second one in towards R, it's Chef's Kiss. They spawn all the way across the map. His teammates are on the point. It's going to be a 1v1. TJ wins it. Effective on the trade is Dahum, but now you have R control. 5 lives remaining for Vegas.
Keep in mind the tick progression is currently what needs to be the focus for Carolina.
Do it through segments.
8v5. Exit playing over through Vault Stairs. Clears the zone. This is still not done yet. Vegas could still clutch this up with only 30 seconds to defend.
And look at the route being developed out of Roxas. Takes his sweet time to put himself towards top gold. Trying to be the safety net. He does get picked off. Vivid is on it.
Semtex coming out. King able to find the opener. Slasher responds. Vivid off the reject. 3rd tick being worked on. He gets pitched up. Now just down to Slasher. 20 seconds on the clock. Slasher off 4 in a row. Here comes the help from Carolina from the front. The only player left alive to try to defend this on top of the zone is Roxas. Doom playing to the backside of the car finds one. But the progression starts to come through. You have to contest. You have to get on. Gwyn finds the opener. Roxas shut down, but they don't win by progression. They win by kills.
So that means Carolina are going to be on the attack again.
Yep.
They have to do it again on the attack. As Vegas were able to realize, okay, we just don't need to get with this final segment. They're most likely outslaying us on this map. But Vivid was the guy that got it done
Massive.
there. It was the deep pinch all the way towards the other side, where he finds that clean double, and then just finding kills on the opposing side with the free double again through bottom ball. Give his team a lifeline there in that final moment to now force this round 5.
Carolina will be on the attack. Can they go back to back? A lot of the success done by way of getting someone through the defense. and Vegas adapt.
Vegas needs to, on their defensive side, stop playing so tight at B.
Yeah.
I know it's a great power position to consistently hold towards top bar, but when your SMGs are pushed up through that middle map, you need to take that map with them. It's an all-out split fest in towards the middle of the map. Carolina currently in top in the numbers, effective on the trades. Time at a pause here at A.
Good awareness here from Gwyn, knowing he's the last one left, but the Vegas Falcons are going to come off spawn a little bit faster than his teammates. Cannot quite finesse away from the rest of the defense, but now TJ picks it up. Nice pinch opportunity for him. Double in the mix. TJ looking to step another bit forward. Almost has a chance to turn to Roxas, but in that moment, Carolina get the first tick with more still to come here on A.
A lot of mid-map pressure already. Thankfully, Vegas retake their way through top cat. They take care of Gwyn. Second segment potentially going to be locked in, and TJ again finds another double. That's already 3 dead. Last player is exited. Do not allow him to get another double. And that time, TJ finds that kill. Time is extended.
And they're going to have a quick route through Vault to try to contest onto B immediately. Vegas, quick spawn behind the point, have actually gotten some palm control here. Roxas able to open things up, immediately traded, but you've got Tahum up top. He will double down, and that will leave just one more Raven to find. Gwyn just kind of floating through mid, keeping the life advantage for Carolina.
Yeah, he just wants to maintain this part of the map. Force Falcons to either put a lot of focus on him or just completely disregard him. Now he's working his way in through bottom ball. TJ trying to set up on the pinch, but it's still Roxas dominating over towards B Street. They're doing what they need to do.
Next is just kind of moving in and out, running circles around the middle of the map. Gwyn trying to track him down. 17 plays 16, minute 22 on the clock. And here comes that long route again from Carolina. This time it's Ekton trying to cover the bases, but he doesn't find Slasher. Now Slasher's in your back line.
All you want to do if you're Slash is just be a nuisance.
Yeah.
You know they're going to put a lot of focus on you. You're hoping that your teammates from the front side can find a little bit of success. TJ started off with the first kill. Pushes his way already in towards Art, so he's going to influence those spawns to be super deep for Vegas. Not the ideal situation you want to be in, but you find that kill immediately and retake it back.
Semtex up top. A lot of nades actually going to Roxas' direction. First tick of progress being worked on. Keep your eye on number 6 in white. Exit again, behind the play, right up the vault stairs. Clears off the zone. Vegas still holding a pretty convincing defensive setup, especially with that follow-up from King. More on the way as Exton has played forward and really put a pause to the Raven spawns.
And that's 3 dead. So now Vegas in full map control, forcing Carolina to basically sprint straight forward. Try to touch this B point, but the timing, again, good enough for that kill onto King. A little bit of mid-map pressure here from the Ravens, but they're going right through the front door.
Yeah, Tahum gets taken down up top. Vivid can now get under the zone. Pause the clock at 27 seconds. Gwyn able to find Exton, and then it jumps over to King. One more in front. Gwyn, 4 in a row. Cars pulling up all over the zone, but that's 4 down. Second player making their move on. Slasher gets the trophy system down. Second tick of progress looking good. It's also an 8v3. Vegas' hopes of staying alive in Madrid starting to crumble. Roxas has to jump off the balcony, and he runs right into the waiting arms of TJ Halley. Carolina 3-0, staying alive, sending the Ravens into the roll round 2 matchup.
And again, another situation where the Falcons do step 1 and step 2 correctly to perfection, but get down to the final crucial moments and just get taken care of. Slasher on a deep pinch, focus opens up with a double. He allows his teammates to push through that front side because a lot of focus is on just taking care of Slasher because he was influencing those spawns, but they just kept up in the lane. The SUGs maintained that mid-map control. But that is 2 maps where Vegas are thinking, we should have won it.
Absolutely.
It's as simple as that.
Absolutely.
Yes, in DO 5-1, you need to be able to close that one out. That one you secure an attacking ground, which you usually don't find a lot of success, and you get back-to-back defenses to close out ball control, and you fall short. Great performances out of Xnid, great performances out of King. But it's just the way that that defensive setup was looking every time they got stuck into their base. That one set of gunfights is all Carolina needed every time.
And it just comes down to the simple fact of the matter of Carolina not just flooding from the front, putting pressure at multiple points. I think most importantly, though, in that last break, is the fact that they get Xnid as he's trying to hit that pinch through mid. That shutdown is everything, allows both Gwyn and TJ to focus everything forward. TJ goes in the pop-off to finish off the map. Otherwise, I think if Xnid gets that one elimination, there's no way Carolina stay in the zone, at least not as safely.
Now you're feeling good, though, if you're Carolina, because yesterday you couldn't even crack 100 points or even 50 points in some of the hard points. But to come out here and get a clean 3-0 victory, your tournament hopes are still alive, you're continuing on. hopefully give you some hope continuing forward.
And I think it's one of those things that there is this level of reconfidence that gets established because Vivid also has a good series.
Yeah,
we said it yesterday, he was not the main issue.
No.
The whole team just did not show up yesterday. They are all here today. So Vegas, our first team eliminated. A hell of a battle, though, especially in our map 2, map 3. But it was TJ who had the final word and the first word on stage with our final interview.
I'm here with the TJ. First of all, congratulations on the winning. And how you felt after this huge combat on SNG?
It was a good win from us, good comeback in S&D. We were just playing too fast off the rip, and then we started slowing down, feeling out how they play, and we were able to come back and win that.
And talking about yesterday, it was a soft loss. And now you're coming for the second time to say how you felt today on stage because you look much more comfy. And you look like you are shining much more. It's always because you're playing the second match, also some experience on the stage? Or is something about your work on for today?
Yeah, I mean, Thieves are a good team. They played really well yesterday. But yeah, I think that was just the first match. Came out really slow. Hardpoints got blown out, but today, I mean, we got another match later tonight, so I'm gonna hopefully carry some momentum into that one.
And also, we will see you play on the last match of the day. Who would like you to face? You want to face Optic or Mate?
I'm not really sure. Probably Optic, but I mean, either one we're down to play. Should be a good match either way.
Well, let's see. See you in the next match. See ya.
Yep.
Thank you. Let's go back with Packet.
Thank you very much, Julian. Congratulations to Carolina. You can see the fans for LAG getting ready for the next matchup, but this has been a fun start to the day. Shift and Study bringing the hype, and the Falcons bringing the hype in the first half of games. They couldn't close once again, though, in that Game 3. Chance, as we take a look at the highlights, what went wrong for the Falcons in control, or what went right for the Ravens?
Well, I mean, the Ravens just sort of played their game. It's a very stock and standard statement, but I think the evaluation of Falcons, the guesswork for me is just that in the communication department, they don't have things figured out. Probably calming just very individually, only calming out where players are one shot, where they just were, and there's not a lot of like big picture stuff taking place. Not a lot of like big ideas of how they want to approach anything. It's just very scattered. They're hoping things work out.
And it's really unfortunate because in that map number 3, I felt like we really saw for a moment there in that round number 3, King kind of get really comfortable and figure out kind of the way he wanted to play the map. He started getting much more aggressive and started matching pace with XNIT, and that's when they started winning rounds. And unfortunately in that last round 5, it just completely slowed down. And it's one of those things that when you're in that situation and the enemy team starts to work out what you're doing and starts kind of giving you some pushback, you cannot let up. And unfortunately for Vegas Falcons, they just weren't able to.
Yeah, I do agree with the sentiment that like Carolina kind of played their game, but on the same side of that, like we saw them kind of taking advantage of Vegas Falcons not able to count players. I mean, you saw Slasher multiple times. You see it in your screen right here. He gets through hedges all the way to their base just for free, like unaccounted for. And he would ignore going for the trade than the guy that was sitting in the staircase towards Hall. So just some great plays, heads up adjustments by Carolina. We saw it in games 2 and 3. Were they able to get the 3-0?
And I didn't hear a word you were saying. The French crowd is going nuts, and I'm like, is that for Wins, who's about to take the stage for Minnesota? Are they cheering on Abuza, who's from Belgium?
They're just hype, bro.
I'm loving the European fans. They were practicing before the day even started, and we got to keep this show moving, I'm told. So let's jump to your Scuff play of the game. This one, Game 2 comeback. Carolina Royal Ravens down 5-1, and just like Optic did against the LA Thieves, we see another 5-round comeback.
I have to tip the hat here for the Carolina Royal Ravens simply because S&D hasn't been their strong suit recently, and I literally have something written down that they need to plant the bomb more. They were last in the league in getting that bomb down, but when they did, they won over 65% of the time. I feel like in the vault, we really saw them kind of test their limits, instantly getting that bomb down towards that A site and trying to play their lives. And first bloods are so important for Carolina Royal Ravens. Shout out to Vivid for getting 3 of them in that map number 2, because when they do, it's when they find the most success.
Yeah, our boy Vivid played good today, man.
He did.
A huge bounce back. Obviously not the hardest opponent, but they give themselves another life in this tournament. I mean, this is a team that started off the season so hot, where they were sound in every game mode, and it felt like that's what we would see. The 5 rounds where they won coming back in the Search and Destroy, that's the team that we expect to see coming into this tournament.
So Carolina, the first team to secure their spot in the top 8 from the elimination bracket, and we will say goodbye to the Falcons as they are now officially out 9-12.
The crowd were behind them, Chris.
We're going to a break. When we come back, Vancouver fights for their life against Minnesota. Will we get another round 5 with 2 round 11s? Time to find out.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League. Upgrade your game with the SCUF, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
sealing the deal, the final round of an S&D, and you can see the fans are fired up here in Madrid. I'm just saying it now, before this match kicks off, we need a Call of Duty event in France 100%. The energy is through the roof already.
They are turned, brother.
We welcome Studdy to the desk for this one, and Studdy, this is a match we saw just a few weeks ago in the qualifier. 2 round 11s in the Search and Destroys, 2 different winners. How close should this matchup be looking at the current Vancouver Surge?
Without question, we're going game 5 because I think Vancouver yesterday were just not the team that we saw go on that 3-team streak. They end off the league qualifiers with 3 wins in a row. They find some success in Hardpoint. They find some success in Control and even in Search and Destroy. But yesterday, everything was just like out the window for these teams. It just, you had Nasty throwing up 0.7s. You have Hixie throwing up 0.7s. The slang wasn't there, but also the teamwork wasn't there. I know Rambo Ray had to be looking back at that series like, there's nothing to talk about. You guys just got to be a team tomorrow.
But that's not that unusual. Hixie's been pretty bad throughout the year. I mean, he's had to step it up in the respawns, and in general, this team in respawn, 3 and 7 in HP in their last 10. Like, they've been working on their map pool when they needed to get an HP versus Minnesota. They got it on that Skyline. It was still narrow, only 13 points. So a lot of work has needed to be done in that game mode. I'm hoping it pays off in the stage.
Allie,
Yes.
are the Surge good or bad right now?
They're middle of the pack. They're not neither good nor bad. Like, they're getting better for their standards. Like, their hard points are getting closer and closer every time that we see them, but they're worst in the league right now. They still have yet to get a win, which is mind-blowing, worst in the league. But I think they're getting better as far as their expectations and their standards are going.
Okay, and on the other side of this matchup, we got to talk about Minnesota Rocker, because if you looked at their road to the major, game 5s across the board, they won a few, but not as many as they were hoping for. I think the most impressive thing we've seen out of Minnesota, Estriel, in the last month, January, he's been frying, but this team's back-to-back reverse sweeps during the minor gave everyone proof that this is a team that will take any team the distance.
Yeah, you know, when you talk to players around the league and coaches, they say this team in scrims is so difficult to play against, like finding a lot of success. And then we get to matches and the hard points, it's just a ton of narrow losses. They've had so many game 5s where they've had to clutch up, and as of late, those game 5s have went the other way. Jay, we've talked about it all the time. There's only so many game 5s that you can win until a team gets a beat on you.
Oh yeah, eventually you're gonna have to fix something, at least in the first 4 maps. Obviously you go back and forth. Hardpoint game, I feel like they have the pressure with Estriel and Nero. It's just the inconsistencies right now for their ARs that is really the only reason why they're struggling in Hardpoint. When I look at this Minnesota Rocker team, they are stellar in Search and Destroy, one of the top teams that we have in that mode. They just need to figure out one of the respawns and not have so many clutch moments in their controls.
Allie, during that match, we saw about as many rounds as you possibly can play in Call of Duty. You had a 13-point and a 26-point difference in your 2 hard points. How do you view these teams right now, though, in your power rankings? Are they side by side? How tight should this match be?
No, I think Minnesota Rocker has a little bit of an edge when it comes to Vancouver Surge. They're probably a team or 2 above them, but the difference is for Vancouver Surge is they have all the pieces of playing the game right. It's just too much pressure on 0-4 to consistently put up series record-breaking kills, and that's where the struggle comes when it comes to Surge, because they aren't a slaying-heavy team.
For Vancouver, they have always said, we're struggling online. Well, now you're on LAN, and yesterday you got bodied because everyone else is shooting just as well. Let's take a look at your best of 5 this time around, as it's our first look at Minnesota Rocker here in Madrid. We got Hacienda, Red Card, Protocol, Skyline for the second hard point, and if we get to the game 5, we'll close it out on Vault. Alley, you got your hand on your head. Why are we so upset?
I am just so tired of seeing Surge play Protocol Control. Like, they've got to test something else because it just does not work for the way that this team plays. But otherwise, I like the Hacienda for them. Minnesota Rocker is going to love the later half of this series, should we even get there. It's probably going to be a long day.
Yeah, I'm really liking this 1-3-5 for Minnesota Rocker. Because we've seen them on Hacienda. They've obviously been able to take care of Toronto not once, but twice on that map. Then you get to the Protocol Control, where it's either a toss-up in the air if they want to play that.
They just have a lot of reps.
They have a lot of reps on it, but that Vault Search Destroy in that game number 5 is a lock for Minnesota.
Yeah, I think it's going 5, and Vault for Minnesota, they love that. So I think Minnesota have the edge.
Here's a look at their game 1s this season. Minnesota Rocker was 0-8 at one point. Now they have finally started to win a few, but 20% versus 44%. I feel like whoever gets this map 1 could take the whole series and should be the favorite. So, Nameless, give me some players to dial in on.
Yeah, sure.
Is it Hixie for Vancouver? He's my guy to watch.
I would say Hixie, yeah, because he needs to step it up. And when he plays well, they just seem to find success. Then if we're switching gears to the other side, I'm going to go with Estriel. Estriel, just like his POV is insane. Like the guy's just making play after play. Between him and Nero, is just so much pressure. One of those guys is going off.
Jay, who are you watching?
I'm watching Paul X on the side of Rocker because that guy, he has the takeover ability with the SMG or even with the AR at times. We know what he's able to bring in Search and Destroy, but his respawns have been lackluster.
That's your friendship because he's been getting
That's my guy, man. I'm telling you, he's been getting cooked.
Time to lock in. Let's get to our Scuff Pick'ems and make them official. Study, as our special guest, you get to go first.
Okay, all right. This is a difficult series to choose.
It is.
Obviously, I'm thinking it's going all the way to the distance, but I'm going to go with Rocker because they're the better Search and Destroy team.
Minnesota Rocker in a Game 5. Alley Cat.
I don't know. Something telling me to be a little weird today. I picked against Minnesota Rocker, I feel like, all season long, and I'm going to do it again. I'm going to go with Vancouver Surge. I don't know. I think they pull it out.
I'm going with Rocker. Surge showed me nothing yesterday.
I got Nero. He's on land.
Yes, sir.
The man is going to be
bit.
chowing. I got Minnesota Rocker getting it done in 4. It's time to find out. Are we right? Who gets the credit at the end of this series? Let's send it to the stage with Yuli.
Hello, everybody. With Falcons already sent home, it's time to move on into the second match. And let's see how it's going right now. Because we have a team that has 2 chances. Get on the boat or skip to go back to the port city. Put your hands together for Vancouver Surge! Citifor! Abusa! Trixie! And Nasty!
You know, a lot of people want to forget Hixie has spawned in on land for the first time and was able to win an event with Toronto Ultra and forget what some of these players are able to do on land. It's been a struggle road for the Vancouver Surge with a lot of pressure on 04, but he's been able to turn it up in the last couple of weeks. Vancouver Surge get one more life here to try to make it another day. It's time to bring out their opponents.
And it's time for newcomers in Madrid.
Let's go.
Comes off with the backside of Powell's wall, plus the delayed hit from Estriel.
Check the scoreboard, I'm running up stacks. Numbers don't lie, that's facts. Yeah, they can't stop.
Oh my God, Gio, my God, is his hard point.
Check the numbers, I'm running it up. Yeah, I got it.
Oh, Nero gets a double over the middle of the map. Has more. Oh, Nero, hello. How about the full team wipe from Nero?
And here we go with Minnesota Rocker! Bolex! Astrial! Nero! And Gio!
Minnesota Rocker have not forgotten the Game 5 loss to Surge is the reason that they're in the losers bracket. They want the revenge. We saw the interviews. They said if we play Surge again, we are going to slam them. Let's see it. Let's get this match going, Yuli.
Enjoy this match with Mayor and Merc as much as they are going to do it.
All right. Yeah, no, the last time we had these two teams face off, this was insanity. It was one of the longest series we've had all year. The top 10 for like most kills of the series, like every player from this was basically in it because it went as long as it could. You had like 20 points between them, the hard points. You went 5 rounds of control. You went to round 11 both times. Like it was absurd. and it wasn't that long ago. Anything changed for you now heading into this best of 5?
I mean, not much. I think, yeah, both of these teams have been sort of these Game 5 gritty squads. It's kind of what we expect when they play. It's just a question of can Vancouver bounce back from the loss yesterday. And Minnesota, the desk talked about it. They are a team that comes out very slow, 2-8 map ones. Can they turn that around?
Yeah, and we thought the Hacienda was kind of interesting for the map 1 just because, you got a nice edge there. If you are the Minnesota side, you haven't played it really in an online match. If you are Vancouver's desperately been trying to find some hard points that work for them. Widen this map pool. It's been a big pain point for them. But like in the series yesterday, they didn't get to it in the map 4, but they did pick it. At least according to the stats we had, they picked it. So maybe they have something up their sleeve. Maybe they're going to bring something to the table now.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously something, it's addition to the map pool. Maybe right away you don't want to play it. But again, a sort of couple of days of LAN practice, maybe that's been getting better and better for them. So starting off here on Hacienda, that is the one change. We won't have a vault hardpoint on this one. We'll have Hacienda.
You see the overall hardpoint this season. Obviously not been a big success story for either team. But the map 1s can be so crucial. I mean, we have cast a ton of Rocker this year. Every time we cast, we expect to go the distance. They're map 5, map 5, map 5. Estriel started a bit slow this season. He has come in roaring, though, since we got back from the break. Hardpoint especially, he has stepped it up. But our second series of the day, we got 5 total. It is going to be a long one. It is losers bracket gauntlet all day long. You lose, you are toast. 4 trying to get Mixie early on, but he gets shut down there mid-map as everyone vies for position here in early control.
Yeah, now Nasty just controlling top halls. Nice shots there. And yeah, I mean, it's sort of the same discussion around these two teams. You have consistent slayers, I think, on both sides from like 04, Abuza. It's just the other pieces that are going to step up. Same with Rocker. Nasty, if he could be this guy, they're going to be a tough team to beat. And then on the Minnesota side, you look at somebody like Paul. He can struggle in respawns. They rely on him in search and destroy. But, I mean, you'd have to be better here in a map like Hardpoint.
Well, we were thinking Vancouver, just, they've had some online struggles and just where they're playing from. We thought there was a team that's maybe going to level up on LAN. It might be them. Obviously, it doesn't happen yesterday, but a much more winnable match here. You've shown that you can do it online. Can you get it done now here on LAN? Nasty continuing on this 4-0 streak. He's playing deep. Most of the push going to be coming towards him. One player on the other side from Rock. That's going to be Gio, who gets one before he falls. Down Nasty, stuck between everybody. You're going to start to get swarmed here if you are Surge inside the point. Here comes the pressure, but Estriel and Paul X, they're getting it done from the front. That's just too easy.
And that is just all Gio getting the 1 kill, right? Because you had this setup. Nasty has help, but as soon as Gio gets that kill on the hill, one player has to shift, and then Nasty's all by his lonesome. They get the back spawns, and that's a break there for Minnesota Rocker. 2 in a row there for Paul. And now maybe your last push here if you're Surge.
And I didn't see what the timing was for Gio to get through because there was one player like Rockside for Surge. I didn't see if it was an awkward spawn or he found a crazy timing to get in. I was just so focused on Nasty kind of playing by the statue. I didn't see how Gio kind of slipped through the cracks to get that
Abuza spawns all the way out, and there's just a weird timing near Rock. But yeah, I mean, the fact he gets one just messed the setup for Surge.
Well, so often, that first domino, and then things start to fall apart. Nero, he's going to look to get Mixie. He is a straight shooter, one of the streakiest players we've got in the league. But we get right back over to Nasty offenses. As well as a contest here for now. All 8 players basically stacked up and ready to fight. Back and forth we go. Rocker once again, though, they're able to win this opening sequence to get onto the point. They continue to have plays like this in second and third, and well, that lead's going to get pushed up real big.
Well, yeah, on a map like Hacienda, you just do not have many opportunities to break, and they have been so efficient already. That was 6 kills in a row for the side of Mini. P3 could be a little bit messier, so I guess you're happy that you are Surge. Maybe to break up some of this time. But right back in it goes Gio, and that is almost 3 dead. There's the trade. You're going to find the scrap time. And look at the foot race on rotation. It's a 1 versus 1, so you're already a little bit later than you want to be if you're Surge and Rocker. Look at them, all 4 players with 7.
Yeah.
They're able to find the brace. Now they're winning rotations.
Estriel's like thinking he's got more to deal with. Like he's like ready to slide and chow the next player. But he's like, all right, we just have a 2-on-1 here. Able to win it, and while you are stringing things together, you come out swinging big time if you are Minnesota Rocker, pushing up to a significant lead now. About to head over that 100-point mark, looking so good. Estriel, how good has he been in hardpoint? Really just overall since the break. He has stepped it up, seen to find his comfort levels on this team. As Gio gets in behind enemy lines, really just that one more player they've got to take out. Nasty, they're able to do that. This has been clean here at third.
Yeah, maybe one of the reasons we haven't seen Surge play Hacienda very sloppy so far.
Yeah.
And really just, to me, you're just not on the same page. Maybe Tom's a little bit off, but you're not rotating. You're losing breaks early. Just feels like something's off. Could just be simply that, well, I mean, 0-4 was 4-10. But a nice start here for Minnesota. At least you find some scrap time if you are Surge. But you're going to have a big deficit to come back from.
You just got to hope maybe it's a slow start. You lose a couple gunfights early. Maybe nerves are hitting a bit. You see here the feed starting to go their way a little bit, at least over this stretch, as we get back to mid-map. But Surge, if you're going to rally, it feels like it needs to happen inside of this hard point. You get broke early one more time, things going to get real, real ugly. The frontline push of Rocker gets stunned up big time. I think one friendly and one from the enemy side of it. They'll clear the player out of the hard point for now. Really, it's the top pulse. Fight will go down. Seems you've got numbers at least for a moment if you are Surge. 04's turned it around from what, 4-10 he was, now 5 in a row. He's just about gotten back to even. And that's what you just gotta hope. Hope it was just a slow start. Nerves and Gunny maybe need to warm up. And it's kind of feeling that way. It's just one of those things where the kill feed felt so purple early. Now starting to white up a bit here for Surge.
You got the Hellstorm, so you could use that on any of the hills if you want to. But what was it for Minnesota? It was the early P2 break. You're going to have another chance here. Surge, you win the rotation. All the white arrows in a spot to control P2. But here comes Rocker. First couple of players going to be Paul and Gio working outer fences. Inside a lobby, Abuz is able to find one, but it's just Gio a lot cleaner at this P2 for Surge.
Yeah, I mean, the step a little bit different too, right? Got instant help from lobby, from rock side. You have kind of two playing back towards statue, not nasty on an island. Well, you don't have what happens with the timing with Gio getting through, but yeah, you get exactly what you want. And now, after it felt like you might need to hit the panic button early on, the nerves have calmed. You're right back in this game. You're down 15. Nasty, who started out hot, is right back to shooting. Nice slide and chow. That's 5 straight for him. To the big streak from 04. Nasty now popping off, and look at that, Joe. Might be a lead change here to Surge.
No, it should be. I mean, Rocker, they're going to go at this, or maybe one more time. They were thinking about it. Yeah, it looks like they're going to go through side stairs. One player is going to rotate. That will be Nero, so he's already out towards P3. And now you start to think, you already have one streak. Nasty's close to a second, and, well, these next couple of hills, that's exactly where you want those Hellstorms to come in.
Right, like you can get out of the point and get inside, but definitely a outside hard point where you can get some damage done, or at least have to change up positions for the team trying to hold. We'll see a Booz's POV from top balcony. Trophy's eating most of the stuff, but here it comes. He's on the streak. Would be called here at will. We'll see if they can set up Nasty another one, but eyes from the sky. 2 are going to back up in the garage. You know that's where they're going to be. One goes under arches towards mid-map. They've got eyes on that as well. They're able to pick up Gio. You know they just have to funnel outside the garage. You think you'll be able to shut them down. I thought Nero got 2, but at least one is a team kill, but he's still up and fighting. You maybe expect to get a little bit more out of that.
Yeah, you're hoping to. Yeah, at least turn it into a break. Maybe find some time, but you do have one more Hellstorm on the side of Nasty, 4P4.
Oh, he did get it? Okay.
Yeah, he was able to earn that, but yeah, I mean, this could be a big turning point here for Rocker, just able to hold on. They win the fights out of Shed, and then I think it was Paul who was on the far side. He's able to win a one-on-one once he makes his way through to reinforce towards that hill. So again, a back and forth game.
Yeah, you get a good, what, like 45 seconds or so there on a third, which is absolutely beautifully done. Rocker came out swinging first, had a significant lead, had let things slip a bit, but after the P3, they're bouncing back into it, looking to get fighting again. Let's hear the comms now from Minnesota Rocker.
Okay. Nasty's like our close right time. On the rocket, you're rocking. Okay, Nasty's close right time. What's that? I'm stunned. I need over time. I need over.
Oh, my close right, bro.
I'll go good.
I got time. I'm on him. Close right time, Nasty.
I do the time.
Here, I'm a trophy.
Let's give me open.
I need time. Inner week. Same time.
You're left.
Okay. Same time.
I'll stay open. Close right, Nasty.
I stun him on time.
Close corner. Close set. Another one close right. Close right. Just do. There's
one shot. There's 2. But I wouldn't go that 04. I'm going to push out open probably. 20 seconds on this. 20 seconds on this.
What? I see him.
Who's laying down time?
They're both low. Okay.
Booza and 04. I got Booza and Nasty.
They're gonna spawn back level.
Booza weak. Back their secret.
There's 2. Yep. I'm holding over. Okay. I still my red.
I'm not far. Lay down too far. They can go secret. They can go bottom red.
Like a one. Okay, nice.
There's
2. Okay. I'm on him.
Watch out. There's 2, but 2
open and shit. He's low red. Over red. He might go with like your stairs.
2 open, both open weak. Nasty.
That's good shit.
He comes up cubby. 2
cubby.
I went on me. He's on beer open.
Nice.
One on time.
Open. Time and open him. He's still open. I think he went like cubby side.
Watch out, time. I can't see him.
Well, as good as it looked at third, you hear some frustrations, I think, in the comms from Rocker as they could just not get a break late or early in the next point. It's a crazy stretch from Surge. They're up 60, and I mean, they're not that frustrated, but you definitely heard some moments.
No, I mean, they were getting dunked, right?
Yeah,
you start to get pieced up, and yeah, it can be tough to calm that. It's sort of like, yeah, the frustration does come on through. Maybe one more chance here towards this P2. Will you have if you are Rocker? You're all going to spawn up on the right side of the map. Surge going to be around 240 after this first hill. The problem maybe is going to be that Hellstorm to use to break this if you want to. But you can see Hixie just going to wait for his teammates. You actually have two more, right? Because Nasty still has his, and now Hixie's going to have another one.
Considering you were getting slammed and down,
Yeah,
what,
what a
60 to
comeback.
80 early on. Yeah, a comeback, and then like more than that, you start to run away with the game. So impressive. This streak, do you turn this into time? Didn't get much out of the last one over a third. You're collapsing on this, and got to make sure Estriel doesn't get multiple. It's Paul that's able to get two, but then they trade that out. You've gotten in, you can close it out. 5 more needed for the map 1 dub, and it looks like they've got it. Nobody able to win the foot race over, no chance to do it. Surge. They surge after the opening couple of hardpoint. They come alive, and after not playing Hacienda in an official match, they come out with a map 1 dub.
Yeah, I mean, first set of rotations was not great at all.
You
right?
literally said, like, no wonder they haven't played this at
No,
one point.
it just felt off. You know, they weren't rotating together. We're doing a break one more time. Just felt like the timings for them were off, but they brought it back. That second P2 was really the difference maker. They held on. They didn't allow Rocker to break. And yeah, then you started to clip some cruises time and time again where, I mean, you just have so many streaks on a map like this, and you may not find a lot of kills, but it's going to set up breaks like it did on that last hill.
No, it felt like that was sort of like what we talk about a lot with this Rocker team. Like, this Rocker team is the one that goes in a hole sometimes in hardpoints, and then they have, like, one guy streaks, and another guy streaks, and, you know, it's just how Rocker have been. Like, that was like they gave him a taste of their own medicine. I mean, 3 cruises you get. I think it was 04 that kind of maybe started the comeback.
Yeah.
He's the one that started to get the engines going. And after you said that, I think my response was, you gotta hope it's just the guns aren't hot, hope it's the nerves. And seems like it was just that. Just came out a little bit flat, but thankfully, it's not one of those times you come out flat and you're looking at no one start to the series. You came alive quick enough.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, I mean, it was, yeah, kind of 04 that started that. Nasty was consistent throughout it, and then Abuza does Abuza things. But yeah, you can see right around here, I mean, they're down, 50 or so. It stays right around that, and then this was the start of the comeback. But really, the P2 that got Surge back into it, that's where that Hellstorm was earned. And this was the play with 04, where he goes on that little spree. But again, just 3 to 4 dead, time and time again for Minnesota Rocker. And what worked on the first set of rotations, it now worked on this one. They could not find a break.
An incredible response from Surge. I mean, I thought Rocker's answer at the P3, like what, through the second set might be enough, but after that, like we go to listen in, and then, yeah, I think it was like Estriel sounded real frustrated a couple times, and they're just tucked in corners. You're trying to deal with them at the Rock Hill. They're in both. You just hear they're not able to win some gunfights. It's Surge that's going on streaks, and then, I don't know, just never really gave Rocker a chance to rally, and that's what a lot of teams have allowed them to do. There's always like this late push from Rocker, I feel like, why a lot of their hardpoint plus minuses is like 20 points. They have so many tight ones, but you just close it out with emphasis there if you're Surge.
Well, they're a team that finds a lot of multi-kills, and that's when they do get going. Whether it is Geo, whether it's Nero, Estriel, and really the thing is I think Estriel really slowed down. Him and Paul both finished right around double negative.
Oh, yeah, they slowed down massively.
And that's where that frustration maybe comes in with the comms. But there you can see, I mean, yeah, they're down around 40. Well, even more than that after that first P4, and then they just start to take off.
Yeah, I thought it got to close to 80 and right around there, like 70-ish points. So yeah, that's a pretty significant lead, at least early in a hard point. But Vancouver Surge showing they have what it takes to bring it back. First time they've played it officially in a match, and obviously they're scrimming it a ton, but that's the first time we're to get eyes on, and it looked ugly, then it looked great. Fantastic map 1 win, and now we get to the Search and Destroys. I believe they're flipped versus what it was, I think, in the last time they played when we had that crazy long series. Just, well, flipped in the sense they're a different order, which shouldn't matter too much. But we get to a red card, and Rocker, I mean, part of why they've been able to survive a lot of series and get to a lot of Game 5s, they've been pretty okay at everything. Like, they don't have I guess Search probably the best, but they can catch you anywhere. There's one of those teams that's just tough to put away.
No, I mean, if you're Rocker or a Minnesota Rocker fan, you're just kind of used to being down 0-1. Now you're 2-9 in map number 1s.
Yeah, no.
I mean, they've had a couple of reverse sweeps.
It was a joke for a while. I was like, get them to 0-2. Like, just get to 0-2 and then let's start the series.
Yeah, it just feels like, I don't know what it is with this team, but they do just, they're known for these slow starts. The problem is when you get to a tournament like this, you start in losers, you have 1 life. You just don't want that to happen. You don't want to rely on that.
No,
you
no,
cannot start slow all the time.
No, we talked a lot about the importance of map ones like last night. I mean, historically, they just are so important. Just your first foot forward in the series. Saw fist bumps out from Abuza. Those guys trying to get dialed in for the map too. And what, Joe, we went round 11 in both searches last time. Who was able to take this one?
Yeah, Surge was able to win in that round 11. That was at game 5. But you kind of see here, I mean, if you're a Surge fan, this is maybe where you want to see some improvement, is in the Search and Destroy. Kind of what they built off 04 and Abuza from last year. Ixie, maybe the standout player yesterday. He was 11-6. See if he can do that again.
Map 2 now underway is Rocker. Look to get the equalizer. No trophies, nades hitting over the top. You just can't connect to. Some damage done to the pointman there. And I think 04 was probably still weak because he got hit by one of those nades as well. And he gets cut down near with the headshot. He probably just had to hit a couple of bullets. So you get the advantage on defense. And well, Nero stringing them together, locking them down. Paul X has been kind of their search and destroy specialist, trying to give them numbers even more. But it's going to be on Nasty and Hixie to try and clutch here.
Yeah, and a little bit different setup there from Minnesota Rocker. Normally, you know, when we've seen players get aggressive towards the A stairs, that's where you're finding kills, but Nero just locking it down all the way back from back sight, and then they're just all able to converge on the players around the stairs. So a nice round 1 there for Rocker.
Yeah, I think the opening nades they had, we saw from one POV, he got hit to like 60. I'm guessing that first blood, he also got tagged. They were pretty grouped up. But yes, Nero getting 2 openers with the AR from deep, going to make that round pretty easy. And well, that's one of the tough things just with an early round 1. Don't have trophies. Pushes a little bit riskier. Granted, I mean, you're not usually getting trophy out at that point anyway, and probably getting hit when you're trying to do that cross. So just some.
Yeah, I mean, you know, nades are coming in. Maybe just 04 jumps up on the bush and is just thinking like nobody's going to hit some shots, but instead the headshot jumps through from Nero.
Yeah, I'm not even 100% get hit by the nade, but I assume so. It's how close he was, but might have just been straight headies from Nero. Well, Rocker, after the great defense, they are sending in. It's going to be on Nasty. What can he get? Because it's going to be a second before the help is going to come. Great job getting 1, and he almost gets out with his life. But you get 1. The comm is everybody is here. We get to the 3 versus 3, and we have some insane retake situations on the B-bomb site. Oh, 4 though. I mean, he'll take that freebie.
Yeah, I mean, that's the angle, right? He's looking for that, and Estrel's going to get caught as soon as he starts to plant that bomb. Or at least get down to it. But yeah, now 2 versus 3, and bomb isn't planted. It's a tough situation here for Nero and Geo.
That's gotta always be the most frustrating thing when you're like the one guy on the offsite, and you get 1. It's like, I've done my job, but then you just have to watch the rest of the round. Like, come on, boys, please close this out. And they are getting it done. They make that look easy.
No, I mean, the fact that the bomb isn't planted, right? They don't have to push into there, and then they can stay patient. I mean, 04 finds that kill.
And he gets all 3 after it, right? Oh, no, so sorry, 2 of them.
Yeah, he's able to earn a couple. Well, there's multiple 04s, I guess. So maybe that's what happened. The scoreboard messed up.
Oh, okay. Because I thought that makes sense. I saw 04 getting 3 of those, but is it correct on our scoreboard over here? Yeah, it is. Okay, so it was actually Hixie that's able to get 2. That confused the hell out of me, to be honest. But we get to 1-1 now. We'll see if Nero can have the same impact defensively like he did in round 1. This time a little bit slower on the offensive push. They're able to avoid the nades, at least the early tosses. So Rocker, you know, you don't see anything for a minute. You're thinking maybe pressure towards B, but now you get some shots out, skirts towards A. You're not exactly sure where the hit's going to come from, but you can see 1, and Pollack starting to cheat over.
Yeah, Hixie has bomb, right? So you're thinking maybe wherever he is, wherever he's going, that's where they're going to start. So it was shifting towards B, now maybe back towards A. But you have all the info in the world, but Nasty's still going to find the first blood from Ticket. So nice first blood there, and again, just trying to back away to play his life. He's done such a good job, and he finds a second. 3rd in the round from Abuza, all down to Estriel.
Nasty. He's got both first bloods for the team. And, well, you give up that same play from Nero to start this round last time.
My God, if he has bullets.
Second.
He got the kill as well. That kill comes in, but it buys enough time for Nasty to get there. I mean, if he has one more bullet in the clip, that's a 1 versus 1.
Yeah, he gets it, but Wouldn't even able to finesse and survive. Maybe he gets it down to a 1v1 and he can pull it off. But a really a solid job there from Nasty. Not only one, but able to finesse and get the second one. Got one first blood from Rocker behind Nero, and then Nasty's got the other two. Last time, it's pretty much a dedicated B push out of Rocker. They get side control easy. Well, pretty easy. They go 1 for 1. They're able to get there, and then they get picked apart. They're going to change it up this time as the focus seems to be out towards A. Really, one person in Pollux is going to be worried about the flank, maybe applying pressure B to try and keep the defense from Surge honest. But you've gotten aggressive here. If you're at 0-4, you know teams like to push up, get angles over towards A.
Well, problem with Surge is they're not watching their shots. Now they're going to see it, but Abuza, he's all the way in the back, so bomb's already being planted, and you can instantly see what happens. 0-4, Nasty, they're going to go. But this is a 4-on-4 retake. Already some time off the clock, and Nero's going to get aggressive. He finds his second, a quick trade from Hixie. But it could just come down to what do 0-4 Nasty find.
He did not think there was a second one holding his hand, that's for sure.
And well, they're not going to find anything.
Wow,
it's just all down to Nasty, so they give up that A plant. And well, it turns into nothing.
Yeah, I thought they were going to be able to work a pretty quick flank because you were pushed up pretty far in lobby. I thought it was going to come fast, but yeah, by the time it gets there, well, you lose one of them instantly. Your front line is completely dropped. Just not able to do anything behind it. No real opportunity at the retake. You'd like to see Surge try and do anything different there?
Well, I mean, it just takes time. It takes a lot of time, right? You just don't really have the info over towards A. Again, you're playing for that retake, so that's the call. But when you double flank, I mean, we've talked about it on Red Card. There's just so many angles to check. It takes a lot of time. But I think that's a heads-up play from Nero to get forward and not allow really that pinch to develop. They use their numbers on the one side of the map, and then they just kind of knew, all right, the other two players are going to be flanking.
Well, yeah, I mean, they were literally just kind of just chilling, yeah, waiting for that pinch to develop. They did not expect Nero to hit it out, but, well, that's types of plays Nero likes to make. Estrio bouncing back after the map one dud. He's leading at 5-2. Speaking of Estriel, he does get that first blood, but doesn't change much as the trade is instant. And we now have this 3v3. Now we saw a similar situation where Surge were able to break into 3v3, make it look pretty clinical, get the defuse. Now it's Rocker's turn to try this. The difference is you've got two working from the flank side. Only one really from the front. So they want to isolate this. They get the info and they push it. And that's what you expect. They get the eyes on two. They're like, let's hit this. There's going to be one player there.
Yeah, it's a great play from Surge, but now they have to hold on. And Nero
okay.
are able to win the gunfights. 20 seconds left for Nasty. He knows one player is weak, but it doesn't matter.
Dude.
A great retake, and well, it's Paul with 4 in a row, able to earn that defuse. But yeah, you made the correct initial play to find Geo.
You just don't get back into position quickly enough, or just a great play from Rocker.
They
really
just lose the gunfights.
Yeah,
they just get fried by the Jackals on the side of Rocker.
Yeah, I thought once they pushed that out, like, beautiful play. You've got this seal, but here comes Paul X. Nice little hop around the edge. He's a bullet. He's just enough time to get back to full HP, and then you make the last one look easy. What, 1 for Nero, 3 for Paul X. He's on 4 straight. And suddenly you've got a 3-2 edge now if you are Rocker.
Yeah, just one of those rounds, maybe, yeah, you want back. I mean, there's only 20 seconds left. But that's just props to those two on the side of Rocker.
Felt like you did everything right if you were Surge until the gunfights at the tail end of it. Similar to a couple offenses ago, Rocker want to get right into this push over towards B. And we'll see how the rotation across comes in from Surge, how quickly they can get there. First time they did this, though, was Nasty by himself, right? He gets 1 and then drops. You've got 2 players here, so a little bit different of a defensive setup. And you buy enough time, the rotation's going to come in. I think it's looking better for him, but then suddenly Paul X and Estriel light it up. Estriel's able to get 2. And they just pluck them off the map so quickly.
Well, I mean, so you have that 2-man setup with Nasty and Hixie. And really what Nasty's trying to do is set up Hixie for a play, right? Just allow him to lurk. He's able to find 1. But the problem is yeah, Nasty dies right away. And then they just got aggressive past Hixie. Hixie's like prone in a corner. Right on that staircase, does get 1, but immediately traded out. So just nice execution there from Rocker.
And that's back-to-back rounds where you think maybe Surge are in a decent position to get a round win. And Rocker just steal it away. Now up 2 rounds. And started to really take over the first blood department. Part of why they're getting these round wins as well. They've got 3 straight first bloods. They've got an advantage 4-2 there and 4-2 in the round count as well. Maybe Surge's turn to just try and hit it. It's like last time we should have won the round. Let's just try and get back to that. Well, hello. Up close and personal. Nice slide through. Nero adds another one on. That's his third first blood in this map too. And he's still looking to cook. It's Estriel though, so we find everything. I thought pretty nice movement out for the Chow, but Nasty will deal with it. He's tagged up though, and Estriel wants to chase him down. They hunt him down, and that'll be 4 straight now for Rocker, a round away from just flipping this Surge on its head.
Yeah, I mean, this B bomb site, they have just owned it, right? And we just keep going back to it if you're Surge. I mean, you're hoping 04 finds some info with that stun. That's what he's thinking, right? You kind of know this setup corner to corner. The problem is the stun doesn't connect, and then as soon as that door opens, Nero is just like, hello, I'm going to get this first blood, does just that. And yeah, numbers already there for Rocker.
Yeah, that looked terrifying from his POV. Like, just a quick strafe out, like, okay, I'm dead.
Yeah, he's just hoping the stun hits, just doesn't connect with him.
Estriel, tough map 1, but 9-4 in this one. Car out for Geo. See how they opt to use this. Right now, it looks like it's going to be kind of info or distraction towards B, because you see Bomb on the minimap is still out towards the A side of it. Pixie takes a little damage from the car, but he'll get back to full. He's still got that setup there with Nasty. Or maybe worried about aggression over towards B again, but that's not going to be the play. Abusa now is going to give the comm, hey guys, it's an A hit, so you see everybody wrapping over. You'll have numbers here, or you should. You know, now you definitely do after 04 gets him. I was going to say, Geo's out of the play.
Yeah, I mean, 04 just, he recognizes one player crosses, doesn't want the plant to go down, and then hits the flank, so gives his team a man advantage. And while Paul's just trying to get aggressive, but he's got no help. You see Geo's position on the map. So he's just kind of waiting, maybe to hope to get a freebie.
Yeah, I keep thinking he's going to start working over, but...
Well, no freebie for him.
Now he's got to. Oh, nice gunfight win. His drop shot can be sick. Close to medium range. With this weapon could be disgusting, but just no time. He's got to move. Can't make the play happen. Left it to the 1v3 type clutch play, and Surge now, something to write home about. But you're at the rip off 4 straight. First part of that done.
Man, that's just all 04. I mean, yeah, you see Abusa, he backs down, gets info there at towards his site, and he sees the one player cross through the goal, and then, yeah, he just knows, all right, there's probably a player on bomb. Does a great job to get a double.
Yeah, and you already had like a 4-on-3 with Geo too, so that's just, that round was done the second he makes his play. Disgusting stuff there from 04. Feels like one of them really starts to step it up and get going. Maybe you can push this to a round 11. Remember, the last time they played, we went to round 11 in both the searches. We're playing the same searches within this best of 5. Step by step, you try to get it done. They haven't really found much success at B, so they're going to maybe try to work at A side, but you see where Bomb is, so this could end up shifting quickly. Depending on what they see, well, that would have been a tough death. Nasty nearly peeled, but stays up with 13 health.
Well, that's just kind of it. Do they know how many players are out here? Because they could just go straight to B, and now maybe will be the call, but no, Hixie's trying to wrap back, and they're just going to play it straight up out towards this A site. 04 able to find that first blood, quickly traded by Nero. And now Paul X is in a position to help his teammates as well from B.
Oh, that's a tough one, bro. Nero just like lurks up, just gets that one from bottom stage and just crawls away like a rat. Like you think you've got numbers, you want to bully your way towards site. Now things kind of come to a stop. Pixie wants to get the angle, but Geo's tucked away in a corner. 04 has just been getting hampered from everywhere. Nero's back to his troll spot, bottom stage. He gets a second, and they shut it down defensively, just like it started in round 1. But they go on a tear through the mid-game. They win it 6-3, and they tie us up 1-1.
Yeah, a bit surprised there. I thought Surge had a ton of info that they could have just got out of there, right? And followed Hixie towards B, but doesn't happen in that last round. They want to play it straight up. All the numbers there for Rocker, but I think there's a couple rounds throughout that map where Surge were in a good spot, and I mean, just the guns. The SMGs on this side of Rocker got going and clutched some rounds out.
Nero ends on 5, Estriel. I mean, really everybody involved in this damage-wise, all between like 900 and 1100 basically. Real well-rounded effort. Yeah, it's just if it ever was working offensively for Surge, it felt like the retake was there for Rocker. But thankfully you got the Hacienda win, so you're in a 1-1 position. You're looking okay. You'll head to a protocol next. This one went 5 rounds last time we went to it. The Skyline was like a 20-point game. The Vault Search went to 11 rounds. So we're expecting this one to go the distance, and so far it's pretty much exactly what we expected. Maybe not in the same order, but we're out of 1-1 is what we thought it would happen.
Yeah, I mean,
and for Surge to win it, they won, what, 1-3-5 last time?
Yeah, I mean, this
Could
is
be the
just
same
what
thing
these
here.
two teams do. Yeah, and when they match up, we just saw it.
No, it absolutely is. We'll see if they continue to go the distance. But yesterday, we had the final series, which was an absolute banger, a crazy one. Outside of that 3-0s, I know it started with a 3-0 on the day for Carolina, but I imagine we are going to have some gauntlet-type series the rest of the way today on Friday. It's elimination matches all day. We'll see you with Protocol when we get back.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League. Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Miles, I'll give you permission, my man.
Go ahead, brother.
Go ahead.
Yeah, just go.
Make your way over. The fans were holding him back, but he's ready to rock. Here we go.
What do you want to say to the fans out there that's been supporting you guys? Fuck Optic, fuck the green wall. Vamos! And that's gonna do it for me and Vico here on the stage. Oh. C'est ni encore, encore. Mets-toi en confiance, mon grand. Allez.
I'm on top. He's got to be backside. Dead. Maybe backside side. Try side. Nice. Come on. Get up. Hey, we got orange challenge, bro. Go. Let's go. Holy shit. Oh, he's got clutch up there. Boys. My fault.
Might. Oh, the whole team might. I think they are. They're going to get a quick bit of a workout in. Come on, Vico, get up there, son. They're going to get a workout in here in round one. There we go, team. Up we go. Oh, Vico, for God's sake, he's choking on main.
Oh my God, dude.
What do they have to give yourself a fighting chance here in the series? Real, ruthless aggression. Another on stairs, can't get it. It's Kremp with two. It's now down to Lucky. And will he be that in this 1v2 situation? Here they come. Finds the first. Oh my God! Lucky! Dios mío, how has he done that?
Time, man. Like when you have the Slayers, when you have the talent there, it's all about putting it together.
Can you walk us through what kind of y'all's situation?
Yeah, what's the setup you got going?
Apartment?
So we have a kind of like a penthouse apartment and a whole bunch of setups in here.
Do you guys all live together in this penthouse? Who's cooking? Who's whipping up the meals after a win?
So Brian gets the penthouse. We're all staying at a different apartment.
Okay.
Still pretty nice, not quite a penthouse, but you know, we spend every day here. It's
Brian Saints living in a penthouse? Call of Duty can make dreams come true, children. You heard it here first.
All right.
No way. They're doing the CDL song. No way. Are we about to get started? Yeah. Are we about to get started? That's fire. That's a fire walkout. Damn, that is pretty hard. That was hard. That was cold. That was old guard, new guard. That was fire. That was cool.
Hello and welcome back. We're looking to get deeper in this series, tied up 1-1. Some fans excited for the LAG match, which is just around the corner. Gentleman's fans popping. They have been wild. Doesn't matter who's playing, they are ready to rip and roar. It's been awesome to see them in attendance.
I can't wait for the next match just to watch them.
No,
honestly,
100%.
The green suits versus the green wall. It's gonna be loud in here.
Listen, they might only get a match, but they're gonna be turned.
Yeah.
I hope. I don't know. Like, listen, regardless, we're gonna have a fan base left that's gonna be insane. But I hope these guys will stick around and maybe find somebody to root for, whether it's gonna be like Hydra or I don't know what it's gonna be. But the French
Maybe
fans
they'll go
are
on a run.
bro.
They're gonna go on a run.
Yeah. An LAG run, dude. I love to see Priest to do something crazy, but you see control overall this season. Both teams sitting around 500. Estriel, we highlighted his hardpoint stats before, and he had a pain point there. Control, he's been solid as well. We'll see if he can be better, but for the protocol, that was won by Vancouver, 3-2 last time they played.
Yeah, not a map they play often. Only 1-1 on the other side for Rocker. Like they're sitting around 500, but they're 1-4 on this map. So. One they've been trying to improve on, trying to get better at. Just hoping those reps start to pay off. Again, they've had some close games on this map. So that's why Surge are going to opt for it again. I mean, maybe not their go-to, but they're like, screw it, we'll play Protocol versus this team.
Well, Nasty doing what he can, just working the objective here. Dealing with the utility that's contested for now. Not going to finish his first point, but well, winning that gunfight might get it done. He will. He'll finish that. 04 was there with him as well, so that little bit that needed to wrap gets done so quickly. Nice win from 04, but can't get back to safety from the top window as Geo will shut him down. Start to fan out on the map is Rocker. They like to be aggressive here. They like to try and get into your spawn, play from behind, look for openings. They're a team that's going to take risk on a map like this.
Yeah, I mean, this is sort of the formula we've been noticing, right? On attack, it's sort of just pausing the clock towards A, then trying to get aggressive if you are the attacking team. But Rocker really haven't given up much map control, but there's always one more player near the A point. This time it was Hixie who finds a double. You see number 7 and Nasty starting to get aggressive, and immediately right back on towards A is Vancouver Surge.
We'll see how far the progress will go. Paulex hoping to get the angle. Able, I thought, to get the angle, but he's just not showing them toes for long enough. And finally, Paulex drops. It went down. Oh, God. Nasty getting up close and personal as well. That should be the 8-point finish, and it will be. So you've got nearly 2 minutes to work with. A few lives when it comes to the advantage, but a nice little stretch to close out at.
I mean, this is it. Yeah, this is just exactly what you're looking for. Hixie's going to find another double. 2 life advantage. 2 minutes to work with as well if you are Surge. Controlling bottom, middle of 4, hoping to make that a little bit easier. Does find that kill. There are the reinforcements though, so you slow things down if you're Rocker.
Yeah, they've got bottom middle control for now, so you've got to win this in multiple parts. When you're Surge and you're coming off a spawn like this, like, what's kind of step one as you're really trying to work towards B?
Yeah, well, you're trying to making sure nobody gets into that area, up through that staircase into your spawn. And with a minute and 40, minute 30 lives the way they are, they can go very slow right now if you are Surge. Right? You're just not allowing it. You're trying to allow a multi-kill to come through, so you're coming up off spawn into the sights of Minnesota Rocker. So that's kind of what they're doing. Now down to a minute, but 6 versus 7 in lives. That's going to be the key.
Yeah, we'll see how much the time matters in this. You have the 1 life advantage if you're Surge. Difficult gunfight there for Hixie. He's going to back down for now, continue to shoulder, and then maybe try to work inside. He's got help with 04. They're going to be able to double chow this. You don't even need the double chow. 04 able to take it. 1 through on the flank is Nero, though. He knows 04 is here. That was actually Nasty. It's the angle. I was confused for a second. I thought that's 04's freebie, but you had help from both sides. Suddenly, it's just 2 for Rocker. Estriel and Geo. Now only Geo. Well, Teamnade's not going to help you, so no respawns remaining for Vancouver Surge. But you got to pull off a 1v4 for Geo, and he just sends it in. He's got to make a play on the point as they're stacked inside. But that's really solid stuff. I mean, really just the stretch towards the tail end of A, that's like a clean sequence. You outslay them, what, like 6-1, 7-1? Really sets you up with a lot of time and really just some map control and pressure on B.
Well, then it gets down to like 10 versus 9 or so, and what Surge do is they just make sure they don't take a gunfight by themselves pretty much ever. Like, maybe you have the opener, but every single time maybe there was a trade, there was always another Surge player nearby, whether it was 04, Hixie, and Nasty working top middle. They just made sure they never went to that clean 3-4 dead
to give the advantage over to Rocker.
And it seems like your goal a lot of times on offense and control, like
especially on this map.
Yeah, it's just keep the lives as close as you can. Just have a body on the objective as much as you can. It's like if you have close to 2 minutes to work with and you're what, like 15v15 in lives department, like you feel you have 2 win conditions, right? You might be able to bring it to lives, you might be able to cap the point. It's just about efficiency at times, and they did a really good job of that. Obviously not every control map the same, but typically what you're going for.
Yeah, it's what's worked so far on protocol. Really, just pausing, not giving up this part of your base and getting spawn trap, but pausing the clock as much as possible with A, and hoping you keep that life count as even as you can.
Yeah, it feels like you could take more risks on defense, really, because you're trying to push for the spawn trap. It's like I feel like we saw a lot of that early from offense, like we're seeing Nero do. Like a whole lot more of this, like even 2-man pushes, but it's just they can be such. The risk reward can be insane. Like you end up getting nothing here and you're leaving your team in a tough spot, or you can take over the map.
Yeah, well, they're gonna go 4 dead. Somehow Nasty dies, he falls off the map. Then someone else gets knifed on the zip line, so you're in a 4 dead, and now you have this trap. So a big advantage right now for Rocker. They're almost done with A. They have a life advantage, and Nero was still in their base. A couple of kills, they're starting to go their way. And you can still get them off this point. They're doing just that if you are Surge.
Well, yeah, for the most part, I mean, they leave Nero. The rest of the team, since they spawn out so far near tower, they just push on forward, get in behind enemy lines. This is what can happen. Sometimes when you get aggressive on offense, the map just flips on its head. And it's a little bit easier to reinforce if you're the defense, and it feels like it eventually just goes this way. Now we got under 30 seconds to go. They still need 1 tick. Nice win from Estriel. He knows he's still got 1 more to deal with, but Paul X is able to do that. Nasty, though, he's still farming towards the spawn, so you're waiting for your final teammates to spawn up and get rolling, but you get staggered again by Abuza. And this house, which you want to keep so safe, they have not been able to do it. And as good as it looked, like think about the stretch when Nero got those 2 kills, like offensively towards their spawn, and like everything that happened after that. Like,
yeah, they just didn't have many players on the point, right? They had the choice of, do we kind of set up for this spawn trap, or do we put multiple players on it, try to get done with A? They go for the spawn trap, and yeah, it doesn't pay off, but well, they got the 2 ticks. There is the time secured, so still doable for Minnesota Rocker, but they do not have a ton of map control. The only player forward is going to be that number 3 in Nero, and I think he's down low.
Well, the problem with only having 8 lives, too, like, you need to get out of this mini spawn trap pretty efficiently, right? Or the round's done.
Yeah, well, so far so good, but Abuza is still here, and there is 3 dead.
That's about as good as you can do. You go 3 for 1, you bring it to 7-7 in the lives department, you get out and now get some map control. So I said they need to be efficient. That's exactly what they're able to do, because that goes 3-1 the other way.
It's over.
Round's probably done, yeah. You still have Hixie, though? Well, Hixie's going to lose that one. Paul and Estriel making them pay. Geo through as well, 4v4. We got a good old-fashioned search round now, but 35 seconds to work with. Nero taking the long roundabout. Nasty, though, he's reading it. Just the shots there are going to slow it down, but can they isolate him top mid? They're trying to do exactly that, and they do. Paul's able to get 2. Surge now suddenly in trouble.
2 versus 3.
What looks so bad for Rocker absolutely flipped unless Abuza and Hixie can go huge. Thing is here, I mean, if you're Rocker, you still need to get onto this point, right? You can't just think about the kills.
They're trying to isolate Abuza. Somehow he's in between 2. He shoots, finds 1, almost lines up the second. Now Hixie gonna help him out. In a 2 versus 4 round, it comes down to a 1 versus 1. Hixie with the Jackal. Oh no! Oh no, he's gonna avoid that. Gio gonna reposition. Where is he? You have the heady, you win the gunfight.
Oh my God, nearly takes his own head off with the nade, but Jesus.
That's laughing at him.
Yeah, you gotta laugh it up. What are you gonna do? Like nearly a full-on panic situation, but my God, he's able to back away from it. Like, look at this one. Like, his heart stopped beating. But just enough finesse to get out of it, not take any damage, get back to that. Okay, listen. You should not lose that fight, really, ever. But if there's one way you're going to, it's to Simtex the front computer. Oh, my God.
Yeah, it looks like Gio hits tried to hit a couple of good shots. But, yeah, he's got the Jackal in hand. Can't, like, reposition to a further point, maybe if he has the AR.
Well, and that's what I was saying. Like, even though that was a 2v3, like, still, Rocker, like, they have to get to the point, right? Like, you know where they've got to move to. But the awkward situation with Abuza is what was weird.
I don't know how he didn't get hunted. Like, that was the play call from Rocker, was to find him. And somehow they couldn't find him.
No, they certainly didn't. And now Surge in firm control of this one. I mean, They were looking great early, then Rocker made an insane run, but they were just a well-oiled machine in their first offense, and they're kind of right back to it. Like, don't let anyone get through the gaps. Don't let Nero make any plays on defense. You're able to take those risks a little bit more and just sit back and shoot. That's what they're doing.
And this is a great break. When do we see this over towards B? It's sort of like,
stack it up.
All right, we're going to give
up
up the A side, get ready for them to flank, and then off spawn, we're going to have Nasty in position. Nasty, by the way, 20 and 11, but this B point is done. What a break off from Vancouver Surge. Now the 8 point away from winning this 1-3-0.
Yeah, you said, how often do we see that? Like, never.
Never, and off the break as well.
Yeah, not often we see B before A, but we'll see now if Rocker can get the insane hold here or this one's done. I mean, the big thing is Surge also have a pretty significant life advantage too. You are up 6. There is no pressure on you to really even load it. Nade tries to pick it up and get it out, but not going to happen. As I say, not much pressure for them to actually get on the point because they have so much time in this life advantage, but you got 2 onto it quickly, and what, you didn't finish that tick though, yeah? Not quite done?
No, not quite.
Okay. So they'll get up and try to clear this. That's exactly what Gio will be doing.
Yeah, it's sort of similar situation. The only difference it is A, but you had about 2 minutes. Lives close. You still have a 4 life advantage. And again, you're just trying not to give up your base. And Hixie off spawn. He's going to find Nero trying to flank his teammates from up top. That will be the 2 dead.
Yeah, they're not allowing Nero to get to those spots. Not allowing him to flip the game on its head. Great stuff from them. And yeah, just still an efficient unit.
Yeah, but on the other side, it was Estrio who actually does get the flank. So what looked like map control going the way of Surge, Estrio was able to find that timing that they've been able to shut down.
You still have Hixie out though. We're on his POV right now because you're hoping he can turn some heads, but he might turn his own head after those shots. But he had the clutch round, so he's all right for now. Maybe heart's still racing for now.
Someone put a rail there, you know?
But it was what, about 6-7 lives they were up, now within 2, so this would be a great defensive stand from Rocker. You have so much to do if you're going to win this, but at least in the slaying department, you brought it back even now. And now you've taken an advantage. So nice stretch from Rocker, 3 straight from Paul, 4 straight from Estriel. Estriel still in aggressive position here. This is what I'm talking about. You can do this type of stuff on defense. Far more often you see people just get pinned in and they have an opportunity to do just that. You need to get out clean. Haven't been able to do it yet. 5 straight for Estriel, still making the pay. Oh, I thought that was about to be a disgusting slide and chow, but Nero, nope, can't quite get the multi.
Yeah, one play that was out. I think it was HC was able to get out underground, but he gets caught. And yeah, Rocker, they have just not been able, or they have not allowed Surge to really get out of their base after that great start. And well, we kind of talk about this Rocker team. 1 or 2 players starts to go on streaks, then they all start to heat up. Great example in that round.
You were down 6 lives, and they've got 2 minutes to capture the easier point. Now, granted, it can still be, any control point can be difficult. We've seen some insane holds on the easier point. But yeah, I mean, you got a 3-4 dead, you get them pinned in, Estriel goes on a run, and you know, I think at the beginning I said, like, you can kind of take your time. Oh, let's see this. He goes, oh, so that's what it was. He goes to toss it, just hits him.
Yeah, well, they traded nades.
Yeah.
Playing a little catch on main stage.
I was like staring at the minimap, I looked up, I thought he had picked one up and tried to toss it back, honestly. Big round win for Rocker to at least stay up in this. Well, not stay up, but stay alive. Hixie just in control, shuts it down and gets 2, and that's going to be a hell of a start defensively. You're going to get all the troops forward, put Rocker in a difficult position, and while the offense has been where they have struggled, Gio wants to get stabby, not going to need to as the grapple doesn't get hit.
Yeah, nobody flanks the top staircase, so they try to just leave Gio, but he's going to make him pay. I mean, he's still on 5 in a row, so you had a chance there. Just no one clears up top. Gio just stays live, makes sure his zip line is safe, and then he just pretty much has a free flank. And now look what this has turned into. As good of a break that was.
Bro, yeah.
Rocker now flipped the map.
In any situation, the bounce back kids, bro. It looks so ugly, and it looks so good for this team. I swear, multiple times over the course of a map, over the course of a series. But still, a ton to get done on this offense. Putting multiple on A now. Got 1 close to deal with, and well, Nero and Esther are able to do that, and they're going to get kills at a great point here, right? As they're about to cap it, they go up 6 lives. A will be done. We're going to be the standard setup. Now the pressure to Surge. I mean, You got every opportunity to push this to a round 5 if you're a Rocker.
I mean, I did not believe that. I mean, the way they turned the map so quickly. They're up 7 lives after a clean 3 dead. You have all a Surge in your base.
Rocker, bro.
Yeah,
Rocker.
this is what Rocker does. Geo now up to 26 and 18. Paul's at 27. But yeah, they may have to win. Well, if they win this offense through ticks, they'll have defense in round 5. And they are in control right now.
Yeah, in control and fighting in control. Paul not able to chain together 2. Nero, I thought, had the trade, and then Abusa just puts him down with the pistol. Gunfight got away from Nero a little bit there. So now you slow down and stabilize, but you still have this lives advantage. Maybe slip it away from you a little bit, but still okay. We'll say there should be a calm to Nero. He should be in trouble. Just get spots from top window. A minute now to work with. And you've just been running around taking fights and stuff, but you haven't been able to get really towards the B objective at all. Maybe there's hoping to chip away at the lives deficit before they really make that play, but at some point you got to.
But the problem is they just have not been finding many kills through the middle of the map. It's been all Surge. Still down to 9 lives, 40 seconds left so they can take their time. You can see Surge really just starting to focus on bottom middle control. That's where you're gonna have 0-4 and Abusa. Well, Abusa from up top, he's gonna get taken down, but yeah, defense secured now for Minnesota Rocker, if they can get it to the round 5.
And can they get it there? Still got bodies here, gotta take Nasty off a difficult position there on the heady. Well, that's one way to do it. The nades are going to hit. We're so close to getting it done. Round 5 might be coming. They're up 4 lives. They're finding the kills. Desperation for Surge as they try to send it on in, but Rocker, the never die mentality is never put away. They're able to rip off 2 rounds. It looks so good for Surge, but now here we go to round 5.
I mean, just the last 2 rounds, right? You have the B start on attack if you're Surge. You have 2 minutes, life advantage to capture 8, can't do it, they get shut down, and then this one, again, just a break off. I mean, that is everything that you want. But they don't hunt down Geo. He makes them pay, and then they just kind of take the round from there.
I mean, you've had what? You've come back from down 0-2 in series if you're Rocker. You've been down 5-1 in a Surge and brought it back, and you've seen everything. It has to give you some sort of belief system in yourself that no matter the situation, you're able to pull out a round, pull out a series. So now when you're feeling so much pressure if you're Rocker, all the pressure going to be on Surge. And similar to the last one, last round they came out with a decent opener, but then things maybe slip away from them a little bit. But you're getting progress on both points as they clear them off of B. The battle will then go down over at A. They're going to try and let Hixie get loose.
Yeah, I mean, that's just it. Yeah, I mean, yeah, the break-offs have worked out so well for Surge where, yeah, you were on both points. Rocker, though, do reconvene. They get together, able to find some kills, but you had so much objective work being done that you had 1:12 still on the clock for Surge to work with. And look, they just transitioned. Now you have 2 players over towards this B zone. Hixie controlling bottom middle.
It's going to be tough, though. They've got your top window, and when Geo's shooting like that. And Hixie's been on this adventure. Like, we saw him basically trying to help out top A. Then getting kills towards spawn, then it takes it all the way down the grapple to bottom control to try and help here. Like, he's had the longest of lives.
Yeah, it's just tough. He's doing his job, right? I mean, you need to control bottom middle when you're getting the B zone. It's just they're losing the gunfights elsewhere. Rocker just pretty much leaving him alone. Finally, he gets taken down, and just like that, Rocker up 8 lives.
I think that was Hixie's first death in this, honestly.
Yeah, it's just these streaks. This is what Rocker does. Nero's on 9 in a row. You have Paul and Geo on 7 in a row. It just takes one moment, and then all 4 individuals start to get going. Nero in with a 10 spree.
This is why if you're going to beat him, you got to put him away. I mean, people have been able to do it quickly and efficiently, but at some point, they're going to erupt. You end one streak, oh, guess what? We still have 2 players on one. Time of the essence, 10 seconds to go. And Rocker will have won 3 straight rounds and stolen this control away. Nobody close enough to get to a point. You blink and you missed it. What a stretch from Rocker. There is 0.8, maybe 1 chance, and that chance is gone. Rocker, 3 straight rounds, now up 2-1. And that is an example of this squad. That map in a nutshell.
It is a frustrating one, I think, if you're a Surge fan. Because, yeah, I mean, there were so many rounds there where they're in control. Great breaks. couple of offenses where you got to put them away, and they just don't do it. And then, yeah, more time goes on. I mean, you see Gio starting to pull off multi-kills. Nero, then he's able to get Dojos on a 10 spree. They just feed off one another. It does this Rocker team.
And I mean, I thought you did such a good job too in that round 2 if you were Surge, just in the sense like Rocker had that run in the round 2 where like, well, Surge could have won it like easily. They had complete control. Rocker made that run, but they were able to win in the 1v1. They get it done. It's like, oh, Rocker made that kind of stretch and we didn't allow them to win it, but then they win the next 3 rounds. Like, okay, well, I guess they weren't done punching yet because they just never go down. Wow, and you get a great respawn out of Paul X. I mean, sometimes if he's disappeared, that's where it has happened. It's not gonna happen here, but really good effort out of the entire squad. Estriel putting up 20 assists in that one. And just after that insane 1v1 we had in round 2, it is just Rocker, 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 which you don't expect. We usually like a play like that, you gotta think that's like backbreaking for a team like Rocker, but well, their back's been broken so many times this year. It's just
they're used to it.
Yeah.
It's permanently broken.
We're already in the full body cast. Like we're good.
Yeah, this was a 2 versus 4. Like this could be a very tilting round on top of it. But yeah, they keep it together. They stay composed.
Yeah, that's the round. Like I thought it was gonna get away from Vancouver, right? Like,
and then you're thinking, you lose the one-on-one, you lose B right away on defense. It's just looking hideous. They're down 5 lives. You have players on the 8 point, but they did it together. Then they all start to get going. In that round 3, they carried over towards the round 4.
No, they're like, guys, how do we challenge ourselves more in control? Like, we're familiar with the 0-2 comeback, but let's go 0-2 and give up the harder of bomb sites, or, well, zones. The harder of zones. And then come back that way.
Easy peasy.
Sure. And they are just firing at the tail end of this one. I mean, you probably just have Surge out of sorts. You know, like once you're dealing with this, like a team getting hot and you're just coming off a spawn into gunfights and Nero's on a double-digit streak just in your cheeks, it's not a great time.
Nobody wants that.
Yeah, well, I don't know about no one, but unbelievable stuff there from Rocker as they make the run. They go up 2-1. It was what, through 1-3-5, you're able to do it last time if you are Vancouver, but this time that's obviously not an option. You're gonna have to win it on Skyline, win it on Vault to close out the series 3-2. You can do it in a similar fashion, at least with that regard, but the pressure is on for Vancouver. You know, you're starting in the loser bracket. If you're Rocker, you have one chance really to do this. This is your opportunity to show what you're made of. I mean, another way they're back up against the wall, I guess, just being in this one and done type scenario, but they don't give a shit.
No, they don't. It just seems that way. I mean, again, just cannot believe some of those rounds, the way they play out for them. Just able to put it together. But yeah, now you get to a Skyline. You hope your hard point, you have to be better here.
And it's like, listen, we talk a lot about this team and like being streaky. And listen, that's just kind of the essence of Call of Duty esports. Like that's just a thing. Like it's just so fast. Like, and if you play COD, you know how it is. You're getting slammed at one moment and then you're on fire the next. That's just a part of it. They're just like even streakier than what is normal Call of Duty. It's unbelievable.
No, it just feels like it takes one play. But here's a look at the updated bracket. Again, Ravens able to win our first match into our second one. And well, General Mates fans, they are just waiting. They're hoping this one's done right here.
Yeah, no.
They're hoping it's done so they can watch their team play.
Yeah, no, unfortunately, yeah, they haven't followed these two teams much. They would have known it's going to be a little bit of a wait to get to this next one.
They're warming it up. They're warming up all day.
I hope they have voices left by the time we get to it. But yeah, it has been awesome. These fans are amazing. It's been so cool to see them in attendance. Oh, well, this is the Skyline Hardpoint. Neither team really incredible here. You see the plus minus, and that's tough on a map like this too, where you're kind of getting blown out. I mean, you're averaging like nearly an 80-point loss on Skyline. It's not a good map.
No, that is not good at all.
The only good thing for you is it doesn't look great really on the other side of it, but we definitely opportunity to go 5. And for the French fans, they're like, dude, just get us the LAG Optic. We're ready to get going into another one. They have been awesome. But for Vancouver, now you've got to be awesome. You have to answer back after one of the more frustrating type control losses we have seen. This is where you need the leadership, the coaching, everything to come into play. You lock it back in, and you look to push this one the distance. You didn't expect this to be an easy series. You knew last time you played it was the longest series on the year. You expected to come in and battle, and that's exactly what you're going to have to do.
Yeah, and I just think throughout the first couple of maps, like you had some of the individual moments you were looking for. Like even in the game 3, like Nasty and Dixie were both playing well. Game 1, it was 0-4 who really got going. So you're getting these moments from these players, but now is it just too late? Because there you can see Nero. He gets a 3x multi-kill. Him and Gio already up to 4 and 5 kills, and now just trying to break this P2 setup. Get Surge spawning out, but that will be 3 in the feed as a double comes in for Nasty.
And I really just have to deal with one more player. It's going to be Paul. They're trying to isolate, and they're able to do that. So they'll send him out. You try to get out and get loose if you are a Booza. But he's staggered the upcoming push. You're not able to do that. Now it's Hixie trying to do nice shots from him with the sub in hand from top balk.
But Nero gets through. I think Nero just hits the tip. And he's going to get them off the hill. So a couple of players in position and get them off the time for now.
You're right back into it, though.
Someone's through, though. Yeah, that was Gio. They just keep finding openings. They keep finding openings, and they keep winning gunfights. Somehow, Rocker able to get on the hill. Well, that will be 4 dead.
Yeah, at least it happens with, what, like 20 or so seconds left. But, yeah, they just are a relentless squad. And they'll take this time. They'll take the lead. You still have Paul out battling mid-map. And just due to how clean that was in that stretch, I mean, okay, there is a split that comes in. So one's going to spawn towards Old. That will be 0-4. But the player in the hard point is able to take that fight. Enough time was remaining that you do battle back towards mid if you're Vancouver. But that was nearly flawless from Rocker. Yeah, they're just hitting it underground over and over. Just hitting it.
Yeah, I just thought maybe 3-4 dead would be clean enough for Surge, but just wasn't. And well, now Nero's going to hit another pinch. He's going to find 2. There's Gio in for the third 0-4. He's got the AR sub in hand. And there we go, able to get him off the hill, but a very close spawn did come in for Surge. But it just does not matter right now as Purple dominating the feed.
You just know how scrappy a map like this can be, how slay heavy it can be. You gotta begin to heat up here if you are Surge. You have eyes in your back of your head as you deal with players like Nero. It's all Purple once again on the kill feed. They continue to soak up the time, but I mean, listen, you can deal with moments like this on Skyline. Even when you go 4 dead, like it's not gonna lead to that much time. You're still only down, what, like 10? Even though it seems like you've really had an advantage in the slaying department over stretches. I mean, you're about 14 and 6 for Gio, 15 and 6, 11 and 7 for Nero. Like, you've had some really great slaying performances, but we've got a game.
Yeah, and now you see the spawns very close here for Surge. So there was a moment Paul gets taken down. He's going to spawn out. The back is then open. You try to readjust. What ends up happening, Surge just go right through the hill, then get the close spawn. So they get rewarded towards this P4. As good as Gio has been, it's still Surge with the lead. You're going to rely on a break. Again, he is snapping. They find all the kills. They're on the time.
Well, you tried to get PTSD to Paul X with that one-on-one win and the patio spawn that came in for Surge. Like something with that back patio. It pops for Surge and they'll steal one from you, but you do get back in if you're Rocker. Estriel now at the angle. He's trying to go streaking. Doesn't lead to too much more, but you see everybody just fighting around the point. The numbers go the way of Surge. And they'll retain the rest of this time, look for a small lead change, and now we'll get into our second set, basically tied up. And it feels like if you're Surge, you survived a couple big moments of big plays from Rocker. A slow start from Hixie, who's 5 and 12. You maybe give him a chance to get going.
Yeah, I think on one side, if you're Surge, you want a better P2 this time around if you have the opportunity. On the other side for Rocker, you just want a much cleaner P4 if you get the chance. Those were the 2 hills where you were set up for both of those teams, right, where you can earn some of that time. But yeah, just a couple of plays happen, and well spawns flip, and yeah, pretty much tie game.
Well, we'll have the P2 coming up in a moment here, and we'll see if that'll play out any differently. As good as spawns may look for Rocker, that can change in a second, but Nero is piecing, Gio is piecing. They're both, okay, well, Gio was until a Boozer just slaps him as he chows there.
That's just kind of my worry right now. It just feels like the multi-kills, kind of what we talked about. Like, so once someone makes a play for Rocker, they all start to get going, and yeah, it's been Nero and Gio. Just,
yeah, and like you're getting outslayed by 15 right now if you're Surge. You're right around there. Like, okay, that's all right now, but if that keeps going and suddenly you're outslayed by 30, like you're not winning probably a Skyline when you're getting outslayed by 30.
Yeah, maybe a chance. I mean, Hixie's able to find a double, so they're not going to have the spawns quite yet. Will Surge. You're still going to have Rocker members here, but they're going to keep it messy after losing rotation, and now they're able to get the spawn. So similar to what Rocker was able to do for Surge on the first time through, this is their chance to get back into the game.
It absolutely is. You do this with a lot more time remaining here, so what can you actually cash in on if you are Surge? Paul S and Estriel, they want to make it nothing, but the pistol not going to hit though. Nero nearly takes down 2, but maybe one of those big multis you're going to need out of the side of Surge. We heard the comms earlier in the map 1 from Rocker, and they were frustrated. Surge was making a rally. Surge are now the team that desperately need the rally. Down 20, getting outslayed, looking to turn and burn. Let's go to the comms with Vancouver Surge.
Nice, Johnny. Keep it up, bro. One more. Tap it if you want. Take your time.
Alright, there's only one TV. He's P1. No, he's P1.
Pion and worked, I'm pretty sure.
P1.
Pion night. Jim.
Kill it. TV. He's gone out. He's gone out.
That's not bad. It's not wood.
Yeah, just flip one. One turning phone there. I'm probably turning phone.
Canada, that's an entry. Let's go.
Nice.
I'm dropping that better.
Yashu's weak bedside. Yashu weak bedside.
Behind the AD on time.
Try you right, Yashu. Try you right, Yashu.
Back right pole. And one out.
TV.
He's on time now.
Bar Yashu.
Nice. Which one deep, give me a sec.
I can't. Bar.
On right. One on time, left side. He's on time.
Near weak.
Never dead, after look, give me a sec. One TV, out on you.
Right side time.
On right. That's you here.
See that.
Nice, one more.
One more. Each out.
Okay, go top.
Fireplace.
Go top.
You want to stack top today?
Yeah, go.
Okay, let's do it.
Cloud. Don't see him.
Yeah, he's here. There.
Nice. He spawns out. He's gonna spawn out. Let's go stone quick.
Yeah, go.
Oh, it's fireplace. Shields, fireplace.
I did that.
One push.
Stone.
Ben, you have two rugs.
See him in the back.
Only one in the back. Two rugs.
Okay. I'm
turning
turning
back.
back.
Time.
Nice.
That's one out, guys.
One more time. Yeah.
Oh, Ben, Joe weak. One on the back.
I'm pushing front.
Right side.
Shout. We can stone.
On the back, I see twice on the back. One on the back.
Top stone. Last guy. Top stone.
They're gonna spawn out as well. Yeah, P1 bed right now.
Yeah, we
Pressure's on me. They all saw me. There's three.
Go right.
Go.
Let's to the back.
Yeah, okay, on the back of you, Charlie.
The back of Yashu. One shot, Yashu.
Weak, so weak. He's on the stone.
Well, where I said the Slay might have to improve for Surge, it has not. Negative 20 or so at this point in the league, continuing to grow for Rocker. You're up 80 now. Joe, I know you weren't loving what you were seeing.
I mean, as soon as we went to listening, it was just dominant P3 control for Rocker to build that lead, and then they're able to earn this break. But yeah, you're just seeing the multi-kills. I mean, Gio had a couple of them during that listening. And well, now they have this 70-point lead, and they are close to closing this series out and moving on.
You're going to need an insane stretch here on Skyline if you are Surge and getting this to a 5th map. I mean, you're going to have to mimic what Rocker has been able to do. Just kind of turn to another gear. But Nero wanting none of it. Estriel trying to shut it down on the other side of it, but your rally begins now if you're Surge. So far, so good inside of the P1. You have got to step it up and step it up in a big way. Your shooters have got to get hot. I mean, really, I'm looking at Abuza, 04, to really start to take over on this particular map. 04 is going to get plucked out of the point. Abuza will get one, but it'll stop at one, and the rest of the feed goes the way of Rocker. You've got the P2 side of the map. I mean, if you're Surge, you somehow got to get them out of the point and get a flip in these next 15.
Yeah, I thought that was a chance maybe at the P1. We've seen some really good P1 holds, but yeah, I mean, Abuza just gets picked out of the hill, and then everything just starts to fall apart. And then you can see Rocker, they're playing safe, but they're also controlling the map, finding the scrap time. You see number 3 in Nero, watching kitchen side, so they win this rotation. Abuza is gonna find a kill, but on rotation, it will be Nero taking down 04. P2 control over to Rocker.
Yeah, they never actually dealt with Estriel. I think they thought the nade was gonna clean him up, but he's just jumping there, hopping, able to stay up with 9 HP. He staggers the push, but Surge maybe coming alive when you need him to or not. Thought they had numbers here for a moment, but it's kind of a 2-on-2 skirmish as everybody races back to it. You're 11 points away from the victory if you're a Rocker. Nasty, a much-needed multi-kill. He gets traded out, though. Despite the multi-kill, you still have numbers here if you're a Rocker. Surge doing everything they can, but it's just too little, too late. Second by second, their tournament lives disappear. Rocker magically don't go 5. They get it done in 4. And I'll tell you what, from the round 3 of the control to the end of the map 4, it was all Rocker. They were running through Surge.
They just hit a switch, man. We say it time and time again, but they have some individuals that just have pop-off moments. They do it here again. Gio and Nero in this game 4. And I just think if you're Surge, that map 3 hurts big time.
Yeah, it's like it's a combination of like what it did to the map 4. It feels like too, like your confidence just got ripped away, and they just run through you in the map 4. I mean, you take the map 3, at least then if you collapse in the map 4, you're guaranteed a map 5. Then who knows how that goes? Maybe you can clutch up in round 11 and clutch up in a game 5 Surge and get the dub. But it just ripped their sails away, bro. It did. I mean, we were just watching it happen in slow motion. It felt like it's just like we're watching like Dragon Ball, and people are powering up, bro. Like Rocker, we're just slowly powering up, dude.
They have done it all year.
Yeah,
they've done it all year.
Up, man.
They are a tough. It's a scary team down here in losers bracket. They're gonna move on the other side. Yeah, I mean, Surge had some moments in that game 4. I'll tell you what, Rocker did so well. Every single P2, it just felt like there was another player that they could just not find. They did such a good job when they didn't have spawns at P2. Where you can see he just kind of flatlined. I mean, at a P3, you go from 121 to 168. That is a ton of time earned on that hill, and that is just where the momentum shifted.
And it's just tough, like our view of Surge. You know, you win 3 straight to come into this to get a winner's bracket start. We're hoping, you know, they might level up on LAN a little bit, considering some of their struggles maybe they've had online. That's not what happens. You're going to get double opt out of this. A team that you're able to beat online, you're not able to beat online or on LAN with Rocker. And now it's just like, yeah, it's a team that's got to change. You start to think. I mean, you gave them to the first major. You get a little belief with the 3 straight wins, but after getting double opt out, I don't know, man.
Yeah, it just feels like they need a little more firepower for sure on that side.
Yeah, it seemed really glaring, at least at the final 2 maps here. But that'll do it for Joe and I. Win it to the stage. We've got Gio. How's it going?
First of all, Gio, welcome to Madrid. Did you have any free time to enjoy the city and try to go for some good food?
Yeah, free time's been great. Just grinding every day, just playing the game, making sure we're doing good, consistent. So far, we're doing good. Gotta keep it up.
We can see that grind. It was a thought map, but anyways, you managed to get the win. How you felt after this match?
I feel great, man. I feel like myself. Gotta keep playing good, though. Keep scrimming, make everything consistent, just playing good.
And talking about your next match, next elimination match, who you would like to face? Which team would you like to?
Man, I don't care. I'll play anyone, man. I don't care who the fuck I'll play, man.
Oh, you hit it. He's ready to play against anyone.
Yeah.
Gio, I want to keep that tomorrow, so just keep going.
Yes, sir.
Good luck for the next match.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Let's go back with the bucket.
Thank you very much, Julian. Congratulations to Minnesota Rocker. LAG fans already making noise because they know their team takes the stage next. But let's talk about the Purple People Eaters that we just witnessed take down Owie Squad, Vancouver Surge.
Tough.
Owie, what did you learn from the Minnesota Rocker tonight?
It's the same thing, dude. They get a little bit of momentum, and you literally just can't stop them. It is the most absurd thing I have ever seen. When it comes to Minnesota Rocker, like, it doesn't matter how slow of a start they have. It takes a little spark, and then they push these game 5s, they push these wins, and if you're on the other side for Vancouver Surge, like, you are so upset about that map number 3. You go up 2-0. You were dominating Minnesota Rocker and Protocol. I was mind blown because I looked at that map and was like, what the hell are we doing letting Protocol control in here, Surge? And then they go up 2-0, and I'm thinking I'm about to be proved wrong. And then it's Minnesota Rocker and Gio and Nero just lighting a fire underneath the rest of the squad and pushing into that Skyline hard point. Like, we knew Surge wasn't going to be able to take that map number 4, but it's unfortunate, but I have to tip my hat to Minnesota Rocker doing the same exact thing they did online.
Study, who's your favorite Rocker player to watch?
I think my favorite Rocker player to watch would be Nero. He has the most flashy POV. Like, he's in and out with that SMG. Miraculously, he's popping 2 pieces left and right. He's just a fun POV to watch, and he's always in the engagement. So, without question, Nero.
I have a new answer to that one, and it's my boy Gio. You see how confident he was in that interview? And he went plus 30 across maps 3 and 4. Just so hard to deal with in their 3-round comeback in the control. The guy was just up top being a demon. We were talking about it in the green room so many times. There's a 2-piece that happens, and Gio evens out the odds. Like, he is the guy. He's the equalizer. That's the new nickname I'm
He led the lobby, dropping bombs. Can Gio keep it up? Only time will tell. But for now, we know that his team deserves our Scuff play of the game. Let's take a look. It's round 5 of the control, the decider. Walk me through how they lock this in.
Yeah, well, they end up getting to their base. Nero goes on like a huge kill streak here, just straight spawn killing them. And it's so hard to deal with, right? Because when you have a player as mobile as him, he kills you from the left side, and you're like, okay, guys, pull out some subs, let's get out of our base and free aim. Well, then he starts to wait, hides in a little corner, a cheeky corner. Then you got Gio up top, who's able to jump down and win a close gunfight. Like, this is just so hard to deal with. By the time you do, you have no time.
And what's crazy about that is, like, you can point out every single Minnesota Rocker player that turned up right after that happened. Nero goes on the 10, and then it's Gio. Even Paul, he had single digits at one point when they were down 2-0, even came back positive.
This crowd is insane. I can't hear you guys, and I'm wearing a headset. Let's take a look at your bracket because we have Just 10 teams remaining as we say goodbye to the Falcons and now Vancouver Surge. Rocker waiting to find out, will they play Breach or Cloud9 in the next round? But when we come back, it is LAG. Lynn's looking to put it on for France against Optic Texas.
Upgrade your game with the SCUF, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Joe, a hot dog is a sandwich. You know this. You have known this from time.
Bro, hot dog's a taco.
Hot dog is not a taco.
More of a taco than
it's
a sandwich. 100% a taco.
A hot dog is a sandwich, bro.
You think? See, thank you very much.
Taco.
It's
You
two
think
bits
about
of
how
bread.
taco is not a taco, you
meat.
idiot. It's not a taco, you idiot.
It's not. It's hard.
You're
It's hard.
Look at the shape of it. Look at the shape of it, bro.
Idiots.
I can't deal with them, bro. I can't deal with CR Duel.
By the way, we actually have a podcast called Players Only, presented by Blacklight. Go check it out. Joe, you're an idiot!
Welcome back. It is day 2 live in Madrid, and we are gearing up for match number 3. It's not the battle we expected on day 2, but it's a good one. The French fans excited to see their team, the Gentlemates, take the stage. Now, LAG, you got a Frenchman in wins, but you now have the loudest crowd you're going to have all year. You got to take advantage of it.
It's a lot. It's a lot. And we've been hearing player names, we're hearing songs. There's a hymn sheet out and about. You can also get involved with it. It's fantastic. Absolutely. The most incredible turnout.
Kismet.
The French COD community.
We just heard 2 different chants. We heard a Kismet chant, we heard a Priesta chant. They're so excited for them to take this stage, going up against the green wall. The green suits versus the green wall has a little bit of a ring to it. And when you talk about this matchup, they played each other earlier this season, and it went to a game 5. Very close series where LAG had a definite shot of taking it, and they think they're going to get it this time.
We want to give a big shout out to Gotaga, of course, Brokey Bro. We got Squeezy, all from the Gentlemates, the content creators turned owners.
Yep.
We love to see it because I remember the very first COD champs, Gotaga, Broken, everybody was there in person.
Yeah, it was awesome to see, and they came in, we call him the French Phenom, right? Because this guy played on a high sensitivity, talking about Gotaga. He's an absolute legend, had some crazy clips, huge series wins, and now he gets to watch his team go out there and try to make a huge run, and the fans are fully behind them.
Allie, we got to keep it a buck, though. This team is not living up to their potential. These are 3 of a 5 World Championship team from 2 years ago. Now we're looking at Priesta, Kismet. We're wondering, do they still have enough in the tank? What do LAG need to do to right their wrongs?
I completely think they have enough in the tank. The thing is like, it doesn't make sense, right? This was my favorite roster that was built in the offseason, and they let me down and the fans down tremendously. But of recency, we've gotten to talk to them a few times after some wins, and it's like, look, we think we're on the right path now. Kismet said he just needed to put his head down, make his teammates comfortable, and LAN is where many of these players thrive. You're talking about world champions on that main stage. I have nothing short of expectations for them to thrive.
LAG are the underdogs. Optic, the #1 seed after taking down the Toronto Ultra in the final qualifier. Let's take a look at the green wall. Dashy, he's got fans from all other games tuning in to watch him today as they know how important this is. But Shotzi may be the most impactful player on this lineup, Nameless.
100%, and you saw what happened yesterday in the game 5. Hard focused him, none of his flanks were working, his timings weren't working, and he's the guy, like, he gets them going, especially in the search and destroy. He gets lost behind enemy lines, he finds a first blood, or you let him go in the clutch. And if you can hard focus him and take him out, it's going to be that much easier, which is what Heretics did.
Miles, you get an opportunity to cast a lot of Optic Texas. Today, you get a chance to sit here on the desk with us. So who is your favorite player from Texas to watch? Who do we need to appeal to the observers to put up more Optic?
Well, the observers are going to show a lot of love. For me, a big player always Dashy. Incredible production all year long. He's a standout. So many players, so many fans are calling him the best player we've seen in the game yet. If we can see that today, it's an obvious good sign for Optic. He's a player I will be watching closely.
And that's an incredible shout, Miles, because the last time that they played went all the way to a game 5, it was Dashy. Hard carried his team throughout this one, dropped 12 kills in the game 2 search and destroy. Like, Dashy is so clutch. And when you need to rely on him, he's going to deliver every single time.
Optic Texas bounced down to the elimination bracket by the Miami Heretics in a game 5. Will the S&D woes continue, or will Optic be able to roll through the respawns? Miles, this is going to be a fun one. For any of the fans who missed the action though last night, what do they need to know about Optic coming into day 2?
They need to know that Optic is still a contender. They're still a very, very strong team. And I think they need to know that a squad like this who have got high expectations from themselves, from the fans, after a loss, bounce back hard. Or at least they should. And this is what I'm expecting from Optic. They think a really tough night, a lot of good review, and they're coming in today clear-minded and with a heart full of fire.
Allie, if you're looking at the numbers, Optic, one of the best hardpoint teams. Let's take a look at their hardpoints for this best of 5 against LAG. We got Protocol for game 1 in Skyline, a double dose for Search and Destroy and hardpoint game 4.
I mean, Optic are feeling great about both the hardpoints in the series. This is both opportunities for Hook and Shotzi to just go out and do whatever they want to do, and that's important because yesterday in their hardpoints, the fundamentals were seriously lacking from the side of Optic Texas. Although I go over to that Skyline, the Hacienda, Search and Destroy and Control, I want to lead more towards the Gorillas mates.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's favorable for Gorillas mates. For Optic put themselves in a tough spot where they basically auto-ban red card now, which allows teams to just hard focus Optic's best map, which is Vault. So now we're seeing, in HP that they feel comfortable on in Skyline, that map 4, and then the Control 2-0 for Gorillas mates on that Hacienda. So they feel really good.
It's time to go to our Scuff Pick'ems and lock them in officially. Allie, will you get 2 wrong in a row? It's time to find out, as I will not let you go first. I actually have Nameless down at the end, challenging my throne. You get to go first, buddy.
All right, listen, fans, don't get mad at me. I'm going Optic Texas. They're going down a loser's bracket. I think they're going to make a run. You guys will get a game 5 in this one. Have some fun, but Optic win.
Optic Texas is Nameless's call. Can I hear from you, though, if there is a player on LAG that is going to cause the upset, who do you have eyes on?
The X factor for me is going to be Priest. When he takes over, they find so much success. We've seen it in the online league. I think he needs to get going early and get that confidence.
Alley Cat, Nameless is looking for number 38. You're one behind him. What do you got for me?
Oh, I'm catching up today. I'm going to go with the Gentlemates. I think they get their win here.
It's a passion pick. It is
Not
a
a passion pick.
pick.
Not a passion pick. And this is my favorite team that was made in the offseason. I just have way too much faith in this core 3 and Lance.
I had a hard time understanding one of the fans, but he said, he's who? And he was mentioning the guy with the big old drum. Big shout out to Gentlemates in the venue. Have they won you over, Miles, the Ross boss?
That's the thing. I mean, if you're going to have the best opportunity to bring a team like Optic down, it's right after a loss. We will find out if the fall kills them. I'm also going with a Mates win. I believe they do it here in Madrid.
You're calling Optic to go out 9 through 12.
Allez! Yeah.
Facts.
I mean, they got energy.
They got a lot of energy.
They got
That is the loudest boo I've ever heard Optic receive, ever.
Can we see the crowd one more time? I just got to see. Are there Optic fans in this venue? Is it all Gentlemates fans?
It really is all Gentlemates right now.
I'm going with my heart. I'm going Gentlemates for this one. Let's get it done, Perez! The players are ready. The match is ready. Let's send it to the stage with Yuli.
2 teams have been already eliminated, and now it's time to go into a banger match. And being honest, now it is time to view the Cavaliers. With this incredible crowd, I cannot say any other thing that, mon ami, aidez-moi avec cette équipe. Aidez-moi. Give me your bird cheers for your team, for Gentlemates. I want to hear you all. Are you ready to introduce them? Let's go. Get ready to welcome Los Angeles Guerrillas.
To prove himself. If you told me this was a matchup, I would have thought we were on Sunday already. World champions on the other side of that stage, but this is a proving point for the Gentlemates to prove that this roster was the right choice. It is time to see them spawn in today. The crowd is loud, but let's see how loud they can get for the other side.
They secure their first spot, and after gaining into the lower bracket, they're not gonna let anyone surpass this green goal. So let's give a warm welcome and get ready to rumble with Optic Texas! Dashi! Hugh! Kenny! And Jose! Welcome to Optic Texas!
After a crushing defeat last night, he had fans calling for players off the roster to blow it up. After winning a world championship, have they not earned your grace? Listen, this team is trying to make a run. Losers bracket round 1, winners round 1. It doesn't matter. They have the team to do it. It starts right now. Let's get it going.
This is a complete banger. Come on. This is already ready. Chef, study. The show
It's yours.
Energy is high. We got like the bleachers up top versus the pit down low.
We're gonna have some back and forth chance, I imagine, throughout the entirety of the series. And this feels like a wild one because, again, number 1 seed down the lower bracket. The only time we've seen this Optic roster fall this short was at Major 4 last year. Where's your headspace at?
I think if you're Optic Texas, you're just looking back at that series yesterday. We just needed one of those hard points. They could have found victory in both of those hard points. Just came down to slim margins. But on the opposite side for LAG, for the bad stage that you had all throughout stage 1, you have an opportunity right in front of you to turn your season completely around with this one match.
Absolutely do. And I think the thing about it is this LAG team had a really tough qualifying schedule. They had to go through a lot of the top dogs, and they did play a handful of them tremendously close. I think the thing that's most impressive about this Gorillas Mate team, though, is outside of a handful of tight hard points, outside of a handful of tight searches, they've been great at control. That has to be there once again. We're loading into a protocol hard point. Madrid, are you ready to go? Seems like everyone's well hydrated.
I'm ready to go with them. I might take this headset off. Screw this cast. With all the energy that we have in here. But this is going to be a battle. The hard points currently in favor of Optic Texas. You only have 1 rep on this map. If you are LAG and you got blown out of the water, did not find a lot of success on your rotations, not a lot of success on your hold win percentage. But you need to make sure you do that better today because Optic, they don't rotate. They just break into hills and hold down that time.
And I think for the Green Wall, you just want to see it bounce back in the hard point in particular. Let's get it on. Protocol hard point. Starting things off with the LAG perspective, man. The young French gun in Lins. Not able to find anything on his first light, but the rest of the team do find success to get into the hard point early.
Oh, and I love how Kismet pulls out that third AR in this aspect. Already knows he's going to be that player. Soak up this P one time. You have routes being developed from Hoop. Trying to catch the timing on this pinch, wins that one-on-one gunfight. There's a contest around P1, but Sky's doing a great job just keeping Kismet alive.
Really good start. Kismet then has the freedom to pop up, find his elimination around the hard point. Flipping the spawns around now. It's Kismet. Straight shoot. 3 in a row already to get things going for LAG. Still holding down the sidewalk, and it's getting this crowd fired up as the Gorillas Mate are off really cleanly, 30-0.
That's already 3 dead, making all 4. Kismet not missing shots. We know that the level of the Bulldog when he is on point. Already a 5-1 start. You get 45 seconds off of P1. Chef's kiss, and they are not slowing down.
Not a single point earned so far. Only 6 eliminations for Optic, and now Priesta's the cutoff man. Also tracks down 1 up top. Pistol out, and how about Priesta? Oh my goodness, LAG looking clean to start, but LA need to find a way to break into P2.
Yeah, spawns flip. At least you do have 1 player potentially setting up on the pinch, but Kenny gets a read on that. It's already 2 dead in favor of Optic Texas. They have the numbers. They just have to trade it out, but Priesta on 5 in a row is just keeping them off the point.
Really clean stuff, though, just to make sure that they can isolate over towards the backside of the hard point before they focus on mid-map, largely due to the fact that nobody was there to help out from the ledge play. Sky's back up into the windows. 25 seconds remaining. There's 3, and how about 4? Lins wipes the field off, and now all of a sudden, you got mixed spawns happening. Optic are in a really weird position.
Yeah, you got to try to read Shotsy. He gets blessed with the opportunity to make a play. Finds that first kill, and now if you are Skies, you have to put focus on him. Cannot allow him to be the game breaker here. Dominate early towards P1. A lot of time there off P2, but this rotation is looking like it's going to go in favor of Optic Texas. Kenny with the double puts them in a number situation.
Thing about this is it's still being relatively contested around the backside, so every kill's a big one, especially from Linz's POV. Finds the first, steps away cleanly, 2 for Linz. In and out of the hard point quickly, being chased down. Hoop will find the elimination. Back into the hill we go. Sky still holding on to the front, and Priesta clears out Spiral.
And Optic Swan all the way across the map. We know it was Shotsy getting isolated yesterday, not allowing him to be a playmaker. So far, a 1-8 start. You need this guy to start turning around.
You heard it from Nameless. This could not quite find his timings yesterday. It felt like the same is starting to occur here, and a lot of that is largely due to the fact that once more, LAG, they're not just finding 4 dead, Jay, they're finding 2-3 quickly, and then quickly capitalizing on the 1 last remaining, just forcing this Optic split out every single time.
And now if you're Optic Texas, you need to hit a hard reset. We're not going to contest this final 20, because then we're going to be laid off the rotation. Thankfully, Hook is in a position to contest it early on, but Kismet wins the gunfight. Everything that they are throwing at Optic Texas, they have not been able to prepare for it or counter it. Rotation is going to be run. The round good enough from Kismet with the zip. The Bulldog is on point.
And he's got himself a Hellstorm as well. Still have to battle over the top of P4 though. Off the regen, Kismet stunned, nade going in, but he still finds a way to shut down 1, not quite the second. Lynn's right behind him. Now just looking to finish off the final Optic members, and they're cleaning them up in Spiral. 107-20. 21, LAG in the hard point.
Optic need to stop the bleeding, man. They need to break, and they need it quick. They have the numbers. Put pressure through a big door. Shotzi flies on in and gets a double, but it's again Kismet. Still giving his team a lifeline to potentially fly right back on in. But finally, out of Texas, a little bit of space where they can start to recover.
What a route from Linz. Knowing his teammates are going to spawn up a little bit faster, he cuts off the reinforcements from Optic. Shut down by Dashy. 20 seconds on the fight for it. This is a big 20 for Optic fans. Priesta stepping in, cleaning up on the damage that his teammates had put together, but a little backsplash comes through as Dashy and Hoop will clean things up, and the back 10 go to Optic.
Yeah, big time right there for Optic Texas. Keep this game competitive. The Lynx not going to get fooled twice. Takes down Hoop. Now you go back to this P1 where Kismet was able to soak up 45 seconds, go on a 5 streak. You need to take care of him with that AR.
He is gunning. Oh my goodness. Priesta also 14 and 8. That was one of the players to watch for that Eskin he has provided to this point, but Optic are starting to chew away at this massive lead. So here comes the Hellstorm, just trying to clear out the hill. Landing on in, won't find any eliminations, but it gives Linz a chance to win back mid-map. Sky's also working towards the backside of the staircase. Can't quite find the Optic members that were previously in the hard point, but still the numbers are good for LAG to get in for some time.
Yeah, they had all the info, so they were able to find a couple of kills to work their way back on in, but Hoop with the re-pinch through top zip is able to find a double. Now Linz, your job is to contest to the front side of Grandma's, but it's Kismet again. Still finessing around this P1, he eventually drops, and it should be Optic in a position to soak up this final 20.
Looks good for it at the moment, but the lead again continues to dwindle. LAG trying to play through old, but also keep the setup for new. Prime time to take a listen in with the Gorillas main.
Big on time. Big on Kenny. Big on Kenny. Big on I'm playing for mid control. Yeah, I'm playing for mid. Yeah, I'm looking for mid. I'm sitting on hold. I'm short. I'm on a Grandma's. One back tower, Kyler. 2 on back tower. Any hope? There's 2. Nice. Take it right time. What's he be flying? I'm your hot. Yo, tower weak. There's 2 towers. Both weak. Nice. Play together. Top it. I'm going cliff. I'm going cliff. I'm on the tower. We can push up. Where are we at? I'm gonna shut it. Yo, outer. Last guy time. Nice. They're getting tower fast. Yo, you can push out back tower side. Right to left. Yeah, okay. I got short. I'll get your Grandma's. Back tower, 3 of them. There's 3. Watch out. I'm standing. I have all mid. Yo, listen, I have all the mid routes, guys. They cannot go underground. They have to outside. I'm being shut up. I'm gonna go trip. Okay, back Grandma's got me. He's weak. I only saw one. Top up's Kenny. One shot. Okay. Back up. Go front door. Just live Caesar. Front door dead. He's gonna be in the back. Yo, he's up. I have the back. No Kenny dead. I have all your mids. Someone get time. They're in the back. Underground. I have the back key, okay? Could be no kills. I got one. Nice. They're be behind us for sure. Yeah, what's P2? What's the long? There's only one time, I think. P2 long. Kill the time. Front door, maybe. Front door. 2 shots. One's from mid. Brandon from mid. Nice. From mid. I've been out. They go back to back door. I got trouble. Help each other. Nice.
LAG starting to string it back together again. Scrap time looking decent. Optic definitely backs up against the wall as we drop over with Texas with their listening.
Okay, I do spawn. They're all top. I'll spawn both. This one. Wait for you. Back there. Dead. Okay. Finish it. Back there, not weak. Last two. Absolute on time. Nice, good shit.
Yo, rotate if you can.
Okay.
Yo, jump down. Time it.
Two time it. See, one absolute dead.
Nice, I spawn out.
Big there. Linz, what's the Ivy? Ivy, we can look.
Nice, last guy.
Ivy, no. Put up. Yeah, come in. He's already big there. Like, watch P2 Kismet.
Yeah, I hit him with an close right. He's absolute close right. Nice, no.
Those are really big close right.
Both there. They're both there.
I'm not there yet. They're in.
There's 2 in. One's big door.
Big spawn.
I'm one.
Yo, he's in the big door.
Last two zip.
Big door is absolute Caesar.
Nice. Last two. One zip and one's back to the top.
One backside of me.
Oh, yeah. He's going to shot kind of deep.
Yeah, 2 backside.
Oh, you're
Watch out zip.
I'm playing big door, bro.
Yeah, I'm just holding
Take your time.
Spiral one shot.
Big computer lens. Big computer. We can smoke big computer. Dead.
Watch out.
Nothing's it.
Out-rotated, outgunned. LAG is all over Optic. Past the 200-point mark and holding Optic underneath 100 points until Dashley finally gets in for the back 10.
Yeah, final 15 going to be theirs, but still a long ladder to climb if you want to get yourself back into this game. The way that the Gorilla mates are currently playing, you have 99 Kismet currently activated. Priesta, he's going off. Liz is finding double kill after double kill. And now they win another rotation, again over towards P1.
Yeah, it's one of those things, it's like, yeah, you can have that back 15 on P4. We're just going to get the setup around 1 and get 20, 30 seconds here. It's been so good around these mixy hard points for LAG. Sky is trying to force the issue. Backside sidewalk enabled by a teammate with the stuns trying to come through. 225 to 110. This was not just a one-day affair. Optic look lost.
LAG are just performing on a whole different level. We have not seen them this dominant in hardpoint the entirety of the season. But now only need 18 seconds from taking map number 1 and taking full command of this series. Another 3 dead in the feed. You can still win it here at P1. You know where the pressure's coming in. Skies is just lining them up.
Yep. And still, Optic, I mean, again, we're all focused on the exact same thing. It's just all through this backside helicopter staircase. It's just all being lined up for Kismet. 32 and 19, the full wipe. That will be the game. Just get into P2. Get the final second. 250 to 110. Are you kidding? Woo!
And you got the Bulldog already out his chair. You know when he's in that mode, he usually gets it done with the SMG, but his AR was simply uncontested. You're running a majority of your rotations. You're accounting for players who are getting those freaky spawns at some point. So we jump into that list, and they do. There's definitely one person in the back. We got to play real tight here. Just off that awareness, you could tell that they were on point from start to finish. And that scoreline has got the Green Wall fans a little shook now.
I'll say. I think a lot of it is, again, just the same things that Zesker talking about. Shotzzy not being able to find timings. He starts off like 1 and 8. Just can't quite get anything going. And I think there is a level of, again, LAG, their break-off strategy. Get the kills first, then take the map. And once they do, read your awareness. Find a way to see where your advantages are. Let Linz kind of do what he wants to do. He finishes with 28 and 19. 19 of those non-traded, but it's the Bulldog. 32, 19, a minute 43 in the hill with 14 objective kills.
Brother, it's the entire team. Every single player almost has 20 non-traded kills. Optic Texas, they're always one of those teams that can slay with the best of them. But a slow performance there from Dashy alongside Hoop. Everyone on the side of Optic Texas go negative. And Dash with 2K damage. That might have been the first time I've ever seen that kind of stat line from him.
Yeah. So I was going to say, I think the thing about it is, again, you talked about it a little bit on the preamble as we were running through the fly-through. This Optic team, one of the most efficient in terms of being on the hill.
Yeah.
But sometimes that comes by way of breaks. Sometimes it's not as well-structured as you would assume it would be from a rotational standpoint. And this time around, LAG win the majority of rotations, which is something we didn't see the last time they played this map. And they just kept forcing Optic in these split spawn situations.
And that's so tough because Optic Texas, like we said, they have a 3-1 record, now 3-2. But every time they found success in their victories, it was never off of rotating early. It was about finding your kills on the way there to eventually spawn them out, soak up a lot of that time. But it was all about the breaks. They just simply could not find one. The Gorilla mates were all over the map. How fast Kismet was playing with that AR, Sky's just holding down his lanes, and then Priesta and Linz were just flying around with those SMGs in hand. Just way too much pressure for Optic Texas to handle it.
I think that's one of those inspiring things as well when you see Priesta moving with that type of tempo. You know, we've really seen that, I think, start to occur, especially from players like Celium, where he's stepping up his pace. He's trying to get into the mix a little bit more often. He might be the last guy in, but at least he's getting in. We're starting to see that a little bit from Priesta, and that's kind of what I talk about when it's about this LAG team. Some of their losses have been really tight, and they've played a very tough schedule up until this point. So now we take the focus away from the hard point, and with them taking map number 1, this changes the whole dynamic around this series in my mind. This has a ton of opportunities all over these next 4 maps for LAG.
Without question, because they have reps on Skyline Search and Destroy. They also have reps on Hasi. Their most played hardpoint is Skyline Hardpoint. And in that game 5, they're probably not even thinking about it with the way that they're playing currently. But for Optic Texas, now you're going into a map 2 where you have not played it a single time throughout the season.
Yeah, this is going to be one of those we're going to have to figure it out really quickly. I think on the other side, when you look at LAG, their Search and Destroy hasn't necessarily been great, but it hasn't really been as bad as maybe the stats would show. Because again, a lot of tight map losses. Round 9s, round 10s. Definitely feels like there's a handful of series in there where you can look back at a map 2 and say, you win that, you're not in the lower bracket to start this tournament off at. But wasn't the case, and it comes down to those improvements, those adjustments, and we have started to see them grow and mold together.
And to look at the ICE leaderboard on the season, obviously we know Dashy. He's one of the most, if not the most clutch player that we have in the league, not only for this season, but even last. But you got players like Hoop right behind them. That Optic Green Wall combination, they usually clutch up in those moments.
They got players like Simp. I like to see Cammy up there. He's got a little ice, but Lucky. We saw the kind of clutches he was able to do versus Optic Texas yesterday. He deserves to be on this leaderboard.
Yeah, he was massive for them yesterday and definitely giving some more fuel to the local crowd. But now it's just down to how do you bounce back? Because again, Optic was legitimately our best hardpoint team coming into this event. They haven't won a hardpoint yet. That starts to play in your mind. You'd have to think just a little bit, especially looking at this series where LAG has beat them on a Skyline hardpoint already. So it's like, it gets a little tight.
I'm just looking at the way that Optic played their Game 5 yesterday, and it was basically everyone doing whatever the hell they wanted. It wasn't really a lot of teamwork, and on a map like Skyline, you're going to need that teamwork to prevail because trades go down instantly.
Well, taking a look at what's on the line here, outside of the fact that one of these two teams will be eliminated here, you move on to face the Royal Ravens, who did look a lot more composed in their first matchup. If you missed it earlier on this morning or afternoon here in local time, 3-0 versus the Falcons, and a big bounce back. They had a 6-5 search and destroy after being down 5-1 and 2 straight offensive wins in the vault control. And then most impressively, how about that Minnesota Rocker team? Because we were sitting in the green room watching, it's just like, this definitely has a series that has 5 written all over it, but let's be honest, this Rocker team has looked consistent versus what they've done online to what they've shown so far here on land.
The fact that they only went 4 maps is still mind-blowing to me because those guys usually push it all the way to the distance, but you could tell that they were feeling themselves, especially off that interview out of Geo. He was like double positive map 3, double positive map 4, and sometimes I give a little criticism because he plays slow, but if you're guaranteeing those kills, who cares?
Crowd happy to see the Bulldog vibing right now. Looking like 99 kids. What can they pull on the search and destroy? A mode that has just been 4-7 for them so far in the season. But again, this map has been pretty solid for them. So 2 wins in their last 2 attempts on it, and pretty convincing. I think 6-3s on both of them. No, 6-3 to 6-4. So they've got something working here in terms of how they've played so far on the qualifier stage. And here's how they kind of started things off. And like I said, you know, when you look at it initially, you go, oh, the map 5 loss versus Minnesota, that feels bad. Wait a second, Minnesota's not bad. And then you've got the Carolina loss, you're like, whoa. And then you wait a second, Carolina's not bad. And then you go and you play up against Thieves, you play up against Optic, you get your win versus Cloud9, and then you play a tough Toronto team before finishing off versus Falcons. So I think, again, you look at those first 4 games, that's a tough opening schedule, especially compared to how Minnesota and Carolina started their season.
Without question, you start off your season by getting a reverse sweep. That's always tough. But then Carolina, at that point of the season, they were one of the top teams that we had in the game. They didn't lose any hard points, weren't really losing search and destroys. But it just seemed like LAG had to go through these bumps and bruises on the road, man, because you need to be able to understand who you're playing with, adapt to new play styles. I'm pretty sure the desk always touched on it. What's Kismet going to look like without Hydra? What's Hydra going to look like without Kismet?
Sure.
And it seems like both players are now starting to figure it out.
No, really, I agree with that completely. And I think there is a lesson in the losing is learning type situation.
Always.
And I think just kind of looking back over that sequence of qualifier matches, they lost to a lot of very different teams. Like, Thieves do not play like Optic, and they do not play like Toronto. Like, there is a lot of dynamic, I think, opponents and what they were able to kind of feel in their qualifiers. And I think that's when you talk to them in the interviews, they say, hey, we really do feel like we're catching our own identity, catching our own stride, and it definitely feels good. The small audio issue on stage, we should be close to go, so Skyline Search is still queued up and ready to go for us. And this pause has not iced the crowd at all. They have still been up and jumping and singing, so love to hear that.
Yeah, we know that the energy is going to be roaring for this series. Obviously, if you're the Green Wall, you need to be a little bit louder in this map number 2 because the Detrimates fans, they got flags. Everybody rocking a scarf. Green suits looking good. Everybody's repping today.
I'll say. Repping for the whole weekend so far. And I'm sure they would love to see another day of action for the Gentlemates. A lot of the Optic crowd still in the pit, trying to fire up the usual let's go Optic. Clap, 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 clap. They're trying. Game's ready though, boys and girls. A couple more shots in the training range and we'll be ready to go.
I just need to make sure that Optic are playing together on this map because when you play Skyline Search and Destroy, these rounds can end in the first 10 to 15 seconds. It's all about the trade, gunfights, watching certain angles. But one thing that you have to account for is what LAG are good at. That's usually their attacking side. When they find first blood, which is only 46% of the time, they are 100% in conversion rate. They're also great in their post-plant scenario, so Optic need to make sure that they're contesting early on over towards that A site.
Be smooth in the first bloods, keep the conversion up if you're LAG. Optic, does this feel a little bit like the end of last year where some of their search just gets a little bit one-dimensional at times? We'll find out. It is a one-dimensional map.
Especially with that guy on the map. You know, Kismet is full of plays. That massive playbook for Search and Destroy. But here we go into the game 2. Already starting off the aggressive push through hallway.
Nades out, takes the angle, but not a bad opening. Shotzi able to go 1-for-1 plus a follow-up elimination on the outside of the pool leads to a numbers advantage for Optic 3v2 and Linz has to wait.
He is also the bomb carrier. Don't want to put this in a bad positioning. Still in the 2v3. We have Optic watching across through mid-map. Kenny holding down that cross angle, but Lynch has worked his way potentially on the pinch.
Oh, I think he sees the, sees the top. That will work out. Follow-up, almost, but Hoop with the shutdown leads to Priest now for a 1v2. Bomb in that very nasty spot, but lots of time for Priest to work with.
And it's Kenny and Hoop. Just gonna roam around together. And make sure they trade this out effectively with 35 seconds to go. Priest is just trying to locate what the setup is looking like. He has no info.
He's starting to run out of time a little bit now, too. Does not want to get caught on a cross. Here we go. Nate Cook, bounce pass. Hits the opposite door. Just trying to fake out Optic as much as humanly possible. Doesn't really have much of a look at it, though. And Optic will clean things up. Good reception to the quick, aggressive offensive hit, too.
Yeah, they were able to go for a 2-for-1 trade there. Keep the numbers on their side. And even though Linz finds one, Hoop was in the perfect position to find that trade. And then Priesta has to work all the way across the map to recover the bomb. And the double chow too strong there for Optic Texas. They take the first.
Competing energy here in the crowd. What do you call trying to get this thing under your thumb here if you're Optic? Not gonna take the bomb.
Gotta go get that. Yep.
Okay. We'll be a little bit late to the party here at B. And now Hoop kind of has to sit here and wait. Middle of the map though, Shotzi gets a freebie backside of the pool. More nearby backside fireplace, but LAG will back off and give themselves a chance at a retake.
Yeah, the stun's good enough to find that first blood onto Linz. Now you have full A bomb site control. Bomb is being planted. You have the numbers, just trade it out.
I don't know if Shotzi saw the drop down from Kiz. We'll be anticipating it though as LAG are trying to feel things out over towards bedroom side. Optic looking to kind of force the issue. They're going to push through the site here. This may lead to a couple of isolated moments, but Dashy finds the first over towards Skies. Priest on the backside will turn the attention, finding the trade a little bit more delayed. And Kismet's stuck. He just doesn't have anywhere to go. Looks like he's gotten the Q onto one. Time becoming an issue. The big win for Priesta. Now to the 1v2.
Kenny, all you need is one kill. You need to find one kill, but Kismet with the movement. Slide, slide, slippery slide. I'm swerving that corner. Whoa, a double. Turns into a 4v2. And LAG able to tie it up.
Wow. I mean, legitimately, that was a near impossible retake situation with how Optic were set up, but the isolation of the Dashy comes through nicely, then the long-range shots, and Kismet says, get down, Mr. President, I got you.
And they did that with only 20 seconds left
know it.
before that first gunfight goes down. Maybe if you just play around the point, play next to your teammate instead of just spreading the map the way that you do. You don't get picked apart. But they clutch up 1v1 after 1v1. Priest with the double, Kismet the closer, able to tie the game.
Wow, this has been a rejuvenation from Priestess so far in these first two maps. Possibility of a long series in front of us, but it's been a hell of a start. And outside of the first round aggression, now you're gonna get LAG just hitting the brakes and seeing if they can keep Optic Texas a little bit on their heels.
Just the tempo switch up. Potentially catch them off guard, but the stun is able to connect onto Kismet. But just look at the route being developed on the ground from Linz.
The question here is, with that stun tagging, is Optic gonna try to push someone through? Yeah, they got Shotzi through the back. Whoa, that's just a quick push up top. Linz now figured out towards the bottom. He's a bit stuck. Whoa, antics though with the zip line being chased. Stuns his backside, but no. Kills are easy to come by. Kismet now, last one left alive. This will be a 1v4 and there's no chance to get to a second. That bold counterplay from Optic.
Yeah, it's high risk, high reward kind of play right there from Shotzi. The stun connects, you have him a little bit weak towards top cobble. You fly on in for that first blood. Then just a commitment right there onto Linz. You gain the info. Linz, I thought, was going to be in a position to at least find one. Doesn't find any. Shotzi sends it for that second kill. Very clean round right there for Optic Texas on that defense.
Yeah, and I love the fact that they're hitting them with a little bit of that counter aggression as well, saying we're not going to just, receive and turtle up. Yeah. Exactly. We're going to take the fight to you. So here we go. Optic on their next offensive effort. 4 players already over towards bedroom. Dash is going to find out. The first he gets 2. Oh, massive. Sky is at least able to find him on the response with his cooked up nade, but Shotzi's gotten forward to piano, but they don't know where Sky's was off that nade, and Kismet finds another, leaving Hook down by himself. He's got the last one right on the corner at Sky's. Oh, they're gonna see one another, and Hook, Gunny too strong, gets the win.
Almost got scary though. That was another 4v2 scenario. But thankfully Hook doesn't peek out the back door. Skies knew he was close, but that jacket was definitely preferred for those close range gunfights. Optic Texas secure the attacking ground. Now up by 2.
Yeah, quick lead here for Optic. It's going to call for some sort of an adjustment here, you would think, for LAG, especially on their next offensive effort, which is coming right now. Seen some aggression. We've seen some more of the we'll wait. How do you play this one? Little 2-2 split. Nades over the top. Priesta and Linz working together over towards A, which is wide open. Optic looking to float over towards poolside, trying to overwhelm. This is again Shotzi getting through up top. Shots are starting to come out, but Shotzi's in a really sneaky spot. Bomb planted.
But Shotzi's forced to back down now. Don't want to try to commit on this angle by yourself, and Kismet already picks up that info. 35 seconds to go.
Yeah.
Optic have to retake here.
And I think the big part is Skies is going to be able to watch when Hook eventually comes back up. Yeah, he's been seen now, so now you know that this hit is likely going to be a retake through the middle of the map. Skies trying to follow through. Can he re-clear out Hot Tub and get into a sneaky spot here in the middle of the map? He hasn't seen the cross yet. Lots of trust that Linz can hang his own. Gets the first, no problem. Slides forward, Linz finds two. Trades her out, just leaving Skies now by himself. He knows where the cross is. Shots are going through. Shotzi trying to discard. Who got for the defuse? Already done to halfway. Skies has to go. He knows he needs to go quickly, but he's not going to get there in time. 4-1. Optic have the big lead.
Perfect on the retake, man. They find that early first blood onto Priesta, and they double work that pinch. I also love how Optic didn't fully commit on trying to locate where the Skies go.
Agreed.
They just instantly work their way through backside. Cabo find that trade onto Linz, and at the same time, Skies already putting down shots at mid P1. Just got to trap him there. Someone stick the defuse, Shotzi hold the heady. Easy round there as Optic is starting to pull away.
Yeah, that was just, I think, good patience overall. Because again, Hook was kind of stuck for a moment, but you have to get it back to the play. So good breakdown there, Jay. RC comes out immediately to take it down, and Skies again is continuing to find success with his opening nades. We're going to get an early 3v3 here.
This is where Dashy loves to play. From top plat. Strictly hit you with the beamer, the nade. I don't know if it's able to connect on the Skies, but if it is, you're going to send in Shotzi. Not able to find the kill, though.
Look at the space created for Shotzi, but still traded back. Lin's able to find another onto Hook. Leaves it all down to Dashy. You saw the graphic right before we jumped on it. He's been the iciest player in Search, well, maybe in the last handful of years. Can he find the 1v2 here?
He has the bomb in hand. So he says, screw trying to locate where they are, wasting the game clock. I'm going to make the play come to me. It's all about where does he go from.
Here we go. Ah, there we are. I was going to say he's trying to take away space at patio. Linz just jumps down with Priest, and they find the quick kill. No drama here. 4-2.
Clean round right there from LAG. You find the initial first blood with Skies on that nade. And then you keep it mixy around that A site. Catch Shotzi as he pushes through, even though he does find one, but immediately respond with that second kill. Just play the numbers, find the timing, clutch up the round.
Yep. First blood count very heavily in favor of Optic. 5-1 at the moment. And just about everybody on LAG has received a first death for the most part. Similar offensive break-off here once again. Linz working alongside Priesta. Trophy system going to come through. Kismet cut into the middle of the map, but this will allow for a very early plant. So once again, Optic looking to default the playoff retake. Kismet looking to get forward. Timing here is everything. He's going to find the first free blood.
That's a big first kill. Now you set up Skies for the flank on the second. Kismet not slowing down. Give me number 2. Now it's all left up to Hook. In a 1v4, he drops, and the Gorillas, off the back of that first blood, especially on attacking rounds, they get it. Yep. They secure the round every time.
And I love that little adaptation from LAG in that offense. Similar break-off, but instead of holding towards bedroom side, where Dashy's been able to allow Shotzi to move forward, you push through it, and you take the fight immediately on into the bomb site. Force that retake to have to fully rewrap you instead of worrying about that top bedroom play. Really heads up an adaptation.
Yeah, and that was the adjustment they made off their previous round on the attack, where they instantly work that bomb plant, but they play on their side. Yeah. Worried about the flank. This time they decide to send it through. Kismet catches the timing and makes them pay for it. So the Gorillas now with 2 rounds in a row. 7-team streak. Optic gonna slow down this round.
Look at the ankle here from Skies. Just hard defaulting, trying to play for Dashy. And they know he's here, and yep, that's gonna work out. Cheeky angle. First blood tallied. Optic all around the A site, but do they have the comfort to get a plant off? Do they want to try to get an elimination first? It looks like they're trying to force the battle over towards patio side. Priesta right there to meet it. It's still up, not going to be able to find Shotzi. Kismet trying to track down the train, will find Shotzi, leaving it down to one. Nowhere to go. Kismet all over it.
Back-to-back rounds off of that first blood. Especially onto a player like Dashy, who's usually the flank watcher for Optic Texas. We get that early kill. We put ourselves in a numbers advantage. And then there's the shoulders. Over towards kitchen side, realizing, okay, they're not mid. They're not pushing over towards B. They have to be around that kitchen area. Just when you have 4 compared to 3, trade's always going to go your way.
And I love that, just default setup. Lynn's just kind of playing a little bit of a cheeky spot top stairs, just trying to poke. Let Skies have the opportunity to get the 1v1. Dashy didn't stand a chance. So now you go back to that similar setup. Bomb was left this time, though, and look at Optic. They're already making the adjustment. They're going to fully stack to contest the A site.
Oh, Kismet able to get out. So that's a lot of information already gained.
Yep.
How aggressive do they decide to be, or do they force Optic Texas now to back out of this setup?
I love it.
Sets up Skies for the first blood.
That's such a smart adaptation, knowing that you're being heavily flooded by the defense at A. Wait for someone to exit. Skies for the first blood. Has an opportunity for more. Shut down initially. Help is nearby for both sides. The big question mark is, when does Kismet want to go?
He's just waiting for his teammates to give him the info. Finally, he knows that there's multiple players over towards the site, but Dashy and Shotzi combined for 2.
Yep.
Now Kismet on 4 in a row. Trying to find the timing, but premature shots not able to lead to a kill. And now it's Lins in a 1v3.
He does have the bomb to play with. Maybe a chance to isolate, turn this into a 1v2, but it's all about the timing. 30 seconds on the clock. Lynn's the one who would have to make the initial play. Able to scout one, doesn't know how many are there. Shots are coming through, there's just nowhere to go. Optic Texas bounce back nicely, they're on that point.
Wall bang too good, even off the first blood right there from the Gorillas. I think that was way too long to try to develop the information on the map. So out in Kismet, we got that first blood. Somebody shooting on that A side. I'm hitting that route immediately because we have the numbers. We can trade it out. But it's just when that 2-for-1 trade goes in favor of Optic, now you're down by 1. They rewrap their way through their spawn, they catch you slipping, and now they're at point game.
I just don't think LAG were expecting Optic to push through that setup at A. I think they're maybe expecting them to back out and rewrap through Hot Tub. But not the case. Optic take the fight once again right into the waiting arms of LAG and come out the successful part of it. No bomb, like you mentioned, looking for regression here. Dashy likely to back up to collect this bomb, and Kenny's in trouble. Tags have come through. He stays alive, if only just barely. But that, again, enables Shotzi to get onto the defensive side of the map.
Oh, yeah, Shotzi takes a lot of map away from LAG. And Kenny finds that first blood over towards Skies, who loves to play around that piano area. Now that you have the numbers, somebody back up. Let's plant this bomb at A.
Shotzi watching the crossover towards the barbecue. Dashy on the point. Look at LAG, though. Wait, this might work out. Just comes down to the timing of when they execute on this play. Bomb planted. Dashy watching the pinch. The rest of Optic trying to push through. Dashy's seen at least one of the threats. Does he know how many are here? No, he doesn't. Lynn's drops in. Now we go 3v3. Kenny, he's able to watch the cross. Does he find the shots? Yes, he does for the first, but Priesta with the trade. 2v2.
They gave up the bomb. They gave up the bomb, and Priesta is able to pay for it again. You have the numbers. You have bomb site control. You take control of their spawn. That should give you all the info that you need. They are working on that pinch. But Priesta again, successful on the retake with a miraculous 2-piece on the pinch. Lynn's closing out with the final kill. Doesn't matter if Optic find that first love. LAG with a little too much ice. And now we're going to a round 11.
These guys are not playing scared. They're playing with a lot of confidence. That is a bold call 3v4 to just push through top hallway like that. So round 11. LAG trying to do the unthinkable by going up 2-0 versus the #1 seed. Backs against the wall in this tournament already, but it's already a hit right through pool, straight on for Planet A.
Yeah, Optic just sent it. They said, all right, we're not wasting any more time. They've given up A bomb site the entire time, so let's just get it down.
Once more, focus for LAG, trying to come through the middle of the map. Dashy for the first. Slips away, no trade immediately there. Hook following up on the pinch, caught by surprise by Kismet. There may be contact down here. Dashy's got to go. He's got to go quick.
Got to help your team. Thankfully, Kenny wins that one-on-one on the pinch versus Kismet. Dashy eventually spawns on in, but it's only 20 seconds.
Shotzi up top. Ah, he's going to get caught on sprint. Shotzi just holds his ground. And Optic, the fans in the pit start to get through, and they look straight up to the bleachers with both fists raised. And Well, two other things also raised for a couple of fans I'm starting to see doing their best Quinn impersonation. And we've got ourselves a tie series.
That is a battle, man. That was a battle from start to finish. Obviously, if you're Optic Texas, you don't want to give up a lot of those 4v2 rounds to even get to the round 11. But Shotzi needed to make a play. They make the adjustments in that final round and said, I'm just going to get the bomb down.
Yep.
Simple as that. Dashy finds the first blood, but he has done multiple times on that map. I'm pretty sure it was 3 or 4 times every single round. He was finding that initial kill, but then the pressure right there from Dashy to realize, okay, I'm on the ground. We got the numbers advantage. I instantly got to put myself back into the play. Flanks it, turns it to a 1v1, and then Shotzi with the positioning. Catches the player off guard as Optic tie the series up.
An absolute battle. And I think, again, you look towards the offensive rounds towards Optic, plants in almost every single one of them. I think the thing that's different, we talked about this, Dashy enabling Shotzi to play through. Just trying to find first blood through one side of the map. Hey, let's just play a 4v4 on our terms. Get the bomb down. Let's play the 4v4 with 45 seconds. Let's not allow LAG this time to play along the long flanks. Let's force them to come right into us. And I love that last second adjustment right there for Optic, not getting too cute with it. Just keep it simple. And they get the win. Looking at a Hacienda control coming up, give me your thoughts.
That's an ultimate square up. It's as simple as that. Both teams are able to outslay on their attack. Both teams are able to outslay on defense. It just all comes down to who's going to do it a little bit better here.
It's been an absolute battle so far. Fireworks in both of our first 2 maps gets us to a 1-1 tie with protocol control. Or probably Hacienda control. How about that? Des, right to you.
Welcome back, everybody. I am joined by the Canadian Johnny Bravo himself, Miles the Ross Boss. We got Alley Cat and Nameless here. And
how you doing?
Can I start with the expectation, Nameless? You picked Optic.
Yeah.
All of us went LAG. I thought Allie was just pandering. I knew Kismet had the potential.
Yeah. What?
But did you see this happening?
I did not. I mean, what we saw from LAG online was totally different than what we saw on that stage. Coming out with authority on that protocol, bringing it into the Search and Destroy. Honestly, felt like they should have won that Search and Destroy by the way that it was going. You know, they were adapting middle of the game, making some huge adjustments. But yeah, we got a 1-1 series, an absolute banger.
I have to say from the flip side, though, on the side of Optic Texas, like, the adjustments were just so good. Like, the fact that they went in that round 11, they've been playing such slow attacks, right? Like, very methodical, very, like, we don't even need to pick up the bomb. Our goal right now is to get this first blood and get map control. And then that round 11, to just full push over to that A site, that is not something Gorillaz Mate was prepared for in any aspect when it comes to the Search and Destroy and Skyline. So they set themselves up for success very, very early on the side of Optic Texas. And this is a series we have in our hands.
We're knotted up 4-4 at this point in the game, Miles. Walk me through the end.
Hey, man, look, the nerves are at an all-time high for both players. So all the teams here doing everything they possibly can. It's flanks on flanks. It's nice, you know, retakes. I think Priester had a sensational map. He and Linz were big on the flanks there, but end of the day, though, it's Dashy. Takes the initiative. He gets traded out here in the final few moments. He sets Shotzi up for a perfect read. He's either hitting the stairs or he's going to go back towards the bomb site. You take one timing, you win that fight, you set up for the next one. If it doesn't go your way, pitch a perfect round 11 from Optic.
Round 11 going to Optic once again. We've seen this before, an Optic coming out clutch, but that game 1 was not close.
Yeah.
LAG is here to play in front of their fans. Let's take a look at something you found in game 1.
Yeah, let's talk about this and when they ran away with it. Listen, when you talk about Gentlemates, they were awful at rotating throughout the online stage. In that map, they figured it all out, and it was through Kismet. I think the crowd had something to do with it. So let's jump into the mini-map and talk about this P2. So we're in the end here. There's 11 seconds left on P1. We'll jump into this mini-map and show you guys from Optic's POV. So they're all like flooding through, watching mid here, trying to watch the right cut. You got 2 players here watching the same exact angle through here, and you really want to hold this side of the map so you can spawn trap them here when we get over towards P2, right? So let's talk about how Kismet makes a huge play. He goes outer, he's gonna wrap, go up top, find an initial kill, and then it's just mini-map awareness. They're picking up each other's flanks, getting control of the time. You'll see here, Kismet has top control. We'll pause it and talk about this. So you got 2 players at time. Optic are gonna try to go through mid and make a play, but they're getting accounted for. You have everything. You have a player watching through mid here. One's gonna pick up the right side flank. There is nowhere where you can go if you are Optic Texas. And this is something Optic was doing extremely well online, being able to break team setup, get through, flip that spawn, but instead it's Gentlemates this time, picking up each and every kill, and even when they do need to re-break, they make the huge play to re-break here.
I love in this clip, Kismet is sitting at 21-10 on a 4 streak with over a minute of time. Yeah. 99 Kiz is here to play in the respawns. They don't get the job done in Search, But we got a control coming up, Miles.
Well, again, I think Stad said best, ultimate square-up map. I mean, this is two teams that don't have a huge amount of repetitions on this. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch. Again, it's a square-up. It's a fast-paced map. Hacienda has treated us since he joined us here in Black Ops 6. We've seen some incredible games of control. No doubt this is going to be one of them.
Ali, I saw you were out there with the LAG fans. You
Where's
were
the
in the middle of the dance party.
It's literally right here. I literally had it on, and then once it got to like 4-2, I started sprinting down. I got to the desk, I was so out of breath, and I was like, we're going to a round 11. And unfortunately, Grillos wasn't able to take it out, but it wouldn't be fun if they went up 2-0. You know, Optic Texas, world champions on that side of the stage too. I can't believe this is a round 1.
Can you teach us any of the chants to use during Game 3?
Absolutely not. I have horrible memory. My brain is fried, but I'm going to by the end of the weekend.
What is it, Miles?
Kismet.
It's Kismet.
Kismet.
Yeah, these are the ones we got.
Those are the ones we know here on the desk. The Gentlemate fans are here. The watch parties are popping off around the world. Big shout out to Kataga, Broken, and everybody behind the scenes. They have been cheering on this squad throughout the wins and the losses. Now you're taking on the league's best and you're tied up at the half. We got a big control coming up for game number 3, and we're guaranteed a game 4. Will we get a game 5 out of Cat?
Absolutely.
100%?
100%.
See.
I think we're getting a game 5 in this series, honestly. But it's time for Shift and Study to take this over and get back to the games.
Thanks, Nameless. A rare throw from Sin Nombre on the desk. Wow. I mean, again, I think the desk hits it perfectly. I do think just overall, LAG, their macro focus on the hard point really did come to life. Maybe a couple of missed opportunities in the search, but like Ali said, that's the World Championship team on the other side of the stage. And now we got Hacienda control. We've got, tee it up for me, Jay.
It's a square up, brother.
It's a square up.
It's just like that. It's an absolute square. Both teams love themselves a little bit of Hasi control, at least for the LAG mates. Like, control has been their bread and butter mode all season long. They haven't really found a lot of success in hardpoint. Obviously, they showed a difference in map number 1. S&D's been like kind of 50-50, but control, a 6-2 overall record. You're going into a map where you only have faced 1 L. On the opposite side for Optic Texas, you have a couple reps as well, but like I said before we went to the desk, it's literally going to be all about the kills. Optic Texas could not slay with the best of them in map number 1. You need a guy like Dashy to come on and perform like this.
That guy, as soon as he saw Hacienda was getting added to the map pool, woof, you knew that it was going to be something special for Dashy. But this LAG team is the number 2 ranked team in control, and they've got fluidity across pretty much all 3 maps. Whereas for Optic Texas, yes, they beat down Miami here yesterday, but they're still trying to get their feet wet a little bit more with this map. Opening exchange, 2 for 2. Offense, though, for LAG will get a little bit of patio control with Priesta in the mix, so they can stop the clock at B.
Yeah, but look at what plays that already Shotzi's going to find himself in. He flanks to their lobby, pushes through B2 garage, and now he's behind his player sitting at well. Even though that first segment is locked, Shotzi's just waiting for his opportunity to strike. He's just hoping that his teammates can find some success on the back end, but 3 for 2 trade, LAG right back on the point.
Yeah, and this is one of those moments where you just keep the clock paused. And look at the spawns here for LAG. They're spawning well here because of Shotzi's position. So they're going to be able to reinforce this, get the quick extra 60 seconds. The only question mark will be, do they go back and try to find Shotzi? Not going to happen. He comes to them. Shotzi Kenny trying to clear the point, but it comes a little bit too late. The extra 60 has already been tallied.
Yeah, times is going to be extended to now 2 minutes on the game clock for the Gorilla mates. Complete 3 segments over towards this 8 point. They're just looking for 1 set of kills. Big play to find that kill on the Shotzi. A double now leads to a lot of map control in favor of the Gorillas.
Can they start to move the spawns around just a touch? Good awareness here from Skies. Priesta finds Dashy up top. That leads to an opportunity to get some bar control here. Wait a second. This is a hell of a setup for LAG. Problem is they don't get to read that Kenny was contesting down low. So now Kismet holding towards Rock, trying to get his teammates off spawn, but Texas are continuing to find every single kill.
Yeah, they're winning all those one-on-one gunfights spread around the map, making it more difficult for the Gorilla mates to execute a perfect team push, but now, Kismet, your opportunity. You know that you at least have 1 player off the respawn, and Kenny, your teammate in Priesta finds a kill, but not finding that gunfight. Yeah, forces you now to hit that reset.
Yeah, have to take a breath here if you're LAG. Lots of pressure was established by Hook and Shotzi kind of simultaneously in their spawn. And you can see, just as they start to rotate through the previously captured B zone, everyone's looking over to their right. Where exactly is this Optic defense? Staying covered for now. 2 for 1 goes the kill exchange once again. Shotzi holding the front doors towards top spiral, and again, Skies can do nothing besides wait.
That's got to be so annoying right there for the Gorillas. Okay, we worked out our spawn. We already found ourselves close to their back of the space, but then we don't check the proper corner because Optic Texas just turtling up, clutching up in those gunfights. Now with 35 seconds left to go, Skies on the pinch. Needs to try to get some done.
Yeah, he needs to find a kill somewhere. 27 seconds on the clock. Coop shuts down the play twice through open hallway. Dashy right there with him. The only one that could touch right now would be Skies. And he gets shut down by Kenny. So this round is pretty much a moot point. There's just no way LAG get out of spawn with enough numbers, you would think, to influence the A zone.
Yeah, and every time someone's going on the pinch, they're just getting shot in the back. That's got to be so frustrating. Yeah. Especially if you're players like Linz and Kismet who are finding those routes, those potential openings, but are just getting shut down because Optic have everything covered. He's outslayed by 10 kills in round number 1. Only allowed 3 segments to get away from you. They take that first defense.
Just constant pressure in the back. And that's what we've seen time and time over when it comes to defensive teams finding success. You get at least an even exchange. You get someone in through Lambo, someone in through Spiral. They're just constantly shooting in the back. And for LAG, it's just only one player surviving. It's just not enough for them to come back to the play and get at least some sort of a setup going. So decent for both sides. The 3 ticks not bad, but the defense, obviously 10 lives to their favor is huge.
Yeah, and it's also big plays from Optic, the fact that they were all spread around. So like even if someone dies on one certain angle, no one's dying in sync. So you have other opportunities to still contest around that top mid. The ideal way that you want to play a defense on Hasi. We saw what? Yesterday was 5 back-to-back attacking rounds.
Yeah.
Start off with a defense here.
A little bit of a spread of the map here for Optic. Trophy system down over towards the archway at well. It will be eliminated by just sheer force of numbers of nades that are being thrown, but big 1v1 here. Kenny follows up, finds the kill, stops the clock with a little bit of success on the B zone now.
Kenny is going to be surrounded. Can he win any more engagements? At least finds the first. And he has Dasty trying to contest from top streaker. Wins that one-on-one versus Skies. And look at how aggressive both the SMGs are getting. They know that it's 2 dead. I hold this power position. Those guys are not going to get out.
The only place that LG can be tested from is outside towards fences. And they get dealt with. Here we go. Optic's going to be able to jump onto the B zone with at least 1, if not maybe 2 members here. Skies trying to just fight through backside 10. Nade toss his direction will hold him off. First tick now locked. Kenny working alongside Shotzi. Double stack is coming through. Nades for LAG are coming over the top successfully. No trophy in their way. Skies opens things up. Kenny also dropping, and LAG will reclaim with contest on the second tick.
They committed every single player towards that side of 10. You don't want to walk your way back in towards top office. Potentially have to check your corners because you know the SMGs were already in your face. And who still holding down the power position, but Linz has got a read on him. A big gunfight to take that map control away.
And you still have Optic Texas finding success over towards Fence's side, so Hoop doesn't have to do anything. He can just stay here and contest. And they get the elimination on the Linz. Hold on a second, this is turning out really nicely for Optic. 2 members again, back over towards the B zone. Kenny's starting to light things up. Firing up in the kill cam as well. That's gonna be the extra 60. Hoop, big 1v1 here with Linz. He wants it, but Linz steps away. LAG now have to take their focus over to A.
It's not a good situation to be in. Time is gonna be extended unless they go for the last hurrah over towards B. Does not matter. Now Optic have 1 minute and 35. Dashy, your turn to line up a couple, but at least up your teammate in Hoop. Give me the double. Still dominating towards top offense. He hasn't died in like the last minute.
Yeah, I don't know about that call from LAG to try to recontest over towards B. So now you've got all of this forward offensive pressure from Optic with a life lead of 6 and 1:15 on the clock. LAG trying to reclaim ground over towards Secret. Every gunfight that you see over towards that middle portion of the map is going to be a big one if LAG want to get this defense going.
They can just slow this one down if you are Optic. You're currently up by 7 lives. Shotzi gave you a lot of info on where they're going to apply the pressure from. And now with 11 HP, he's going to commit on the gunfight. Priestley, you want this one back. Thankfully, Sky's there to assist you. But still up by 5 lives. 50 seconds to go.
Clock is starting to become a big ally here for the Los Angeles Guerrillas fate. And they're starting to really reduce the life lead, just down to 3 now. Hoop caught trying to hunt for kills. Skies also finds another. And like you said, all 4 will drop. Skies not able to read Dashy off the quick spawn, but Kismet can just be a little pest over here through his Lambo position.
Yeah, they're just going to waste a lot of time. They know Guerrillas are in our base. Got to take every single corner, trade out effectively. Shotzi starts it off with the first. Already has a lot of secret control. 20 seconds to go.
Priest in a good spot here at mid connector though. Kismet, big win over through the rock hallway. Leaves it now just to Optic from the middle of the map. They have to try to dive onto the point. 9 plays 8. Only 3 ticks locked. If Optic can find a couple eliminations, maybe they can get onto the zone and start to work on this first tick, and that's exactly what's coming through. Kismet off the pinch on 5 in a row. Has to get back over to the zone though. First tick of progress is close to being locked on in. Kismet down low with the AR, shut down, and here we go. Optic are still in the zone. 8v5. Numbers advantage for Optic. First tick locked, second on the way.
Stack it. You gotta stack it. They only have 2 players on the point. You're trying to locate where Priest went. Thankfully, Kenny off the respawn takes care of him. Second segment already locked. The trades are good, and Optic Texas
Almost going to be able to catch this in one-on-one.
Oh, Shotzzy wins the 1v1. Can anyone else touch this in time to contest? No, they cannot. Late round heroics for Optic. Get them up 2-0 now in the map. And that's a huge momentum shift after what looked to be an LAG defense coming through.
That's such a big round right there from Optic. Their final push, last hurrah. They're able to get it done. All through the segments, the SMGs to stack the point. They allow the players to come off the respawn to catch the timing when the players working on those pinches. Optic Texas came down to a one-on-one, but Shotzzy secures it. They walk away with the attack. They're up by 3 segments. Now they only need one more round.
The battle in the game is heating up the battle in the venue. It is literally bleachers versus floor right now. LAG need to put together a response here on offense. Trophy system allowing 3 members to play aggressively up towards fences. Kismet just waiting to see if he can catch someone over towards Secret, but he gets shot in the back. Sky's on the point. Tag. Still alive for now. Help nearby, but everyone from LAG has to be weak. They're just trying to find some sort of a haven on the zone itself. Priesta shut down by Dashy, and here comes the flood for Optic to re-clear the zone.
Oh my God, Skies is in hell right now. He's just getting shot through walls. Everyone peppering him. Finally, he is gonna fall. Now Kismet, he's trying to be the playmaker on the opposing end. Pushes over towards top office. He knows there's at least a couple players coming off the respawn. Let me turn around, trade this one out real quick.
Yep.
But he's just trying to maintain this for his teammates to push over towards B.
It's the same thing as round 1. You have one LAG member forward, but they really aren't able to do anything. Nope. It's not pulling Optic back to the zones. So now Linz is in trouble. Kenny just holds down the trigger, finds the kill. Priesta trying to follow for the trade. He's able to secure it, but at what cost? You still have Shotzzy in your spawn.
Shotzzy is doing Shotzzy things in your base. Multiple double kills. Finally is gonna get taken care of, but look how much time he was able to waste. Only 30 seconds left. You need to try to extend the game clock early over towards B. You at least have 2 players in that position. Yep. But Optic aren't gonna give this one up for free.
Yeah, Kismet does get top secret hall control. Shotzzy working on that. Second tick of progress, lock third on the way. And Dashy, Shotzzy both find the first kill. Linz has to back off. He needs to stay on his zone though. 27 seconds remaining. This is not ideal at all. Shotzzy trying to play forward, trying to make a mess of the spawn. Shut down immediately. Skies also finds elimination up top towards patio. Looking for more. Caught on the reload. Little line wide to the pistol. No! Not quite able to win the gunfight. Linz trying to find some success off the trades. No, not gonna happen. Optic all over. 10 seconds remaining. Priesta has to go large.
Yeah, the kills don't even matter. We need to get to the point. We need to try to extend the game clock. But with only 5 seconds left, you can't touch speed. You gotta get it done today.
Kenny's already stopped one. Who can jump in? Shotzi's down low waiting for Linz to hit the point. Kismet the last one standing, but he gets crossed up. And Optic 3-0 and the control to take the edge of the series.
Just a dominant map right there from start to finish out of Optic Texas. They lacked in the sling in the opening HP, but it was Kenny finding a lot of success with that AR. Shotzzy pushed to your spawn, making your life a living hell off the respawn. And LAG just could not find any stability after they were consistently getting picked off those long routes. Optic Texas just did what they needed to do on defenses, camped in certain corners when they needed to, but then taking advantage of the situations in front of them. Fantastic plays from start to finish of that Hossie control.
26-19, 3,100 damage for Ken. 11 of those eliminations come on offense. Unreal stuff. Big bounce back from yesterday. There's a handful of Reddit posts about the 16 straight deaths. I think he saw that and said, bet, hold this.
Crazy thing is, he's going into a Skyline hardpoint where he actually has the opportunity to turn that around. Don't usually think that players like Kenny will go on 12 deaths in a row. But you can just tell yesterday when we jumped into that Optic Texas listening on that Skyline, they never hit the reset. Like, that was the biggest thing. Miami were finding break, winning a majority of their rotations. They wouldn't just cut their losses. They were consistently always in the mix. You could not allow that to be here in this map number 4. But I think if you are Optic Texas, guns are now a little bit more hot.
I'd say.
Back in your mind, you're thinking, okay, if we could just put ourselves in a position to beat a team early over to the hill, we're going to stand a pretty good chance at closing down.
You know, not to sound slanted or biased in this instance, but if you were sitting here and I told you at the beginning of the weekend that Optic were going to come into their first 4 hard points and lose all 4 of them, I bet you wouldn't believe me if I said that. So there definitely feels like it's, you know, it's a time thing. Like, it's going to happen here for Optic, but Hard to say, because let's be honest, up until yesterday, the only other team to beat Optic on Skyline was LAG. And I'm looking at one guy. I'm looking at Linz.
Yep.
He is different when it comes to this map. He is a walking multi-kill.
Every time we watch him, it's like he could be in the most sticky situation possible. Miraculously, he's popping a double. You know, so like you need to make sure you have that Linz in this map number 4, because based off that last map, I don't think he was really there. You can't have that here versus this top team.
And I think the other thing about that is it does not just the fact that Linz isn't able to do anything, it's the fact that the SMGs for Optic are constantly making a mess of your spawns, which is kind of what LAG were doing to Optic in map number 1. Again, kind of apples to oranges talking about a protocol hard point to Oscar to control, but a fact is a fact. And well, the fact of the matter here is, again, the energy is competing in the venue. Like I said, it's legitimately bleachers versus floor right now. So we'll see if the extra spark coming out from the bleachers can help LAG get back into the series and take this thing the distance to 5, where there is some lingering history there. These two teams had played that Vault Search. We'll see if they can find a way to get back into it. But this is what I was talking about, Jay. I mean, talk about their record in Stage 1. Optic were the best team in Hardpoint, plus 52 points on average. And now all of a sudden they're 0 for 3 in their first 3 attempts.
Yeah, this is insane to say, because if you're the best hardpoint team coming into the major, you're probably expecting it to stay that way. But to lose both hardpoints to Miami yesterday, to lose the opening HP in this series today the way that you did, you cannot afford to lose this one here. You don't want to put yourself in another Game 5 barn burner.
I agree with it, especially with an LAG team that showed us in map number 2. The playbook is pretty deep. They've got a lot of creativity built up. We're in the firing range, getting locked in. Trying to keep the gun as hot as possible. I think if you look at one player on Optic, I'm still looking at Dashy.
Without
he
question.
can control the pace here.
Without question, man. Dashy needs to be able to bring his consistent slaying in this hardpoint game with that AR. But if you think about how they lost Skyline yesterday, they just allowed one player to slip on by. You need to make sure you're accounting for everyone, make sure everything is covered before you're deciding to push on out.
Well, here we go.
Optic will stand a good chance here.
Yep. A lot of reps for LAG though, 4-3 on it, still holding a positive win average. And the Bulldog was out and feeling ferocious in map number 1, 32-19. So you got to keep him honest. That's the biggest part about it. I think if he can find that success alongside Lim, they can keep that tempo up, they can make a mess of the spawns. That's got to be winning condition, you would think, for Guerrilla's made.
Especially early into the game, because Kismet went 5-0 off that initial P1 ad protocol. Then it allows him to just continue that confidence going forward. But I think every time I think about Skyline hardpoint for this Guerrilla Mates team, it's always about how good they are at that P3 to P4 chain. Even if they lose the rotation towards the backside, they apply so much pressure from the top side of Copple, jump down, do back left at Plat, and they just instantly are able to flip you out and soak up a lot of that P4 time. Just the only one mishap. If you remember in the beginning of the season versus LAT, they won it, but then they ended up losing it at the very end. You can't have that today.
We've seen that happen with matches versus Minnesota as well across their hard points. I think the thing that's different about this LAG team, and some of it is just kind of watching and seeing them on stage, but also in their gameplay, they're playing with much more confidence than we had seen them in the middle portion of the Stage 1 qualifiers, where, yeah, they were battling, but were prone to making mistakes. This looks like a team that really trusts the process and what they've been able to build and are just executing right now.
Hey, there's 3 world champions on that roster. They all won it together. The only player who hasn't won a championship is going to be Linz, but these guys know what it is to play at the highest level, to win consistently. Now, even with their backs against the wall, they have been in multiple situations like this throughout their career. They know the series ain't done until somebody's singing.
Absolutely. I'm not singing.
Neither am I.
All right. Crowd sing. At least it happened. Let's find out. Just a wrong side swap up here, friends. We'll be into it momentarily. Gosh, drama for lower round 1. What are we talking about, Jay?
This is crazy. Just keep in mind, too, like, if the Guerrillas are able to push this all the way to the distance and miraculously walk away with this series, everything about Stage 1 qualifiers for them, that schedule being difficult, everything's out the window, 100%. Man. To come out here and take potentially the #1 seed out, knock them into the 9th to 12th spot, you could carry that momentum through the rest of this tournament.
100%. And into Stage 2.
Yeah.
No, I feel pretty hot about this LAG team. It really is just the smallest of things between their hardpoint and their search. Their control had been solid. Obviously, I have to eat my words a little bit on that, considering what just happened in the Hacienda, but it doesn't feel like this series is over yet. Well, obviously, it's not. We got to load into map 4 still. So can they find a way to get the SMGs running and gunning? Skyline, hardpoint, as we run on through. Will Shotzi be able to find his timing with Hoop this time? How much of that is established by Dashy, controlling tempo early? All the questions. Hopefully, we get all the answers.
Let's get it.
Let's get into it, baby. Map number 4. I can hear it through my headset. The green roar, the green wall is starting to roar. Here we go into this map 4. Optic trying to close it out in 4.
Kenny and shots here going through top hallway. Priesta held back initially. Opening shoulder comes out. It's an even exchange. No one in the hard point yet. Everyone just playing for mid-map control. And Linz already off to his usual nonsense. Double tail up top towards piano stairs. Works out. And LNG can get into the hard point.
Oh, but Linz, he was trying to lay down in towards the jacuzzi. Unfortunately, the movement doesn't allow him to do that there. Sassi was able to take him off at that time. And now the spawn's starting to get a little bit free. Yep. You are Optic Texas. You are applying the pressure on the right sides of the map. You just got to take him off with this B1.
Yeah, Hook's just holding an angle over towards the piano side. He's just waiting to see if he can just flip the spawns around single-handedly. But in that same moment, LAG win a couple eliminations. Now they know that they need to come back and try to take care of Hook. Sky's able to find him. Good elimination coming through. Again, no one really finding any hardpoint time whatsoever. Spawns are stabilizing, and a good follow-up elimination there for LAG will guarantee it.
Yeah, LAG are going to guarantee the rotation as well over towards P2. One of the more difficult hills that we have on Skyline to break on in. A lot of pressure already from Optic Texas over towards Piano. Priest starts it off at the first hoop with the trade. You just need to come out on top in these trade spots and keep these spawns.
Big 1v1 here. Skies drops. Does that block the spawns? No, not quite yet. LAG still spawning up over towards the helipad except for number 5 in Sky. So now if this hit from the front needs to start developing for Optic, and it is. Priest the last one left. He's been tagged. Able to find one for free. Just the bullet needed to find that elimination. Finessing, trying to dance around the outside as the rest of his teammates come through. Skies almost gets the natural lineup. 50-50 hard point. It opens right now.
Yeah, Mixie Trade Fest as well. Has both teams currently spawning out, but Optic Texas now a little more pressure towards the backside, but they don't find the trade out to the Bulldog. Clean double. Potentially the final 15. Just way too much players on the side of Optic Texas. Still here to contest it. But once you find that trade onto Kenny, that last chunk time is yours.
Not bad for both teams, I think. LAG contested. They still come away with about 30 seconds. Optic are sitting there saying, we don't own spawn. Only let them get 30 seconds. Kind of feels like not a win-win, not a loss-loss. It just kind of is what it is. Over towards Kitchen. Optic, the first team in. Already being tested, though. Kismet finds the opener. Sky's trying to help open up the hard point, but it's Hook and Dashi on the interior trying to hang. Not quite able to beat down Priest Erlin's LAG with the early break.
Yeah, first attempt is a good one. Now a response from Optic Texas on their first attempt as they find 3. Right back into the hard point they go. Effective trades on to Kismet. You're still holding down those cobble spawns, so you know you are in a position just free him through your front side. And now Hook, 11 and 5, almost finds the 4-piece. Does get taken down, but Optic's still in control.
Little double shell, of course, Dashi's direction, almost able to take down both. Kenny, backside bar, clean. One more up to the middle of the map, though, not able to beat that. And again, we're just dealing with these 50-50 exchanges over the top of the hardpoint. We're not just talking about kills, we're talking about time as well. But Priesta opens the front door over to B4, allows Skies to play towards top bedroom, and LAG will have numbers trying to win the spawn for new.
And this is what I'm talking about. That's when LAG find a lot of success on Skyline. That P3 to P4 rotation, they don't think about holding it towards the backside. They apply the pressure through the front, find every single kill, flip the spawns out, and now they're the team in towards this P4. Optic gonna try to break the top left.
A quick development of this break attempt for Optic. All of it up top. Kismet, Priesta, first 2. Sky's trusting his teammates to watch his back, and they do so successfully. Last player to grab is on the interior, and there it is. Sky for the follow-up. Optic trying to redevelop the secondary hit quickly, though. They're spawning close towards pool.
Yeah, can't go 1-by-1, though. Thankfully, Shotzi finds that kill with the pistol through the wall, actually over towards Kitchen. Takes him off the hard point. Now you're working towards the back, but Priesta finds that kill, secures the spawn for his team. They are just continuously running up the score.
Lynn's able to force it through. 15 seconds with the scrap time remaining. Optic trying to get some control of bedroom, but Kismet's already on the rotation out. He says, we got enough. Let me work on what's coming up next. And, well, there to meet him is Kenny. So Optic will stabilize over the top of the middle of the map.
Now it's their opportunity where they need to just keep them off of this P1, but maintain that P2 side. Skies with the double. Goes from AR to SMG, makes both kills look easy. If you're LAG, you're not really playing for this time here. You want to play for the kills, trying to flip them out, but Optic make them pay for it. 4 dead, in control of the map now.
Just bad timing right there from Linz. He was in a great spot, just did not see any of the Optic members, and that's enough for Texas to collapse and find all 4 eliminations. A chance to get some of this time back here on Jacuzzi. Kenny watching the long cross. I don't know if he saw how many players had slipped through. Yeah, no one for Optic is turning for this. So once again from the front, LAG finding success. Lynn's going to turn another double, and there's Kismet from behind. A full from the map for LAG.
Yeah, we got to be aware of that. We have no kitchen presence. Dash is just trying to watch over his teammate towards the back, but look at the spawn that Dash is able to get now. A little too aggressive up through the middle of the map, and Dashy might make a big play here for his teammates to win the rotation anew.
Good crossing angle though from Priesta. Opens up some space for him to work on the south side of the map. Nice kills. Kismet. Uh-oh. This is an opportunity to start pushing through. You got Skies and Lens on the backside of the patio. Kenny with a read, trying to set up Hoop for a follow-up. He's able to find the first, but misses out on the timing for Lens. Just trying to keep his life. Optic have a solid read at this, but can they find the kills? So far, Lens and Kismet doing some work here. Spawns are still blocked. This is all just a battle for the macro side of the map, and that's enough for LAG to flip.
Gorilla's more effective on the trades. Now you just got to get yourself in towards the hard point. Dashing towards White Plat. That leads to 3 dead. Now Shotzi instantly just going to try to make a play. Catches a double, almost a triple, but sets up Hook for the trade. And now potentially with this next wave of kills, you're going to spawn them out.
Yeah, it sure looks that way, but can you start turning this into hard point
We need time.
Absolutely. Optic finally able to get back on. Lynn's behind the play. Again, continues to lead to an opportunity for LAG to threaten the hard point. Hard point goes neutral again. It's just LAG are keeping this so contested. And Lynn! We talked about how big he would be on this map, and he's provided 20 and 15, a minute 30 in the hill.
He says, screw the hot seat control. I don't really like that map anyway, but Skyline is my playground. Now they find themselves up by almost 50 points. You win the rotation again over towards P3. Optic looking for the early break. They find a couple kills. This might be it.
Yeah, could be. One more to grab is Priesta. He will drop. Optic now with time plus another bump out elimination towards Kismet. Long range shots from Shotzi. He's feeling it. Wants to take the challenge over towards Hot Tub. He's got Lens in his way. Wins the battle. Huge amount of space now gained by Optic. Oh, Kenny just nearly misses Kismet on the initial drop. Still finds the kill on a nice string of eliminations through the green wall.
Oh, big kill though from Priesta. So secures those cobble spawns for at least one of his teammates. Now the natural pinch is on the rise. They find every single kill in the feed. Optic now forced to think about that rotation, but you also really don't want to give up this 50 seconds here at P3.
Yeah, this is a lot of time, and this is one of those moments where you look at and reflect saying this decision could possibly be a major influence on the game at large, and LAG currently coming away with the benefit of the eliminations in the kill feed. Over towards New, we start to take our focus. Shotzi just valuing his life. Backside patio, runs into a couple LAG members he knows is in trouble. Just trying to dance Neo in the Matrix. He kills time for Kenny to get involved. Now Hooper on the backside, and Optic will flip the spawns again.
Same thing LAG the first go around at P4. This time Optic said we're going to do a little bit better. Shotzi just drops on down, finds that one-on-one, allows his teammates to push from Cabo, now only down by 30. You know that the Gorillas have to flood their way on through. Shotzi puts down shots at the kids, but they're all losing those fights. Now you're going to spawn all the way across the map. LAG break in.
Oh, and Skies clean shots over to Hook. Numbers advantage plus. You've got Priesta just hanging on the cross here. Shotzi a couple of tags through 15 walls. I mean, what? Trying to find some sort of an information game as they try to make the play in. Hook on the entry. Shut down. 4 straight kills for LAG. Over the 170 mark they go.
Crossfire's too strong right there from the Gorillas. Now they take a commanding lead again. Routes already being developed. They have lost track of Kismet. Find the freebie for the first. Now everyone has to start to turn around.
Yep. And this is an opportunity for LAG. Not just to find every single second, but they could try to find some natural pinches. Good timing here from Kismet. Does not expect Hook to be playing in the P2 corner. Put over the top of the hard point. Priesta, Lens, able to get LAG in, and every second gets them closer and closer to 200 points.
Yeah, that was a lot of focus right there to locate where Kismet was. Alleviates a little bit of that setup over towards P1, and LAG, they fly right on in. Unfortunate team kill, but still in control.
And now Lens trying to push forward in towards Piano, finds one. Here's Craig Gilby, back and forth, Gilby kills until Dashy finds 2. Opportunity for Optic to get onto the time, and boy, do they need the time. The problem is you got to fight the war on 2 fronts. You also need to play for New.
They need to chain it to this P2. That's the only opening back into this game. They need a couple kills to go their way. So I don't think LAG are going to give up any for free. They find the initial 2 kills. Effective on the trade for Kenny. Shotzi, last player on the point for the final 13 seconds. Not going to commit to it. Just want to stay alive on this side of the map.
Lens picks up a stray Amos. Turns that into elimination on the Dashy, but like you mentioned, Shotzi just getting too much support, too much cover, finds a lot of time for Optic. Down to a 40-point game. Rotation currently owned by LAG, but they do not have the ability to bump this hard point. They have to just bunker up and receive this in from Optic wherever it comes from.
Yeah, they just need to win this one wave of fights. First wave of fights is such a big opportunity for both teams, and Lens again with another double. Last player alive is Who, but he just has to try to finesse. Positioning already known. Scott takes care of him. Now Optic Texas forced to break right through the front door. Shotzi at least starts it off.
Yeah, that at least neutralizes the time for now. Priesta, SMG in hand, caught by surprise. Optic comes with elimination. Spawns, they do find Lens. Kismet still spawns up, getting tagged as soon as he jumps up to the spawn. Time for Optic starting to amount to some pretty good tallies. Up to 160 they go, and LAG are going to have to just hold off and just play for new.
Yeah, just cut your losses. Think about that rotation you do. Unfortunately, Priesta does. It gets gunned down by Dashi. Lens is not ready to give up that final 15. He's still there, and he's still able to find another double. Just alleviates that pressure over towards that new hard point. Only need 34 seconds to force this game 5.
And LAG have an idea of where Optic are coming from, but they do miss out on the timing for Hook around the back. Hook's able to find 2 before being traded. 1v1 with Shotzi, Skies will drop, and Optic will get the stabilized spawns towards P4 and have the numbers to get inside the hard point.
This is where the Gorilla mates, with the lead that you currently have, you want to try to make this mixy. Look at the spawn coming in from Priesta, because Shotzi gets too aggressive over towards flat. Priesta is going to make it count. Give me number 1, give me number 2. A clean 4 dead, and a break there for the Gorillas.
What a massive play call for LAG. 25 points needed. They could find it here or just play it safe and get it on P4. Multiple conditions for victory. Skies over the top, shut down by Hook. No exchange though. Leads to LAG still staying in the time. You've got Kenny around the back, but if you're Optic, you still have to play for P3.
You gotta go. You gotta still contest it at that old hard point. Screw the spawns for the new hill, because they can still close it out there.
They still get the tick. You gotta get on and contest something. Lynn shuts it down from the front. Now it's just down what happens over the middle of the map. Shotzi has to touch this, I believe. Do they get the final tick? No, they do not. Optic are gonna get a lifeline at P4.
They can't win it here at P4, but it has to be perfect from this point on. Prieston starts off with the first kill, already gonna put himself over towards backside combo, and the Gorillas are able to force the game 5.
Of course it's Lens. Of course it's Skyline.
My God.
Unreal. But tell me this LAG team is not for real. They're playing some great COD. And now you have a situation where you also got to talk about the fact that Optic are 0-4 in hard points.
I remember what you said before this map, about going into the weekend, best hard point team losing their 4 initial hard points so far at the major. And it simply is just happening like that. The Gorillas were just kept their foot on the gas. That P3 to P4, Optic won the rotation first go around.
Yeah.
Then the second time around, they find that early break now for them to make up that time. But then they instantly respond with an early break again. That P4 caused so many problems there for Optic Texas alongside of that P2. Those are 2 of the money hills that you have to have on Skyline. Unfortunately, could not find success in either one of those. And the Gorillas on the back of Lens, man, 4K damage, 28 non-traded kills, 2 minutes in the hill,
22 OBJ kills, Jay.
Mr. Do-It-All, brother.
I'll say,
simple as that.
Disgusting. Absolute filth from the Frenchman. And there's your game flow. After that first P2 to P3, like you said, just never looking back. But look at the gaps from 3 to 4 on both the hard points. We're talking 40+ seconds every time we were there. Wow. How about a map 5, Jay? Whew. With these 2 energies in the crowd, whoa. Feels like we deserve it.
Yeah, this is going to be a battle, man. That map number 5 is going to be Vault Search and Destroy, where both teams only have a couple reps on it. So it's just like, who realistically wants it more here in Game 5?
Legitimately, I think there's a lot behind who wants it more.
Yeah.
But there is a little bit of history between these 2 teams. They had played it in their previous series. It was a tight one, went to 10, I believe, overall rounds. So who knows? Maybe we get one more. We get around 11. We get a little bit of round. We get a pop off here in day number 2. We'll find out. We're going to go to a break, but don't dare go anywhere. We got some competing energies in the crowd. It's an elimination round 1 match, for crying out loud. You joking me? Don't go anywhere.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League. Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
No, do not adjust your monitors. I know a lot of you are just waking up on the West Coast of the United States, but it is a 2-2 map count here in Elimination Round 1. Optic Texas trying to fight for their lives versus LAG. Their debut here in Madrid. This crowd has been waiting for these guys to show up for the last 24 hours, and they have provided some unbelievable stuff. We talked about it. The history here on this final Search and Destroy. Map 5 metrics, though, Optic have been a little bit more successful.
Yeah, 3-3 is better than 0-3. At least you get some W's in all the way in that map number 5, but a 3-loss streak from the Gorillas shows that they simply have no ice. You need to have some here, because it's been a back-and-forth series, man. You take both respawns, definitely catches everybody at home and everybody in the crowd off guard. But they are just playing some of their best Call of Duty right now.
Agreed.
You just need it for one more map.
We'll see. There's the guy, Marky Ball, coming out. Late energy. What is going to be the designs here? Like we said, last time these two teams played, it was 6-4 in favor of Optic. But look at the big battle in the opening duel win percentage. Both these two teams have really struggled there. On top of that, they also haven't held hits all that often. So this just feels like we're going to get a mix fest on map 5.
Yeah, the battle of the first bloods, just the same way it was in map number 2. It's going to be playing a bigger part here. Because Optic are a lot better at converting in those numbers advantages. But here we go into the map number 5, Gorillas on the offense.
Let's get up, let's get wild. How about this for LAG? We've seen that route through balcony be preferred, but LAG just take the quick route through pool. Gonna go for the immediate plant, and they're gonna set this whole post plant towards Palm side. Linz is already through into square. A lot of trust that Skies can hang this.
Oh, and Linz might catch the timing for their early first blood onto Kenny. Not expecting him to be in that position. 35 seconds to go, 3v4.
And this just keeps Skies extra safe, because they have to deal with Linz first. You have to get him out of this position. Little battle, little shimmy, little shake. How about Linz for 2? And there's still been no effort towards the bomb itself. You have to get these wins if you're Optic, and they're not finding a single kill. Just down to Dashy. Pistol whips the first, but there's just not enough time.
Not enough time indeed, my friend. 1v4, 12 seconds left. Dashy is gonna get taken care of. But LAG set the tone early on. You walk right into the site, you plant that bomb immediately, but you could just tell what that first gunfight did for Optic's retake situation. Yeah. Once Linz finds that kill, everything is at a pause because we have to take care of him before we even think about approaching over towards pool.
It's just the idea. We've seen so many squads take that route through balcony, jump off, then plant. It's caused this little counter effect where the defense are throwing their nades for that balcony, and Kismet says, I'm just gonna run through pool this time, see what happens. Works out nicely for them. So now you've got Optic's first offensive attempt. Looks like it's gonna be something similar. 3 members already over towards A. They're gonna go poolside as well here to start. Nade stunts, not fully gonna land, and Hook has a chance to play in toward maybe an early point here today, but look at the focus for LAG, all the through mid-map on this early defense.
Yeah, Shotzi was forced to back on out. He was trying to take mid-map away, but a nade hits him right in the chest. Thankfully, still makes up for it this time with that first blood, but Dashy is gonna get isolated 3v3.
This pulls the post plant back for Optic. They have to worry about this flank. And LAG, ooh, good info here for Shotzi.
See that beamer, brother?
Yeah, we'll find out. Instead, just gonna wait and watch. That's good information towards this post plant, knowing that Priest is playing in towards stair side. Shotzi on the hunt. That's a little bit easier than what we saw before. Trades are decent though. Linz takes us to a 1v1 with Hook. Timing gonna be everything. How does Linz choose to play this? Down he goes. Now the battle! Hook back into the middle time, and a big win for Linz! LAG up 2-0.
Just the mind games right there. Hook was going back and forth. Eventually, Linz is gonna strike, but catches the proper angle, dropping down through mid-vault. Didn't matter if Shotzi found the first blood. They were able to instantly respond with that kill onto Dashy. But then I thought Shotzi was going to close out the round there. Once it turns into a 2v2, he catches the timing, plays the super patient over through B Street, makes it a 2v1, but Linz was instantly there for that trade. And I know we said before the match started, LAG ain't got no ice, but that's a very big round there.
Hot start. Very hot start. Linz in particular. How about all 4? Carries the streak now, 6 in 1 early. Doesn't have the RC though. No, he's not yet. Similar route. This time it's going to be knit by Kenny. Doesn't make a difference. Still wins the gunfight. Teammate unfortunately bounces off the palm tree right into his lap, so we stay 3v3. And here's Optic.
Oh, Hook's able to win that gunfight. The comms come in, so Skies was ready for it. But now Hook with a stun. Individual player makes a big time play. Now a 1v3 for Kismet. Bomb being planted over towards B though.
Yeah, he's gonna
give himself a shot.
Gives himself a shot. Can he catch one off guard early?
Timing here. Oh, good trigger discipline. That's good info. Nade cooked up. Timing is going to get everything on the follow-up. There's the follow-through.
Gotta get out!
Not going to get out. Dashy right there. Never seen Optic find one back. What an individual play from Hook.
That's all it comes down to, man. The fact that Hook is able to get behind enemy lines with them knowing that he was in that position and miraculously is able to walk away with 2. That solidifies the round right there. The Nuke making plays here in Game 5. Finding success early on with this timing. The first one with 13 HP in a dream gets it done, but the awareness to know the pinch was going to be on. The regen comes in at the right time, and the headshot's good enough for that second kill. Optic, secure round.
That's going to play a little bit of mind games with the LAG setup, you think? Slipping back behind both ARs. Back to A we go. Nades this time directed into pool from LAG's defense. That stun does land. Similar idea for the Gorillas over through the middle of the map, but this time they're not fully pushing through. Dashy trying to hold them back as the bomb's being planted.
Yeah, they take mid-map away. That's been the consistent factor, and then try to isolate this player watching the deep pinch. But Dashy knows the pressure's going to be on him. 35 seconds still on the game clock.
Oh, Kenny head on a swivel. Just slips behind P2. Dashy following up. Clears out some of the pressure on the back, but do they expect? No! That's Kismet in the middle of the map. Big win for Bruce. Skies from the front, though, puts the pressure on the Palms. Can Priesta get in towards the site? Dashy's in trouble. Hoop just watching the cross. Nice opening shot from Priesta, but Shotzi still holding back. Finds the trade, trying to pre-fire the second. It's just down to Skies versus Dashy for the 1v1. Time becoming an issue, and it's going to run out on the chance for the defuse.
Yeah, you're expecting Dashy to be playing over towards poolside, but knows that the clock is on his side. Drops down through mid-vault. And secures around there for Optic Texas. It starts by getting the early read on that pinch.
Yep.
The fact that Dashy, once that bomb gets planted, he said, nah, screw this. I got isolated over towards goal. This I'm going to play with my team. And he's able to find that initial 2 kills and clutch up on the round.
I think LAG need to remember that Dashy and Kenny both are keeping their ARs back on the Optic offense. We'll have to come back to that when Optic find themselves on the attack again.
And they've been taking a lot of mid-map control so far in their defense. It's just one switch up to drop down in the vault and play your numbers.
Yep, absolutely. So we'll see. We'll keep a pin on that. How about this, though? Different look here for LAG. They're going to try to take the battle to Optic up top on the hallways. Nades are going to land on both sides. Kismet carrying the bomb. With that read, he's going to go search things out in towards the site itself, but they do lose Blins at mid, and Kismet doesn't have the security to commit for the plan.
Yeah, he doesn't want to at least plan it by himself, but he's going to put himself in position to now be the playmaker with that bomb being down. Yeah, that's a feature, guys. For everybody that plays ranked play, if you're not an OBJ guy, just drop it. I'll plan it for you.
Well, does he get a look at Dashy on the corner here? Doesn't look to. Hoop watching over through square. Slides underneath the pre-aim. I don't think Kismet has seen any of this. And honestly, Optic are just going to play their numbers and wait for the play retake.
That's exactly what they're doing.
Why not?
He said that clock can continue to wind on down. We know that you're not most likely going to go over towards B, but now they got a read on it. Skies at 48 HP. Get the trophy down. The objective is going to come into play, but you probably wasted too much time. Optic are here.
Yeah, they sure are. They're going to stop the plant shots. He contesting, knows he's got him stuck in the corner. He's also stuck in the ladder, but it doesn't make a difference. Priesta still drops. Kismet coming back to the play, though, does find one. 17 seconds on the clock. Shotzi, Kenny, able to at least control the space around the A site, and there's really nowhere for Skies to go. Yep, and he's got absolutely no exit from A. Optic stringing them together.
And that's where Optic just take their time. They find that first blood early on to Lins, and then 4v3, they plant that bomb in towards vault. We can isolate players all around the map because we have the numbers. They were able to get active as well, not really try to retake over through pool. That's what the Gorilla mates were prepared for them to push out through their base. They worked that overextension, catch them off guard, and secure the round. That's now 3 rounds in a row for Optic.
Yep. Then a lot of it coming with the success of the first bloods as well. 3-2 in that department. Matches the scoreboard in the center of your screen. Okay, so now we talked about it. Does LAG continue to put pressure in towards mid? Do they try to adjust, knowing that this has been AR control towards Palms? Yeah, they're going to avoid it completely. They're just trying to overwhelm and overstep, but Kenny's playing safe at P2 as the bomb's getting planted.
Yeah, they just want to try to back down Kenny or gain the info, force him to reposition, but Kenny finds the first blood. Big gunfight, and can he finesse with his life? Yes, he does.
What an exit from Kenny. He's still being hunted. He will be taken care of, but he kills off so much time. 30 seconds on the clock. Good win from Skies. He gets down the pinch from Dashy. Now it's just down to breaking down the site itself. Now it's time for the SMGs to get active, but who can shut down the play? Oh, how about the hold from the interior for Optic?
2-man setup. The SMGs in towards the site.
Right there, if you're the Gorillas, though, you probably want to take your time there because you take care of Dashy on the replay. You know that Kenny was watching over towards Pool. So the last two players, who are they? Who can shots? They're most likely double stacking towards the site. You had the numbers, but you go for the 2v2 chow instead of the 3v2 chow. And they make you pay for it 4 rounds in a row now for Optic.
Need something here from LIG. What's the play call? Are they going to go for the quick plant? Kismet with the bomb. Double ARs playing over towards the outside. RCXD is going to need their views of entry here. Kismet will wait for that to kind of clear up a little bit more space. That's enough for the plant to come in.
Yeah, the bomb's going to go down for free. Just how do Optic decide to retake this? I don't know if Kenny was able to gain the info onto Priest over through this overextension. 35 seconds to go. Now Shotzi's turn with the RC.
A little bit of a demo derby coming out. Wait a minute. Yep. Shotzi, wait a second. Has he found the player on the inside? There's the damage. Kismet will drop. Hook finds the entryway. You also got a player outside on the palm trees. Another RC comes in, but doesn't make a difference. It's just down to Priesta. Takes down the player over towards the bomb side. He gets a second, not the third though. Shotzi with the win and the defuse. Optic on match point.
That was the battle of the RC cars, but you saw how active Optic were once all those RCs were invested. You get the player one shot in towards the site, you send in Hoop to finish out that kill. But then just trade after trade, they turn it into a 4v1. Priesta was trapped. And now Optic with 5 rounds in a row at game point.
Gentlemates still trying to fuel up the squad. Can they pull 4 in a row? Starts here on this defense. Bomb being left by Optic, looking to get aggressive. Nades over the top. What do they see in terms of the opening information game? As Hook will go back, collect the bomb, and Shotzi on 5 in a row, just going to sit here and wait, and he's going to find first blood on the wins.
Oh, Dashy finds the second. Now another 4v2. Information gained. You know where both of the players are. Let's just plant the bomb.
Oh, they're actually going to go over towards B side, but there is a way to get back over towards Vault, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Should be a post plant 4v2, and how about Kenny takes down Skies? One more to find, and no Priest is on an island. The shot from Dashy are good, and Optic stay alive.
The green wall. Ice up today in Search and Destroys. Off of the back of those first bloods. That was 6 rounds in a row there in that map number 5. I know it's tough though if you are Optic Texas is looking back at your last 2 series like what's going on with our hardpoint game. But if you can bank on this ice, you know it's just one small change for your hardpoint to be back on top. Yeah, what a series.
What a series. Elimination round 1. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's Friday. Are we kidding? Map 5 banger. But how about the performance across the board for Optic here in this 5th map? Talk about the offensive success. Hoop finding 3 plants and 4 of the offensive rounds. The first blood game also 6-2 matches that the final score.
And if you think that one round out of Hoop finding that double on the backside of Pool wasn't the game changer round, because if you lose that round, you're down 0-3. Heavy momentum in favor of the Gorillas. But with Hoop making that individual play, everyone starts to get activated. Shots are starting to turn up. Dashy's winning his pitch gun fights. Just everyone came to play there in that map number 5, man. I know it had to be very, very nerve-wracking to be in that map 5 positioning again, but this time you close it out.
Yeah, I think there's 2 stories to tell here. First and foremost, Optic stay alive, kind of necessary.
Yes.
LAG battle though, man.
Yes,
it definitely kind of shows us what the ceiling for that team is going to look like, but unfortunately they are eliminated. But on stage, Kenny with Ulysses for our final reactions.
Kenny, we're ready to have an interview and also with the amazing crowd team for you. Kenny, first of all, you come here on the first seeding for the competition, but you're struggling to get the wins. Finally, you got the first one. What do you think is swapping from the previous qualifier and right now?
I'm not gonna lie, I can't hear you.
I can understand you.
I can't hear you.
I can understand you. I'm gonna get closer to you.
Okay.
So, you get first seeding.
Yeah.
But you're struggling to manage to get the wins. What do you think is swapping in between qualifier and right now?
I mean, obviously we came in as like top 2 hardpoint team, and right now it seems we can't win a hardpoint. So we need to go back and actually figure out how we need to fix that. And going forward, I think that's gonna be our key to our run.
And with this amazing crowd cheering for you, do you want to send a message for them?
Shout out to y'all, bro. Y'all are so loud. I appreciate y'all. Thank you so much.
And now, moving to the next match, you're facing Carolina Royal Ravens in the last match. How you see that match? Do you have any message for them?
They beat us in the minor tournament, so we're looking to get our revenge. Like I said, they're a good hardpoint team, so looking to go back and kind of fix that before we play them later.
Let's see. It's going to be the first match. Let's go now with Packet.
Thank you.
Awesome stuff there from Kenny. Welcome back, everybody. Optic pulling out a 5-game ruler, and you can tell that this crowd had an impact on that series.
Both ways, man, both ways. The first map, incredible turnout there from the Gentlemates. I think for a lot of us, a big surprise. It was a really dominant victory in map 1. It was strong work in the hard point. Yep, Optic not looking ideal in the mode, but regardless, both sides were hit heavy by this loud crowd.
Let's rewind it all the way back to game 3, 4, and 5 as we look back at the second half. You know what? Let's start with this game 5, because here's the moment Study was talking about. Hook's two-piece, and Joey D up in the green room said, oh no, this is going to be the breakdown round for LAG. He saw it coming. Nameless, what did you see?
Yeah, just a breakdown round. You saw Linz was having so much success early on, pushing up through pool, finding a ton of kills, started 7-0, and then Skies nades his teammate, nades Linz, takes him out that round. They lose that. Hook finds a huge two-piece, and what we saw there was just massive adjustments from Optic Texas. Like, there were a lot of rounds where Gorilla's mates were trying to ISO Dashy, the guy on the island. Well, Dashy started to back up to his teammates, play slow, not give them that leeway to try to find that first blood. And the first blood battle heavily won by Optic Texas from that moment on.
And you know the hindsight is just so tough because you're watching this mini-map and you can just tell on the mini-map when Optic Texas, we're always on the same page. The same cannot be said for the side of LA Gorilla's mates. There were so many opportunities where Kismet, Orleans, or even Friesa were in positions where if they just played their time in a little bit faster, a little bit more confident, they would have gotten a godlike timing on Optic Texas in a lot of these rounds. So maybe some second guessing, maybe some calm issues, but on the flip side from Optic Texas, insane adjustments, insane.
Can we talk about some individuals for a second?
Yes, please.
Linz is insane, right? People have been saying, like, I don't know about this roster, myself included. Seeing Linz in that game 4 make huge impact plays, he's going to be a definite star. The French fans have themselves a good one.
Well, we have one superstar left in the tournament, at least for now in the lower bracket. Let's take a look at our scuff play of the game. It came down to this round 11 in the search and destroy. You have a different outcome here. You have LAG moving into the next round. Miles, what shots you do?
I mean, shots he plays it slow and steady. He's playing off of great information from his teammates. We saw a great route here from Dashy. Not a lot of ARs hit the low route, but this moment here, doesn't go to the top, takes himself by piano. This pick is essential to get rid of Linz, and then the next fight is all intel.
And Optic really saved themselves in this round, right? Because on the flip side, LA Gorilla's mate, their whole game plan was to try to take over the opposing side of the map, and Optic Texas is like, yo, Underground is free. If we just push this free lane, like, we're gonna have so much map control and so much pressure.
And you see what Optic Texas is asking of Dashy in that round.
Yeah.
Like, they're pushing him out. He goes out there, gets a blood, and immediately gets out with his life in a spot where you cannot trade him. Just great plays by him all
Shout out to the guy with the money B sign. Embo's getting some love
Let's go,
all the
Money
way out
Martin.
here in Spain. Let's take a look at our bracket as Optic survives. If you're an Optic fan, go get some food in you right now because they play again against the Royal Ravens to close out the night. Unfortunately, LAG, they are out for this tournament, but we hope all the fans are with us throughout the weekend. We got to go to a break. When we come back, the party continues. Match 4 on a 5-match day. Cloud9 takes on Boston.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League. Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
mean, maybe you can ego chow at times, some teams if you're phased, but you're not doing it to Sib. There's two that line up in front and Cell, maybe making the play, trying to stay alive, pushes in, and Cell goes nuclear.
Welcome back to the CDL. Wow, what is going on? He's the master fight. This guy is just, that's unbelievable.
Okay.
I knew coming back to him. This is not what I was expecting.
Where's this? On the top. He's got to be backside. Dead.
Maybe backside side. Try side.
Nice.
Come on.
Get up.
Hey, we got that. Orange challenge, bro. Go. Let's go. Holy shit.
Oh, he's got clutch up there.
Boys. My fault.
We were hyping this up, right? It's the fourth matchup. You know, we've seen you guys constantly in grand finals. You guys came out and made that look easy.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, we've been saying it online the whole time. Online respawns are different. No sound EQ, we're a way different team, and we just showed it right there. Also, people seem to forget who built that camp. I know how they play. I taught those kids how to play Call of Duty. So don't forget that. All right, like let's.
Number 40.
Yeah, brother.
Done. Hydra.
The first win for LA Thieves. God damn it, I love to be a Thieves fan right now, gentlemen. We just hit 10,000 viewers. The boys just got the first win of the 2024-2025 season. Holy shit. We should have won 3-0, but we'll take the 3-1. A win is a win, and boys, we look f***ing dangerous. God, I love this shit.
It was like watch.
Trying to attack me mid.
At their hill.
Mid. Draws on mid, guys.
Oh my god.
Draws on mid. Him.
It's your boy Shotzi, man, with the ace. Little ace, man.
And this weekend, we will find out which team will take the largest portion of that $1 million prize pool and etch their names into Call of Duty history forever.
Ladies and gentlemen, live from Las Vegas, the World Series of Warzone Global Final.
I've got to go with the New York Subliners in this one.
FaZe warmed up the Subliners.
Do a vibe check, bro. Dang, man. Paco has carried me in a rank. I'm going to go with the New York Subliners.
That's crazy.
To make the play, it's been all about him all tournament long. It can come down to a 1v1. Oh, he's
Aren't he bridge? Yeah, our bridge is shield.
Hey, come on, I'm cutting mid.
I'm not sure if I'm getting old, but I swear to God, Joe, sometimes when Celium talks, all I hear is
yeah. The party continues in Madrid as we are now on to match 4 of the elimination bracket. We've already sent 3 teams packing, and now this is your last life if you're these 2 teams. Let's talk a little bit about what we have taken the stage. I hold Shift join us here at the desk. Shift, we've got Boston taking on Cloud9 New York. Both teams, well, I guess no one had huge expectations at the start of the year, but Boston, a much stronger qualifier up to this point.
Up until this point where they just got absolutely smoke show whopped by Atlanta. I think that was just 100% revealing to this team is still got a long way to go if they want to compete at the top. But the problem is you've got now a team in Cloud9 New York who have not had an identity pretty much all year long. So are we going to get a team that actually shows up and shows us what they're made of here on land?
Ali, they giggled at you when they told, or when you told us Cloud9 is a threat. Let's take a look at the team representing New York, rocking the baby blue. They've got the world champion in attach. But that ring came many moons ago.
It did come many moons ago, but you kind of forget what these players show up on land can absolutely do. You forget how good Kremp on LA Thieves was when it came to land last year. You forget what Mac does on land, and I heard that apparently he's injured. I don't know if that counts as his flu game, but on a more serious note for Cloud9, their hardpoint has been slowly but surely getting better. It's just been about kind of prioritizing those fundamentals and keeping that slaying really consistent. The biggest thing that's going to hurt them right now is probably going to be that map number 3. They're the worst defensive team in the league. league, and that's going to make it really hard with the map pool that they're going to be working with. But again, the respawn slowly but surely getting better, and as we just saw on that main stage, these teams that have been struggling online can absolutely show up on LAN.
I do want to clarify, do not worry about Mac. It is a below-the-waist injury.
All right.
So, Nameless, break it down for me, though. Why hasn't Cloud9 found more success?
Yeah, I mean, they have no chemistry, point blank period. You watch these guys on the map and you see like what's going on with the ARs, never together playing in tandem. The subs are on a different page and a different pace. You talk about the Search and Destroy 3 and 7 in their last 10. And what's wild is like there's some weird statistics here. Like they're great at getting opening duels, but they're the worst in the league after they get the first blood, right? So it's like these small things in Search that you're like, these are pro players that have been around for a while. They should be able to clean this up fast. It has not been the case, which just indicates some turmoil within their camp.
Miami has taught us that anything can happen, and that happened on day number 1. So let's take a look at the favorites for this matchup. Cloud9 going up against Boston Breach, but is this Boston Breach vulnerable? They got exposed in the matchup against Atlanta, but not many teams can bring that pace.
No, I think that's absolutely the case. I think the issue here for Boston is they kind of feel like a team that if they're running you down, they're going to keep running you down. They're going to snowball you like crazy. But if they can't find that momentum, they have a hard time like taking a beat, resetting, and getting themselves kind of going again, get their feet underneath them. We saw that especially, I think, in the Control. They have yet to win a Control round in the last 3 times they've been on Control, which is just another one of those moments where you're just like, guys, can we just get something going together?
Yeah, I think the problem with this team and in this matchup in general is this is the 2 worst Control teams we have in the league outside of the Vegas Falcons, right? So when you do go down in a series, how do you rebound, right? And we've seen a lot of success from Boston early on in series, 6-3 in map number 1s, and their Search and Destroy has been hovering around 500, right? So they've been able to close out their game 5. So for Boston, it's all about fixing their control to sort of steamroll teams. But yeah, I mean, I still have faith in this roster. They've shown us enough tenacity to be able to make a run.
Yo, those Breach skins are so nasty. Reminder, you can get all of your favorite team skins in the Call of Duty store. This is match 4 here of the Call of Duty League in our elimination bracket. Who is going to finish 9th through 12th? Who is moving into our top 8? Boston fans, desperate to see some new life from their team. If there's one player on this squad, I'm going to go ahead and say Purge first. Allie, who do you want to watch today?
I want to watch Snoopy. I feel like he did pretty well versus Atlanta. Granted that it was kind of a slamming, and also there's a lot of pressure on him in this match because he's going to have to match that pace of Kremp, and we've seen the pace that Kremp can set, and those two are going to be kind of in a 1v1, I feel like, the entirety of this series.
And Alan, on the other side, if you're a New York fan, what do you need to see from Cloud9? Who's the star on this team currently?
You need Sib.
Yeah.
You need Sib to show up. I mean, flat out, this is almost one of those things, and I'll be the first one to say it. Like, if this is not successful on LAN, Cloud9 has to be looking at some sort of a move because it's just not working in any form. And I think Sib is the one that really you look at and say, how is he the bottom performer? He's like bottom 5 KDs in the league right now.
Yeah, you know, I held him in high regard after the last couple of years.
Yeah.
The kid has been incredible at slaying. I mean, had some great placements, some championships, and he's just had a massive fall off coming into this year. Like I said, it looks like there's some turmoil within that camp, but they can right all the wrongs on that stage right now, starting with a dub.
Nailed it right there. Cloud9 knowing what is on the line. Let's take a look at the bracket and catch you up with where we're at here at Major I, hosted by Toronto Ultra and Koi. Optic, Texas, and Royal Ravens will meet up in the second round of the elimination bracket. Rocker, they just moved past Vancouver Surge, so this match will decide an opportunity to get top 6 out.
Yeah, I think Minnesota is the one team that kind of was floating in the middle of the pack that, are they for real, are they not? What we're going to get online versus what we get on LAN. I think they really proved themselves in that series versus Vancouver, so whoever comes out of this facing Minnesota is going to have a strong test in front of them for elimination round 2.
And correct me if I'm wrong, it flip-flops in the bracket, so if Heretics lose, as most would predict, they would drop down and we would get an interesting top 4 placing between that bottom side of the bracket.
Great call
out there.
out
This is a huge opportunity for Cloud9 to get some points and to make a run. It would start right now.
We've asked you all to tune in and follow along with your bingo cards. Here's where we stand. After the first 8 matches, we've got a lot more boxes than I expected to, Allie. Some of my favorites here. A winner's bracket round 1 upset. Thank you, Miami. Crowd sings songs. Thank you, Gentlemates. Who else do you give credit to?
There's credit to many of us saying time and time again. We give credit to Gentlemates in the song singing, but I can't wait for some Spanish trash talk. And honestly, I don't feel like it's even going to come from the Miami Heretics.
How have we not gotten player flips off camera? Listen, every single CDL match online, we get the flip off on camera, okay?
That's why.
I don't know. These guys need to bring that same energy.
That was medals with the ace. This was our first 100-point club as LA Thieves hand the Royal Ravens 2 of them in the single series. When it came to some team kills, Abizi got one of the first, taking out Sim. It happens. We'll spray and pray.
It's natural, you know. Abizi just killing his teammates and everybody else in front of him.
Yeah, and everybody else in front of him is the important part about that.
What is Shotzi's play?
That's the RC.
Oh, the RC car. Got him.
We've seen some interesting RC pushes.
Dude, we had like 3 of them in one
And they're all
round.
terrible driving, by the way.
And then, of course, the Gentlemaids getting the entire venue rowdy. The songs, they have been here since day number 1. We hope they continue all weekend. Reverse sweep, we haven't seen it. Stun kill, I thought we had it earlier. It wasn't. I reviewed it with Joe. It was a Semtex. It was not a stun. Stun kill is still on the board. Spanish trash talk. We're waiting for some Super Pop possibly and Nameless to be mind blown.
Where's the Game 5 round 11? Like, can we get one of those? Maybe right now.
2
These
stock,
teams are
bro.
evenly matched. Let's get a Game 5 round 11.
Boston Breach has had an interesting run throughout this qualifier. Let's take a look at their road to the majors, starting with an upset to open up the season. A team with no expectations after EWC comes in and boppity bops Optic back when they had Pred.
I think the more impressive win is actually, if you fast forward, that's the first loss that we had seen Ravens take was against this Boston team, I believe. And that was where I was like, whoa, okay, these guys are really starting to prove themselves just a touch. Obviously, FaZe kind of exposed them not just once, but twice so far. But I do think that you go to the middle of the pack, like Boston for me was still sitting in the middle, but until they beat Carolina.
That's kind of crazy. This helps me realize that, yeah, that matchup against FaZe is always going to be messy probably for them. But look how they hang with the rest of the league.
Yeah.
They've hung with the big dogs. On the other side, we've got Cloud9 New York, who we expected to kind of be top 6 maybe after
Even
seeing the
top 4,
initial rosters. Potential to run it to the top 4. Nameless, where do you have them in your power rankings right now?
Yeah, I mean, I have them in the bottom 4 for sure. I mean, 10 or 11. I mean, they've just been abysmal. And you look at their schedule here, like, had a Game 5 against the Ravens where you thought that maybe they were going to turn it around and figure things out. And then after that, it's like you lose 3-0 to LAG, who was struggling online. You lose a Game 5 to the Heretics, who couldn't buy a win in Game 5s. And then you lose to Atlanta FaZe, where they were testing their map pool, playing all the maps that they hadn't played throughout or didn't feel comfortable on. So for Cloud9,
respectfully, that has to be the hardest strength of schedule that we have seen. I mean, look at all of those Game 5 versus Atlanta, Game 5 versus Gentleman. You want to say it's Copium,
Actually,
but you look at that layout, like, I would love to know where that stands as far as the strength goes.
Ali always told us, Cloud9 scary. Scary strength of schedule. Maybe it's true. Let's take a look at what we have in store for us, because this could be a scary series. Ali, 3 doses of Protocol, a double dose of Skyline, only 2 different maps in the best of 5.
I like this Protocol opening up for C9. I feel like that leaves a lot of opportunity for Kremp and Mac to get comfortable early, because that Skyline later on is going to be a little bit spooky. I mean, we're working with 3 Protocols and 2 Skylines, so if we don't break the kill record in this series, I don't know when we're going to do it.
It's Snoopy time.
It is Snoopy time.
It has to be.
It's Scuff Pick'em time. I am going to start things off. I will lock in Snoopy and Boston Breach for my 39th correct pick. Alan, it's your opportunity to get your first correct pick.
Yeah, I'm actually going to go Cloud9 here. I think they did a really nice job getting the vetoes through. I think it was a kind of a mistake to allow Skyline hardpoint in. If you're Boston, I like them in both the hardpoints. I like them on the protocols. I'm taking Cloud9 and 4.
Okay, Cloud9 and 4.
I'm echoing him right back at it. I'm going to go with Cloud9. I think we maybe push it to a Game 5.
Giga or Purge?
Yes, I'm absolutely going with Giga. Don't even look like, yes, Giga Wake, Purge, Snoopy, Cammy, they get this done, and they might win 3-0.
The players are set. The match is ready. Madrid, make some noise as we send it down to the stage.
Thank you, Pocket. We're ready here, and we already said bye to 3 teams on the day, but the show must go on, and we're ready to head to the next match. And with this next match, we're gonna move on to who will survive. On his first day on the stage, let's give a warm welcome to New York Cloud9!
Nah, for real. They be talking tough, but they won't get up in that field. ARPs and 223s
missing a member on this main stage. I don't know where he went, but I do know the world champion standing there. And there is very little smiles coming from the Cloud9 boys because they know the pressure that is on their shoulders right now. It is do or die for this team to stay together. It's going to be running blue, but they got to go through the Boston Breach. Let's bring them out.
Our next team is ready to fight their neighbors, so let's give a warm welcome to Boston Breach! Coming! Awakening! Bursch! Y nuestro mexicano, Snoopy!
They are vibing on that stage, and look, nobody wants to see Giga in hand-to-hand combat. Nobody wants to see Snoopy in game. This is going to be a tough matchup, but I think they get it done. Let's start this match.
What an absolute beat of sweet day! Let's go into the game with Maven and Merc.
Here we go, ready to get it rocking. Yeah, I mean, Boston going to be favored in this one, obviously. But Joe, we were surprised when you were looking through the maps and you heard, I think, Ant say on the desk, maybe it was Shift, like talking about how he felt pretty good for Cloud9. You looked at it, you're like, how are Boston 3-10 across these 5 maps?
Yeah, across the 5, I don't know. You know, a lot of protocol in. Skyline, one of Cloud9's favorites.
Yeah.
They allow that through. So there are definitely some question marks. There's a couple maps here, I think 3 and 5, that Cloud9 haven't played, so 0 and 0. Maybe that's what they're thinking.
Yeah.
If it does go the distance.
Or
but
via the scrim data we don't have, like how they
no,
matched
100%. You know, just recency, like how scrims are going. But 3 and 10, right? You're like
that's
a top
surprising.
4 seed. And those are your 5 games. So, I mean, yeah, just veto-wise, I think you feel pretty good here if you are Cloud9.
Well, Cloud9, a chance to get something done. They did have a really tough strength of schedule. They were just looking at that. I think right before kind of Ali talked about it, I said the same thing to you. I was like, damn, that was a tough schedule. But, like, it's difficult when you just didn't look all that competitive in a lot of those series.
Well, there are also some winnable games. They didn't win those.
No, 100%. 100%. Whereas Boston, like, outside, it's just so, I feel like you take away the 2 phase series, we feel really good about this team. The problem is those are 2 of your last 4 matches, and you've just got 3-0 haymakered. You can't just cut them out of those series. That's what's so hard, because they just got beat bad.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the one good thing for Cloud9 is your last online match was that one versus FaZe. FaZe was definitely testing that map pool, right? You had the big Celium clutch on Vault. You played a lot of Vault versus this Cloud9 team. Maybe that's why we're not seeing in this series, because Boston's just pretty much saying, let's just stay away from Vault. They're going to get rid of our red card. What does that leave? A lot of this, Protocol and Skyline through all 5.
Yeah, I feel like whenever we've casted Boston, there's been a red card in the mix at some point. Whether it's been a hard point or a search, we've gotten there, but not going to be the case this time around. We're going to kick it off on Protocol. We'll see if the maps being a little stronger for Cloud9 New York is going to matter or not. Well, like you said, 2 they haven't played, but the Skyline map 4 is certainly an interesting one. Looking to see if Mac can light things up early on in this. Him and Atash getting it going.
You know what, I mean, Mac, he has been just, he's been great for them. Obviously, you know, taking a year off, dealing with some family things, but since, you gotta be thinking he's back on this stage and he's gonna be excited to try to do what he can, but a nice break there from Awakening and Snoopy.
That's true, it's one thing to be back in the league, it's another thing to be back on the main stage. Snoopy with the 4-0 start, he drops, Crimps POV for now. We'll see what he can open up after Mac and Sib open up everything on the map. Just really going to be playing around the hard point, trying to provide coverage for his team at the point. That'll be Sib that's soaking up the time early on. As there's a lead change here early. So far, looking good. You see the lock on the minimap ready to pop over towards Tower. We'll get ready for that. The first person on rotation will be Cammy. He gets a kill. Awakening drops one top mid, so you're in a good stretch here to locate some time.
Yeah, nice start for Snoopy. He starts 5-1. Need the rest of everybody else to get involved, especially this man, Purge. You know how impactful he was in their online matches. Some good time being earned. McCrep just flying on through, trying to win some gunfights. Able to take down one, but traded out by Snoopy. His teammates are right behind him. A nice headshot from Cammy, but it's Cloud9 with mid-map control and hill control.
And with some of the inconsistencies, you've seen an AR for Awakening and Cammy. Like, is it one of them that just really needs to get going and they can win this series? Do you need both to get going, or like, you just think they're the better team here?
I think just one, but I think you're just saying one if Snoopy and Purge are playing to what they showed online.
Yeah, that's true, that's true.
And right now you're getting that from Snoopy, just not from the other side.
Well, still quite early here for Purge to get ripping, but see if that opts to happen. Snoopy tries to take down 2 on the push through, but won't find success there. Early on rotation up Cloud9, so as third gets ready to go, It's going to be the grapple up play for 2 members here up Boston Breach. And you've got the angle on this. Sim just lays down after he hits the stun. The trade does come through. Purge, I think, finds the angle, but you're holding it from bottom, so he can't get anything successful going. So far, the wall now for Cloud9 has set up nicely. Snoopy a chance to really make a play in the back. You have to pick up different angles now if you're Cloud9. You're scrambling a bit, one gonna spawn out, that's gonna be Crimp. It's on the other 3 to go huge. You've got numbers massively if you're Boston Breach. Attach and Sip do their best, but Boston Breach eventually get in, and it's one gunfight win really for Snoopy. You get to the back and things fall apart.
That's it, yeah, as soon as Snoopy wins that, because he also blocks the close spawns, right? So it just pinch that develops. Then Breach able to win the 3 versus 3 on the hill, plus they have the reinforcements, but right back comes Cloud9 New York. They're able to find 3, Attach finds the 4th. The scrap time goes their way. Now it is a foot race down here towards P4, but Breach off spawn are going to have multiple members in position. Cammy and Purge find 2.
Yeah, it's like not the end of the world if you die there if you're Breach. Like, you broke up a little bit of time after a great hold from Cloud9, but now you need to set up really for your bread and butter where you need to get time. Crimp thinking about a nade, but he's going to push out top middle for now. We'll hop over as the fights are going out bottom. No trophy there. Simtax able to hit. Mac able to pick up 2. Purge has got to go huge. He's there with Wake, who has sub in hand. Purge at least able to trade. He'll be the last man standing. Purge has had to step it up, and right now he's doing it. A big sequence up to 4 in a row. He started, what, 1 and 6, 1 and 7? Now really coming to life. There is number 5. They needed him. He's stepping up, and well, Snoopy with the play on the last hard point. Now Purge plays here is what you expect from this sub duo.
Yeah, and I think Purge, I mean, those first couple of hills just didn't go his way. I think Cloud9 Mac had a 3rd AR out early. So, you know, you're that second sub, or you're a sub just constantly fighting AR's top middle. You can just get put into hell. But fighting back is Cloud9 for 10 seconds. All the Jackals out, so they're going to keep their lead through first rotation.
Yeah, not the end of the world. We'll get that 10. I mean, kind of similar to what Boston Breach was able to break up on the last hard point. Out towards Heli will be Cammy, who's trying to set up. Purge will be the guy in to pick up time. From this spot, really just relying on your teammates to find angles and kills and finesse the best you can around the point. He will drop, but I was going to say his teammates come out swinging for the next few, but it's Sid that's actually able to answer back with the multi. No one, though, really able to actually get time inside of the point. Purge back off spawn, and he just sprints right in, say, all right, I'll soak it up. We'll see how this second set of rotations end up playing out. Anything big you really want to mark from the first set, or teams kind of feeling each other out?
I mean, I think if you're Cloud9, you're happy with your overall slaying. You know, everyone is getting involved. The problem is, yeah, just objective. I mean, it's Purge again, just right off a spawn. He's right back into this P1. A lead change is about to come in. You're hoping for a little bit more from the Cloud9 side with the players slaying the way they have throughout this game, but I think maybe that just comes down to that P4 when Purge really starts to get going. But Snoopy with some great shots onto Attach, getting some shots in a Crimp on this cross, and over towards P2. Boston already there.
I swear we watched Sim die, Purge die in the hard point. Sim gets 2. They got a 3rd kill, I thought. Purge comes off spawn, just runs into the hard point. He's there the rest of the hill, like literally the rest of the hill, and now you're up 20. I'm sure there's more to it than that, but it seemed kind of insane just from our POV, and now you chain this into second. So far, so good. From top middle, though, Crimp going to do what he can to pick this apart. The timing ends up perfect for him. Snoopy will finally trade it out, and that multi-kill silences the play from Crimp. Oh, God, the timing there. Snoopy looks right as Mac hits it. Purge tries to go vertical from the top rope, and he gets 1 or 2 before he ends up dropping. Just an insane flurry of trades around the P2. And you're trying to make sure you hold for 3rd as well, as New York so far getting both done. You see the early rotation over from Mac. Just trying to make sure nobody kind of gets through like Snoopy was able to do.
Yeah, that's really it. 10 seconds left on this hill. Maybe you find some of the scrap time if you're Boston. Not going to happen. Crimp from Top Gun gonna lock it down. But yeah, you're just kind of calling out names. Where is Snoopy? Right, you're just trying to make sure that he cannot make a play. Speaking of New York right now, down 20. Let's go to a listen in with Cloud9.
I'm on for left dead. I'm showing outside. Give me sidewalk or spawn, baby. Yeah. 2v1. Yo, I'm going Have your sidewalk.
I'm on for there.
Have your sidewalk.
Yo, 1v1 gun.
P1 outside. P1 outside. They're both sidewalk and P1. Both outside. Could be dirt.
I'm on for there. Give myself.
Could be dirt, maybe.
I'm almost here. One more for there. Challenge right. One more. Nice. Four. I'm going new. Awakening dead.
Nice, good job.
I'm over the right. They spawn middle.
Heard you. How much on my back?
30 jump on me. Alright, was you bar something? One shot. Nice. Back at me.
Cammy's now.
I'm waiting big room.
Yeah, I got it.
I'm big door with you.
Wait,
don't speak it. Zip. Nice.
Let's clear. One big door. Let's have big door. Let's have big door. Nice.
E-box, one shot.
I'm in his spot.
Wait, yeah. I said I need you. Close right, Charlie. One shot. What's up? Go. There's 2 big doors.
That's two.
All right, stay on the break. Take time to break.
Yeah, I'm gonna go chase the spiral.
I spawn grandma's.
I'm laying down big door. One big door. I'm gonna meet you guys big door.
Let's big door. Close right, big door. Me perch. I'm in grandma's here. I'm working grandma's.
I'm with you, jump. Let's
I'm starting.
Ready? Yeah, we can go.
I know you can jump.
I'll hit you. He's
jump one shot. Okay, computers one shot drop.
I'm in spot.
Alright, wait, one more time.
Yeah, hold, guarantee kill here.
The double spiral.
I'll lead big door, okay?
I bet. I'm going big door on the back though.
Yeah, I'll go big.
I
Yeah, send over. One might be.
I can still jump.
I still do.
Challenge big door. Big door. One shot.
It's all good. Guarantee this new.
Okay.
So much to fill.
What up, Grandmas? It's already
I'm on top. I'm living on heli.
I'll see him top grandmas.
I'm waiting on heli. I have like all of mid right now.
Top grandmas. Grandmas said.
P2 is up. P2 on me. Tower.
For Cloud9, you had a really good hold in P3. The comms seemed to be on point. They were really trying to make sure Boston Breach couldn't get into their ideal setup, but then it was just, 3 straight waves of nearly perfect sequences out of Boston Breach, to the point that you had like a 5 and 4 spree out of everyone. You're now calling it death from above. They slam them there on P4. They're trying to slam the gate close on this map up 30.
I mean, there was 13 kills in a row towards the end of that P4 for Boston Breach. And yeah, I mean, the comms, they were energetic. You weren't really calling out names, but you could tell they were trying to get things going for the Cloud9 side. A little bit staggered, but it has just been all Boston Breach since that hill. And now they're controlling P1 the way they have the entire game, putting pressure time and time again on Cloud9. And well, now they're 25 points away from winning map 1.
Yeah, no, they hit another gear at that P4, trying to not look back and close this game. You can't win it on this one, but if it was Purge doing it the objective, last time at P1, it was him doing it through the gunny. This time around, they're spotting out pretty far gun side, left side map, so you've got a hike now if you're Boston Breach. You'll have really nice early control for Cloud9. This is just a tough one to really solidify for a full 60, and it just feels like you're really gonna need that if you're Cloud9. You've got to be pristine, not allow any openings. Openings starting to come though, Cammy. Chance to pluck from above, but there's just so many angles. Just any point like this where you just have the high ground from top mid, it seems so difficult.
Well, now you have to trek across the map. I mean, Boston do such a good job at breaking that. They spawn them out far, all the way back P3. You do get a double in from Max, so you have some control. You're just hoping to get this to the next hill, but you only have 20 seconds left. Boston only needs 7 of that.
That's like, thank God that nade hits, because that was the player in the hard point. So
yeah, they might have a chance. It looks like Boston, they were opting, maybe they weren't going to flood this. They were going to try to rotate towards the P3, so there's a chance here for Cloud9.
That might be the case. You kind of go for the jugular if you're Boston Breach, but Cloud9 don't allow it to happen. You're still spawning out wide right. You got to back this up though if you're Cloud9. Make sure no funny business, no deep spawn in behind you. That's number 8 Mac that's getting the kill and backing it up. You need 35 for the win, still 7 for Boston Breach. You need insane hold, and it's this guy that busted it wide open with the pick and then the back spawn for his team the first time through here at P3. We'll see if Snoopy can do it again. He's looking to hit it with Purge. The subs looking to go. There's the first opening. The slide is just built as he gets a second. The movement looks so clean.
Spawns are still there. Those spawns are there for Cloud9.
But yes, where you got the spawns and hope they go smoothly, it doesn't for Boston Breach. It's not enough to disrupt the setup. Now 13 for the victory is Cloud9 New York. Boston Breach starting to sweat. Joe saying, oh boys, he's feeling it with another multi from Snoopy. The slide simply too strong. There's the break in. One does spawn in the back. Oh no. Maybe a chance to do it. A double from Crimp might do it, but it won't happen. Boston Breach get just enough. Just enough to close it out. But God, Cloud9 made him work for it.
I mean, just enough is Snoopy. That is it. I mean, his double, he's able to find a zipline time. He finds both of those kills. And yeah, I mean, that was close. I mean,
yeah.
Cloud9 do a heck of a job to get it to the P3. They make sure nobody sneaks on through. There was a quick trade onto Snoopy the first time, but then he finds the route once again.
Yeah, and I was so focused on like his double when the first double. Like I thought maybe he's got those kills, he would get the back spawns for Breach, but I didn't see. I was so focused on his kills, I didn't see if his 2 teammates were alive or what ended up happening. But Cloud9 ultimately spawns back there. I'm like, okay, they really got a chance now. I thought that was going to be their one real crack at it, but another multi from Snoopy. I mean, he might not make the right play every single time.
Well, he's starting to.
but he's getting better at it. And while he's always had the movement, the gunning. I mean,
I think you're starting to see his patience a lot of the times, right? That's not what he was doing in the past.
Well, last year, I mean, people were really critical of him.
Yeah, and I think this year, maybe with the players on the team, the coaching staff, they've really focused on it, that you could see it pay off. I mean, if it's not for his plays, in a couple of those situations, they lose this map without a doubt. But I think the difference was a couple of those P4s where they just had so many kills in a row.
P4 and yeah, the P1s where you got way more time than it felt like you should have for Boston. But just 6 points between them. A nail-biter game. A really great stretch from Cloud9 to get it to that point, but just not enough left in the tank. But yeah, the P4s, I mean, especially the second time through, it was just, I mean, that's how you want it to go. That is like your lockdown money hill, but that was about as perfect as it gets. I mean, they lost like 2-3 players that entire time.
You're seeing what teams are doing. They're pulling out 4 Jackals, right? It's just a constant flood, and when you have numbers, good luck challenging some of those headies. The slides come on through. The trades are on point. You just see the top left. Look at the scoreboard right now. I think it gets up to 13, maybe even more. You then earn the Hellstorm to call in. But this was the chance, and I think Boston, there was 2 calls here. Some players were starting to rotate towards P3. There was a couple just kind of lingering around that P2, and they end up getting caught. But again, Snoopy's play, he gets traded out quickly right here due to attack. So he gets taken out, and then right off spawn, goes top zip, finds a double to give them a chance.
Yeah, because it feels like a lot of times you'll either, I don't know, you'll like rotate 3 or something and maybe leave 1 to win a one-on-one and win it. But now, dude, Snoopy's movement, bro. The guy is disgusting. Some incredible moments at the tail end. I thought maybe Crimp's multi gonna be enough, but it's the subs and Purge and Snoopy that end up closing it out. The indecisiveness we thought might catch him from P2 doesn't end up biting him. Because yeah, they went from what? Up 60-ish to nearly throwing that one away. And we'd be talking about this map very differently. I mean, that was a Hercules-like effort out of Cloud9, but just not enough.
Yeah, and I think like that's what you want to see from Cloud9 is like towards the end of that P2 and P3, it felt like their teamwork was a little bit more on point. There were a lot of segments just early on, some early hills at the start of the game where they're finding kills. They're outslaying by 10, but you know, it's a tie game. Like something is a little bit off there, but it started to fix towards the back half of that map.
Well, you just got to think you've got, I don't know if egos is the right word, but you've got a player attached that's had a lot of success. You know, Dante's Sib piece had insane levels of success as well. When you're struggling like this, it's just got to be tough. I mean, I guess your view from like Mackinac, where he's probably happy to be back involved like this. Crimp comes out of a crazy situation with that run from Thieves last year, but I don't know. I think Ant kind of nailed it for me. It was just like the vibes are off, like something might be broken in that camp. And it could take one run this. You get a couple wins here and suddenly that turns, but they just haven't had a winning culture at all there yet.
No, I mean, I think it's just, yeah, just sort of the team chemistry, maybe everybody getting on the same page. It could just be as simple as roles, right? And how people want to play this game. Very different than last year and previous years. A lot more flood heavy, and yeah, it should simply just come down to speed.
Yeah, and well, just the way they're built, and the fact that it goes more sub-heavy doesn't help. But you've got Sib, who I don't know who we're going to see sometimes, whether he's going to be just flying at you and gunning you in your sleep, or if he's going to be playing slower like Attach and just so L-trigger heavy. You got 2 ARs that aren't exactly, remember what was the stat we had back in like Black Ops 3? Remember it was like we could see how many steps somebody took, like that was crazy. I don't think these ARs they could be a little Iron Boots-esque, I imagine.
Yeah, and that could just be just from roles from last year, because I feel like Sib, like, he can play with some pace, right? It's just he's got to get back to that. Where last year on that NYSL team,
it was either or. You weren't really sure what it was going to be. Is he going to come out and hit it and drop 50, or is he going to rotate 30 seconds early? We weren't really sure.
Well,
but Crimp, okay, well, he demolishes that round. We're talking about maybe some of the issues with Cloud9 and Hardpoint, or just overall, and that round is done real fast.
Well, yeah,
3 from Crimp, just pops a triple around the site, little slide back and forth, little bunny hop on the chow, and beautiful there from Crimp.
And that's a Skyline round, right? I mean, just a bang out towards Kitchen. He's able to find 3, the stuns connect, and he makes it look easy. But again, just another question mark here, just allowing this map to go through. This is where we've seen Cloud9 have a good amount of success in Search and Destroy.
And for what, the map 4 as well, right?
Yep.
Well, Boston Breach kind of thrown on their back in that first one. Purge the only one able to get a kill. He gets the first blood, but after that, nothing goes their way. Nice shots from Crimp. His streak will come to an end. Purge and Cammy bringing it back. Purge traded out, though, quickly. It's going to be on Cammy. Now 1 versus 2 against Mac and Sib. Mac will get the plan in.
See how Cammy opts to attack this. Now he's still got both pieces of utility, so he has his nade, he has his stun. He's got a face full of glass as well.
That would hurt.
So much to clear. 20 seconds now to go, and he's just starting to run out of time. He's got eyes on both, and I think maybe he's going to be able to just line up that first fight, but Sib just puts him down.
Yeah, I mean, Sib hit some great shots, and then Mac was able to hang on to his Semtex, so he would have definitely had to reposition there. You see Mac just sort of run across. He's going to throw a shoulder, throws the grenade, but just great shots from Sib, and that's what we love to see from the guy starting off this map 3-0.
Just peeling him there off the heady. Thought maybe the utility coming to play for Cammy, but never really an opportunity to do that. Sib 3-0. He had the first blood in that round. So last time on offense, Breach just kind of get blown off the map with the all-out pressure towards A for Cloud9 New York. A little bit different of a look this time, but it looks like underground route is coming in from Krem.
He just goes right through bedroom.
Oh, was it right middle? Okay.
Yeah, right through middle. He's going to take some shots, and then he has to back down.
Yeah, I thought it was underground until he shot, and then I was like, never mind.
Yeah, we can't tell. Oh, doesn't finish the kill onto one. So Snoopy is there for the trade. Had a chance maybe to turn this into a 2 versus 3.
On both sides of it, well, Batach, he's sniffed out. He gets ripped to 9 HP, and now he's in a 1 versus 4. So much better time from Boston Breach. This time offensively, a little bit of a different hit on the defensive side as well. But Boston deal with it. Don't lose anybody in the process. And great job in the post plan. This time it's Cammy racking up the first blood. So you found both your first bloods on offense. Just try to do a better job turning it into round wins. Here, able to do it. You got Purge at 4 leading the way. I think Sib maybe with 4 on the other side of it.
And this is what we see on Skyline, right?
Before.
You know, some of the four-man hits just aren't starting to go your way. You get on to the next attack, and they just sort of play a slow round. They don't allow Cloud9 to take catwalk from them, and yeah, Cammy just able to find that first blood.
Well, they're trying to hit it. Just send it. Send it.
And this is what Krep wants to do.
Yeah, he did it on defense. He's doing it now on offense. You still have a chance in this round with Awakening and Purge up, but yeah, no, I mean, you might just want to hit the side over and over again if you're Cloud9 right now, because Kremp is getting twisted. Attached looking for angles, and Big Giga putting him down. Purge now 1 versus 2 against Mac and Sib. We'll see if he has both to work with or just AR in hand. I thought he spotted him maybe when he backed down, but not going to see it, and he's going to get dropped easily. Cloud9 handle the post plant, win that in the 2v1, and now take the 3-1 edge.
Yeah, I mean, that's just one of those, maybe like your teammates see him, you don't see him, but yeah, just, again, just pure pace on the side of Cloud9. They are playing so fast, and, well, Krem's winning those gunfights, turning them into multi-kills. Again, now if you're Boston, do you try to slow this down? Do you try to match it? Might be difficult to do, because that is exactly how Cloud9 wants to play this map.
Yeah, clearly. Like, let Kremp just go do his thing. Get some shots in support, but let him just run in a straight line at whatever setup. Sib, his first blood. Mac, able to do it, but Awakening bringing it back. Purge's going to get swarmed, though. It's going to be all on Awakening. He's going to have to pull off the ace if he's going to get it done. A good old-fashioned quick Skyline round. Or not. Can Wake slow it down and somehow pull this off? This would be absolutely huge if he is able to do it. Did they see him as he wrapped through? I don't know if they got eyes rising around in the corner, but now they're going to know that's the play as they start to clear and take space.
Kremp maybe spotted him the way he's playing this. Both just trying to trail. They don't want to get caught. They know he has to plant. Yeah, they're just going to wait now.
I swear, in just the Boston matches we've casted, like, Wake always has one chance for a crazy clutch or an ace or 1v4, 1v3. He's been so close. They're getting intimate with some plants.
Yeah, no.
But now they're going to keep moving. Under 30 to go now. And we've just been playing Ring Around the Rosie.
Maybe a good timing here for Awake. They lead B. He ends up getting across. He's just got to get to plant the bomb. And again, we're just going to do a circle.
I thought he was going to keep rapping. It was going to be perfect, but that will not be the case. Finally goes to commit to the bomb. Your 2 Cloud9 players coming up the grapple, able to shut it down. So ended up being a solid minute, really, of ring around the skyline.
See the final kill one more time. The dash comes up, and the timing could not be worse. I thought if he kept wrapping over to Jose, which I thought was going to be the case, it would have been perfect as the rotation from the defense just came off. But
again, they try to pick up the pace, though. Does Boston on offense? It just does not work out. So Cloud9 playing the way they want to play on Skyline, up 4-1.
Yeah, you're hoping maybe for an all-out hit, like aggressively on A, but it's more shots from the cross from Piano side, top Alk, I think, where they get their openers. And that's what Cloud9, I mean, keep them guessing, right? Like, hit that crazy fast gear, even can play it aggressive from the other side of the map, but you're just wondering where the punch is going to come from right now. Purge, he'll tack on his second first blood. Cammy's POV is his headshots ring true. Using their numbers to push it, and yeah, looking good for Boston Breach. 4-1 advantage. Feels like when they're winning rounds, they're nearly flawless, because what? No, that's actually both their rounds have been flawless. When they've won it, they've not lost a single player, so do more of that.
Well, really, it's just shutting down Kremp in his early multi-kills. So you're looking at the subs. You know, Snoopy starts off 1-4. Still around that stat line. Purge, though, he's the one that's starting to turn it around. They can win those initial gunfights through the subs. Yeah, it feels like it's going their way.
Or get your subs through without them getting cut down the cross by the likes of Sib, the likes of Mac. But this is where you need to find some success here. Offensively, what do you try to do? I mean, it's just whether it's been a quick hit for angles directly onto A. Okay, so they're back to kind of their early round, just sending it like Crep hit it. At least that's what it looks like on the map, and that is going to be the case. They play it, they back up. They play it a little bit more passively, like we're not going to square up. We're going to hope it's that push, and we can catch someone getting over eager. They're able to do that in Kremp, but then you lose Purge for free, and that's a tough death, because now you're into a 3v3, you don't get away with numbers.
Yeah, at least the round's not over yet on this attack. Yeah, finally they slow it down again. After winning that first round, now they can work either site. Have all three players together, and you can see Cloud9, they're very split up. So yeah, there's going to be no trades. And well, Cammy Awakening going to find both of those kills. Last player taken down is Big Wake. Hits it with the pistol.
Yeah, and that's just the one, like, all right, we're going to give up map control. You're hoping it's an all-out hit type round, and you can catch Crimp just sending it.
I mean, it's okay to give up map control on this, because it takes 5 seconds to regain it.
Yeah, it's a little different than a typical search map, right? Giving up space, not the end of the world. You can win one gunfight, and suddenly it's all back in your favor. But the play call is correct out of Boston Breach. You get back-to-back rounds. You get that offensive round, which you've been desperately fighting for. And again, it's almost like perfect. Like when they're good, they're great in these search rounds. Awakening on 4 in a row, 3 for Cammy. That nade ends up being perfect right onto the edge of the wall to kind of stop that push, but I thought maybe one more trade going to come in, but Crimp is able to get bomb and get out of this. As we go to this 3 versus 3.
Well, these have been the situations Boston have been winning, right? When the craziness kind of happens early, it's been all Cloud9. But once it slows down, that's when Breach are winning.
We'll see if that'll be the case here as well. Crimp just wants to get this down, so he'll grapple up and go for the stick. Now, the 3-man retake. The fights are going to start. Sib, able to win a big one. So on to Snoopy and Awakening. All onto Awakening now. Trying to clutch up into 1 versus 3. I thought he had that one finished. Tried to hit the pre-fire as well. He is snapping and he is shooting. He might get 2 different players to 1 bullet, but the fact is he finishes off in either. And finally, as the round stretches and extends, you're able to win one of those if you were Cloud9.
Yeah, nice multi-kill out of Sib. Just a lot of confidence inside that bomb site. And then here's the shots from Awakening. Jumps into the window, finds the final kill. Puts them 1 round away from tying up the series.
Yeah, he almost had tough timing with that evergreen or whatever it is. Awakening nearly just gets the edge on him in the fight, but damage dealt. Kills or not. 1 more round needed now for Cloud9. And this looks a little bit different than the kind of defensive setups we've seen from Cloud9. Yeah, they're sending 2 under, right? Mac with the first blood. Snoopy bringing it back. Trying to use the bomb site best you can, but Snoopy can't stay up. Sib tacks on another. They've got numbers, the numbers increase. Another multi from Sib. He's up to 5 in a row. Last player will drop at Cloud9. After letting things slip away a little bit in the mid-round, they're able to pick it back up. A lot of different defensive hits they were looking at on Skyline, but That's why you were kind of surprised to see them playing Skyline for Hardpoint Search and Destroy.
I mean, this is the, like, Cloud9 wants to play very simple Call of Duty right now.
Yeah.
That's their strength. It's been on Skyline, and they're going to get 2 in this series. So they win their map pick here in map number 2, tie up the series. But yeah, double digits out of Civ.
And you have the edge, like 5-4 in First Bloods if you're Boston Breach, but a lot of those you just don't end up turning into round wins, especially over that stretch at the end of it where Cloud9 start to take over. You had 10 from Civ, as you said, 1,300 damage out of him. Crimp was an early round Reaper, at least through your first few rounds. Maybe slows down a bit, but his impact was felt, and just kind of keep guessing if you're Boston Breach's offense and how you want to plan to attack things. But
yeah, I mean, he only gets 1 first blood, but I mean, Mac has 4 first deaths. I think he was the one trading and then turning it into another kill to give his team the advantage.
Yeah, it's like a stat that we don't have there, but it's that run out in front of me, soak up some bullets so I can make a play.
Yeah.
And well, when your teammate does make a play, you feel good about it because you get the win. But they take the search, they tie it up, and be ready to go to a protocol. Thoughts really about the control as we move towards that?
Well, this is one of the maps that Cloud9, they had the choice, right? You see the veto. So the Hacienda veto comes through. In Boston, they've been so good on Vault where now you're playing a map that you have not played a match. So Cloud9 sitting at 0-0. You should have the advantage here if you're Boston.
We'll see if Boston does have the advantage. They'll look to swing the game back into their favor. Before we get to map 3, it's a little break for the players. We'll hear the desk break it down.
No 3-0. We're going to at least a game 4. Big Owls, how are we feeling?
Feeling good.
Yeah?
I had him in 4. I interviewed him 5, but I had him in 4.
All right, let's start with Bigger Al. So, Alan, what did you learn from your team? Because in game 1, it looked like Boston was in control until Cloud9 really gave him a run at the end.
Yeah, I mean, a 6-point game, you can look to a multitude of different moments throughout the hard point and find 6 points. Yeah, the ending is electric, right? I mean, you got Civ for 6 in a row, and then there's just a little bit of a beef on the setup at the end of it, just getting a little too stringy. But I think overall, I'm looking back to that P4 break attempt from Cloud9, just too scattered. I mean, we had 3 different hits at this, and it was right here where Purge just kind of slides left to right, finds 2, shuts it down. Another attempt comes out where Cloud9 just don't look like they have that kind of entry timing that we expect from a top-level team.
Yeah, it was a minute and a half of 1-by-1 gunfights, like legitimately. I'm watching this, okay, yeah, this is the Cloud9 I saw online. Just struggling, not on the same page, not on the same pace. And then you see at the very end, they had an opportunity to win. Civ goes crazy, actually. He was having a terrible map, finds 4 kills in a row, basically secures the win, and then slides at Snoopy where, I mean, quite frankly, just got dumped on. Like, just literally got cooked, and then they end up losing that. But in the search and destroy, huge response by Civ, popping off. They get the W there, where they were on the same pace.
He tries to go upstairs, and Snoopy just doing what Snoopy does. He seals the deal. Boston takes game 1, 250 to 244, a 6-point difference. Let's look at this young man. What a season he's having, Allie. What a performance.
Unreal, especially because, you know, the biggest question was with Boston Breach, you know, we come to land, like, what are they going to give this? Are they going to be the same team? And Snoopy has been the same player. And I think that's the most impressive thing because we were raising so many flags of building around him, right? And so we're all questioning, what does Boston see in this kid that we just keep building around him and putting him in this position with all this pressure? And it has made him into a diamond. He's an incredible sub.
I was pretty cocky after seeing Boston win game number 1.
Same.
Game 2, I thought would be an easy mopping, but Cloud9 hangs in the search and destroy. Let's take a look at some of the best moments from that game 2. Snoopy getting picked early. The first bloods were landing for Crimp.
It felt like the SMGs were just taking control early for Cloud9, putting a lot of pressure, especially on the offensive front, right through pool. And it just foiled all of Boston's defensive setup to where they had to change their setup a lot around what they wanted to do with their subs. It never really felt like they got comfortable on the defensive end. So the lead just too, I think, large to eventually come back on.
Absolutely. And the fact that it was even Skyline S&D is, I want to say, a misstep a little bit on the side of Boston Breach because that's their strongest search and destroy for the side of Cloud9. And it just fits their playstyle really well because they are a first blood team, but they only do well on defense, and they have the worst post plant in the league. So on Skyline, you don't have to play around the objective as much. You can play for that pressure. You can play for that map control and these kills, and that really favors Cloud9 to win.
Yeah, and we had talked about it, like Cloud9 never struggled in getting the first bloods. It's what you do with the numbers after it. And Skyline kind of forces you to buddy up and play trades. And you saw a lot of those situations like Awakening in a tough 1v2 or Snoopy having to make a big play, just not able to do it in that map. And now we're sitting 1-1.
As we take a look at our maps going forward, we have at least 4 games in front of us. In this next one for Control, though, who has more pressure, the SMGs or the ARs?
I think this is all about how free can Snoopy get. And I do think some of that is controlled by are the ARs for Boston getting a first blood? Because if they find 4v3, Snoopy's going to run at you. If they can't hang and they're finding these 2v2, 3v3 moments, I think you can kind of keep Boston a little bit more at bay. But I do think this is going to be determined by who wins out between Mac and
That's
Snoopy.
a big smile. You're confident in Cloud9. Drop it.
I just had a little bit of a take on your question just because, you know, typically that answer would be SMGs because we're running on protocol, but we saw map number 1. The SMGs on both teams are doing perfectly fine. It is 100% on the ARs of Cloud9 right now. They are the ones out of slow start in map number 1 protocol. They cannot have a slow start here in map 3 number protocol because not only is this going to be the swing mode, but both these teams are awful at control. So it's going to be whoever can show up today.
Nameless, that first protocol, it was a hard point, but it's 6 points. It was so tight, back and forth. How does control compare for anyone new to COD?
Yeah, I mean, well, you're talking about roles, like on this map specifically and in control, like very kill dependent. You want to have map control, not all die in a chain because things get out of whack when that happens. The subs are going to have to apply a lot of pressure. Like we saw this earlier in the Minnesota match. Nero got loose, goes on a 10 streak in their spawn. That's exactly what you want to see Kremp doing if you're C9. And on the opposing end, what you want to see Snoopy doing if you're Boston. Just who can get that kill lead, spawn trap the longest, typically wins.
Do you guys want to flip your prediction? It's at the half. We're knotted up 1-1.
No. Cloud9 and 4. Cloud9 and 4.
Boston. It's time to get
Let's
it
go,
done.
Chris.
We send it back over to Merck and Maven. Take it away.
This guy's been betting on sports too much, bro. He's trying to flip predictions.
Are you allowed to do that?
I don't think you can.
No.
Flip predictions.
Unless it's like a Sunday, right? Or where you
Oh, that's true. If it's a Maven Sunday, I'm allowed to do whatever
Right.
I want. I just want to mess with Ant, bro. He gets actually pissed off. It's my favorite thing getting
I
under
would be
Ant's skin.
pissed too. I think it's baloney.
No, it is. It absolutely is, but I don't make the rules, Joe. But no, we do look to continue on. Now into map 3. We'll see how the control will break down. I don't want to say it's like a must-win for Boston, but when you look at the skyline and how good you've been if you're Cloud9, it feels like there's definitely some pressure on you, especially after that search went to come out here and get a dub. But control, as they were talking about the desk, has not really been a shining spot for either of these teams.
No, 100%, yeah, it has not been. But as you said, yeah, you get to that skyline hardpoint in game number 4, where, yeah, Cloud9 4-1 on the year. It's been their strongest hardpoint map. And the way they've been slaying has been, well, it was pretty good in that map number 1. They just could not find a lot of that objective time. But yeah, I mean, control, it's been an opening for both of these squads.
Been an opening, and who's going to be, neither are great, just who can be a little bit better than the other here and get the dub. We casted a crazy one earlier today. Protocol's been, it's been great to have Hacienda into the mix, obviously, but Protocol's led to some wild moments just because I think you get down to like those S&D type situations so often, where it's like you're 2v2, you're 4v4, you're battling for B, and it can be so entertaining. But just feeling a little bit of time before everyone ready on the stage to get going. A look and a reminder at how things are going. Optic able to move on along with Royal Ravens today. We're focusing on losers bracket matches today, so the winner of this will take on Rocker. And well, regardless how that goes, that's probably going to be an extended series with the way Rocker's been playing.
Yeah, you have Optic Carolina playing again next.
Yeah, their
last
final
match of the
right?
night. And then, you know, who do they play? Sort of the loser of Ultra FaZe, because that'll flip the bracket. So you have another banger tomorrow between those two squads. But yeah, I mean, Rocker looked solid today. Geo played with a lot of confidence.
What if we just get a shocker, right? Like, you know, there was like the stuff on social, they're going back and forth about who's home series, but we know what KOI and Ultra are running it, but Heretics, we're trying to get people ramped up. If it ends up being like an Ultra Heretics, I mean, that would surprise me. I did not see that coming, but no. We'll see if that'll actually be the case. But the big winners bracket matches, those will be going down tomorrow. Reminder, it's a 4-day event, so all sorts of action still to come your way, but we're looking to wrap up day 2 here with the last few matches. Looks like players locked, ready to go, and this we were touching on with the control struggles this season. 2-7 for New York, 3-6 for Boston Breach, both on loss streaks. I mean, I guess you got the edge if it goes to round 5 if you're Boston Breach. We'll see if that will be the case.
Yeah, but you have the edge because, I mean, Cloud9 hasn't played this map in particular, so it's one they've avoided, but maybe they're just at the point of desperation. We got to try to run this. Hacienda maybe not working, Vault not working. Vault's been Boston's sort of best map, so gonna avoid that and go for Protocol.
What you're feeling any given day.
Yeah.
Let's throw a dart at this one. Sounds good, but for Cloud9 New York, you're gonna want to make sure Purge and Snoopy aren't able to really find openings. They do a really good job there to make sure that can't happen. You get on to B here for a moment, but now Snoopy, as he wins one from the back, so you got to worry about him. Is he's going to be pressure on your back line throughout this. Who comes off spawn? That's Crimp and Mac that are going to be hunting for him. And Snoopy's still picking you apart, but You're getting stuff down here on the objective. You make Snoopy, this is ideal. Like you make him right back to have to actually fight on the point. So you do it on the front line. Unfortunately, Purge picks up the rest.
Yeah, similar to the Surge breakoff we kind of saw earlier, right? Play towards B, pick up the flank as they start to hit on through, and Sib was able to earn a tick. So you at least get one tick towards B, you pause the clock, you still have a minute left. But now the problem, you lose ammo control inside. Is all going to be Boston Breacher coming off spawn, but a nice opening win there for Mac.
Unfortunately, after that, it's everyone from Boston Breach. The only person out is going to be Crimp. And now this is a difficult situation where it's like, Crimp, what does he want to do? Does he want to go back and help his teammates get up spawn? Do you trust them to make the play and you're still going to be threatened on the other side of the map and able to collapse? Or are you just that guy that like doesn't get involved? It can be, it's got to be a frustrating position.
Well, the problem was at the time as well is nobody found kills, so there was nobody off spawn. Boston, the entire team was on the opposite side of the map, so he's just going to opt to touch B, pause the clock, now get his teammates out. They were able to find a couple of kills, but Cammy still working the flank. Doesn't need to find the shots because Snoopy in Awakening takedown 2. Second tick comes in towards B. Cloud9 trying to do what they can, and well, Sib and Crib able to find kills. Now B, almost done.
Minute extension, it is there. All right, so we see a couple opening B caps so far this weekend. We'll now shift focus on over towards A, where Body's starting to get there defensively. For Boston Breach, nice little slide through a chow for Sib, as that'll be his 5th straight. A nice stretch to get them basically even in the lives department. And with a minute left, you feel good to just have a Body on the point as much as you can, just to maybe bring this down to lives and give, well, both teams kind of a second win condition. But you got to feel good if that's the offense is, well, when your only win condition is the point, kind of has to dictate your pace and tempo a little bit differently than when you also can just think about the kills. 8v8 now, and
yeah, there's just always been one more, though, for Boston in their base. And this time it was Cammy to find a double. Nice trade for Mac. He's going to match Sib, both with 9 now. 40 seconds left, 6 versus 6. You see number 1, though. Snoopy just kind of lurking. He's able to find Crep off spawn. On the other side, Max still keeps it going. And now Breach in danger of losing this first defense.
Nice shots there from Mac. 5 in a row for him. 2 versus 3, though. We're not done yet. Now all down to Snoopy. 1 versus 3. He's got to go, and well, you're able to pop and drop him. So great stuff from Cloud9 New York. It looked like they were in for a world of hurt at times, but they were able to get out, able to get that minute extension onto B. So like really the early progress they got ended up paying off huge.
Yeah, I mean, you're just kind of getting some individual moments from a couple of players on Cloud9, whether it's Sib and then Max starts to pick it up. And this may be a worry for like Boston Breach fans. You've had some great showings online. You're hoping they're, you know, individually they carry over to land, but they just have not so far.
And they're going to need to quickly. After a frustrating search and destroy and a tough opening round. Now you get tested on offense. It could be the more difficult of the two, and you're suddenly looking at an 0-2 hole. Mac working towards streaks probably as he's on 6 straight. I didn't see if he earned it yet. More than likely that's not the case. He's going to need more here. And what an opening break from Cloud9 New York. You're going to have instant pressure. Cammy's spinning in circles, it feels like, and then he's going to get gunned. It's 5 straight kills, make it 6 straight kills. Boston Breach just get pounded right now towards their spawn. 7 looking for 8. Mac continues the streak, finally drops, and maybe with those 3 you're able to get out, but you're already under a minute to go. Attach is still here. He's gonna have the slowest run back in flank. But here I am, still on this side of the map. Attach gets 1.
Hey, it works out. It works out. He's going to turn it into a double.
Okay.
Now Purge is off spawn. Snoopy, the lone man for Boston Breach. So, yeah, it's a bit of a slower pinch. Was hoping maybe runs into him, but he's able to get the player off the objective. Down to 35 seconds after that, but there we go. Another 3 dead for Cloud9 New York to allow Boston Breach to start to work the objective.
I kind of like it, honestly, because you know they're calling, well, should be calling names.
Yeah, he's behind us somewhere.
He's behind us, and it's like eventually so much time goes by, it's like, all right, we got to give it up. And then that's right when he attacks. The change in tempo is going to be so tough to deal with, but you're just trying to get that extra minute. You brought it back in the lives department after going, what, a 6 or 7 hole, really right out of the opening, but you got to get this point. Yeah, have any chance in the round.
Cloud9, they're going to probably overextend for this over and over again, right? You know there's 25 seconds left. Just keep pressure on the point. You have top ammo control. Purge just trying to get out, trying to be that OBJ guy. Awakening is able to find one, but you just have nobody on the point, already down to 15.
No, he was getting shot by, I think, 3 different players as he was just dancing in circles to get towards top mid. You do find some kills when you desperately need them. If you're Boston Breach, you get that second tick of progress. Here at A, they're just going to stack it. Everybody gets on it. Let's make sure we secure this. Lives-wise, you're okay. Again, it started real ugly, but you got back to about even. But can you do what Cloud9 was able to do? They're trying to hunt down Attach. He's just going to stay ironed up throughout it all. Finally will fall. Mac trying to deal with Awakening. And Mac just keeps shooting. Awakening ends up sliding right back into it, hitting him down to 31. 50 to go now. Slight edge for Cloud9 and Live still.
Yeah, right now it's really just the AR. Sib again up to 19. Him and Attach just slowing it down, controlling power positions, 40 seconds left. You've had a couple of players trying to lurk on both sides, but neither subs can really get going. It's more of a team balance, team effort on the side of Boston Breach. 25 seconds ago, you still have a 2-life advantage. Look at number 8, Attach, just trying to hit that wide flank. He might be the player to shut it down. And well, 3 players remaining for Breach.
Can he win this one? He's able to do it. Takes out Snoopy, staggers that setup even more on Awakening and Cammy. Now to get it done, they've got to get onto the point to stop this clock. So this is going to be nearly impossible to win, you would think, or does it get a little more interesting? Now into a 2 versus 3. Make it a 1 versus 3. On Cammy to do it, best of luck. He is down as everybody is shooting it and sending it. And where Cloud9 were able to take a similar round and turn it into a dub, Breach could not do the same thing. Cloud9 up 2.
Yeah, I mean, just a great start in that round for Cloud9.
Yeah.
They jump out to that big lead. You do bounce back, as you said, if you were Boston Breach.
But it was picture perfect for Cloud9 to start, man. I mean, that wastes a good minute, bro.
And I mean, you know how difficult B can be, right? And it just like there's no sort of 3 to 4 dead. It's not clean enough for Breach to work that point.
And even though they were kind of similar situations, that might be the difference. Like one team got A, one team got B. All right, just a little easier to maybe get to A and continue to pause that clock when you really need some time late in the round. Sib keeps it going, leading the lobby at 21. Boston Breach going to have to win 3 straight or they go into the 1-2 hole and lose back-to-back maps. Looks like another strong start out of Cloud9. Well, Awakening says, hold up, hold your horses.
That's a big double because they were thinking about working B yet again. There was 2 players in that area. Could have had multiple players on it. Still some pressure and well attached, locked in down ammo. He's able to find a double. So immediate pressure from Boston Breach off spawn. You have 1 player on A pause. The clock back can get active inside the house. Well, he's just trying to help his teammates out, trying to catch a timing. Instead, it's Cammy who hits the slide.
This time more of a default. Crimp somehow staying alive. Thought he was nearly going to get a kill as well, but they'll look to clear that second tick. That'll be great because you were really close to being done with that second portion. They nearly get the full clear for Breach. Make them work for it on A. Right now, you're kind of slowing it down for a second of your Cloud9 because there's so much pressure here from Boston Breach. Sib getting it done with every type of weapon, it feels like. But finally, his little streak comes to an end. See where we're sitting on the current ticks. And like, Boston Breach, I mean, best thing you could have for you is a really, I just allow this, right? Don't let them get the minute extension. Maybe another tick, best case. Give yourself a chance maybe to get to around 5.
They just got to get the subs going, and they just are not. They cannot get loose. Persian Snoopy shut down. And well, now you're going to be on that 8 point. So that minute extension is going to come through. Again, you find 5 kills in a row. Map control goes over to Cloud9, and they are just a point away from winning this one 3-0.
Yeah, well, best case I talked about, that was gone quickly. And when you need the kills most, you're doing it again.
Another 3 dead.
Yep, Snoopy's going to be the only one to try and make a play here. And they're able to hold the angle, protect Attach, get bodies onto the point. First bit already done. You got a bit of a stack here. Awakening picks 1 out of the window, but they've got to trek across the map, try to clear them out. You at least clear 1 out, so the bit of a stack will stop. Attach's timing is forward as he's worried about top middle, and they actually hit him from the P2 steps. Snoopy might only have 7 HP, but he's at least able to take down 1, but you just can't trade like this. You're up 14-7 if you're Cloud9. Boston Breach looking like it's going to be a 3-0 on this particular control. Because you're going to need to have some kind of efficiency you haven't had really throughout the course of this series. Okay, all right, well, they get 3 there. Cammy's just
Just
twisted
takes
in
one
circles.
though. I mean, they have a minute. I mean, 4 versus 11, a minute. Yeah, this would be how.
Yeah, how. Oh my.
Not
God.
that way.
Yeah, and that's why Civ is on 29. When he is shooting straight, he's shooting straighter than just about everybody. This has been a masterclass of a map 3 from Cloud9 New York. You're setting up your best hardpoint in Skyline. You're feeling in control of this series. It has been a dire year so far from Cloud9. But you're about to be a map away from at least continuing on in this loser's bracket, walking away with an upset. That should seal it. One player left, he'll get shut down. Cloud9 look great there. On protocol control, Civ in the AR is really dominating, making sure, just as you said multiple times, the subs can get nothing done on the side of Boston Breach.
Well, I thought it was interesting, right? I mean, we've been talking about Jackals 3 to 4. You know, on protocol, it could be very AR heavy, but I feel like for the most part, we see like 2. What Mac is doing, he's just pulling it out. He's pulling out a 3rd AR. And maybe that's just to control some of the power positions, try to slow the map down and catch players like Snoopy and Purge. And it's working out. It worked out through that entire map.
You get, what, 24 out of Mac, yeah, 21 out of Civ, 21 out of Attach. They're leading the way in damage for the squad as well. Yeah, it seemed to frustrate them. And we've seen that, I feel like, a lot more this weekend than we have maybe in the online league. Those gaps that subs are finding, those timings that they've been finding. Maybe sometimes it's online, you're walking through bullets a little bit, you're able to get around corners that you're not able to do here on land, but a lot of those, I feel like, just aggressive subs that are finding openings in defense, whether it's like on hardpoint or on control, like they're just getting shut down. Could just be reps getting more familiar.
It could be the AR on land, 100%, but yeah, whatever it is. Maybe it's just Cloud9's game plan.
Yeah, no.
Sort of team's game plan coming into this major.
I feel like in several series we've kind of talked about this, whether it's been us casting or chatting in the green room, where some subs just getting shut down.
And just adjustments. And now if you're Boston, like you're a map away from, I mean, as good as this team has been in sort of this turnaround, this is not the first result you would want at the major.
No, and like, I don't want to give them an excuse with anything, but like, again, the FaZe, like, just kind of throw this away. You get smacked by FaZe, but like, you've been competitive in every other series. You've had some really big wins. Teams like this are the ones you have beat. Like, you've been able to handle business usually against the teams you're better than. This would be tough. I mean, you come in and get just spanked by FaZe, then lose to a struggling Cloud9 team. Yeah, that would be hideous, because then it's something like, I don't know, maybe it's an upgrade for Cloud9 on land, sure. But you're talking like, all right, good job online.
Well, it's just worrisome when you talk roster, right? And that's really what it comes down to. You stuck with these 4 guys to the end of last year. Just we're trying to build this up, but if you're not gonna compete on land, then you already start to have those discussions, because you don't want to run into what you did last year.
It just seems crazy to have that conversation considering like the start they've had. But yeah, if you get double bopped out, everything kind of flips on its head, right? And it just feels like we went from sort of starting to figure stuff out to lots of teams were like, what the hell? I don't know what to expect. It's like Boston's one of them that sort of seemed to skid a little bit. Vancouver started to improve, we thought, with 3 straight. Carolina seemed to be falling apart. Like, everyone just right before the major, we're like, what the hell is going on? Or at least right when we got back from the break. And I don't know, it just seems crazy to me that we're talking about this with Boston, because Boston, I think, even though, again, the FaZe thing, whatever, they got smashed by FaZe, who seems to be hot right now. Everywhere else, they've been good.
Yeah, but they got smoked.
They did. And maybe that's just, you get beat that badly, it's like, do you beat that badly and it just takes the confidence out of you? Like, have you ever had that, though, where you're a team that you think maybe the chance to make a run to a top 4 and you just get absolutely annihilated,
well,
and like that confidence goes away?
It could just be sort of mindset, yeah, like with the game on land, right? Just maybe it is just that. Plays a little bit differently. You're getting away with some things that you normally wouldn't online, and here you're getting caught.
I mean, that's, I assume through your career, that's an adjustment you've had to make more than once,
100%,
right?
Yeah. If things are starting to go well on a map, you get to scrims, you're winning it constantly, you get to land, and you lose 3 in a row. You're like, what the hell's going on?
Oh, no, we talked about that with some of like the big online teams just back in the day, like that would just dominate online. You get to land. It's like, it's not like they're suddenly like worse players. Just you, yes, some situations that would go your way, or some advantages you expect to have, they suddenly don't. It's just you have to deal with different mid-game adjustments that you normally don't have to. Maybe that's the case. Maybe not. Maybe we're overthinking it, but now
could just be map set again.
Yeah,
just the fact this gets in.
Yeah.
I mean, the SD gets in. This gets in. This is the Cloud9 map.
Well, Hardpoint hasn't exactly played out how we thought it was going to. I mean, you talk about like Optics run right now, like the best Hardpoint team coming in. They've lost 4, so who the hell knows, Joe? Maybe it was their best online. Here, Boston Breach are going to take over, but their tournament hinges on this map 4, all the pressure onto Boston Breach, and if you're in the subs, you're really looking to turn things around because Snoopy and Purge not getting much going into control, but on a map like this, you really can. It's AR in hand for Snoopy early. He'll be the one to get inside the hard point, but it doesn't last long as Crimp will shut it down. And we did have an amazing hard point to start us off, nearly an insane comeback from Cloud9. Fact is, Breach, you got to win both.
And nobody getting a ton of time here. Breach, though, with map control. You can see Snoopy all the way pushed up flat side. But Zib's able to find a double from the hill. He somehow finds 3. And now he's alive, just waiting for his teammates off spawn. With the multi-kill, they're going to have the lead. Now you have to work spawns for P2. You see number 8 attached, trying to take the route. And while he's going to get through, and maybe just, this guy's a little bit different here on land.
No, I think Cammy's like, all right, I'm not taking a gunfight with him anymore. Was he the one that in the back window?
I'm not
at the
sure.
end of the protocol that he got his head ripped off? Wasn't that Cammy? Like, Sid is just straight to his eyeball lasers. Mac trying to finesse in the back, but getting in a lead Boston Breach, and after the crazy plays from Sib, at least you're feeling pretty good when you talk about the overall objective time. But that's why I think we get frustrated with Sib sometimes when he has like these series where he seems to be playing less aggressive or doesn't really put up numbers. It happens to everybody, but like when he's playing well, he just shoots. It's different. It's like watching a Kadashi POV. It's just like Jesus.
Yeah, he's very talented. Just really hasn't shown it this year, but starting to show off here at the first major. The only problem is I mean, at the start of P2, it's been Boston in control, so they have the lead while they're fighting for this scrap time before we head to P3. Kremp maybe just trying to get pushed up, trying to find a couple of kills before P3 spawns in. Well, he's able to do so. He's able to find one, but a quick trade, but that allows Mac to win the one-on-one on P3.
Yeah, as you said, just 2 players remaining there. Mac comes out on top, so the early time, the way of Cloud9 New York, but we'll keep an eye on the crazy split spawns that can come in. You already saw like number 5 worrying about that, and Crimp, but so far we'll kind of keep it to the left-right side spawns for either team, and we'll just kind of bash heads around the point. Purge, what a little sequence here from him. He's a psychopath though, wants to chow or maybe just get info around the edge, but he had like sub 20 HP, but buys enough time for the troops to rally on in. They'll keep control here, and they'll push this lead up second by second. Look at that 20-point advantage. Awakening's 3 streak stops, but you're slaying with them despite the great effort from Sib early on. You're shooting back. Talent-wise, you seem to be okay. You got to keep this going all map long, though.
Yeah, just trades back and forth. Cloud9 are going to take this now. They're going to lose this time, but they have spawns 4P4 attached with a double. It's just constant reinforcements, and Purge, he's now up to 11, leading the lobby alongside of Awakening. Well, Cloud9 spawns safe for now. But, that's not going to happen. That's going to be a 3 dead. Sib's going to be the last player alive thinking, what's going on? Okay, well, I'm hearing game's ending, so we're going to come
Okay, well, maybe that'll be why we saw a very, very easy-looking break here on the P4. I'm not sure what the case is. It looks like Cloud9 player did just drop out. So, issue here. We're sorry, crowd. We love you. We'll get back as quickly as we can, I promise. But I wonder why that looked like, dude, they like have the setup and there's a second passes, 3 drop, and they're breaking. Figure maybe something going wrong, and that does seem to be exactly what it'll be. So once we have more information, we'll let you know. But I'm thinking early in a hard point like that, we're probably just looking at a full replay here of the map 4.
Yeah, probably just a little tough because you start to get going, right? You get some multi-kills on Purge's side.
Yeah.
Controlling a big part of that game. But yeah, something with Sib's probably just game crash or something, and we'll get right back into it.
Yeah, maybe honestly, a moment to take a breath might not be the worst thing for Breach, though, after how map 2 went, how map 3 went. You hop right into a hard point. Yes, I know they were shooting, they were there battling, but maybe a chance to talk through things. And yeah, I know we had him on camera. I was looking at the lobby too. It does look to be Sib that's having issues. So we'll remake the lobby and hopefully get back into this quickly. Probably frustrated a bit if you're Boston Breach, but I don't know. I mean, not the worst thing maybe to chat through things either. I know we showed just a little bit ago, but just a reminder of where we're going as we continue on at Major I tournament here in Madrid, Spain. The lower bracket's starting to take shape. We know what things look like on the top side of it. The top teams and the winners will be competing tomorrow. What are you thinking for winners final? Who do you got?
These look good. I mean, they won, both hard points.
No, those hard points were absurd.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see if they can keep that going because Miami was able to take both versus Optic. Toronto phase, like your leading phase, because sort of the minor victory, but it just, I mean, last year it was matchup, right? Ultra dominated that. That was the one team phase couldn't beat.
Is it still a matchup thing for you even when 2 players just swapped out?
It might be. I don't know. We're not sure yet.
Yeah, I'm just curious.
It might be. It very much might be. It might be an Insight Kleenex thing. They just love to play those guys. They have for a long time.
No, that's what's fun over the course of the year, just to see some of those rivalries and matchups that develop. Sometimes it just depends on the title.
I mean, when I talked to him easy, like he thinks Ultra is very good, so it could still be a matchup then.
Okay. Insight Kleenex has been annoying them for 5 years or whatever it is. But what do you think you're chatting through if you're Breach right now? You lose 2 straight maps. You have a replay. Like, if you're like the leader on the team, how do you keep people locked? Or you just kind of sit there and chill?
I mean, I was always a guy that like throwing a joke here too, right? Just try to get people to laugh.
Lighten the mood up a little bit?
Lighten the mood up, but maybe a little bit difficult after you get slammed yesterday, you're down 2-1. Yeah, you're just kind of just saying, let's just stick to our game plan, make sure the comms are on point. I think that's always a key.
Well, it sounds like you think, it's fist bump throw, that's a good sign. Hopefully we'll be loaded in a second here, but you think like, this is one of those series in the year where like you lose and the team's changing type thing.
I
like,
think
for both sides. Yes, exactly. Like for both sides. Like this is one of those, like everything's on the line.
I mean, I don't know if Boston will because they had such a good start to the year.
They may not.
There's just like a worry.
It has to be in the back of your head.
There's a worry. 100% on the Cloud9 side. Yeah, I think if you lose this, there is without a doubt a change.
Even if you win this,
there still could be one.
Yeah, no, there still could be. There still could be.
There's an old Surge player just kind of lurking on the outside. Maybe waiting to join his 2 old teammates in Mac and Sib.
Yeah. That could be the case, but Map, yep, we are loading back up. We'll be right back into it. Thank you for your patience in here and at home. I know, excited to get to the final series tonight and continue on with the tournament, but a little bit of a hiccup. We'll see if there's any major changes. In the early going, it was really Sib frying through the P1. Then it flipped on its head a bit. Awakening will be the first person in to at least work the objective time. Snoopy sees just about everybody in front of him, using the bench as best he can. Some damage through to multiple players. I thought could have softened them up maybe for an easy pick from Awakening, but I think the first player that crosses wasn't one of the ones to take any damage. So you get out if you're Cloud9. Mac turns it into 2. Working to flip these spawns, and you get on 30 and do just that.
Yeah, I mean, you just don't react. You get the spawn flip, and the worst part is they get you off the time. So Cloud9 wasn't the best start, but now they're right back into it. They have P2 control. Pretty much even so far. But every kill you find, I mean, Persia's going to find one, but he's the only player up for Boston.
It's just crazy. Like, you see the angle from Snoopy. He gets all info, like 3 of them spawning there. Within 5 seconds, they've cleared out the point. They flip spawns. Like, that's Skyline. Like, it can happen so fast. You react a little too slow. And we already talked about how Call of Duty is played so fast. Usually when new teams come into the league, it's a speed thing. Like, you have to get used to how fast it is. But some maps a little bit different than others.
And I think Cloud9 gets a little blessed right there. I mean, the spawns come up. You had 3 dead for Boston. Mac was able to find it, and then they spawn patio. So all of Cloud9 looks like they lost P2 early, able to recover, a little bit of help from the game. And now Breach gonna have to retake through Catwalk.
Yeah, and you spawn out about as far as you can on the map. Mac still plucking faces with the sub in hand, but what a great P2 this is. Yes, you get blessed a bit, but looks to be just about perfect. Yep. And now this is not what you wanted in the restart from Boston Breach. This is where you start to really get moving in that P2, start to take some control. It's gonna have to start now in the P3.
Yeah, I mean, the difference here, I mean, Mac is 11-5. On the other side, Snoopy's struggling. He was 1-7, does find a kill. But P3 was very good for Boston. Last time we were here, and well, they have control. You can see on one side is Purge, on the other is Cammy locking it down.
They go for the pinch. They're able to shut that down. Yep, they win it on both sides, so that is perfect from Boston Breach. Trying to deal with splits, trying to deal with just the old-fashioned flank and pinch. Going to be a more heavy-handed hit through the front. You split shots between 2 players and can't finish either, so P3 continues to be great. Nice little nade there as it rebounds off the wall and does shut down 1 inside the point, but you're able to rally back in if you are Boston Breach. Finally, kind of a clearance for Cloud9 with 20 seconds left. It looks like they want to push for flips, though. Snoopy's trying to make the play. Maybe he hasn't done it in the slang. I thought he was just going to push through and try to flip, but he ends up challenging back to the hard point.
Yeah, a lot of the times with 15 seconds left, you know, he's already thinking a couple of Cloud9 players are backing up, looking for him. So maybe just try to take the scrap time away, but that wasn't the case. All of Cloud9 was still around P3, but you're finding kills. through Persian Awakening, but spawns, well, yeah, they should flip, and they do. Snoopy's gonna find a double breach with P4 control.
Okay, well, eventually he's able to make the play. I thought maybe he was going to try to, just does it a little bit deeper into that P3 due to, well, just your P2 being so good for Cloud9. You still have a lead here, but maybe starting to feel the pressure a little bit. Snoopy again with the multi-kill, goes huge for the squad. Nobody in the point though as of now. So you're still able to take a lot of map control, at least be aggressive towards this point if you are Cloud9. You get closer and closer. Boston Breach, there's the 4-man wipe, right back into the hard point. We should be seeing a lead change, and yeah, you're spawning out as far as you possibly can. The number 4 in Purge starts to push it out. That's what can happen with the 4 down. You allow someone to get across the map just like that.
And I mean, what a turnaround from Snoopy. I said, what, he was 1 in 7 around P3. Purge, he's on 4 in a row. Now he's getting going. They flipped his spawns. This is the side they want for P1 and P2. Great play so far for Breach.
Yeah, I mean, it's similar to the first playthrough. It just took a little bit longer maybe to get to when the Jets started going for him. A couple hard points later, but you start to really step it up big time if you're Boston Breach. See if Snoopy and Purge can't keep it going. Cammy's POV up top, he's gonna find nothing. I swear Sim headshots Cammy every single time they get into a gunfight. But with, well, almost exactly a tie game. We'll really see if Cloud9 can replicate what they do at P2. And if you're Boston Breach, if you can avoid the flip happening. You thought maybe the comms and reaction were a little bit slow last time through. Well, this time let's hear. Let's hear Boston Breach and how they deal with the potential flip. Let's go to the comms.
Yeah, Mag Jim, one shot. Mag Jim, nice.
You trying to weak? No, they spawned out.
Nice, shit, I'm up, you were top, top, Dad.
Nice, so one.
Yeah, I got top mid.
I'll see him by his head.
I'm playing deep right now. Yeah, could be under
back line maybe.
Top stone, 2 top stone, 2 top stone. 2 stopped, I'm gonna try to spawn the back. Yeah, yeah, spawn the back. Look for Max. Look for Max. You can be glass blind, bro. You can be glass blind. Yeah, in the back, boys. He's one move, he's charming. He's weak, Mac. Nice, good shit. Yo, front again. Yeah, Max, one on the right. Heard you. Can we go? Yeah, they can go on the left. Can we back the right? Yeah. Nothing on zip. Deep alley attached. Then one. Yeah.
One was out left.
I spent that minute too, bro.
Yo, top.
Yeah, I'm around. Nice, one to be back left, probably. Yo, we're on time, bro. Let's see. On C, Sib would wall. Yeah, spine back to the spine back.
Yo, piano.
Yeah, see coaches. Yo, in the back, Max. On the back too.
They're gonna be left there.
One more.
Nice shit, bro. Can we throw a left already? Yeah. I'll see him. I can get top mid, boys. I can get top mid. Top mid already. Krem's already top mid, boys. He's already top mid, okay? He's gonna go with wall. Krem's gonna go with wall. Nice. Nice. I'll give back left jump. Back left attach. Front left attach.
Stop was one in bed there.
I hear you. I'm right back left, boys. You can be child off left jump. Yeah, okay. Attach back left as well.
Max on time, one shot. Max one blow on time. There's
Sip, that one more their side. I'm one shot. Stand up, boys. Give me a second. There's two. I'm still one shot, boys. I'm still one shot.
They're both there.
I'm still one. Yeah, attach back, please. They can push through back left.
Oh, one shot.
He's pushing out left. Pushing out left. Attach, push through left. Yeah, attach, push through left. Yeah, it's one there, boys. It's one there. Yeah, he's gonna be on all. He's on all death.
Dude, I don't know. You looked at me like this is chaos. Like, listen, Skyline can be chaos, but their comms were chaos. All I heard was like, and I heard you.
I know I'm being old, but man. Yeah, I mean, that was quick. Yeah, it should just be the map. I mean, they were calling out names. They were trying to track certain players. But it felt like every time it got chaotic, they went like 4 dead. They gave up a multi-kill.
It's the only time the comp slowed down is when it was 4 dead.
Yeah, so there was a couple of moments there. Yeah, they just could not convert. I mean, you still have this lead if you are Cloud9. In position, though, is Snoopy, but the number is a little bit too much right now. As New York is in, but Awakening trying to do what he can. With the pistol, going for the gunfight and the slide, able to do it. Great stuff out of Awakening.
Dude, Ant just like jumped for joy. Nameless is so happy, bro. Giga's making plays. They still got a lot to do, though. Down 30, but an insane sequence there from Awakening as he's up to 29. They need him to step up. He's doing it at least in the slaying department. As you shut down the rest of this time, you'll bring it within, what, 15? We get ready for our third set. And I'm hoping Boston Breach just maybe have taken in some oxygen. Take a breath. I know you're feeling the pressure. You don't want to get knocked out of this tournament, but comms seemed a little hectic.
They can hear you. They heard you.
Seeming that way. Purge. He's on 3 straight. Looking to step it up. Eyes on 1 more, well, 2 or 3. At least getting info out to his team. They'll stay inside the hard point. The sub's getting it going. It's a multi from Purge into Snoopy making a play. You haven't been able to flip yet, though. The safe spawn's still going to come in for Cloud9, at least with regards to
this
that
is so
P2.
much time, though, at P1. I mean, they have the lead now. They do such a good job putting pressure on the spawn flip where Awakening's just been hanging out. He's able to earn the Hellstorm.
Here goes Snoopy.
So Awakening's got 30 in 2 minutes in the hill. He is hitting a different level throughout this map, but as you said, it's Snoopy starting to make the play. Attached trying to find the trade. Well, split spawns come in. Well, Parallels just do the positions around P2, but you earned so much time at this first hill, and now Boston Breach have control of the second hill.
Yeah, you don't get the full flip at first, but yeah, it's the splits, really. You get 2 to spawn out from Cloud9. Snoopy lurking, making plays, up to 27, hitting shots at range, and trying to go big late in this one. Up over 200 points versus Boston Breach. We'll see how far Snoopy can push this streak, but here comes the big push from Cloud9. Attach tries to slide out. Snoopy still trying to do work, just not enough HP left to get the slide and chow. Well, 1 spawn safe in the back, and the hard point for now, it's Cloud9, but with numbers here, you get right back in if you're Boston Breach. 30 still to go on the hard point. You can't quite win it if you're Boston Breach, but you can make this so difficult in P3. At least in the first playthrough and the first one, that's where you've been so strong if you're Boston Breach.
He's trying to do everything right now, and he is.
I swear, when we watch his POV sometimes, like Last Alive in Search, Awakening looks like the best player on the planet, and then I'm like, how's the guy in -10?
Not this map.
No, not this map. Approaching 40, 35 and 26. Super Soaker with 2.5 in the hard point as well. 10 points, making 9 points for the victory. 1 break here, and you may seal the deal.
Oh,
push this to a map 5.
Yeah, challenge.
Cannot be challenged.
Yeah, keep going.
Not able to finish it, but yeah, hold forward. Can Cloud9 contest? They can, but just for a moment, it is done. Awakening, Gigawake takes over. Has an incredible map. We've been wondering where that guy has been. Get him back to land in a map 4. The best hard point for Cloud9 at 4-1. It's Skyline. Well, it's Boston Breach that take over and push it to a map 5.
I mean, that's probably the best map we've seen from Awakening all year long, and it is at a pivotal moment when they are down 2-1 at the major. Just goes nuclear, and I mean,
yeah,
just
James
got
needs to change of clothes. Well, he was sweating over there.
I mean, I can't wait to see the map flow because that second P4, I mean, and then it is just that P1 where they are 40, 45 seconds.
Yeah.
You flip the spawns at P2. Breach just ran away with that game.
Oh yeah, no, it was 100% that into the flip. Just an incredible series. I mean, you were down what 60 plus early in the game, but wow, those last few minutes just so good. What a map there from Awakening, doing it in the hard point, doing it in the damage, doing it in the slang, doing it everywhere from all sides, the front, the back. Awakening was taking over, Joe.
No, he was. I mean, yeah, obviously everyone else starts to step up, but he just stands out right now. I mean, just goes off.
Yeah, I mean, it was some multis from Purge and Snoopy that really kind of, that sequence you're talking about, the P1 and P2, they had some big kills, but he was in full-on Terminator mode throughout all of it.
Yeah, so at that P4, they got to 172, and then they got 12 points the rest of the game.
Yeah, absolutely flatlined, just demolished by Gigawake and the Boston crew. But now it comes down to one search and destroy. Remember, this is win or go home. It's going to be Protocol S&D to decide it. I swear to God, Joe, every one of these we have casted has been like a 6-0, 6-1. Someone gets slammed. This is what it can't. We're on land now. I need this to be a nail biter down to around 11. Give me an absolute banger.
It might happen because, like I said, Cloud9 has not played this, and there's probably a reason for that. But we'll see. I mean, that was the same case in map number 3, but maybe they got something up their sleeve.
Well, they looked really good in that, right? So maybe it means nothing. I mean, a couple series we've cast this year, not playing it means absolutely nothing. They're getting it done in scrims. They're looking for improvements and finding where they're going to get it done on land. We're 4 maps in, 1 map to decide it, 1 more series to close out the night. Do not go anywhere. We're hoping you're enjoying the show here in Madrid. We'll be right back after this quick break.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League. Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Hola! We have returned and we're ready to continue on a map 5. Breach. Cloud9 New York. It's a big one because we were just touching on this a couple maps ago. Like, this is one where, like, you lose, you might make a change if you are either side. And now it comes down to a map 5, so you feel even more pressure because you always do. Also, the bingo card is what? Game 5, round 11? So
yeah,
we got to get there. Maybe that's possible.
Maybe. We'll see.
I would love it. That'd be... I almost said it. That'd be delightful.
Well, almost.
Yeah,
You're not going to give them a free one?
No, I'm not giving a free one yet. I got to save it, Joe. I got to save it when it really matters. When I actually give out the bingo.
Wow, speaking of Game 5s, hasn't been great for Cloud9 New York. They have not won one on the year. On the other side, 4-2. Boston, they have been pushed to the distance, but you can see maybe the biggest stat, that opening duel win percentage, 40% for Cloud9. Needs to be better here in this Game 5.
Yeah, no, I mean, attached for a long time. He's a guy we talk about the ice, like his search and destroy plays, Game 5s, how icy he has been, but that's the opposite of ice. That ice is melted, super melted out.
That's back when he was a sub. That's
true. That's true.
A long time ago.
That's true. We've had some AR ice.
Some little ice.
A little ice, but 0-4 in map 5. That is a
not this year.
To look at. No,
yeah.
not this year. No, none whatsoever. It all comes down to this losers bracket match here at Major I Madrid, Boston Breach, Cloud9 New York, and away we go. Awakening, I mean, Lord, dude. You have a map like that, you know he's going to be last alive several times. I feel like this is the search game where he pulls one of those off. Like, he's going to pull off one of those crazy 1v3s. I just got a feeling, Joe.
I'm in.
Because he is shooting straight.
Might be this first round. Cammy's going to get blooded. Now Percy's going to have to try to make a play.
Yeah, it might unfortunately be in a 3v1 immediately.
Well, Purge looking to collapse, so it's Awakening that will get that pick over top of him. Purge, you see he's about to snap out of it, but it's too late. He gets dropped, attached there with the patience to shut it down.
And Snoopy's been here the whole time, right? They've been thinking about this beat bomb site. The timing might work out. They're just so worried about the zipline flank. They are able to find Awakening, though, so it's down to Snoopy. 1 versus 2, 30 seconds left, and well, he's gonna get caught. You just take your time if you're Cloud9. You don't leave your base. All 3 players in that area. You pretty much give up the bomb sites, both of them. You say go for the plant. They don't do it. They don't take it. Cloud9 win the round.
Oh, I'm sure when Purge shouldered that, or well, chow that, and Attach is just crouched there holding a heady, he was just like, bruh.
Yeah, he also had an AR, so maybe he's thinking that. But yeah, just a tough challenge for him for sure.
Just gets zapped. So far, so good for Cloud9. Everybody involved, you get a kill literally from every player, so you'll take that early. First blood goes to Civ. We'll see if they can keep the advantage as we continue down to round 2, but they won what? It was 6-3 in the map 2. Got pretty dominant towards the end. The first blood this time is going to be Awakening. He's getting involved early in these rounds. Snoopy, he's able to snap back and find one attach. Well, are you surprised he's in a window? That's a bad death from Snoopy, though. That's just one you don't need to give away.
Yeah, he goes for a little jump, just trying to get down, ends up getting caught. 2 versus 2. Bomb is down though, so Civ and Attach, both with ARs, and feels like maybe Boston ready for this. I saw Purge maybe looking this way. But similar to last round, the defense, they're just going to stay inside of ammo. Now start to go down spiral, so just timings on both sides.
40 to go. What did you say, timings on both sides? Yeah, I mean, right as they get out, they get in. See bomb on the minimap and its position. Now under 30. They're at least able to get some info with the spot onto Awakening. They'll get bomb back, and you get a player into Helly and get this plant. This becomes interesting. Awakening trying to activate before they can get it down, or set up Purge to get across and stop it, and he's able to do that. The plant doesn't come in. So now you've got to get across and get the plant. Not going to happen. Purge gets aggressive. Awakening hits his shots, and you win the 2 versus 2.
I mean, risky play out of Purge, but he goes for it, and he sets up his teammate in Awakening. I think the stun hit so stops the slide on this, but great shots from him. But yeah, I mean, Purge just goes for it. Knows the player is on the plant. If he doesn't get that, bomb is planted 2 versus 1. Awakening probably loses.
Yeah. They got that plant done. You are in trouble fighting from that side of it. But Purge just hits it with the Bandon, just sends it. They seem calm there as they're chatting through stuff. They tie it up 1-1. Awakening pick it up right where he left off, up to 3-1, lead the squad. This time, looking for the A hit.
I mean, they're gonna get it for free.
Yeah,
right?
You usually see some kind of presence here, at least with like a stun, a nade.
And well, that's big. Kemi's had a couple of early deaths, so he's gonna find the first blood, but immediately traded from Attach. So 3 versus 3.
He's still got a frag here on Crimp. The utility going to be huge in trying to crack this open. You have what, a stun on Sib.
No
Crimp with the
trophies I
frag.
can see.
Yeah, no trophies that we see down for now. So can they hit this utility and make people start to panic, soften this up as they go to push? I imagine they're going to play off the frag. Frag goes in. Doesn't matter. They clean sweep them. The utility's not going to be enough to break that up.
And well, that's normally why we don't see that bomb site given up for free, right? Obviously, there could be a plan. Yeah, I mean, can save utility, can save grenades, but it could just be still so difficult. And that just props to Boston Breach. But really, both sides early on attacks, they kind of focused on middle. They focused on B. So you switch it up.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's the hardest hard point to break in the game. Like, you think, try not to give that up for free, but trust him maybe in the retake, and not able to do it there. Attach with 4. Awakening with 4. No real crazy results yet, but Awakening shooting right now. Awakening is shooting right now.
Well, Krem is going to close that door. I'm not really sure why, but it ends up getting him caught.
Yep.
He like starts to back up on his route, is worried about it, and well, that turns into a first blood.
Yeah, you're gonna think back through that one. You give Awakening too many bullets there to put you down. He's like getting shot at as he's trying to do it too, I swear. But you'll get the plant, an opportunity to win this in 3 versus 4. You at least got a player heli, you got a player lurking opposite house. Attach the one you're really gonna have to deal with. They're trying to pepper him through the helicopter. And Awakening, I thought he had that one, but Sip does do it. You're not able to get across.
Due to Attach's position, Mac continues to dance. Persia Cammy still going to be up. Cammy is trying to get the angle. You just need to hit Chris shots there to shut him down. He knows the pressure is going to come forward from Sib. Not able to win it. You had numbers there off the Awakening First Blood if you are Boston, but you just never deal with Attach inside of Heli. And I mean, if Awakening wins that fight in the Civ, I mean, that might do it too.
Yeah, I mean, maybe a bit of an early chow from Awakening, but he's had the hot hand, so you say to kind of go for it, right? Play your way, play with confidence. But you got to be feeling good. I mean, yeah, Kremp kind of gives him one. Maybe he's thinking if he closes that door, right? If they're working B, they see that door's closed, right? There's nobody on that side of the map. He can start to work that pinch, but instead gets caught. Doesn't matter, though. His teammates lock the round down towards B.
First Blood's heavy to Boston Breach so far, but you're tied up. They've got 3 out of the 4. That is something Cloud9 gonna work to improve. That heady deep can be so tough to deal with. Where you see Sib, but it is another First Blood for Boston Breach. Purge does it this time, but as Cammy drops, Awakening's trying to stab. He's getting shot from what feels like everywhere. The bomb will get planted now down at A, but all right, you've got numbers to retake this time. Last time Cloud9 don't find a lot of success. This time you can do it in the 3 versus 2. Snoopy not overstaying his welcome, able to get out. Everyone looks to activate. Purge from up top. Snoopy still finessing below. Purge and Snoopy, the dynamic duo, looking to get it done. I love that from Purge. Don't overchill. You got 9 HP. Play the time. And make Sib work for it.
He's just got like no time.
Yep. Good luck with this one. I thought they were, oh my God, that was a lot closer than I thought it was going to be. I thought they lined up perfectly at first as he slid around.
I mean, we all know how slow mantles are in this game. I thought he mantled up. He still might have. Jumps on the bomb. Does he jump on the computer? Oh, that was almost just...
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
That was almost a disgusting round. I almost threw up.
Yeah, yeah. Holy hell, that got scary. But they do hold it off in the 2 versus 3. Big clutch there from Boston Breach, but they had us clenching.
And I mean, just great play out of Purge, right? You're down in numbers. You know, he's able to find the opening, turn it into a 2 versus 2, then a 2 versus 1. But yeah, it just feels like you have really 2 different styles here. I mean, Boston, they're just trying to play around A. This is the first time Cloud9 has really attacked this site. But it's been their ARs that have been dominant on the map so far.
Well, it's going to be a difficult retake because you've got trophy coverage as well. 4-on-4, try to break into A.
It's a ton of info.
The route now from Kremp, and he's just opened him up. I thought he had 2, but you're at least able to stop the bleeding there and trade it if you're a Boston Breach, but you got to go. Pressure's on, 25 seconds to go. They do see Sib cross. It's a slow peek to chow that. They hit him down to 50 HP, but they can't finish the kill. Now attached with the route through on the flank. His teammates doing everything inside. It's all on Awakening to try and clutch up. It seems to be just a matter of time. He's not ready for that attached play. How can you be?
Yeah, well, Kremp hits the timing. And the big thing is that I think Awakening's in a car, right? So he's in the RC car. He has to get out of that. That could have been a lot uglier, but Purge was there for the trade. And then, yeah, just again, these A bomb plants are going down for free. Neither team able to retake.
So difficult to do. We'll see if eventually somebody can have some success in doing just that, but Attach, he'll be leading the way in the lobby. He's up to 7. He's frying. Maybe we'll get the bingo round 11. We're getting closer and closer as we now continue into round 7. Breach back to offense. Breach back to looking for info. You hear the RC out. Snoopy's going to play from top zip for now as they're trying to maybe do a little delayed attack or...
Well, I think they're waiting for the car.
Or yeah, RC being the issue here.
Yeah, it's just got to 3P his doorway, so he's got to wait for it. Sib just hanging out. And while this is just going to burn the clock here for Boston Breach.
Attached, trying to get the angle. The shots we saw Awakening hit onto Kremp a couple rounds ago. Back over to the car. Okay, they'll get rid of that. The little info they get. Kremp just going to continue to hold here for now. Bomb starting to work its way up. Stun exhausted. He'll still have a frag if it's going to end up being an A retake.
Well, again, yeah, you have nobody inside of A, so this is should just be a retake, right? They dealt with the car. Persia's getting so much info down low. It's open. So, yeah, bomb being planted yet again.
Let's see if they'll have a trophy for coverage this time around. The movement, Kremp nearly hits it, but not going to be enough movement. Mac, though, able to get 2. They'll have numbers again. It's going to be Purge and Snoopy again. They had to clutch up in a 2 versus 3. Going to have to clutch up in a 2 versus 3, and it looks like he loses. Like, aim assist there for a second. Snoopy, though, with the patience. Not gonna matter, though. They have numbers. If you're Cloud9, they take the round. I thought maybe Snoopy about to pull off something insane, but like, did a nade hit or something? They were Purge. That looked insane to see, like, slid around.
No, I
feel like he is dragged to the floor.
Yeah, it just doesn't connect. And then on the other side, Awakening, he's working the flank. Cammy dies again. Cammy having a rough map. But maybe Awakening just kind of overchallenges a bit, right? He's just thinking if they're a big door, maybe he can turn it into a double, but he finds one, turns it into a 3-on-3, and then just kind of overextends. He ends up getting caught, but yeah, I mean, finally you get a retake at the A-bomb site.
Probably not going to be many of them, but you get one that matters to now take the edge. Frustrating one there for Breach. He had numbers for a moment, but things dissipate quickly after that. See if Boston Breach can continue this back and forth, but Sib, car out again, this time dealt with quickly. We'll love the info that they are there. Sib trying to get out, nearly caught, but able to do it. Tries to hit him back with the pre-fire, but that won't connect. Now you're thinking, let's get this towards B. Car gets smoked as soon as you go down towards A, so they're wrapping this out. The player deep is going to be Awakening. He's been the hot hand, and we'll see if he's going to be able to deal with this.
Might get isolated, though. This could be a double chow. Yeah, as soon as he gets spotted, and it will be. Tries to deal with that, but he's just all by his lonesome. Doesn't play safe enough. Now Purge is going to be there on the rotate, but he's going to get caught as well. Just playing off the info, knowing there's so many players over towards A, and now Cloud9 running away with this game.
It's all on Snoopy. Best of luck with this. He is going to get dropped. Cloud9 stringing together rounds, and now a round away from taking it. They took the map 2-6-3. They're close to doing that here as well. But yeah, you get the info with the car. You take the play to B, and I mean, if you're Awakening, do you just back that all the way up the statue, try to play it safer, or you rely on your teammates to get to you? What goes wrong?
I mean, he's just worried about, yeah, you have down low and sidewalk. Just doesn't expect a double chow. Yeah, I mean, I think you just probably give that up. If you don't have a teammate sidewalk and just play a retake. But he's just trying to maybe, again, find one. And then after the game 4 he had, he's just kind of been taking fights.
Yeah.
Well, that time got caught again.
Got to go 3 straight now if you're Boston Breach. We'll see if they'll give A to him for free. Let's say they're hoping that's the case, but it's not going to be the case. You've got 2 players here. Snoopy gets the info. He's going to get out for now as they'll continue to dance.
And Mac's going off. He's on 5 in a row. He's up to double digits now. And he's been pushing the pace. He's a big reason why they had those retakes.
Yeah, he was all Sib and attached really early, right? At least in the kind of slaying department, but you're right, Mac erupts. I'm sure he's thrilled to be back on the main stage and the chance to move into the next round. Purge gets eyes, some damage in, but can't quite clip his wings, and then the first blood comes in from Kremp. Snoopy gonna get dropped. Purge still looking to activate. But that was your bomb carrier that dropped as well, yeah?
Yeah, bomb down. I mean, Purge, there's like a couple of timings where maybe he's going to get behind enemy lines and still good.
Lord.
Max so weak, but able to play his life, but Purge finds a double 2 versus 2. They have to plant this bomb in quickly. Pressure going to be here right away.
Purge back to full health. Bomb is planted. Tournament hopes on Purge and Cammy now. Cammy is just struggling. 1 and 8 out of him. And Cammy to 1 and 9, just choke slammed in this one. All the pressure to Purge. He's gonna be working on the ace. Sees one get away, trying to snap back, trying to evade bullets. The chow won't happen. Sib on his feet. Cloud9 taking 5.
And well, big match victory for them. Get a couple of search wins, play a couple of maps you haven't in an official match. Happy to be back on land, and I mean, Sib has himself a series. We've been asking for it. He has been underperforming online, but not here.
Not here. He steps up in a big way. Matt goes crazy in the map 5, as you were talking about. Cammy just struggles in that one. Can't seem to get anything going individually. Awakening, I think after that hot map where he nailed it, maybe taking some chalice he didn't need to. Could have repositioned at times, or when they had numbers, just dying in an inopportune position. But when you need to take advantage of a situation, Cloud9 were able to do just that. And I mean, listen, we were wondering about the vetoes. That was going to be the issue, but the fact that you were able to at least trade out the Skylines and win a map 4, I mean, you got it to a map 5, your Boston Breach, but you just aren't able to win a search. You're never really in control. You go back and forth a little bit in the early battle, but once the adjustments start to happen, it's all Cloud9. I mean, after the first, 3 to 4 rounds, it is just Cloud9 that really starts.
Yeah, I mean, early on it was the ARs, but then Mac just starts to get going. I mean, he pulls out another sub to help out Kremp, and that's when those retakes happen over towards A. And as soon as that happens, I think Boston Breach, they just had a lot to deal with. There was multiple cars. There's just so much to do, and they just never really could find any timings towards B.
And I mean, that's a tough one for Cammy in the sense you still have like 800 damage.
Yeah.
Which like, there were 3 players with like 7 or 8 kills that had that, and you were just sitting on 1, just couldn't finish anything, or teammates maybe taking them. So with the damage there, it doesn't look as bad, but still, the fact is you're only able to put up 1. I'm sure you're starting to get in your own head a little bit. We'll see if this is going to be the Boston Breach team that we're going to see the rest of this year. I don't know. I mean, it seems like you put together last year, you believed them to this point, you had a nice qualifier stage. Maybe you chalk it up as a tough weekend, you just get hammered by FaZe to start things off and then go to a Game 5 grueler, but I don't know. And then we'll see if this buys more life for this Cloud9 New York team.
Yeah, we'll see what kind of run they can go on.
Yeah, because if you just win that, I don't know if that's enough. And I mean, it's a winnable series as you continue on. Like, a Rocker is absolutely a match that you can take, but
I don't know.
I mean, it's possible.
Yeah, they're going to have to be better, a little bit better in Hardpoint, 100%. Because, I mean, Rocker right now, their Search and Destroy it's very good.
Well, we talk about the fact that Attach and these boys had 0 ice to this point. They were, 0-4 in the map 5s. They get 1 win. They're able to take the map 5, and we've got Attach on the main stage.
Here we go with Attach. First of all, welcome to Madrid. People is loving you.
Oh my God. What's up, Madrid? City's awesome. Food's awesome. The people are awesome. That was a losers round 1 matchup, and the crowd was hyped for that, so I can't wait for the rest of the weekend.
And talking about Call of Duty, you're struggling a bit with the hard points, but beating them so hard on Search and Destroy and also Control. How are you gonna try to improve for the next match?
To be honest, I'm really happy we won like that, because usually hardpoint's been our strong mode, and we came out first game on LAN and we nuzzled them. We won a Control and 2 S&Ds, so that's honestly like perfect, and it just goes to show like we have the ice on LAN at least.
Yeah, and for tomorrow, you're gonna be facing Minnesota Rockers. Do you have any message for them?
Yeah, I mean, I used to be on Minnesota Rocker for a while. Just played one of my old teammates. About to play my other old teammates from last year, so it's gonna be a battle. They're a good team, but we're excited, and it's so fun to play in here. The crowd's crazy, so let's get it.
Well, one more time, put your hands together for, obviously, this great Attach. And now, with us back, we're going with Packet.
We got a packed house here in Madrid. Shout out to everyone in the VIP area and Allie. I wanted to ask you about this Game 5, but I saw you signing autographs for the first 7 rounds. But I will let you and Shift gloat. Congrats on having faith in Cloud9. You called this before we even knew their opponent. You said Cloud9 would be the most dangerous team in the elimination bracket. They lived up to it today.
I mean, you forget who some of these players are. And when it came to LAN, literally that is the time we would see Mac turn up. We've seen Kremp turn up. Attach is world champion. Same thing with Sib. So the online games, like, obviously it hasn't gone their way. There was definitely not a lot of chemistry. This team was not gelling for a hot minute. But slowly but surely, as Attach touched on, their hard points started to get better. And they didn't even have to do that in this series. And the fact that their Search and Destroy looked so good spells it very scary for the rest of their elimination round matches, because this is something the rest of the teams aren't going to be prepared for or have a lot of bot on.
We've given him a ton of flack, so we got to show him some love. Sib in this series, I mean, he turns up. I mean, awesome protocol control, but really the Search and Destroys, the guy went 19-8 across both of them, just absolutely going crazy. And just the preparation. I mean, it's so hard to deal with what Cloud9 were giving them on the defensive rounds. I mean, you got to attach a helicopter, you got Sib holding the far right path, and there's just nothing you can do, right? Like, where are you going to push? And they're not giving you any peaks. They're just playing their life, and when you go for a bomb plant, they're going to retake together. So, well done by Cloud9. Great adjustments in the middle of that, and they look clean in S&D.
Yeah, I was actually really impressed with the control as well. Just like watching them play on the offensive side, keep the pace, know exactly when they had the opportunity to take away the map versus when they had to kind of wait for a little bit of assistance. Yeah. Never really let Boston get into their spawn all the way through. Like, just really good control from them, especially from the offensive side. But it is inspiring, I think, for a lot of Cloud9 fans to see Sib break past the 100 kill threshold, be top damage in the lobby.
Sib doing work is going to earn your Scuff play of the game. Let's take a look at the AR. All eyes were on him. The microscope was on his gameplay. Today, he showed up in a big way, leading the lobby across the board, especially in this control, dropping 29 kills, a 1.61.
And Sib's a confident player, right? I feel like all throughout the years that we've seen him, it has always been a big confidence thing for him. And so the fact that, again, they come out in their first matchup and he's able to make a huge turnaround in the way that he did, considering how the online performances, everybody was calling flack. And it was both the ARs, but a lot of it landed on top of Sib. So I think this was definitely a series that was needed for him, for confidence-wise and momentum moving forward.
I want to ask you guys, why weren't they playing Protocol?
Dude, for real.
Like, I look at this series, I'm like, they look so good in that control and in the search and destroy. Like, now they got a little bit of a map pool.
All right, also with this team, Sib at the end, did he say, this is why I'm here, or shut up? I couldn't really tell.
Both.
There's a lot
both?
of emotion, but I think
Yeah.
he was saying, this is why I'm here. He is a star, and Cloud9 gets what they paid for tonight. A big scuff play of the game. Alan, as we recap what we've seen so far, standout matches here in Madrid.
Yeah, I think, again, looking at the lower bracket in particular, Minnesota looks strong, but I think this New York team with that spark right there could be very dangerous to possibly put together a run to top 4.
Boston is out. Surge, Falcons, and Gorilla Mates all sent packing. When we come back, we'll send one more team home. Optic takes on Carolina after this.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League. Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
I'm buying one.
Top one now.
Frosty dead. I'm in their spawn.
Nice.
There's gonna be another one on me.
I'm pressuring. What's Rook J?
One's on me. That's two.
Nice. Nice. Respond to shit.
Yo, come B. Or you, yeah, go.
We have it.
You guys are good. There they go. Spawn dead.
My God, Caesar.
Okay, Frank. I'm just trying to shoulder everything.
Just get all 4.
Oh,
my God.
that was dirty.
But like, good
Just no, I was working picks, bro. I was working picks.
With another nice shots from Dashy, though.
Some bad timing. He is gonna
Reading him. It's just Kleenex scrambling, trying to get around, drops in between. Dashy with all 4 and the defuse. Talk about the ice. Did he get it? It was very close. I don't. Oh, I thought he had it. I thought he had it. I think there's a miscomm there. There's a miscomm.
But early in our 7th circle here, there's still 30 teams left. You don't have any resources. Get to the zone if you can. Win your gunfight. Maze somehow sneaks through. You see a lone Nubu Spartan running around like a chicken with his head cut off. There are so many squads. This is unprecedented. Being able to see this from the Codcaster is so special. There's our first moving zone.
He's in the close. Dead. Nice. Yeah, nice. I'm on shot. Tempus freezer. Tempus freezer when he killed me. Okay, I'm chilling in. Oh.
TK. Go back. Oh, no. Nice done.
I was side door and it killed me. I was like right inside a side door.
Travel cut. Purpose uppercut for shot top.
Oh, we can't travel this? Well, that's tragic. At least let him middle.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I think that side.
Nade hit one a couple times and stunned mid cut.
What am I doing, bro?
One guy's
What
do you think of my shirt today?
It is a choice. It's a choice.
Listen, guys, I put this shirt on. I felt pretty sexy, to be honest. Yeah, I looked in the mirror and thought, God damn. And then I got into the green room and everyone said, your shirt's too tight. You look like an idiot. And I was like,
it's just a little too small, but it works.
Bickle now. Last one up.
He's got a trophy though, right? He threw a trophy out.
Might do it.
He threw a trophy out.
I
think this might be too slow.
Either way,
he got it. Oh, he does get it. Yeah, it was too slow. He gets it. He just hops it right away. Nobody checks the bomb.
This guy don't play for the win.
What? This is criminal! What was that?
Play for the win.
What? Why is he laying down though?
Because he don't play for the win. I get.
Hey Ken, you know where you died from?
This guy's not real.
What do we call that out? Because I knew he was there the whole time.
Let's call it barrel.
Skies dies, and then in a 3v4, effectively, New York Subliners slid on through.
So we're gonna be really good.
I like your trophies. Which one's your favorite?
Yeah. Honestly, I don't know. This one seems like insane. Look at this one too. Like this is crazy. Like
the golden nut, baby. The diamond nut. Excuse me.
You know what I'm saying? How could I not be like? How could I not feel like I'm not gonna lose? You know what I'm saying? Like, come on.
Yeah, and that's what I was gonna ask you. Is like, Sib, you're coming into a winning culture. These guys won champs. We obviously.
And welcome back. We are live in Madrid for the 5th and final fight of the night. Now we enter elimination bracket round 2. You win here, you're into the top 6. Optic Texas, though, not expecting to be in an elimination bracket, not this early at least.
Yeah, I mean, they had to win a huge Game 5, couple of search and destroys. Bruce goes clutch. Now they find themselves playing Carolina, who they lost to in the minors. So Carolina feel confident in this matchup.
Big question I have for everyone out there. Do we have any Optic fans in the venue?
He's on the desk right here. Big Clint.
Me, dude, #1 Optic fan in A.
Break down this team for me, Clinton.
Can you fix your hard point, bro? I mean, they were so well-rounded. They had their ups and downs in search and destroy, but like their hard point was their luck, right?
Yeah.
Like they were the best winning percentage in the league. You come here and suddenly you're 0-4. And like, yes, there's online versus LAN. Maybe there's some kills you wouldn't get, maybe some situations you're not normally in, but it's not that. Like not with guys like this on the team. It might just be fundamentals. You need to take a breath. The comms are off. Like the environment's been insane. But like, if you can fix the hard point, you're okay. But this is a scary team to play against just due to the search.
Clint, I can see your blood pressure boiling. Who are you most upset with on Optic right now for being here?
I mean, probably like Shotzi right now, just because the expectations for Shotzi are insane coming into this. Like he was the best player by a wide margin online. He has come in and not been that same guy. You can point fingers at different people, but that's where it starts for me. The fact is, when you are the #1 KD in the league, there is added pressure with that. There is. So that's probably the guy I want to see turn it up a little bit.
Alley Cat, you've been perfect in predictions today. What are your expectations from Optic Texas?
The expectation is hopefully to come out swinging. I think Maven touched on it really, really well. The hard point taking a huge dip. It's the fundamentals. I touched about it earlier. It's been on a decline ever since the past couple of weeks, and it's been really hurting them. On the turn side, though, their S&D is getting them through a lot of these series, and that's big because it was their weakest game mode heading into this major.
But it's a tough matchup for that, though, to carry you through.
I just feel like it's just been a map pull thing. We thought they had a big map pull, but now we're seeing like the repercussions of having an auto ban and red card. You lose a couple skylines, and now you're like, okay, we have to win Hasi. 1-1.
The good news is you have the talent to bail yourself out of trouble. Optic has done it over and over again throughout their career. Will they need to do it in this series against Carolina? Let's take a look at the Royal Ravens, who are flying with one broken wing. They seem to have found their footing, but Vivid was off day #1. This team, not the same clean wins that we saw throughout the qualifiers.
I mean, Vivid's been struggling in general. I mean, whether it's been online or here, so you kind of throw that out the window. It's on the other guys. It's not like he's been popping off and putting up numbers in the online league when he had both eyes to play with. He was still struggling.
Yeah, I mean, it's been kind of like a team thing. I mean, you talk about them. Their search and destroy has been great. Right?
Yes.
11-6 there. They've been great in game 5s, but the hard point just, it's not where it was early on.
Exactly.
They were 100-point club in teams. Like, I think back.
They were ahead, bro.
Yeah, they were just ahead, right?
Yeah.
So for them, been struggling to break hills lately. I mean, really, in the Thieves match, it was all the fundamentals. Everything was out of whack.
But that's also what could really kill them in this series is the fact that hardpoint is where they're struggling on land, because if Optic Texas are having these kind of back and forth HPs where like their map pool is getting smaller, but they're still winning them. They're still keeping them close and getting better at search. This could be a problem for Carolina Royal Ravens, who just got 100-point clubs on 2 maps.
As we're sitting here talking about this, it feels like this is the same team going up against each other. Like in the same exact situation, just been icing up their search and destroys. A lot of game 5s have been up and down over the course of the last couple of weeks. And for Carolina, you just feel like they're confident in this matchup up against Optic, right?
Who do you trust more in a 2-3-5 right now, though? Like,
I mean, as weird as it sounds from what we've seen, like TJ Halley's been incredible.
Yeah, I was gonna say Carolina.
Incredible, but he can't solo Hook and Shotzi. You know what I mean?
Well, Shotzi's not the same Shotzi. I mean, Clint just talked about
Say
it.
that.
We saw that.
That series.
he hasn't been either series really so far. Right?
really
Listen,
hasn't.
it's not like he's been putting up a 0.8, but he's not been the guy dropping 1-2s.
Yes.
Those same gaps he was finding, because Joe and I were talking about, it's not just been him. Like players that have been finding those timings and gaps to really like erupt and play that lurk role, it hasn't really been happening. I don't know if it's something different with being on land, teams just getting better, communication maybe a little more on point here. But
I mean, you heard the Boston going crazy. They're catching Kremp, right? People aren't able to sneak through and make those massive impact plays. If there's a series to do it, for Shotzi to pop off, it's the last series right now to continue in this tournament.
Carolina taking down Vegas Falcons in the opening round. This is their first true test, and they're going to square up against Optic on Protocol. Double dose for hardpoint and control. Red card as a game 2. Is this trouble for Optic?
I mean, Optic like this map. They keep going to it. They have 6 reps on it, 4-2. I just love the square up on Protocol map 1 here. Both teams love it. One of their best hardpoint maps. It's going to get crazy.
Maven, for anyone who missed the match earlier, as we buy our players a few more minutes, we got to talk about what Optic did in this venue against the adversity, the crowd that was behind LA Gentlemaids.
Well, I listen. This is one of the few times probably in the history of like the Optic Gaming organization where there was a crowd that was like matching their crowd. So yes, it's a test. And the fact that you just kind of get blown out in the map 1 kind of makes it even more of a test. This shouldn't have been a test, so we're all clear. Like with how LAG have been playing. I know they had a tough schedule, but this should not have been a test. But yeah, this is probably the first time you're like Shotzi, at least when you've been on the Optic banner, where you're hearing the crowd go nuts to the other team. Like that does not happen much. Since he was on Empire?
Yeah, it hasn't happened for a long time. I was impressed, though, by their performance, especially in the search and destroys. I mean, to be able to bounce back like that against the crowd, hey.
They were feeling the pressure. Like double bop is like, what the hell are we doing, you know?
Yeah.
It's time to lock them in. Y'all ready for this?
Yep.
Alley Cat, let's go!
Okay, see, this is hard. I was talking to some of the fans, and I was kind of like, you know, the scariest thing right now is I could be alley cursing them again, is that I pick Optic and they lose, or I pick against them and they win. But they told me to trust it, so I'm going to go with Optic Texas in this series.
She's riding the Optic fan.
Optic. Carolina just haven't showed me anything as of late.
I'm going with Optic as well.
Number 1 seeds across the board. You guys are boring. I'm going Optic as well. My chance. Take it away.
Well. Everyone's gone Optic. Have you gone Optic at home? I don't think the Ravens fans are going Optic, though. They've had a final turnaround chance, a bad day 1, but they've had a long day as well. They played the first match, and now they're going to play the last match. That's not an easy thing to do as a competitor.
Not at all. I mean, you got to turn yourself up to 100, go right back down and rest up for this match, but it is going to be a very fun series, especially with the hardpoint theme running between these two teams. And Protocol is one I'm incredibly excited for because it is a square-up match. Typically, that has been the auto veto against Carolina because they set pace at the start of the year, but it has been weeks, if not months, since we've seen them on it. So Optic, they are willing to test their mettle. It is going to be fun to get into the jump.
Yeah, we're going to go right into Protocol to start this one off. The last match of the night. Madrid, thank you for your energy, for your noise, for your good times, and for all the beers that you've offered to buy me. Thank you. Let's get into it. Map number 1. Optic Texas, Carolina Royal Ravens, the winner, goes home.
And we've seen the interviews as well from the Optic perspective. Shotzi talking to Zero just a little bit before, saying we need that spark in hardpoint. Once we get one under our belt, we're going to start steamrolling their way through the tournament. So already in the top 8 spot, winner moves up to top 6, and you're going to have to grind through the tourney. and no better player to watch off the rib. Dashy, get control of those windows.
We gave him a huge amount of love in the previous series, and so far he's peppering up the Ravens. Lovely tag too is going to be there to pick him off, and that's going to be Gwyn in the hard point. So opening time to the Ravens, couple of kills either side, and what do you know, Hook the Nuke already behind you. Oh, wait a minute. Mine's 2, 3 down, and that's a big break from Optic.
Yeah, how about that? You got Carolina winning the opening break. Hoop bails you out instantaneously, and well, here comes the nuisances, the two most difficult players in the league to call out, Shotzi and Hoop, taking turns.
Well, they managed to stun him. That slows things down. A bit of dashy Big Bruce, the king of the hill, or nearly takes another, but Gwyn and Vivid right into the feed. Hook, hey, 2 in the middle of the map, that's all him. As Shotzi by the point, and that's another break on the move to B2.
Trying to clean house. TJ last man to fall in the final 8 seconds. That little bit of scrap going the way of Optic. And on the rotation, Hook's already in prime position, so not only are Optic getting the scrap, winning Roto as well, and Hook in a filthy little spot as well, comfortable in the time.
Yeah, Hook, there it is. Dodged nades, no trophies yet. And so far, so good. Perfect holds, top mid, covered, dash and Shotzi. 2 in the field. Oh, wait a minute, Big Bruce, what a pistola that man has.
Great shots and a great read. Don't know how Shotzi was able to drop Tej, but now he just gets to be in the hangout position. And this is slammage right now from Optic. So nice inside of P2. Hook getting forced out, but easy rotations, great gunfight wins, cleanup kills, and a 5-3 for the Nuke.
I mean, this is what you want to see. This nice, very smooth, very fluid gameplay there from Hook. Late into the night here in Spain. Gwyn now on the push out of spawn. 15 seconds to go here. And back over to the Nuke. Uno. No dos. That's going to be another set of trades. The kills are there, and now Optic once again towards the new hard point.
TJ, though, he's been playing this long game. He's been behind enemy lines for a long time, trying to sort of manage these spawns. And already a couple players from Optic spawning out, but Dashy wins the big one. And Shotzi typically heads up, does not get lucky reading those spawns. So Carolina on the left side of the map, but Optic inside the time, slam.
Well, they've still got spawns. Is that player going to spawn out? That's it. Yeah, you broke them. Ravens now on the other side of the map. Vivid has to hold on alone, and he tactical retreat picked up there by Shotzi. Final kills are done. Optic back in control.
This is just a runaway game. The kills seemingly falling into their laps. I mean, you still have Hook that was on a tear, 10-3. Dashy's got the 10 as well. Everything singing sweet for the moment, but 25 seconds on the hill. Carolina, a little bit of gift of some time, and we know how P4 goes. This rotation can be everything.
The Ravens break. Nice time, but the next hard point is really the decider. How will you approach this North Carolina? You've got a big bit of work to do now downstairs. Kenny and Shotzi in position. Trophies in play as well. The fortifications are there, but Vivid, oh no, he sneaks on through. It's only Tej finding kills on the other side of the map.
There's 80 points though, and this is going to be the start of it. Carolina, this might just be a desperation effort. Gwyn waiting for a little bit of help over towards Big Door, but he just gets hunted. First 2 kills going there from Optic, and that is the setup for a potential full 60. This is already died.
Yeah, nades through spiral. Oh, here we go. Trades are on. Dashy though picks up 2 in the feed. It's Shotzi there roaming the point, and again, a massive amount of time gained from the third hard point in our set so far. Big work. Oh, sorry, number 4. It's late in the night. 30 seconds to go here in Optic, a commanding lead.
There's the break, though. 2 players into the back. Backline, Shotzi fried. Vivid there to drop him. Trade roll through the Nuke. Last man up and the last one to fall. No full 60s here. It took a long time to orchestrate, but Carolina at least stopped the bleeding. Could have been a devastating deficit to be behind, but they're keeping things tight. Going to be a 35, maybe 40-point game after the first set of rotations. The hope is still alive.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the kills department all Optic after the first set. Slasher trying to battle his way not only into the new point, but also out of the negative. TJ and Gwyn find their kills. A big win from Dashy up top, but you've still got presence towards the hard point. And Vivid, a big spawn at the back, able to get some time now, possibly. You clean out Grannies. Nice work out of Vivid. 12 and 14 from him. Over to Nuke.
I mean, you need this time too. Vivid trying to fight for it, but you got Optic players just crawling around them. Doesn't make the read. Hook from up top. Again, the absolute nuisance in either of these buildings. And now Dashy, Super Soaker, gets to be the king of the hill inside the time. And guys like Gwyn from online to land, he has struggled and the kill feed ain't helping him. He got the green wall cleaning house.
Oh, he's managed to infiltrate the back lines. Gets at least 1 on this live Shotzi, repositioning Kenny there on the left-hand side as well. So an opportunity for Gwyn to cause some damage. His teammates have cleaned up top side of the map, but they haven't necessarily got the spawns. Nice work there from Move once again into the feed. Trades are on point from the Carolina Ravens. However, you might not be getting the spawns for Nu.
I mean, you're getting devastated on P1 as well. That was a substantial chunk of time on a hill that can occasionally be mixy. Now, though, the spawn's out of control. You got Slasher controlling the top zip line, and his team can sort of sneak their way into the time. Optic, though, long flanks to try to work the break.
It's going to take time, and it's not something you want to give up here in Hardpoint. Oh, Slasher, what a reach out there from Dashi, feeling himself indeed. Hardpoint break is on its way. Shotzi finds that kill towards the point. Gwyn tries some shenanigans, doesn't pay off. Over to Slasher, the lone man on the other side of the map. And not a round in the magazine doesn't help. Isolated, dealt with. T-Job spawn into the jaws of Dashi. Over to Hook on the top side. And it's another great break and a good hold out of Optic so far.
And Hook is still sitting on the cruise missile as well. And you're not even going to need it. Maybe a gift of a two-piece nade there from TJ, but maybe not even something that will necessarily give Carolina too much time, but they are able to secure it. And Kenny, waiting for his friends on the rotation. Optic right now handling this game.
Handling business in the feed, handling business in the time, and now we'll go for a quick listen in, see how they sound.
He could have hit the back right.
Yo, one guy's auto tower. He's going for P2.
We're missing one.
P2 right now.
He goes on spiral. He didn't go on spiral. He didn't go on spiral. Three pitching him. Yo, top.
I reached one.
Top trap.
Wait. On the stairs. It's only T's, I think.
He's one shot. He ran to the right.
1 HP. Mid gun.
I'll spawn out. I can't get
He just by himself in the back.
I can run the
Gwyn's in the back gun.
He's on me. Led's the front door.
Absolute vivid front door.
He's the big gun. That's got all
Stairs.
Alright, I'm going right.
Yo, low key, make sure we go new.
I'm hitting this shit, though, kidding.
Alright, go ahead.
One guy's side one teach.
I'm top right.
He's going top mid right now.
I could've got top. He's top. We got teach.
Yo, one guy's IV vivid.
Alright, top.
Teach. He's back. He's hitting our zip.
I spawned behind the metal with you.
Zip.
Nice, you're by yourself, bro. I'm hitting big door.
We should just leave the go.
Zip with me.
Okay, we're coming in. Change them.
Where is he?
What's backside? Watch out.
There's two backside. I got one shot. Another one there. Slasher.
Late though. Sprout is telling me. I'm telling Sprout. Absolute Sprout. Back to down. Alright, Sprout's one shot going, and then one's back to down. Breeze. Nice shit. What was our Sprout?
I'm dead.
One spawn trap Slasher. Yo, just take your time. Spawn trap Slasher.
Watch out. He get more one.
Yo,
Gwen's up. Okay, one's on spawn side. Big door.
I'll play for it. Back to down. And then in Sprout, good week. And back to down.
Big door.
Inside top.
Yeah,
Two there,
holding. They're not showing me.
Alright.
Watch out, spawn kill. Teach.
Vivid one shot on time. Vivid one shot on time.
He's gonna hit spiral.
Alright.
Vivid was one shot back to time.
P2.
One shot P2. Absolutely.
What, stairs?
Alright, low big door, one shot, bro.
He's backside to the zip. Inside zip. He's back to side.
Time dead.
Last guy.
He's on time on me. No, yo, 2 on ult. TJ and Gwyn, both on ult.
They can pinch our zip, bro. I'm top there. I'm Nuka. Wait, top trips. I'm one. Top trips.
One's always back Ivy.
Alright, top trips. I'm in.
Where's it all? Not sure.
Let them on there.
I zip.
One star. Okay. Star on channel. One top trips, bro.
One more. Yo, one's
top P2.
Big gun race.
He's getting front. Okay.
Yo,
I can name time.
He's doing one trade.
I need their side.
Watch out.
Top time.
Teach.
Alright, one's big gun, two going.
I'm going low.
Alright, take our time. We need to kill Gwyn.
somewhere P2. Retro fan hell.
Yeah, I'm in our dub.
I'm chowing out there.
Gwyn could be in our dub. I'm playing the mid. Top tips on challenge me.
I'll see you guys are.
Top tips also. Top tips.
Low key, Optic should have rotated because now Carolina have a lifeline right back in this game.
Ravens lead change. A team that could scarcely score against FaZe have now got the lead here in map number 1. On to Gwyn on a 7, make it an 8 spree, and he's got the hard point as well.
And how about that comeback from 11 and 20? Now about to even things up. His teammate in the time, the lead has been exchanged, and finally he gets dropped. But now you got the score streaks coming in from either side. On the rotation though, Optic Texas have been handling P2, and they'll be here first once again.
The opportunity for a big change. Teach hitting a bit of a route through the back. He's got his teammates now spawning. Yeah, Red's not going to help out. Red, here comes the Hellstorm. Forces the players out of point. And he lands it on a hook, so there we go. Dashi, the lone man, now by point. Kenny's making his way in from spawn. Can the Ravens get to the point in time? The answer is no. It's 3 in the feed from Kenny.
Oh, that's a massive moment there, too. You were trying to set up the pinch, but Slasher couldn't handle the heat from his former teammate, and now Kenny just gets to sit up top and fry.
Hold him down, top mid. Don't let him get across. 25 seconds here on PT. You have to fight for it. Bad news, Hook's behind you. So you've got one prop to deal with. Now you've got 2. Over to Shotzi. Conklin down the hill. Tej was a big one. That's 15 seconds that you sorely want. Both teams over 200 points.
And look at the rotation too. Tej might have just bailed you out with that two-piece because now Carolina's going to be set up all around the left side. Kenny can't take the down low route. That got spotted out by Vivid, so he's coming to his teammates. They're going spiral, and if they don't, they get handled by him. Shotzzy, the only one that could have gotten through, he's taking care of as well, except for number one Kenny. Got a gift of a spawn.
Kenny could go big. Oh, Vivid! He sees him, he's dealt with it, and now the back line. Here we go. A massive moment from Hook as we fight our way towards the point. Vivid cleans up the point again. And now Shotzzy, time this right, break the hard point, and stay alive. Here we go through the back door. Red, dead, done. What a turn on the Hook, fighting for his life, fighting for the team. 3 in the feed. The nuke can't get any more.
Hey, but he got traded. He did enough to get you in this time. And the way the clock is looking, Optic Texas have to win this rotation as well. This game is going to get settled on P4.
Vivid back into the point he goes. Open hard point, no one on the time. Shotzzy in the 1v1. Wins it, holds down the time. They can not win it here.
This is the hill. It always comes down to P4 and TJ already that entry sub. The most difficult one to break in this game. Carolina trying to hit through the front.
Through the front. Line them up. Dashy v Tej. Crossfire's in. Optic are holding it all together.
And now you're just waiting. Gwen knows you get one opportunity for this break. It is a nail biter. It is a photo finish. Here we go.
Can he identify the attack? The one. Can he get the second? Pressure now through the other side, through Spiral. The clock ticking. Optic within 10 for the win. Over to Dashy. Holding them back. Shotzzy keeping them close. It's Big Bruce. It's Big Bruce and Shotzzy. What a win. Optic don't let the comeback happen. And my goodness, what a tight start to the series.
And nothing low-key about it. High-key, you get to P4 first. That is the name of the game on Protocol. And what could have been MVP for Hook without question. He doesn't pick up that three-piece at the end. Things get a lot mixier before you can drop into P4. The nuke went off.
Yeah, Hook absolutely well-deserved. 36 and 25. Unbelievable moments from Hook there. Hey, look, you've broken the streak there in hardpoint. It was 4 losses in a row. You finally get a win, albeit with 2 seconds to spare. Good stuff out of Optic. Great stuff out of the Ravens as well. We'll have a quick look at the final few moments of that map, folks. These are the final 45 seconds. Again, take note of the score. The Ravens so close to the win.
Yeah, and even when TJ giving the entry kill, you just got guys like Dashy in position, set up for the trades. Kenny's right behind him, and the teamwork on point. Nades rolling through, bullets just raining hell, and they're just getting every single kill. And as soon as you comfortably secure this time, it's just a matter of playing your game. Carolina, as close as they are, it feels like there's nothing you can do, and just well played. Kenny, distant from the hill, can take his time, slow down Vivid, and getting this two-piece on the outskirts of the map makes his teammates' lives incredibly easy.
Yeah, it's a beautiful interlocking fields of fire. Dashy on the left, Shotzzy on the right, Kenny on the outside, all bases covered. All you have to do, don't let him in. And that is exactly what you get. And an enthusiastic response there from Optic in map 1. They finally found it. They finally cracked the hard point.
Yeah, they already knew they were capable of the 2-3-5, so now they can officially begin to play with some confidence. Make no mistake, Carolina Royal Ravens, they've been bringing the heat in S&D, so we still might have ourselves a series, but that is certainly the way to set the tone, and you tip it the whole way around. Although a nail biter, 180 to 80 point lead that just starts to drain a little bit, but just a perfect listen in as well. You can see Hook is the one, a veteran in his own right, leading the way for the team.
He's been around the block for a very, very long time. Hook's been doing this for most of his life, folks. There we go. What an unbelievable comeback from the Ravens. Look at that. They turned it all around, and only in the final few seconds did it fall apart. That was a sensational game of Protocol, and only the beginning of this series. Again, the loser of this one, folks, goes home. What an unbelievable day we've had here in Madrid. A few more maps to go.
And you got to make sure you keep that steam rolling. But as fast-paced as the protocol hardpoint can be played at, red card is a very different tune that is going to be played. You slow it down, you mix things up, and we've gotten a lot of looks for Carolina on this map specifically, and we know that their teamwork is on point. Gwyn and TJ specifically always working together towards the middle of the map, efficient with their trades and good for the Bloods. It is the slasher style of Call of Duty. They love to spread the map and play for picks. Offense, defense, it doesn't matter. That means from Optic, they're going to have to work every single round.
Every single round together. Almost ready to get into map number 2 here, folks. Red card, S&D. A lot slower, yeah, you called that one. It's Gwyn and TJ. The submachine gun players there for the Carolina Royal Ravens. We'll be looking at some stats of theirs so far. TJ has been a dominant force in search and destroy for the longest of time. But so far, here in Major I, it has been looking good for these boys. 50% of their opening duels won. That's good enough for me.
And teeing off on the Falcons as well. And by that, I mean having to get a 5-1 comeback on the vault. So they've showed resilience and the ice and ability to make these comebacks. And well, these are two players that have certainly been leading the charge, especially so just on the multi-kill rounds. When the ARs are getting picks, like Vivid on defense on red card, he'll be the lone defender on the A side multiple times, and he's been efficient at that job, but the high impact plays always going towards the SMGs.
Map 2. Here we go. Both teams, solid records. This is going to be an absolute banger. Eyes on the B-bomb site. It's the VIP room. It's sort of the owner's box here on the Red Card Stadium. One of the most dangerous bomb sites on the map. Many battles, duels by those double doors. Lots of corners, lots of little angles to play in. And a sneaky one we saw from Ghosty on day 1, which, hey, could happen again.
Yeah, some cheeky spots. And, well, we touched on the stats of the SMGs for Carolina, and then we pop up Shotzi's. He's doing you one better. So, absolute battle we're going to have, but ARs on the wings, looking for picks, getting the intel. And in the meantime, Optic have taken space. I mean, Shotzi roaming up towards the hedges. He's getting active looking for her first blood.
Hello.
TJ, though, going to find it on the flip side, and that means he can catch Shotzi. High impact plays for an SMG. Doing it with a more difficult gun, AR in hand.
Can he get the hat trick here in round 1? And Slasher. Eyes upstairs, nobody home. Uh-oh.
Bomb down.
In from Kenny, that's a massive moment. TJ spotted out, and Kenny's got lots of information. There's 2v2. Gwyn makes it a 2v1 over to Hook.
Never in Kenny's life would he kill Slasher up there and expect that the bomb was going to be down, but they're hunting him down, and they got him in a pinch.
Uh-oh.
Can't mess this one up.
Whoa. Hook does not mess it up. TJ there for the trade. Hat-trick in round 1.
And that is the characteristic style of the Ravens. Could have been spicy with the bomb down, but TJ and Gwyn always in position to make these trades. And nerve-wracking indeed, but I mean, even a play like that, using the AR off the rip for Tej, already just putting that seed of doubt into Optic's mind. Again, every single round, Carolina will force you to work for it.
Here's Tej. This is the first and the immediate transition towards Shotzi upstairs. A little bit of an awkward turn. He gets a bullet or two into the camera there, but enough on the penetration at that range. Managing to net the kill 3 in a row there from Tej. Optic now on attack.
And similar style as well, playing for picks. And almost the exact same setup on defense at Carolina, maybe stealing the page from Optic. It's TJ, the player most pushed up, but plenty of coverage and plenty of help. And Shotzi, I mean, they're just past each other. Another first blood from TJ. Does get traded out, but look at how that sets up the map. Things have just been opened up, and Optic pushed back into their spawn.
Yeah, the trades are done, and it's the Ravens who come out on top at the market close. Shotzi and Dashi playing close together on the recovery towards the bomb. There it is. Shotzi will be able to grab that, maybe keep their campaign towards A going.
And Gwyn just going to wait to get active. Contact's going to be made by Slasher. He's going to back down, but once noise starts to happen, a flank's going to roll through, but Dashi does find a pick.
Wait.
And walks into a trap.
It's a trap, and now another moment for Shotzi to try to turn this around. 1v2. And the boys are going to send it at him, and here we go. Number 1. And wait a minute, gets caught out there by Gwyn on the cross-up, and that's ample time to get the defuse. And the Ravens, 2 in a row.
Yeah, credit Gwyn to be there for that trade. Shotzi actually takes the perfect route off bomb to not get spotted by the guy in window in the belly crawl. The idea was perfect, but you're never going to be prepared for 2 guys to be hugging like that on the hedges. But either way, TJ, right now the man of the hour. 2 first bloods in a row on both sides of the board. early advantage for the Ravens.
The British fans in the venue saying goodbye to someone. Can't quite tell who that is. Neither of our teams just yet. Vivid bomb in hand for the Ravens. A little bit of love towards the B-bomb site this time round. TJ, a little poke, a little bit of footsies under the table here. We'll see if we can get any further. Back and forth. Tacticals being exchanged. And Vivid, more than a couple of friendly shots there.
And Optic just have to set up on defense as well to spot out every single lane, every bit of information. They're going to let the play come to them. So Carolina, if you group up, you might be able to overwhelm a section of the map, and B's going to be that call. Hook right now, the lone defender of the site.
He's not got a lot of work here. No trophy, no nothing. Stun check, no good. Dashi comes in to reinforce. Hook, can't find it, can't find a thing. The site is now wide open, and T just got damage in the Dashi. The reach out, what shots, what damage. But there's Gwyn with the trade, all down to Kenny.
That is a perfectly played round, and no hope in that 1v4. Carolina, sheer and utter dominance. Playing the round, and Hook's making the call. He can feel the pressure over towards B site, but Dashi doesn't get back inside quick enough. And when Hook's making these calls, Shotzi tries to work the flank. Slasher takes care of business, handles the flank perfectly, and Gwyn on the front line delivers you another first blood. This is perfection in S&D on red card. Carolina, they've been grinding this map for this very moment.
5-1 for Gwyn, 5-1 for TJ, the two submachine gun players we put the spotlight on to start things off with good reason. Optic attacking round this time.
And look at this stack on defense too. Carolina making the hard read, and they called it correctly.
Oh, perfect. Here comes the ordnance over the top.
Oh my
Shotzi,
God.
oh, he's eating it all. He's got 64 HP left. Are they going to hit this? No, Dashi, lovely covering fire at range. Takes care of Tej.
And nice angle as well. That's a hell of a shot coming in from Dashi, as we have come to expect. And an opportunity finally for Optic to get on the board. And they just know Gwyn loves to roam around Ticket. Constantly worried about that pinch.
Slasher just gets eviscerated there. That's a tough one. And this is a brilliant round. Optic have bulldozed their way on towards B. Vivid with a peach. May have connected, but it's not going to stop the plant. And now sends it forward. And then Dashi. What a fantastic round. Optic get on the board. 3-1.
And I love that grouping together, right? All that ordnance random through on the SMG players, just letting Dashi able to roam a little free.
Wow.
That man does not miss.
It was nothing but headshots. Big Bruce catches him out. Vivid didn't stand a chance in the fight. Not a lot of players shoot their own doors open. It's something you can do in Black Ops 6. Chance does.
Got to.
Yeah.
Works like a charm.
We used to use stuns to do that in previous games. 3-1, here we go. Ravens attacking round. They've been very successful so far. Nobody home at A just yet. It's all Kenny, and that's from the top perch.
And Carolina might have a good read again. More pressure out towards the A site, and they are taking space as well, so they feel the lack of pressure, and they're just swinging up, making moves.
Spotted. Vivid v Kenny. They're waiting for more of a hit now, but B still is where Optic have laid their eye. Vivid trying to safely cross. Will he be able to make it? And Kenny spotted out. Oh dear. Try to hold him in place now. TJ's the bomb carrier. Have they got anything left to throw here? At the site, they do. Kenny wants to get backed up. Nice work by Dashi on the flank. Shots are through.
Traded out. Shotzi gets caught again trying to make a play for the 3v3. All of Optic grouping up for this retake.
Vivid laying prone on the stairwell. That's going to be a big moment there on the cross. Dashi and Kenny. Aims in hand. Vivid catches one. Shots are in, but not enough to damage Shoot. Now Gwyn pounces for the play. 2v2. Up close and personal. Down and out. All over to Dashi, and Slasher's got his number. 4-1 Ravens.
And whoever's making these play calls for Carolina, I mean, reading them like a book. The one time there wasn't that, like, true defense over towards the A site, Carolina felt it, and Carolina worked it. And maybe more importantly, that is two different rounds where Shotzi is trying to get active on defense with these flanks, but unable to make it happen. There's a look at the check. Dash is getting the comms from the window. The plant spot has to be that direction, but in spite of the little finesse, you still hold the out.
Dominant work here from the Ravens on red card. It's Dashi. Here we go. Shotzzy, can you get a first blood or two? Opens the door for Hook. Opens the door for Hook, and there's the two-man lineup. Massive work. TJ pushed out in the middle of the map. Slasher with the coverage. What wonderful work from both of them. 3v3.
Teamwork is always a dream. And now that B side has been cleared out, Shotzzy's screaming this to his teammates. The B is wide open, but unfortunately, they just don't have the bomb. Slasher wins another one, but the problem is for Optic, you have to wrap back or get the timing.
There's the slide, and Shotzzy gets away with his life. A red dot now on the mini-map to send Hook in for the kill. Slasher, pressure's on. A bomb recovery as well, so Optic not necessarily playing for the win, they're playing for the bomb as well. There we go. What a round. Bang out indeed.
Yeah, a scattered hot mess of a round, but who lives for the chaos? The SMGs of Optic there to deliver. And poor TJ and Gwyn getting overwhelmed, but that is Optic playing off the intel. Gwyn makes Ticket his home. He plays there for the late flanks, but they have the strat, double up to take him down. Hook even pulling out the AR to get the job done. So well-orchestrated strat in handling the chaos as well. You know their comms are on point.
Yeah, really nice work. Eliminating all options there for Slasher doesn't give him a hope in hell. A very difficult 2v1 if he manages to get away with it. Get maybe one kill. You never know.
And Optic are they've been struggling on the defensive end. They're bringing out a different play call as well, trying to put a lot more pressure on the A zone, but maybe wrapping back into a default. So they were just getting stuns and nades off, and Shotzzy just gets caught again.
Trophy in position. Reinforcements now for Optic. Dashi bringing the gun forward. RC doesn't go anywhere for T, it's just more intel. But again, the reinforcements from Optic shot. They're down a man, but they're defending the A side.
And there's no rush. Plenty of time to spot these players out. I think Slasher just got intel on one, if not two players, but I think he might have spotted out two because they're making moves and trying to bring this bomb over towards the nuke. Dashi's wrapped back quick, and you got Kenny setting up on a pinch, so Optic had the opportunity for a play. They're just a man down.
They're doing it together, though. Bang out through the bar, trades it on. It's all coming down to Hook now on the bell. The sight is vivid with the butt of his gun right at Hook. Over to Kenny on the late wrap. Makes it a 2v1. Nobody on the pinch, both players on the bomb site, but Ken doesn't know that just yet. Holds his nerve. Here comes the reach out. Slasher on the stairwell. Tags are in. Ravens once again. Another decisive round at map point.
And I'm telling you, man, the S&D masterminds that you have on the side of Carolina, I mean, they are just handling them on these offensive rounds. So many first bloods, anytime you need them, they're able to deliver. And every single mid-round adjustment seemingly has been perfect. Slasher, so calm on this main stage. Multi-time world champ here in this elimination match. Going at it with a former teammate as well. But a 5-2 lead, seemingly insurmountable. Optic needs to dig deep, and they're going to be taking this round slow.
The 2-2. Dressed to impress over by the B-bomb site. Two players now making their way through the middle of the map as well. So A cross completely covered. That's going to be Vivid from upstairs. And that's the opening exchange of fire. Gwyn waiting for anyone to bang through those doors, and it's not going to happen just yet. Holds his nerve. Teammates are down and out around him. Gwyn. Oh, he's making a play for Hook. And this is a great spot now. Gwyn has got red dots all around him. Eyes on Kenny. Is he going to get eyes on the bomb planter as well? Possibly, yes. That's huge. Surely the Ravens now move across. A surprise Gwyn attack, but the bomb will be planted. We're in. Slasher, the dance. Old Iron Boots. Kenny there with a save, but it's 2v2.
Yeah, somehow TJ's able to pick up two on the flank, and you're going to start flooding this through, and they've wrapped back the map, and this is going to be a battle against Gwyn. Would you ever check this spot?
You're not checking nothing. Gunned. Shotzzy puts him down in 3 bullets, it feels like. TJ now trying to pick up what he can, but he's all alone. Another wrap. Shotzi's upstairs. Another player by Sage. Seemingly impossible. Lovely shots, but not enough. Optic fighting still.
And it's a small thing, but might have had a major impact. If I'm Gwyn, I'm probably trying to shoot the guy off bomb while he's planting, not the guy on stage. But either way, incredibly difficult shots with the Jackal. You see Slasher Not the man we often expect to see sliding around in those close-range gunfights, but not able to execute on that end. Optic, a big one to get, and shout out Hook for another first blood as well. He has been a menace in this lobby.
Yeah, sensational series against the Gentlemates, and now looking to put up another one here against the Ravens. A lot of work to do, though, to pull this one back. Here we go.
And Optic seemingly can't make a good call on defense, but maybe Shotzzy this time hyper-aggressive on the flank. Typically he's taking his time, but now he's just well and true behind enemy lines. The mini-map right now looks perfect for Optic.
Nice nade. Gwyn, though, picks up Kenny. Shotzzy's about to get a freebie here on a Vivid. And behind door number 1, his first kill of the round.
But the B site's open. In the meantime, you're just taking the space, so because the picks happen on the flip side of the map, as good as the mini-map looked, now the situation looking a little dire. This is for game.
Here we go. Shotzzy gets caught here, he's in trouble. Zigging, zagging. Is anyone going to read this? Teacher's got the back door covered, so here we go. Oh dear, bomb planter B. Once that starts ticking, these asses are going to get kicking. Oh, the patience pays off.
Problem is, Slasher's an island boy, so he's going to have a freebie flank on this.
Teach, you going to catch this? Shotzzy's in. Oh, what a save! What a save! All down to Dashy.
He's there when he needed most, but Bruce, we know how he can clutch.
This is for the map. Bruce has got to stay alive. 20 seconds. 1v1. It's done. Ravens tie it up.
So calm out there on the main stage. Carolina, just another day in the office. They have written the book on red card and they put it on display there in map number 2. TJ always there for the trades. Gets the final kill, collected a handful of first blood. Slasher making beautiful reads on the pinch as well. Took down Shotzzy in a few rounds and was there just in the nick of time in the final one. A game that comes down a matter of inches, but they're able to deliver. And those are even battles on the first blood front, but the mid-round adjustments, Carolina simply had their number. The blind counter is always on their side.
Blind indeed. Just shy of 10 minutes, and we rock and roll through that red card as the Ravens level up the series. The lovely equalizer after a nail-biting, heartbreaking, butt-clenching first map. Look at that, 248. If you've just joined us, an elimination matchup here, because these two teams are going at it. Protocol Control is going to be map number 3, and what could be potentially a chance a really fast bang out as well.
Yeah, we deserve a map 5, though, so as fast as this is going to go, I'm hoping for a long series that comes down to the wire. Nothing better than a Game 5 round 11.
I know what's better than Game 5 round 11. It's the desk.
Yes, sir.
Hey,
Absolutely.
friends, can we talk a little bit about what is happening on this stage? Because Optic looks in total control. Then it's the Ravens taking over. What have we seen so far? And are you surprised Optic's now knotted up 1-1?
I mean, I look at that map 1, I'm like, Carolina had a huge opportunity for a miraculous comeback, but we get to that red card. It's a map Optic have loved, so massive win for Carolina in that.
I thought that red card might be a problem. I just knew how good TJ was going to be. Not really. But Carolina, able to stay competitive. In fact, some people would say that they are definite favorites if it goes to a Game 5.
Well, I think the reason we thought that the upset could happen, even though I picked Optic, is just because the 2-3-5, they've been the better search team. And with Optic struggling so much in the hard point, you think there's going to be an opening. That map 1's going to be the one that haunts you, though. Like, they win that map 1, they might win this series, because you're going to have to win a respawn now, and probably going to need to be done through map 3, but...
Yeah, control protocol.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just wild to see that map 1, how close it was. I'm sure we'll talk about it a bit, but in this search and destroy, Allie, I see you geeking.
Nothing, it's just, you have to tip the hat to Carolina Royal Ravens, not only just from the long day that they had, but we forget how good of a search team they are. And specifically, I mean, they were worse in the league at getting those opening duels. Like, the first bloods were not going in their favor for the past couple of weeks, and we loaded into this map, and that's all that it was. And that is the reason they got so ahead so early, because once they get those first bloods, this top 4, they are getting those conversions, they're getting those round wins, they're getting that mid-map control. So I have to tip my hat to the Ravens staying in this game.
Yeah, tip it. Usually Optic are really good at making adjustments. They didn't on that map.
No,
I mean, you saw they lost the
at all.
fight and take it a couple of rounds, and they're giving up B plants. And you saw them adjust even on their offense, where like we're doing a full map spread, right?
Yeah.
Trying to watch every lane. That's just not Optic gameplay. Like they're a 3-1 split, put Dashing on the island, try to make things work. Didn't work out for them.
If you have been here since Optic's first match of the day, make some noise.
Everyone.
If you've been here since Carolina's first match of the day, make some noise.
Okay.
Well, match number 2 continues in a little bit, but first we got to draw some conclusions. And Nameless, I want to know, what is it like playing in a hard point that comes down to the wire?
All right, I'll bring you inside the mine. Let's pull the clip up right now, production. Let's get right into it. So this is the end of the protocol hard point. It was absolutely insane, okay? We'll jump to the mini map in a second. But right here, who pushes into Spiral? These 2 players take care of him, okay? So notice here, Carolina have a massive opportunity. We'll start with Carolina and what is going through their minds at this point in time. This is Slasher. He hits a route trying to go for a pinch as his 2 players are going through bottom Spiral, right? So he knows that potentially Hook's going to spawn out because he pushed up pretty deep, right, blocking the other side spawn. So Gwyn is going to redirect his attention and try to keep Hook out of that play and give themselves an advantage.
Okay.
But Optic have other plans for that, right? So this is Shotzi. So now, when you're Optic in this situation, you get the comms that Hook spawned out here. You know Slasher is pinching, so Shotzi is going to play patient, take his time, just try to get that information and kill Slasher, alleviate that pinch. So we'll play this clip out and see how this goes. But listen, Optic Texas right here in Carolina, this is sort of the mental gymnastics that you're going through based on spawns, picking up what you need to. That huge kill onto Slasher alleviates the pressure and allows Shotzi to get back into the play, and he's able to get down low, and they know all the threat is going to be coming from either Spiral or Open, where they can hard focus. You got Kenny out here applying some pressure, and Optic clean it up and get it done.
And what's so funny about that is that is exactly what Optic does to other teams. They're incredibly good at playing that split spawn, so to see the comms come through and see it work out in their favor is just so funny to me, considering that they abuse that versus their opponents all the time.
I just wish it didn't come down to that like P4, because it could have been way more like thrilling, but it's like the hardest point to break. So it was just kind of, they handle business, they shut it down, but like I was kind of hoping for like a more, I don't know, it was almost anticlimactic.
We were watching, Chris, and in the listening, remember what we heard? Hook's like, yo guys, maybe we should rotate.
Maybe.
And a couple players in Optic go, yo, I'm low-key banging
And that's
this
where they're
shit.
struggling.
And then they get 100
They got cocky. But it's now knotted up 1 apiece. Let's send it back to the caster, see who takes the swing game.
We'll find out who takes the swing game, but I'm with Ann. Someone was like, low-key, I'm banging it. Negative. Don't do that, folks. Rotate. Here we go into protocol control. This is going to be a very, very interesting one. Chance. This could be super fast. This could be a game 5 or round 5 banger. Who knows?
And it's going to be one of those of like spawn trap blenders are absolutely going to get set up, and it is the expectation that SMGs, at least on the defensive end, can absolutely run the show. So be on the lookout. The rounds can get broken down incredibly quickly. And I don't know if it's a must-win for either team. It's tough to say because the hard points have been a struggle for both squads, but at least based on how the year has gone, Optic have had the edge in that game mode. Optic were happy to square up on protocol, but they love themselves a map 4. So I'm thinking right now the pressure just a little bit more on Carolina, but the record overall on point, very comparable between both of these teams.
Only a single loss separating them right now at the Major. Let's see how we go into protocol. Wonderful looks. Getting spawn trapped on this one. The last time this weekend we will see the B zone in its current position. Of course, that has changed if you're playing at home. If you dive into ranked, you know what I'm talking about. But for now, we are going to see the Ravens on attack. And if you don't get spawn, if you don't get a mid-map, you are going to get trapped.
And they are, I mean, very much turtled up on offense. Kenny is already taking so much space, and Hoop gets the first blood down low. So this was an attempt at more of a B hit coming in from Carolina, but I think they might have just already lost the thread. Hoop picking up 2 free B kills. No one's here for a trade.
Forget the thread, it might be the plot. We'll find out in a moment. Big Bruce that brought down my Slasher. Nice shot, Steph. Shotzi though, lying in wait. He's not smelling the flowers. He's about to get a kill on a Gwyn. Nice shots. Turns dead. Not enough to get the Tej, but Kenny still lying in wait. Full control of the Hilo side of the map. That is huge.
You're already in hell. That was, I mean, just abysmal from the side of Carolina. Whatever the ideal was, I don't know if they studied the breaks of Optic and if they just mixed things up, but what could have been on the start, now you're already in a painful spot. I mean, Kenny's 2-0. Hook has had himself a nice start. TJ, though, does give you 2, but that is only to open things up towards this B zone.
TJ gives you a lot. He gives you 3.
Gives you everything.
First segment complete. Now Tej presses advantage for the kills. There's that one. The second, no way. Plays it slow and steady, plays it smart, plays it safe, gets dead. Slasher, though, keeping the capture alive. Vivid there with a second segment of B. Puts it in the bag and runs off.
And TJ, again, when you need a hero, maybe you just shine his signal, but either way, less than 30 seconds on the game clock, and now you have to make a decision here for Carolina. You try to force it through on B, well, if the SMGs are here, you absolutely do, and they're picking up the kills on top. So a mixy round to start, but I think it pays off B zone secure.
And they've got a bit of presence on top mid as well, so the A zone is now under pressure. And here comes Vivid. He's tumbled down the stairs and right into the zone. There's the capture. TJ, full pockets now on the approach towards top grannies. Slams himself a Dashi, and now you've got us halfway through A.
And Mainslayer T down the mix. That is 9 kills already in this round, and that is 4 down. Stack this point and watch it fly. That is the round done. And that is so fast how it can break down. I'm feeling like Tej, and I'm feeling like 3. If that's not the best play, I don't know what is.
I mean, we saw the cookie signal in the sky, and he absolutely swung into action. The hero that the Ravens needed. 1-2. Here comes Trace, and the capture towards B as well. What a play from Tej really early on in the map.
And yeah, I mean, listen, you don't get the full like spawn trap setup, but you get Kenny towards helicopter shots in the middle of the map, players over top, like over towards P2, overseeing, and Hugh down low in computers. So on the defensive end, Optic got everything that they wanted. And TJ, well, he's just out here stealing hearts. Love to see him playing like this. He has been in absolute top form so far this year. Delivers on round 1. Optic, they need a response.
Optic on offense right through the middle of the map. Tej and Vivid, they keep the run going. Tej 10-5 as he gets shut down on the opening here. Shotzi, his life flashes before his eyes before he manages to get back into the fray. Oh, doesn't check that corner. Never would. A Vivid 5th in a row.
Yeah, that's a crazy way to play with an AR, but that'll be enough to take down at least one of the SMGs from Optic, so happy for it. Vivid gets gunned by Kenny down low, and Gwen only looking for his 2nd kill, but caught with a knife. Not ideal, but a slow capture so far on A for Optic. But Sasha gets behind enemy line, so this is just the annoying game that Carolina's playing.
Shotzi. Haha, catches out another player. These corners of Barton Grandma's spooky plays. Vivid on the outside, makes the A zone safe. We still lose a segment though. Good stuff there from Optic. Dashi catches out a literal 1-shot. Over towards B we go, but the A attack continues. Big damage from Bruce.
Yeah, trying to keep him contained. You see he's pulling out the knife because someone made contact on that B zone, but that player's taking a route, and Dashi right now, he's just desperate for information, but the stack was there. The flank a little bit too late. Carolina at least able to get the kill, so you're going to welcome them back to their spawn, but Optic bought themselves more time.
3 down. The pressure from Slasher. TJ through the middle of the map, and now Optic fighting to get out of spawn. Can they do so? Shotzi makes his way down the left side. Tej with the pressure in. Can he get damaged? Oh no, Kenny. They managed to double team him over by Halo, and that's going to be an opening for now.
You just want to take it slow though if you're Carolina. Keep these players at bay. Nice win there from TJ, but he does get traded. Up top, Dashi finally shut down. A big one from Vivid. He's 11-4.
What was that? Take it or leave it. Big hits. As Vivid's going to get away with his life and still hold this top position. It's all coming his way. His teammates have now done their jobs as well, and that's 1 minute to go in the round.
Wow, Sasha wins a big one in spawn as well. TJ here for the flanks. They just isolate these players one by one. And Vivid and Kenny, that was a long battle before Kenny took him down. Enough for Sasha to get in position, and that is all 4 down effectively there from Optic. They got to work out of spawn again.
Here we go. Back into spawn. Every kill now that the Ravens gets puts Slasher in a great spot. He's the deepest recesses in spawn. Tej get 1 or 2, absolutely huge on the approach to B. Last chances here for Optic.
Big battle. A big Slasher there to drop him. Gwyn wins another one as well. Kenny.
Oh my God, he reads a freebie. Less than 20 to go.
And they know where Kenny is, out by the boat. TJ just wants to get the trade. That is the last man standing, last man drop. No respawns remaining. Carolina Ravens, so annoying in its Slasher that has just lived behind you. He just posted up a tent in their spawn.
Good stuff, boys. That's what Tej said. He didn't say anything else. That decisive round, Tej. He's got his PJs on. He's ready for an early night. He wants to get out of here quick. I mean, Dashi might get the best play, but I mean, let's face it. Ravens are running the show here on Protocol.
And I really want to see their next opening break on offense, because obviously it did not pan out initially, but I mean, just a lot more systematic in their approach. They never found themselves in those super scattered moments. So they're keeping things control. They're playing their corners well, and they're just making sure to neutralize the force of Shotzi and Hoop combined. And big advantage now as well, and everybody shooting. If Vivid is double positive, these are beautiful signs for Carolina.
I mean, Gwyn's 8 and 12. We've been giving him so much love, but he's having technically a slow game. He's got a lot of objective work done, though.
And turtled up again. Again, off the opening break. They're trying to be calculated. They want to hunt these players down, but Hook is behind you. Shotzi is there too. Shotzi there from 2, and until he's traded, you are not comfortable to move forward on the map.
It's a nice sort of fadeaway stun there to take care of those players on the approach. 6 there for Slasher. Can he get himself the Hellstorm? Handy dandy indeed on a map like Protocols. Now the B zone, a little bit of love shown towards it. We're back on the B. We've paused the clock.
And that's the name of the game. Leave one guy on it and really take your time. Slasher's finally stopped, but you're still there for the trades. Nice little shoulder. There's 2 in computers. Gwyn just wants to give you one. He's got a little bit of help. Him and TJ again working together, and Vivid was the 3rd man waiting in the wings, but trades all over the map. Kenny trying to keep him in bed.
Vivid sent in once again. The Guardian Angel right now for the Ravens, keeping Teach alive, keeping the capture going. A contested B ended. Oh, but Dashi from upstairs. Slasher now finding his. The B zone 2nd segment safe. They've still got work to do, and on to A we fight.
Yeah, swinging back finally to the default, but I think Optic just are not used to this pace. Carolina has been able to effectively slow this game down so much, but still a trade fest towards the middle of the map. Shotzi gets away with his life. Vivid, the lone man on point, no trophy. He gets dropped.
But he's watching 17 angles. He's doing his best. Slasher finds his Gwyn to spawn. Look at the KD from Gwyn, now 12 and 14. He's pulling this back. The time, though, lads, is not on your side. Capturing B. That's now done. Quick pick up there from Vivid. Can't get another. Hook defends the zone admirably. Now over to Gwyn. Over to top mid as they desperately try to stop the clock.
Hook finally got traded. But what's the play call going to be? You're getting kills over towards this A zone, but there's trades. You tried to go for the B zone as well. Couldn't get it done. Optic handling you on both ends, and still no trophies on the A zone. Carolina is running out of time.
Running out of time, running out of lives for both teams. Here we go, Gwyn with a desperation slide down towards B. He's going to make his way over there. He's got Slasher to back him up. Catches at least 1 out. Can they get in there? They can. That's it. Done and dusted. Towards A, 1:15 on the clock.
And you can go back to taking your time once again. You see Gwyn not trying to be flooding through on these flanks. But Dashy's posted out towards Helicopter. You have a good bit of space on the defensive end from Optic. Gwyn, though, just waiting for his moment to strike.
Hi!
And there's the teamwork.
Hook's like, I think I saw 2. I couldn't tell. I've got tags into one of them. This is real awkward. Oh, TJ, you've read this. So's Hook. What a standoff. And his timing. Whoa, what a fight. 3 down! 3 down! And that one open A.
Dude, this kill feed is crazy. It split spawns on the defensive end, but Optic, you're going to have to push the base. And Gwyn, you see him halting, waiting in the wings.
And a massive flank now might pay off, but Gwyn in the wings. Gwyn starting to take flight, contest there towards the A zone. And what a set of kills. You've got to get on the zone though, lads. No lives left for anyone. 4v3.
He's the Overseer. Well, you're running out. Vivid, the Overseer. He's got his boy on the zone. You're trying to do it just with 2. They're flying out to attack him, but the capture's going to be there. Carolina are going to get this.
Kenny.
The 1v1 engage.
3-0. The final few seconds, Kenny unable to get there in time, and the Ravens dismantle. Optic Texas in control. We don't see many 3-0s. That was a doozy.
And they are just showing off their understanding of the map. They were working as a unit on both zones constantly. Hyper efficient with the trades in a beautifully played protocol. They always had an idea, and even for those final moments for Vivid just to be able to come, this is exactly what I have. This is exactly where you need to look. The teamwork displayed between him and Gwyn at the end, that is absolute class. I mean, that is frankly one of the best protocol controls we have seen all year. Carolina, 2 offensive rounds, and the first one they made look easy.
Again, all of those rounds, really, really strong. You kept Optic off of balance the entire map. Individual heroics were completely nullified. The Ravens, together as one, sent that one to the history books. What a brilliant map. They take the lead in the series. They put themselves on match point, and you're finally starting to see the Carolina Royal Ravens of December starting to play here.
True, and you know, I didn't happen to catch it, but I have to imagine their assist numbers were out of control. Granted, this play at the very least was TJ just being a bailout, picking up the 3 to really set the tone over towards this B zone. But after that, I mean, again, we know how lethal Hook and Shotzzy are. Their reputation of getting behind enemy lines and causing a ruckus is there. And on the attacking rounds for Carolina, those moments were being set up with Shotzzy behind you, picking up kills left and right, but it was just a high level of coordination. Carolina so happy to take their time. I mean, I know I'm gassing, maybe glazing just a little bit too much, but I feel like that is some of the best teamwork we have seen all year.
Absolutely. The prowess there from the Optic boys, not necessarily enough to get them through. The team were just a tiny bit disconnected as they were put to task there by the Carolina Royal Ravens. Unbelievable stuff so far, and again, a tremendous moment in the series for them. Tej, endless kills. Oh, quick look here at our scuff play of the game. It's the Carolina clutch. And what a finishing moment. Life count low, time on the clock low, blood pressure high.
And you see the deaths from Optic, they just died on 3 different corners of the map, so everybody being isolated. And now you get a look at the teamwork. You see Vivid on the mini-map is the guy top Shrift. He finds the pick, letting Dashy run past them all. His SMGs at least get all of the trades down low, but they got enough kills. Everybody from Optic, they're coming off of spawn. You don't have to worry about the flanks. You keep the guns forward and beautiful shots. Great coordination in the perfect position. Kenny effectively just gets left out of the play. Optic did not give themselves enough time, and Carolina, they flipped that switch.
Unbelievable moment there to turn the series around, turn it all on his head. This could have been a 3-0, if not for 2 seconds in the opening hardpoint. The Ravens have come to play tonight. 8 minutes and 34 seconds on protocol and a single map to decide their fate here in the tournament.
And just to highlight Vivid as well, he had a slow start. He had to sort of adapt to these eye problems, but it's not just the 20 kills and the top damage in the lobby, it's the 8 assists more than anybody else. No matter what you say about him, he is a player, even if he's dropping low stats, a 0.7, 0.8, he's always involved, he's always there to make the play. He will be active with his teammates, and frankly, we want to get Dashy and Kenny, 2 world champion ARs. I mean, he went toe-to-toe, and that's on a new role. Absolutely tippable, but series is not finished. We're going back to Hacienda. And I know for the side of Optic, they showed off the 2-3-5.
Here we go,
They
folks.
have shown in Neslo. Now they need these hard points.
Desperately need these hard points. You won the first one by 2 seconds. Can you do the same again and force the game 5? Ravens have started to find their form finally after a diabolical performance on day 1. Hoop, though, he was the man. That map won a sensational 3-piece, gets his boys the win, 36 and 25. Can he repeat it here on Hacienda?
And, oh man, what a map as well. The players we have on it, Slasher versus Dashy, how many times in Black Ops 4 were they squaring up in these windows? Well, the tried and true, different looks. Kenny versus the former teammate as well. A fun battle to end our day. We'll see how much more Call of Duty's left to play, but there's the opening break, and there's Dashy at his very best. At least gives you 2 and gives Hook comfortability in this time.
It rocks the hallway. Shotzi's not going to let anyone get through here, but wait a minute, there's reinforcements. There's a man on the floor, and Shotzi somehow gets the kill. There we go, Gwyn trades it out. Fights forward in a Dashy who gets eaten alive, and it's Gwyn's 2 in the feed. Gets the boys of Optic off the point, and he somehow gets it himself.
That's an important P1 break as well. You can really rack up time on this hill, but you have stabilized it for the Ravens. You get Gwyn off the time, and unfortunately, Dashy just never quite spotted him. Does win the gunfight, gives you 2. He's got the laser beam, but winning gunfights on one end. Maybe P2 control and that ever tricky well spawn coming through. Hook, I mean, he's behind enemy lines. Carolina, if you didn't count the 4, well, you know about his presence now.
Absolutely do. The wishing well, it doesn't go their way. Gwyn picking up a couple there. And the hard point is now safe. So you've made the backline all good. Ravens are in. Ravens with the time. Ravens with the spawns.
And that's a drop rotation there from Optic. They were in position but could not execute. Carolina out on top. They've taken the lead. It's a small one, but they are ripping. And that's all 4 down. Gwyn is gunning.
Gwyn flying forward now towards the well. And Vivid, eyes on it. Can he find any more? No. Dashy will punch through the back with 30 seconds remaining here on P2. This is ample time.
And look at how easy that read is. Yep, ever so clean. Post up in a corner and right back to help his boys in time. Gwyn, great reads, great presence.
Oh, man.
Making it look so easy.
Oh, man, the shots. Oh, Gwyn. 8 in a row. Can he find number 9? Contest. There it is. Shotzzy breaks, 10 seconds to go. And now towards the new hard point we go.
And how important is that break as well? But look at this from Optic. 3 of those players for Carolina spawn out, so a big opportunity to get right back in the mix. Credit to Shotzzy for getting them out at time, because things would have been a little bit different, but DJ just waiting for someone on Optic to step on it. And he'll just pounce here for the kill.
TJ Tin. Into the hard point he goes. On the back. Nice work on a hook, but not enough to get the kill. Here comes Slasher right in there.
Schmovin.
Absolutely. In at the time. Trophy now at the ready. His teammates have got it. But once again, the battle for Tin continues, and Kenny nearly walking away with that one. Vivid staying alive. Here comes the next hit from Optic, but over to Tej! Over to Tej! 2 of the feed on the Gwyn now, trying to hold the point, and Gwyn finds 1, can't find the second, and the battle continues for fences.
Yeah, Gwyn's got that hot head, and Vivid is there as well. A 4 spree on the time, and he's getting close to a score streak as well, so, I mean, Gwyn has been captivating. Vivid right there behind him, but he does get shut down, so no score streak on that end. And on the rotation, it will be Dashi on the new time first, but Dashi is looking like he might get overwhelmed.
The timing on that, yeah, good enough to win the fight against TJ. Gwyn, whoa, even under that pressure, even under that fire, holds it together. Vivid now can't get his way, with the boys now on their way towards Rock. A nice lead for the Ravens. Hard point Optic.
And Vivid choosing not to hunt for Dashi over on the Lambo side of the map is now giving them a perfect setup. But now you're working for a massive pinch. Everybody on the same time. But the middle door gets handled, and the ARs on the wings get dropped as well. Optic Texas now in control of the map.
Their first 4 down there on the Ravens. Perfect oscillation from Shotzzy from the point to the kills. There we go. 25 left here on Rock. The crowd starts to ring out late here in Spain. 3 down to the feed. Kenny holding them together. There's the time for the Ravens.
And that's nutty as well. That is not an easy hill to break. The Carolina snap back reposition. That was a 4-man wipe, and they still found a way through. Just 10 seconds later, we got ourselves a battle, and the SMGs right now from Optic might just need to pick it up because Gwyn still shooting.
Still shooting. Let's see how he's talking with a quick listen in with the Ravens.
Open with Kenny, going Rock. He's going
our top zebra, our top zebra.
Nice.
Our top zebra.
Top zebra dead.
Nice.
One more time.
Spawning fence, spawning fence.
One secret on me.
Spawning fence, spawning fence.
Top in, 22, they spawn 22 I think.
I'm staying up top.
Top open.
The one secret.
Top open and you.
Yo, our side closed.
And one's open. Open dash, dead.
Nice.
Opening close.
That's spawn fence.
I think Shotzzy went to hill from open. Could be close on you.
This might be too late.
Yeah. Wants to be PQ in the rest
One time, Shotzzy, one shot, have 2 at a time. Dead, one shot at a time. Stop close.
I'm running in there.
He's getting too close.
Open on me.
Getting too close on you.
Open on me, open.
Close.
Close in and run through the
He went secret maybe.
Open and secret. Secret, come back to the stairs.
Open dead.
Nice, still secret.
I'm in.
Secret didn't run through. Secret didn't run through.
Last one here.
No, secret Tyler. Got turned on.
Nice.
Oh my god.
Yo, they can go through lobby, Isaiah.
I'm trying to get lobby.
Alright, big hold here.
I'm harder on left.
What do I need to pick up?
I have lobby.
They could swim on me.
How many time, bro?
I'm about to lick my hop.
Yo, well, Shotzzy. 2 well. I need to go counted.
I'll give you up, Austin.
There's 2 well. I'm trying to load it.
They side door, all 3 in the back.
Side door and 2 in the back. Side door and 2 in the back.
Side door, one time.
I'm on front.
D-back.
I'm sending it back.
Side door dead. I think they're both in the back.
Back left. Split on me, 2 of them, another one. One more, D-back.
I'm one
He's in the back.
I said him, I named him.
Hyper side door.
Yeah, they spikes, one out.
One more be in the back.
I'm looking for the front.
Yeah, in the back, Kyler. He's working up now.
One shot in the back. Little boy.
Punch him up.
Nice. Could be side door.
Side door weak, He's side door. There's good ass time.
I'm only front
Side door.
Side door dead.
Nice.
It could be side door. I don't have it.
2 front. Kenny and who?
Watch out.
I'm going water new.
Water dead.
Nice. Yo, listen, that guy's just going behind you guys. Who's spawn behind you guys?
One shot.
I heard you. I'm one shot too.
Yo, turn for this guy on our spawn.
Well, alright. Shotzzy's well. Who could have spawned behind you guys? I don't know.
I don't see him. Take your time, go together.
I'm gonna go close. Shotzzy was out our well.
Okay,
Where are you guys at?
I'm going low. My bad, I went low, bro.
I'm going close though.
Yo, off the stairs,
I can kill that guy.
Waiting.
Just keep aiming him.
I don't see him anymore.
Dead.
Nice.
Yo, Shotzzy was well.
Yo, plant.
This guy was well on me.
Yeah, well.
Can we get some?
Yep.
Yo, there's spawning in the back.
I have office.
This guy might still be you somewhere.
Office, dead.
In the back, one shot, bro.
Yeah, you got me. You got time. Out of fence.
There goes 10, one shot.
They win.
On time,
All good.
He's close 10.
I'm taking a U round, bro.
I'm playing.
Yeah, top office, one shot.
The comms were both polite and insightful there from the Ravens as they maintain their lead.
Yeah, TJ's turn as well. The aggression he brought to P2, a difference maker in this game. And Well, they've been battling here on P3. A mixy moment for the scrap, and it looks like Carolina coming out on top of this one as well. Optic have been getting gunned to bed.
Over towards Rock this time round, though, as the Ravens in a commanding position. Dashy off the Lambo. Now into the hard point. Ravens starting to take flight. They will cross the 200-point mark if Vivid can stay alive. But no, it's Hook in the feed with 2 and the point.
And look, they've had control of this P4 hill before and got decent time out of it, but they still got broken down. You can't afford to have that happen. You need every bit of this time, but they choke, they lose it, and now Shotzi dealing with the nades, dealing with the pressure, overwhelmed, and the break is in again. Optic are in Spain without the S. They might be heading home.
Over to Teach. Keep him at bay. Couple of shots in, but who can Kenny find their kills? Gwyn late to the party, or is he here just in time? Slasher with a nade from downtown, right onto the rock. Here we go with a slide out. An Optic, they're holding it together.
I mean, just battling, and that's a good read break, but those are even nicer shots, and still for 15 seconds, you're happy to go and take it, Kenny. The last line of defense doing everything he can, and he gives it to you. It's his teammate that drops him in a 40-point game going into new.
It's 2 Dashy now over to Tej once again. What a snapper! Slasher from the back. Now you've got top control, looking towards the time.
This is everything, man. They've got control of every corner of the hallway, watching Rock Hall, playing in corners. Just need to get a body on that time, but they're playing for the kills first. Slasher there delivers, but Hook's there for the trade. Optic, more kills in the feed, but these Carolina players, so incredibly difficult. Someone's always alive. You can't get that extra one.
Fast trades, 200 points crossed. We're in the twilight right now for Optic Texas. Trying to stay alive. And Vivid, eyes everywhere. Another one in the feeds. 21 and 18 over to Slasher by P2. And this is good ass time, as Tej would say. But you've still got to fight for new.
And yeah, you got one man in the back line. There's a huge gunfight bottom minimap. Gwyn comes out on top. He's able to drop Shotzi, but Gwyn for the moment, no support, but he forces 2 players to spawn out. This is a desperation effort inside the time for Kenny and Hook.
Optic have yet to hold a good P2. Kenny finds one, Shotzi the other. Can Hook clear out the lobby? The next wave of attackers now for the Ravens are in. And it's a big one from Hook. The second man not there yet. And this is an opportunity to turn it around.
And you can hold them in the back of their spawn as well. Kenny trying to force down 3. You got people watching the flank. A great setup for Optic.
Trophy's working. Vivid tagged up on the Tej. Kenny can't get it. It's 2 for the Ravens. It's 3 for the Ravens. The battle continues at Optic. Oh, they're all down. All dead. Over to the hard point we go. Slasher at the ready. Vivid on the back line. Vivid! The one-eyed Raven! Guns on the bed!
The man is a machine. The multi-kill madness. And this is a different universal hard point, an insurmountable lead. Carolina flocking around the time, winning every single fight, every trade, but finally Optic get him out, or do they?
TJ.
I'm feeling like Tej. I'm feeling like a rotation. Carolina have it swarmed.
They have made their bed. They will lie in it. The final moments of this hard point, the final moments of Optic's tournament now. 10 seconds. After a disastrous day 1, FaZe made a mockery of them. Now the Ravens soar. Now the Ravens battle. The final 5 moments for them now. What a turnaround. What a tournament. Carolina survive. Optic Texas go home.
And we heard one of the calls from a player at the start of the tournament. Welcome to land. It is different than the online environment and a different look of those 2 teams. Carolina, ferocious. An absolutely mental performance that they displayed on the protocol control, and they balled out in that final hard point as well. We cannot gas Vivid enough, but of course, it was him and TJ. Flying and frying all game long. The objective kills were extreme. Those 2 felt untouchable.
Even with the ailment, Vivid, what an unbelievable performance. A 3-1 finish and an early exit for our reigning world champions. Look at that.
Dude, all that hill time from every single player on Carolina. They turtled when they need to. They got the time when they need to. The trades were on point. 17 objective kills for TJ. He just made that hard point his home.
Unbelievable. What a map. A Hacienda that we will remember for a while. Commiserations to the Optic Texas fans. You put on an unbelievable show for us, as did the team, but the Ravens, after the second set, there was enough of a gap there. They just did not let that lead go. A sensational turn from them. They survive in the tournament.
Yeah, and if you notice the assist difference coming in between Carolina and Optic as well, the teamwork was on display for that map 3, a beautifully orchestrated protocol control where Carolina got 2 offensive wins and they had better teamwork on the map 4 as well. Incredible stuff, and for Optic, back to the drawing boards, a short-lived tournament.
3-1, the final score there. We say goodbye to Optic Texas. Their campaign here in Major I in Madrid comes to an end. The Ravens, I fear, is just beginning. Quick look at the bracket now, folks, to get you up to speed with where we are at. That's right, the Ravens, a very decisive loss against the Thieves to start the tournament off. And then 3-0 against the Falcons, all good. But that 3-1 against Optic, unbelievable stuff. Minnesota Rocket, Cloud9 still also in the lower bracket. And our 2 upper bracket matches, though, Chance, very exciting indeed.
Yeah, I can't wait to see that Toronto versus FaZe. That is the true test of that brand new Ultra squad. Gonna be so much fun to watch. And killers, Sharks in the lower bracket. Quite a few surprises we have seen thus far. Heretics maybe winning that first game 5 being the biggest shock, but that is just setting up these teams for an absolute kill.
A lot more COD still to be played here, folks. That was the bracket. We've got a few more moments here, Chance, before we get through this. Any final parts on the day, mate, before we close up?
I mean, exciting stuff. I think, if anything, I just want to tip it to the French crowd. Gorillas Mate showed out in full force. I saw the love and care they showed to their team, even after a heartbreaking loss. An exciting new squad we have in the mix.
Plenty more COD to be played tomorrow, though. The Major is only halfway done as we look towards tomorrow's matches as well. Plenty more Call of Duty to be played here in Madrid, as we cannot wait to get back to it here. Thanks again to the fans who stayed late with us. Thanks again to you across the planet who are watching. We'll see all of you tomorrow. Same time, same place. More CDL.
De las calles a las oficinas, de las calles a las oficinas. Agárrense que ahora es el día que peleamos para mejor vida. De las calles a las oficinas, ahora es el día para mejor vida. De las calles a las oficinas, ahora es el día para mejor vida. ¿Qué te digo? No te miro, eres un enemigo. Tú no quieres a mi gente, encarcelaron a mi amigo. Óyeme, yo lo sé, no nos quieren ver, viviendo una vida buena, disfrutando de un papá. Por eso trabajo como papá, esclavo del dinero, yo no paro de jalar. Ay, Dios mío, ay, Dios mío. Tomarme un descanso, yo lo digo sin sentido. De las calles a las oficinas, de las calles a las oficinas. Agárrense que ahora es el día que peleamos para mejor vida. De las calles a las oficinas, ahora es el día. Ahora es el día para mejor vida. Para ti, debe ser para mí. Para que sí, tiene que trabajar, pero al fin nada de lo bueno me ha venido gratis. Lo mismo que lo bueno nunca viene fácil.